Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Keep on loving, Chris, believer. Keep on believing. Sleepers, just stop believing. 'Cause it won't be too long.
Stevie Wonder brought the audience to a higher ground at the 65th Annual Grammy Awards, performing a medley of songs with Chris Stapleton and Smokey Robinson.
Trevor Noah hosted music's biggest night in Los Angeles, and this year's Grammys provided some groundbreaking moments.
Sam graciously wanted me to accept this award because I'm the first transgender woman to win this award.
Kim Petras became the first transgender woman to win the Best Pop Duo performance for her song Unholy with Sam Smith. Meanwhile, global superstar Bad Bunny opened up the show as the first performer of the night. He also took home Best Música Urbana album. The accolades just keep adding up for Viola Davis. The actress scored the legendary EGOT. She now has an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony after winning for Best Audiobook for her memoir, Finding Me.
Harry Styles rocked the stage performing his single, As It Was, also nabbing Album of the Year. And Dr. Dre was presented with the inaugural Global Impact Award for his mark on the industry. The mogul's speech was followed by the 50th anniversary celebration of hip-hop, featuring performances from Run DMC, LL Cool J, and Missy Elliott. And Beyonce is not just breaking souls, she is smashing records. She is now the most winning artist in Grammy history with 32 awards.
Well, she may be that girl, but will Ticketmaster break some souls of their own today? That is because pre-sale is beginning for Beyonce's Renaissance Tour. It is her first solo tour since 2016, but after Taylor Swift's Ticketmaster meltdown, the Beehive could be in for a stinging disappointment. Demand was so high for Swift tickets, you may remember, it crashed Ticketmaster's system, and eventually they had to halt sales. This time, Ticketmaster is staggering sales based on city. Select members of Beyonce's official fan club received some access codes last night, so they'll be able to start buying tickets for shows in Group A. That includes Los Angeles, New Jersey, and Houston. And then Ticketmaster is going to repeat that process for those in Groups B and C. You'll see if this strategy works.
I really want to be optimistic, especially for the fans, the younger fans who so are dying to go and having their strategy. But, you know, when it comes to those bots.
We'll believe it when we see it.
I hope so.
Yep.
Thanks for waking up with Early today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Coming up on the Today Show, Grandmaster Flash talks hip-hop.
Breaking overnight, bracing for a dangerous blast. The frantic evacuation efforts underway in Ohio after a fiery train derailment sparked new fears of an explosion.
Tragedy in Turkey. A powerful earthquake rattles the region, killing over 500 people. We're live with the search and rescue efforts just getting underway this morning.
Inflated tensions between the U.S. and China after a fighter jet shot down the spy balloon that floated from coast to coast and captured the country's attention. Beijing issuing a new warning in response.
A 2024 shakeup. The caucus is getting primaried. The Democratic Party aims to shift the first primary to South Carolina, but Iowa and New Hampshire are refusing to be taken for granted.
And music's biggest night hits all the right notes. The historic winners at the Grammys, including an award renaissance for Beyonce.
Just for reference, Beyonce has now equaled the record for most Grammys of any individual of all time.
But will Beyonce go from breaking my soul to breaking Ticketmaster? We'll find out when her tour tickets go on sale in just a few hours. It's Monday, February 6th. Early today starts right now. Glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with breaking news in East Palestine, Ohio, right on the Pennsylvania border, where tanks full of toxic chemicals are in danger of blowing up after a train derailment. Several tank cars of carcinogenic vinyl chloride have been on fire since Friday, with plumes of toxic smoke seen for miles. But now officials are also warning that a drastic temperature change has taken place inside the wreckage, which means we could see a leak and a major explosion.
This catastrophic failure will, if it occurs, it will produce hydrogen chloride and phosgene gas into the atmosphere. We are working with several federal agencies to determine a plume cloud for that. We may need at some point in the near future to extend our mile radius out based on their professional recommendations and the models that they run.
Everyone living within a 1 mile radius of that site is already under mandatory evacuation orders, but officials say hundreds of people are still refusing to leave their homes.
More than 500 people have died after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck southern Turkey and Syria early this morning. According to Turkish and Syrian officials, nearly 3,000 more were injured. Rescue teams are frantically searching the rebel 4 survivors. For more on all of this, let's bring in Claudia Levanga, who joins us live. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Well, yes, the U.S. Geological Survey said that the epicenter of that 7.8 earthquake was located 20 miles from the town of Gaziantep, which is close to the border with Syria, with devastating consequences in both countries. Now, let me read you the last bulletin, which is, of course, being updated by the minute. Now, the vice president of Turkey said that 284 people died so far, more than 2,300 were injured, and more than 1,700 buildings collapsed. Same situation in Syria, where the health minister said that 237 people died so far, 639 people were injured, and again, a lot of buildings there collapsed, which is why, of course, authorities fear that this death toll and the number of injured may rise in the coming hours. The earthquake was so strong that it was felt in neighboring countries like Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan, and Israel. Philip, Francis?
Those images just gut-wrenching to see. Can't imagine it in person. Claudia, thank you for the update.
Breaking developments on that Chinese surveillance balloon shot down by the U.S. military on Saturday. Video from Sunday obtained by the Associated Press appears to show members of the U.S. Navy bringing the remains of the balloon to shore in North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. NBC News' Bree Jackson joins us now with more from Washington, D.C. Bree, good morning. What's the latest here?
Well, good morning, Philip. Well, as we know, the Chinese surveillance balloon was first spotted over Montana on Thursday and was finally shot down by a fighter jet near South Carolina on Saturday afternoon. The incident has only increased tensions between the U.S. and China during an already fraught period for the two superpowers. China had harsh words for the Biden administration following the shooting of the balloon. Their defense ministry on Sunday called the actions taken by the U.S. a clear overreaction and that the country now has the right to use necessary means to deal with similar situations. Additionally, China has claimed that the balloon was being used for research and meteorological purposes. The president is receiving praise from his allies and criticism from his opponents over his handling of the situation. Here's what House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had to say about the incident.
If you hadn't broken this story, the American public would not have even known. There was no attempt to notify Congress, no attempt to put together the Gang of Eight. I think this administration lacks urgency.
The bottom line here is that shooting down the surveillance balloon over water wasn't just the safest option, but it was the one that maximized our intelligence payload.
And Schumer also said that the Senate will receive a briefing on the balloon on February 15th in lieu of a previously scheduled classified briefing about China. NBC News is also reporting that House Republicans are in the early stages of a possible resolution condemning President Biden's handling of the balloon situation. Following this incident, it's expected that the topic of China will be a major component of President Biden's State of the Union address on Tuesday. Philip.
All right, the balloon may be down, but we have not heard the last about it. All right, Bree, thank you. The presidential primaries will look different next year for Democrats. In a major change, the party has decided that South Carolina will now be the first in the nation to have their say. But New Hampshire isn't giving up its spot without a fight. Here's NBC's Marissa Parra.
Those in favor of approving the report say aye.
An historic vote changing the way Democrats pick their presidential nominee, sending South Carolina into the spotlight as the party's new first-in-the-nation primary.
Thanks to all of you for this great decision that you have made today.
You may remember it was Clyburn's 2020 endorsement that revived President Biden's campaign. For the last 50 years, Democrats started with a caucus in Iowa and then a primary in New Hampshire. But after the 2020 Iowa caucus meltdown led to major delays in results, party leaders began debating if now was the time for change. States with predominantly white voters just simply didn't reflect the diverse Democratic base. Now, the party's new presidential primary calendar slated to start next February in South Carolina, followed by Nevada, New Hampshire days later, Georgia a week after that, and Michigan at month's end.
Just an acknowledgement that your voice, your experience matters.
But dissatisfaction coming from New Hampshire and Iowa. New Hampshire state law requires their primary be held a week before all the other states, a tradition they're not giving up without a fight.
You know, we've been going first since 1920, and no one gave us the right to vote, so I don't think anyone can take it away.
New Hampshire Senator Maggie Hassan doubled down on the challenge, tweeting, quote, regardless of the DNC vote, New Hampshire will go first, adding that the changes are, quote, deeply misguided.
Our thanks to Marissa for that report.
A disturbing allegation against controversial Congressman George Santos. A prospective congressional aide has accused Santos of sexual harassment. In a letter to the House Ethics Committee, Derek Myers claims Santos touched him inappropriately while they were in his office. He says this happened on January 25th when Myers was working as a volunteer. He alleges Santos asked whether he had an account on Grindr, called him buddy, and asked Myers to sit on the sofa next to him. That's when he alleges Santos touched his groin and told him his husband was out of town. A spokesperson for a ranking member of the Ethics Committee confirmed to NBC News that Myers' letter has been received and declined to comment further. NBC News has reached out to Santos but has not heard back. Myers told the New York Times he filed a report with the Capitol Police.
New on NBCNews.com, Biden administration officials are offering to brief top congressional leaders on what was in the classified documents that were found in the possession of President Biden, former President Trump, and former VP Mike Pence. That's according to two sources familiar with the discussions. The move could avert a looming standoff where some senators wanted to subpoena to DOJ for review of those documents. The briefing is expected to happen by the end of the week in front of top Senate and House leadership, as well as the Congressional Intelligence Committees.
The FAA is investigating a terrifying close call between two planes at Austin Airport. Authorities say the FedEx plane was cleared to land at the same time as Southwest Airlines jet was taking off. What made matters worse was a freezing fog Saturday morning that was so dense, officials issued a weather advisory. Luckily, the FedEx pilot was able to stop the landing less than 1,000 feet apart from the Southwest plane. This is the second high-profile close call in a month.
All right, let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking some wicked weather for us in the forecast. Good morning, Michelle. Good to see you.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. And yeah, we're tracking some wintry weather in portions of the Intermountain West. Good to see snowfall there. We're seeing the chance for freezing rain, even some snow in the northern plains. That will move off to the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes later on this afternoon. And then this slow-moving cold front is going to move off to the east as we head throughout tomorrow. We're going to see the chance for strong to severe storms in portions of Texas, Louisiana, even into Mississippi, and some really heavy rain falling in portions of the mid-Mississippi Valley. And then eventually this cold front will move further east as we head towards Wednesday. But we're going to see the chance for heavy rain, especially where you see those darker colors throughout Memphis, St. Louis, portions of the Missouri area, and also portions of the mid-Mississippi Valley. And ahead of this, we're looking at really warm temperatures. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at really warm temperatures. Big difference from last week. Temperatures into the upper 70s, some spots in the 80s in Texas, and above normal temperatures in the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast also, 50 in Philadelphia, 53 in D.C. All right, big difference in terms of the temperatures compared to the frigid temperatures last week. We'll take a look at that and also our week ahead in just a bit.
Drastic difference, right? Yeah. Michelle, thank you. Things are heating up as the Powerball jackpot explodes to $747 million. Nobody beat the odds on Saturday night and won the prize, so now the jackpot is the 9th largest in U.S. lottery history for tonight's drawing. Plus, the Mega Millions pot is at $31 million for Tuesday's draw.
The fatal police shooting of a double amputee sparks an outcry in Huntington Park. Today, the community braces for new video of the deadly interaction.
Plus, why the Memphis police are being investigated by the DOJ. We're back in 60 seconds.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Leading the news, new video is expected to be released today showing the deadly police shooting of double amputee Anthony Lowe Jr. Cell phone video appears to show Lowe fleeing officers in Huntington Park, California, but the footage does not show the seconds directly before the shooting. Police say Lowe stabbed a man with a foot-long knife and then threatened the officers. They also say they tried to use 2 tasers on Lowe. Lowe's family says he suffered from mental illness. They announced they will file a lawsuit against the city alleging wrongful death and civil rights violations. The officers involved have been placed on administrative leave as this investigation continues. The Huntington Park police say they do not wear body cameras, but they will release videos and audio that caught the incident from different angles.
There are also new developments in the death of Tyree Nichols and his beating by Memphis police. A 6th officer who was at the scene of Nichols' traffic stop has been fired. And the mayor of Memphis says the Department of Justice is reviewing the police department and its use of force policies. Members of Nichols' family are expected to attend the president's State of the Union address tomorrow night. The Congressional Black Caucus says Nichols' mother and stepfather accepted their invitation. Tyree was a skateboarder, and now Tony Hawk is trying to help honor that legacy. He and BMX rider Rick Thorne are selling signed photos and say how the proceeds will go towards creating a skate park in Nichols' honor.
Murphy Brown actor Charles Kimbrough has died, the AP reports. The 86-year-old played the straight-laced news anchor Jim Dial on all 10 seasons of the hit CBS sitcom, earning an Emmy nomination in 1990. He revisited the part in 3 episodes of the 2018 reboot. Kimbrough also had a Tony nomination to his name for his role in Company on Broadway. The actor's agency reporting that he died of natural causes in a hospital in Culver City, California on January 11th. Charles Kimbrough, dead at the age of 86.
A major jerk alert in Oregon led to an incredible rescue at sea. Last week, authorities were on the lookout for a man who was caught on camera here, leaving a dead fish on the front porch of the home that was used in the movie Goonies. Well, days later, the U.S. Coast Guard made a daring rescue of someone on an overturned yacht. Well, authorities identified the person as a suspect in their dead fish case and that the boat they responded to was actually stolen. The 35-year-old man was later arrested after he left the hospital following that rescue.
All right, we're going to turn up the heat here early today, coming up with the fiery Grammy performances and biggest wins from last night.
Plus, Beyonce fans are bracing for pre-sale. Will Renaissance cause a revolt at Ticketmaster?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Keep on loving, Chris, believer. Keep on believing. Sleepers, just stop believing. 'Cause it won't be so long.
Stevie Wonder brought the audience to a higher ground at the 65th Annual Grammy Awards, performing a medley of songs with Chris Stapleton and Smokey Robinson.
Trevor Noah hosted music's biggest night, and there were some groundbreaking moments at this year's Grammy Awards in Los Angeles. Global superstar Bad Bunny opened up the ceremony as the first performer of the night. He also took home Best Música Urbana album.
Sam graciously wanted me to accept this award because I'm the first transgender woman to win this award.
Kim Petras became the first transgender woman to win the Best Pop Duo Performance category for her song Unholy with Sam Smith. And the accolades just keep adding up for Viola Davis. The actress scored a legendary EGOT. She has now won an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony after winning for Best Audiobook for her memoir, Finding Me.
And Harry Styles rocked the stage performing his single As It Was, also nabbing Album of the Year. And Dr. Dre was presented with the inaugural Global Impact Award for his mark on the industry. The mogul's speech was followed by the 50th anniversary celebration of hip-hop, featuring performances from Run DMC, LL Cool J, and Missy Elliott. And Beyonce is not just breaking souls, she is smashing records. She is now the most winning artist in Grammy history with 32 awards.
She may be that girl, but will Ticketmaster break some souls today? Because pre-sale is beginning for Beyonce's Renaissance concert. It is her first solo tour since 2016. But after Taylor Swift's Ticketmaster meltdown, the Beehive could be in for a stinging disappointment. Demand was so high, you may remember, for Swift tickets that it crashed Ticketmaster's system, and eventually they had to halt sales completely. Well, this time, Ticketmaster is staggering sales based on city. So select members of Beyonce's official fan club received some access codes last night, and they'll be able to start purchasing tickets for shows in Group A, which includes Los Angeles, New Jersey, and Houston. And then Ticketmaster will repeat that process for those in Groups B and C.
I don't know.
They're trying to like a boarding group, I guess.
We will see if it works out that way. I feel for some of these fans, the anxiety that they must be feeling right now leading up to this.
Of course, the bots always seem to win, though.
They always. All right, severe storms churn across the U.S. Michelle's got your forecast next.
Plus, the trade sending shockwaves through the NBA.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Welcome back on this Monday. It's all about the welcome warmth in parts of the country. We're looking at the southern plains into temperatures in the 70s and 80s, especially in Texas. The southeast will be warm too. The mid-Atlantic above normal, the northeast too. Portions of Pennsylvania into D.C. We're looking at temperatures into the 40s. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're looking at rain in the portions of the middle of the country. We'll be right back.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not D.C. as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
After 4 years and 1 playoff series win, Kyrie Irving is moving on from the Nets. The 8-time All-Star was traded from Brooklyn to the Dallas Mavericks after asking for a trade late last week. While the trade hasn't been officially announced, a spokesperson for Irving confirmed to NBC News he has, in fact, been dealt to the Mavs.
Meanwhile, the NBA is suspending 3 players following a benches-clearing brawl. Mo Bamba of the Orlando Magic left the bench and got into an altercation with the Timberwolves' Austin Rivers in the third quarter on Friday. The league suspended Bamba 4 games and Rivers 3 for their roles in the fight. Orlando's Jalen Suggs also received a 1-game suspension after he grabbed Rivers and pulled him to the floor.
Super Bowl is 6 days away, but a Kansas City elementary school is already reading up on ways that they could beat Philadelphia. From our Kansas City affiliate, KSHB, Abby Dodge has more.
We're trying to figure out who is telling the story.
First grade teacher Kate Calvert,
good job,
is an expert at motivating her students.
That's a hard one.
He shared.
Good.
But when you get help from a whole team, they're unstoppable.
Everyone gets involved. You see every student wanting to win the challenge.
During the Chiefs' 2019 Super Bowl run, Kate had an idea. She huddled her students together to go head-to-head in a reading challenge against a school in the opposing city. The Chiefs and her classroom came home with a win that year.
Bragging rights. This is my 3rd reading challenge and I haven't lost yet, so I feel like I have a lot on the line.
And her students are behind her.
I like reading books at home, and it's fun. 2 books every day. I'm gonna read 6 because that's how old I am.
Why do you want to read so many books?
So we can beat the Eagles.
They're going into their playoffs with no doubts.
Because we have a lot of people in our classroom. Good.
Yeah.
Better than good.
Any edge you can get helps, so I jumped in off the bench.
Did you eat all your classmates? Eee! Cried Penelope.
The laughs are fun, but the bigger goal is forward progress. No lateral moves.
But it shows them that it's exciting and it's fun, and it gives them a new avenue to explore that. And big picture, we get more kids reading, and that's our future, and that's important.
But tackling the competition is nice, too.
Sure is. Thanks to Abby for that report. I am all for anything that gets people into football and reading.
And reading.
Yep.
You can't get that combination
Nope.
in any better form than that way, and having fun along with it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Thanks for kicking off your week with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Monday. Be safe out there.
Breaking overnight, a massive earthquake devastates Turkey and Syria. More than 600 people are dead. We are live with the rescue efforts just getting underway as we come on air.
Tensions soar after the U.S. guns down a Chinese spy balloon. The reaction from Beijing this morning as the Navy searches for answers in the debris.
Outrage spills into the streets of Los Angeles County after the police shooting of a double amputee. What we could learn from the new video due out today.
And what looks like the deal of a lifetime could be dangerous. The warning for anyone using online sites like Facebook Marketplace.
Anything but the same song and dance this year at the Grammys. The history made on music's biggest night. Let's kick off the week. Early Today starts right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking developments on the Chinese surveillance balloon shot down by the U.S. military on Saturday. Video from Sunday obtained by the Associated Press appears to show members of the U.S. Navy bringing the remains of the balloon to shore in North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. NBC News' Bree Jackson joins us now with more from Washington. And Bree, what's the latest on the situation as we enter a new week?
Good morning, Francis. Philip. Well, as we know, the Chinese surveillance balloon was first spotted over Montana Thursday and was finally shot down by a fighter jet near South Carolina on Saturday afternoon. The incident has only increased tensions between the U.S. and China during an already fraught period for the two superpowers. China had harsh words for the Biden administration following the takedown of the balloon. Their defense ministry on Sunday called the actions taken by the U.S. a clear overreaction, and that the country now has the right to use necessary means to deal with similar situations. Additionally, China has claimed that the balloon was being used for research and meteorological purposes. The president is receiving praise from his allies and criticism from his opponents over his handling of the situation. Here's what House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer had to say about the incident.
If you hadn't broken this story, the American public would not have even known. There was no attempt to notify Congress, no attempt to put together the Gang of Eight. I think this administration lacks urgency.
The bottom line here is that shooting down the surveillance balloon over water wasn't just the safest option, but it was the one that maximized our intelligence payload.
And Schumer also said that the Senate will receive a briefing on the balloon on February 15th in lieu of a previously scheduled classified briefing about China. NBC News is also reporting that House Republicans are in the early stages of a possible resolution condemning President Biden's handling of the balloon situation. Following this incident, it's expected that the topic of China will be a major component of Tuesday's State of the Union address. Francis.
Okay, Bree, thank you.
Rescuers are scrambling to find survivors in Turkey and Syria after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake rocked the region this morning. According to Turkish and Syrian officials, there are more than 600 people dead. For more on this, we turn to Claudio Lavanga, who joins us from Rome. Claudio, what's the latest?
Good morning, Philip. Well, the U.S. Geological Survey said that the epicenter of that 7.8 earthquake was located about 20 miles from Gaziantep, which is a town near the border with Syria, with devastating consequences in both countries. Now, as the search and rescue operation continues, the number of the dead and injured continues to rise. Let me just give you the latest. Let me read you the latest. From Turkey, the vice president said that 284 people died, more than 2,300 were injured, and more than 1,700 buildings collapsed. Similar situation in Syria. Well, the health ministry confirmed that 237 people died, 639 were injured, and again, a lot of buildings collapsed, which is why authorities fear that the number of dead and injured may rise in the coming hours. The earthquake was so strong that it was felt in neighboring countries like Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan, and Israel. Back to you, Philip, Francis.
All right, Claudio Lavanga reporting from Rome this morning. Claudio, thank you.
New video is expected to be released today by police in Huntington Park, California, that could provide new details about what led to the fatal shooting of a double amputee. Protesters have been demanding answers and accountability. NBC's Dana Griffin has more, and a warning some viewers may find footage in a report disturbing.
Outrage in Los Angeles County as the city of Huntington Park awaits the release of new surveillance video showing the deadly police shooting of 36-year-old Anthony Lowe Jr.
We've got to find a way to hold the police, the sheriff department accountable.
The wheelchair-bound double amputee was shot roughly 10 times by Huntington Park police during this encounter on January 26th, captured in this grainy cell phone video. It shows Lowe attempting to flee from officers while holding what appears to be a large knife. Another angle shows officers approaching with their guns drawn, one flinching before they start firing. You can hear the sounds of gunshots as a vehicle obstructs the full view. Before the shooting, officers say Lowe stabbed a man with a 12-inch butcher knife. Lowe allegedly threatened to advance or throw the knife at the officers, who say they then deployed 2 separate tasers but were ineffective. Police said after Lowe's continued advances, officers opened fire.
They treated my cousin like he was the animal.
The officers seen in the video have been placed on paid administrative leave, pending the investigation. On Friday, the family announced they would be filing a lawsuit against the city, alleging wrongful death and civil rights violations.
You can tell that he was in fear for his life. You know, he had no legs. It could have been handled any other way.
According to police officers, do not wear body cameras. The Huntington Park Police Department tells us they plan to release various videos and audio that caught the incident from different angles. Back to you.
Dana, thank you.
There are also new developments in the death of Tyree Nichols and his beating by Memphis police. A sixth officer who was at the scene of Nichols' traffic stop has been fired. And the mayor of Memphis says the Department of Justice is reviewing the police department and its use of force policies. Members of Nichols' family are expected to attend the president's State of the Union address tomorrow night. The Congressional Black Caucus says Nichols' mother and stepfather accepted their invitation. Tyree was a skateboarder, and Tony Hawk is trying to help honor that legacy. He and BMX rider Rick Thorne are selling signed photos and say that half of the proceeds will go toward creating a skate park in Nichols' honor.
Breaking news from eastern Ohio, where burning tanks full of toxic chemicals could blow up days after a train derailment. Officials are warning that the risk for a major explosion and leak is high. Megan Fitzgerald reports.
A toxic threat looming over this eastern Ohio community just outside Pittsburgh. The volatile and dangerous scene forcing first responders and investigators to stay back as they try to determine how this happened and why.
We have obtained 2 videos which show preliminary indications of mechanical issues on one of the rail car axles.
Some 2,000 residents ordered to evacuate, and sheriff's deputies are still going door to door, urging residents to get out.
I can't stress enough that if you are in the evacuation zone, you need to leave.
NTSB investigators now say 20 train cars were carrying hazardous materials, 10 of which derailed, though they aren't sure which cars, if any, have been compromised.
I saw this big, huge flame. A police car came up and said, evacuate, evacuate, evacuate.
The massive fire still smoldering as fears grow around dangerous chemicals that were on board. The NTSB says 5 of the cars that derailed were carrying vinyl chloride, which is associated with an increased risk of certain cancers. Officials say air quality and the water supply, which are being monitored, remain safe. But the Ohio EPA says some material entered local waterways before containment measures were in place.
We are not aware of any elevated readings that we would anticipate to have impact to human health.
A state of emergency is still in effect, forcing businesses and schools to remain closed.
We are still not conducting any on-scene operations. It's still too volatile of an area.
Megan Fitzgerald, NBC News.
No one won the Powerball jackpot on Saturday night, so that means the prize has now grown to $747 million. Tonight's drawing will be the 9th largest jackpot in U.S. lottery history. The Mega Millions pot, meanwhile, is at a measly $31 million.
Now to a cross-country storm brewing in the west. Let's check in with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who is tracking the latest. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. And yeah, we're tracking some wintry weather, especially in the Intermountain West. We're going to see heavy snow falling, some wind as well, and also watching a long stretching cold front from portions of the northern plains into the south. We're going to see the chance for freezing rain and rain in the northern plains. That's going to move off to the upper Midwest and also parts of the Great Lakes as we head throughout the afternoon and evening hours. Then this cold front will move off to the east as we're looking at rain falling from the Ohio Valley into portions of the southern plains. It could be heavy at times too throughout the mid-Mississippi Valley. Also watching the chance for some strong to severe storms along the Texas coast, Louisiana, and even into Mississippi. Then Wednesday into the northeast, we're going to see that rain falling. We're also looking at the chance of heavy rain where you see the heavier, the brighter colors. That's where we're seeing the chance for the heavy rain. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year. A welcome relief compared to the frigid air last week. We're looking at temperatures in the 70s and 80s in Texas, and then above average too in the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. Temperatures into the 50s in Philadelphia. All right, guys, it was so cold last week in the southern plains. A big warm up this week. We'll talk more about that coming up.
We'll be ready for it. Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Yeah.
We are back in 1 minute with new disturbing allegations against George Santos.
Plus, an off-duty officer shot during a Facebook marketplace robbery.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Leading the news, a disturbing allegation against controversial Congressman George Santos. A prospective congressional aide has accused Santos of sexual harassment. In a letter to the House Ethics Committee, Derek Myers claims Santos touched him inappropriately while they were in his office. He says this happened on January 25th when Myers was working as a volunteer. He alleges Santos asked whether he had an account on Grindr, called him buddy, and asked Myers to sit on the sofa next to him. That's when he alleges Santos touched his groin and told him that his husband was out of town. A spokesperson for the ranking member of the Ethics Committee confirmed to NBC News that Myers' letter has been received and declined to comment further. NBC News has reached out to Santos but has not heard back. Myers told the New York Times he filed a report with the Capitol Police.
A New York City police officer is fighting for his life after a sale through Facebook Marketplace turned violent. The incident sparking new concerns about online resale. Our Emily Ikeda looks at how to stay safe.
The NYPD combing for clues after a Facebook Marketplace transaction involving one of their own turned violent.
He is currently fighting for his life.
Police say an off-duty officer alongside a relative arranged to meet a seller in Brooklyn Saturday to buy a car advertised on the social media platform.
Almost immediately, the suspect displayed a gun and announced a robbery. There was an exchange of gunfire where the off-duty officer was struck.
Now, a sprawling manhunt for the shooter is underway as the 26-year-old father, shot in the head, remains in critical condition.
So this can happen to an officer. It can happen to anyone.
The botched holdup further fueling safety concerns around increasingly popular peer-to-peer platforms like OfferUp, Craigslist, and Facebook Marketplace, which gets more than 1 billion visits monthly. Facebook did not respond to NBC News' request for comment.
Anytime there's new technology that can be used for a good purpose, it can be exploited for a bad purpose as well.
It happened 19 times within just a few months in Chicago, police say. Suspects luring in would-be buyers with online listings for motorbikes and all-terrain vehicles to then steal their belongings at the meetup. Experts say bad actors are more likely to target high-end items. Earlier this year, police near Los Angeles arrested 3 people for robbing an OfferUp seller of their Rolex. And a Facebook Marketplace sale of a car went wrong on camera in Houston.
Are we seeing an increase in these kinds of robberies?
There's a spike across the country.
More police departments now marking their precincts as safe exchange zones and underscoring the importance of being mindful of where you're meeting up.
Look at the time. Is it a well-lit lot? Is it a place where there are many people?
To help ensure your safety when utilizing these online marketplaces, keep in mind, if a deal sounds too good to be true, it probably is. And don't forget, there are lots of safety features built into some of these different platforms. Facebook Marketplace, for instance, allows you to create a meeting plan within the app that you then can send and share with friends and family to help keep tabs on your exchange. Back to you.
Hey, Emily, thank you.
Still to come, blown out of the water. Avatar gets dethroned at the box office after 7 weeks.
Plus, eggflation, why it may not be all it's cracked up to be. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick unscrambles it all for us.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Avatar knocked off its throne. M. Night Shyamalan's newest movie, Knock at the Cabin, topped the box office with just over $14 million. 80 for Brady opened in second place with $12.5 million, while the Avatar sequel fell to number 3 after 8 weeks on the top.
All right, let's get a check now on how the markets are looking as we start this new week with a big speech from the Fed head expected tomorrow. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick joins us now. Good morning, Steve.
Very good morning, Philip. Good morning, Francis. We'll get to your egg puns in a few moments, Francis. But yeah, look, the markets last week had a bit of a sobering time towards the end of the week. They lost a little bit of ground, and I'm looking at the futures now for the major US indices, all called around about 4/10 low at the moment. And this is after, actually, we had way better than expected jobs figures at the tail end of the week. 517,000 jobs created in the January payroll. And I can tell you that the market didn't see that coming, and as such, think that interest rates might be high higher for longer, and as such, that's potentially a negative for the markets. But as you quite rightly said, Philip, the key event of the week in what is a light data week after a busy week last week is Jay Powell speaking in Washington on Tuesday. Now, good news for all of those who love an egg, and I love an egg at breakfast as well. Prices are finally dropping. Now, we'll all recall stories where they've gone up because of avian flu concerns, because of inflation concerns, the transportation, the feed costs. But now wholesale prices in the Midwestern market have fallen 58 cents to $3.29 a dozen at the end of January. And that will eventually feed through into consumer price as well. But all those hoping that we're going to get $1.50 a dozen again anytime soon, I'm afraid that is a forlorn hope. But at least they're moving down at long last. Back to you both.
That is a good sign. $1.50, though. That does seem from a time that might not be coming back. All right. Steve, thank you.
Michelle's tracking some wicked weather in the forecast. She'll tell you where next.
Plus, Beyonce fans are bracing for pre-sale. Will Renaissance cause a revolt at Ticketmaster?
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle. New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Monday. We've a welcome warm-up in portions of the southern plains. Temperatures into the upper 70s, the low 80s in Texas. Big difference from the frigid air last week. We're going to be warm also along the Gulf Coast into the southeast, the mid-Atlantic into the northeast, well above normal for this time of year. We do have wintry weather in the Intermountain West, heavy snow, also some wind. And looking at the chance for rain, freezing rain, a mixture of snow and rain in portions of the northern plains. That will move off into the upper Great Lakes, the upper Midwest as we head throughout the afternoon and evening hours. You need the umbrella on Wednesday in portions of the southern plains. We'll have rain stretching from the Ohio Valley into the southern plains. Could see some strong storms in Texas. And then we're looking at more snow in the Intermountain West by Friday, looking at that rain into portions of the Northeast. Back to you guys.
Hey, thank you, Michelle. Up next, we are turning up the heat on early today with the fiery Grammy performances and biggest wins from last night. Keep it right here on Early Today on a Monday morning.
First transgender woman to win this award.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Keep on loving, Chris, believer. Keep on believing. Sleepers, just stop believing. 'Cause your morning's long.
Stevie Wonder brought the audience to a higher ground at the 65th Annual Grammy Awards, performing a medley of songs with Chris Stapleton and Smokey Robinson.
Trevor Noah hosted music's biggest night in Los Angeles, and this year's Grammys provided some groundbreaking moments.
Sam graciously wanted me to accept this award because I'm the first transgender woman to win this award.
Kim Petras became the first transgender woman to win the Best Pop Duo performance for her song Unholy with Sam Smith. Meanwhile, global superstar Bad Bunny opened up the show as the first performer of the night. He also took home Best Música Urbana album. The accolades just keep adding up for Viola Davis. The actress scored the legendary EGOT. She now has an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony after winning for Best Audiobook for her memoir, Finding Me.
Harry Styles rocked the stage performing his single As It Was, also nabbing Album of the Year. And Dr. Dre was presented with the inaugural Global Impact Award for his mark on the industry. The mogul's speech was followed by the 50th anniversary celebration of hip-hop, featuring performances from Run DMC, LL Cool J, and Missy Elliott. And Beyonce is not just breaking souls, she is smashing records. She is now the most winning artist in Grammy history with 32 awards.
Well, she may be that girl, but will Ticketmaster break some souls of their own today? That is because pre-sale is beginning for Beyonce's Renaissance Tour. It is her first solo tour since 2016, but after Taylor Swift's Ticketmaster meltdown, the Beehive could be in for a stinging disappointment. Demand was so high for Swift tickets, you may remember, it crashed Ticketmaster's system, and eventually they had to halt sales. This time, Ticketmaster is staggering sales based on city. Select members of Beyonce's official fan club received some access codes last night, so they'll be able to start buying tickets for shows in Group A. That includes Los Angeles, New Jersey, and Houston. And then Ticketmaster is going to repeat that process for those in Groups B and C. You'll see if this strategy works.
I really want to be optimistic, especially for the fans, the younger fans who so are dying to go and having their strategy. But, you know, when it comes to those bots.
We'll believe it when we see it.
I hope so.
Yep.
Thanks for waking up with Early today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Coming up on the Today Show, Grandmaster Flash talks hip-hop.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Zinclea Savoy in for Savannah Sellers. Breaking news overnight. We're following a developing tragedy in the Middle East. At least 1,300 people are now confirmed dead this morning after a pair of high-magnitude earthquakes rocked parts of Turkey and Syria, with even more fatalities feared buried underneath the rubble. We've got international reaction this morning as search and rescue operations are underway. Tensions rising between Washington and Beijing after the U.S. shot down a Chinese surveillance balloon high above the Carolina coast over the weekend. One top Republican now criticizing President Biden over his response to the incident. We've got that interview and what it all means for America's white-hot relationship with China. Also this morning, a close call at Austin's International Airport. That's now the subject of a federal investigation. Two planes bound for the same runway at the same time. How one pilot's razor-sharp instinct helped skirt disaster. Plus, Hive Mind, fresh off her record-breaking night at the Grammys, the first batch of tickets for Beyonce's latest world tour are set to hit the market today. But will we see a repeat of Ticketmaster's Taylor Swift debacle? I am holding my breath, hoping that is not.
Are you trying to get your tickets today?
I'm trying to get my tickets today, Joe. So fingers crossed.
Let's hope the Beehive can get in without, getting stung or whatever.
Yes,
All
amen,
right.
amen. But we begin this morning with breaking news out of Turkey and Syria.
Overnight, two massive earthquakes struck southeastern Turkey. Their magnitude 7.8 and 7.6. The quakes caused widespread devastation and a catastrophic loss of life, both in Turkey and across the border in northern Syria. The combined death toll now stands at more than 1,300, according to officials in both countries. It is a staggering figure, one that is expected to rise as search and rescue efforts continue. Let's get right out to NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald with the very latest. So, Megan, this is just a huge disaster that's unfolding right now in two countries. Let's talk about the situation in Turkey, where the epicenter is. How are rescue operations going there?
Joe, good morning. Good to be with you. This is an absolutely dire and certainly devastating situation. As you mentioned, the death toll just continues to soar right now, soaring past 1,000 in both countries, where thousands of more are feared to be injured. This is something that Turkey has not seen in more than 100 years, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake, the largest that they have ever seen. So you can imagine the devastation. The pictures that are coming in are just incredible. Buildings collapse, people trapped underneath the rubble, first responders rushing to the scene, trying to pull people out, the chaotic situation where people are screaming for their family members that they can't locate, all while first responders are telling people to remain silent so that they can listen to the cries for help of people that are trapped beneath the rubble as they work to try and pull them out and rush them to safety. We know also that we've seen toddlers and children being pulled from the rubble, passed from first responder to first responder. First responders are doing everything they can to try and save people, but the entire world is watching what is no doubt a humanitarian crisis unfold.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind, this quake hit in an area that is home to millions of Syrian refugees. How are we hearing as far as Syria coping with this tragedy? How are they coping with it?
Yeah, Joe, it's absolutely devastating. As you mentioned, this is an earthquake that hit, and then, of course, another one that hit in the middle of the night when people were sleeping. We know that Syrian officials have activated the military from all across the country to rush to the northern part of the country to try and help. A similar scene to what we're seeing in Turkey, where buildings have collapsed, homes in rubble. It's a race against time, essentially, to try and pull people from the rubble to try and save their lives. We're hearing from a spokesperson for the Syrian Civil Defense who has this desperate plea to the world to try and help his people. I want you to listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
It's a very difficult task for us. We need help. We need the international community to do something to help us, to support us. Northwest Syria now, it's a disaster area. We need help from everyone to save our people.
Yeah, on the verge of tears. I mean, you can just listen to the desperation in his voice as they are now calling on the world to rush in because, again, this is a race against time as people are trapped beneath the rubble. And, of course, keep in mind that this is in the depths of winter. We've already heard from Turkey talking about how that has impacted the ability of first responders to respond in some instances. So, again, Joe, just a dire situation unfolding.
Yeah, Megan, I mean, we hear those pleas for help from the international community. We know reaction is pouring in from the international community so far.
Yeah.
No doubt more help will be coming. That includes, reaction from the White House. What are we hearing there?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The White House putting out a statement that I'm going to read shortly. But we've also heard from the president of Turkey, President Erdogan, saying that some 45 countries have reached out and they continue to reach out, offering help with search and rescue. Everything from countries like India to Germany and Poland, even war-torn Ukraine. President Zelensky offering his assistance as well, doing everything they can to try and help the people of Turkey. I want to read for you this statement from the White House. Jake Sullivan putting out the statement. He says, quote, "We stand ready to provide any and all needed assistance. President Biden has directed U.S. aid and other federal government partners to assess U.S. response options to help those most affected. We will continue to closely monitor the situation in coordination with the government of Turkey." Now, it certainly stands out the fact that Syria was not mentioned here. It's unclear as to what help, if any, the U.S. will provide to Turkey and its allies. Of course, that is something that we'll be watching. But again, the world is watching a humanitarian crisis unfold, Joe.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald on this breaking news, the tragedy in Turkey and Syria. Megan, thank you.
Also this morning, U.S. Navy ships are searching for remnants of the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down Saturday off the coast of South Carolina. President Biden directed the military to take it down over the weekend, officially ending the week-long saga. The high-altitude surveillance tool was first detected on January 28th in Alaska. Its path eventually crossed over into Montana, then southeast across the U.S. and into the Carolinas, flying over sensitive military sites along the way. Republicans blasted the president's handling of the situation, saying the balloon should have been shot down much sooner, while administration officials say the president's actions weaken China's surveillance capabilities. Senators are scheduled to receive a briefing on the balloon on February 15th. So for more, we are joined by NBC News correspondent George Solis from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. George, good morning. Can you just take us through the latest on the recovery effort right there and how long it could take to recover all these pieces of the balloon?
Yeah, good morning, Zing Clay. Well, we can expect that more Navy divers and recovery ships will be out searching that 7-mile debris field here off the coast of the Carolinas. We know that a lot of this debris fell in about 47 feet of water, which is much better than what the Pentagon had expected. They actually thought a lot of this debris was going to fall in deeper water. And of course, right now, the concern from across the Carolinas as some of this debris is expected to wash up on shore, it's making sure that people do not mess with it, do not take it home. That includes the tourists and the locals that live here, because of course doing so could mean that you are interfering with a federal investigation. As for some of the debris that is collected here, well, we are hearing that it will be taken to Quantico in Virginia for further FBI analysis. Guys?
And George, now that the balloon is actually down out of the sky, what's the process for examining the remains, and how much does the intelligence community expect to actually learn from this?
Yeah, quite a bit, frankly. I mean, they're looking for those pieces of the balloon debris as well as any equipment that might have been on board that, of course, will shed light on any of the Chinese spying capabilities. So it's so crucial for crews to recover as much of this debris as possible. Even a small little part could obviously lead to some of the more nuance of what was on board this spy balloon. And it is worth noting that the government does expect there to be some evidence and some equipment of gear on board that balloon that was capable of taking some high quality photos, I should say. Clay?
A lot to watch there. George Solis, thank you so much.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News military analyst and former deputy commander of the United States European Command, Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. Thank you so much for joining us. So a couple of questions here. What do you think the U.S. is going to learn as the military recovers the remnants of this balloon? And do you think the balloon was really able to gather any intelligence that China couldn't gather with its spy satellites?
Yeah, good to be with you this morning. I think what the military is doing now, they want to ensure that they get every single inch of this technology so they can take it back to the Quantico lab, exploit it, do forensics on it to see whether or not it was signal intelligence or whether it was some other type of intelligence that will allow the Chinese to glean more than they can glean than from the satellites that they have currently watching us now. What I will tell you is it's hard for me to believe that this balloon can do more than their satellite technology. Perhaps maybe this balloon was used to look at pattern of life on our silos, number, training capabilities we have. We just don't know yet. And so let's give this investigation time, and we'll probably see whether or not this is some advanced technology that the Chinese have more than what their satellites can provide.
We now know this is not the first time something like this has happened. Balloons have passed over the U.S. several times, including during the Trump administration. What, if anything, do you think made this one different?
Well, the biggest difference is it broke U.S. airspace, and as you know, it stayed in U.S. airspace for about 7 days. So the audacity of the Chinese to break U.S. airspace tells us something, that they really want to take a hard look at what we have. As you know, it started basically sitting over Montana, and we have some very sensitive sites there. So it tells me that they're really looking at our nuclear capability and perhaps trying to figure out our triad in our nuclear response capabilities.
Let's talk big picture here. I mean, from Taiwan to concerns over TikTok, we know U.S. and China relations have been very tense recently. Secretary of State Antony Blinken canceled his planned trip to Beijing in the wake of this balloon drama. And just last month, U.S. four-star Air Force General Mike Minihan warned he expects the U.S. is going to be at war with China in 2025. I mean, in your mind, how realistic is that?
Well, what I will tell you is that there's plenty of competition and mutual distrust between both countries right now. But what we can't do is allow this to spill over into conflict. You're looking at the two largest economies in the world. You're looking at the two largest militaries in the world. And so it's very important that we keep dialogue open given the things that have occurred. And so I expect us to work through this. This is a huge bump on the Chinese, but at the end of the day, we have to keep the dialogue open because world economies depend on us in this dialogue. To also, world military depend on us in this dialogue as well.
All right, Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
And that downed Chinese spy balloon dominated the conversation on Meet the Press yesterday. Here's Chuck Todd introducing his exclusive interview with Congressman Mike Turner.
Hello there, Joe and Zinkley. This week on Meet the Press, I spoke with the Republican Congressman Mike Turner. He's chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, a member of that so-called Gang of Eight in Congress, to discuss the Chinese spy balloon that floated across the U.S. before being shot down off the Carolina coast. Take a look at what he had to say.
You know, clearly the president taking it down over the Atlantic is sort of like the quarterback, sort of like tackling the quarterback after the game is over. The satellite had completed its mission. This should never have been allowed to enter the United States, and it never should have been allowed to complete its mission. If you ask somebody to draw an X at every place where our sensitive missile defense sites, our nuclear weapons infrastructure, our nuclear weapons sites are, you would put them all along this path. Clearly, this was an attempt by China to gather information to defeat our command and control of our sensitive missile defense and nuclear weapon sites, and that certainly is an urgency that this administration does not recognize.
Do you think we should have a policy that just anything that enters our airspace that's a balloon from China gets shot down immediately?
Well, first off, you have to understand this administration didn't just fail here. They failed to prepare after the first time this happened during this administration. The administration's already admitted, which I've been briefed on, that China has done this before in the continental United States during this president's tenure.
When did that happen?
You have to let them release it. I can't release classified information, but they can tell you.
We also briefed on there was apparently 2 or 3 incidents in the previous administration as well.
Well, that's what they're saying now, but I think that the administration needs to come forward, because this is not an ability to say that this is a crisis that was handed to them. This is a crisis that has developed as a result of this president during his administration, allowing China to do a similar act before, not responding, and then clearly in this one, not seeing the urgency of what was unfolding.
You can see a lot more of my full interview and more at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every weekday at 4 p.m.
Chuck Todd, thank you so much. The Biden administration's handling of the suspected Chinese spy balloon is just one of the things on the minds of Americans as the president prepares for his second State of the Union address. So what can we expect tomorrow night? NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now with the preview. So Carol, good morning. What do we expect to see be some of the president's main talking points?
Joe, I think one of the main things that you're going to hear from the president tomorrow night is sort of a laundry list of all the things that he has already accomplished. So one of the things officials say the president wants to do is to communicate to the American people that he's gotten things done in his first 2 years. This comes ahead of a period of time in the second half of his term where the White House is not expecting to get a lot of things done with the House Republicans having control. And so he's going to talk about infrastructure bill, his semiconductors manufacturing here in the United States bill, both of which had bipartisan support, and then other bills that Democrats passed by themselves that the president will make the case have helped the economy, that the economic data is trending in the right direction. The challenge the president has with that is that Americans aren't really feeling it, and it's not bearing fruit in his approval numbers. So he's going to try to get Americans to understand what he's done and try to make this case that he is working for them and that they will start to feel the benefits more and more as the year goes on.
Let's talk more about Americans not feeling it. President Biden's State of the Union comes at a time when confidence is low, and we're looking ahead, of course, to the 2024 presidential election. A new poll from the Washington Post and ABC News finds 62% of Americans say they would be dissatisfied or angry if President Biden were reelected in 2024. Only 37% right now approve of his handling of the economy. So, I mean, the stakes are pretty high. What message does the president need to send to Americans during this crucial time? I mean, does the White House feel the pressure here?
They definitely do, and this is the largest audience the president is going to have the entire year, that millions and millions of Americans tune in. And so this is an opportunity as well as a challenge for him. But the opportunity from the White House's perspective is for the president to try to move those numbers. And the way that the White House hopes that he can do that is to talk about the things that the president has gotten done to try to convince Americans, 44% of whom don't approve of his performance in office right now, according to the NBC News poll recently. And so what he's going to do is try to lay out why he is taking the economy, in particular, on the right track. Take a listen to Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, talk about this yesterday.
There are so many accomplishments to talk about, and many of those accomplishments happened on a bipartisan basis. Record low unemployment, lowest we've had in more than 50 years. Right now, inflation is going down along with unemployment. We're talking about the most jobs created under any president in this period. The president's going to be going into this State of the Union speech with a context of extraordinary, historic accomplishment.
So here's the other thing the president has to do, Joe, tomorrow, and this is all also bears out in polling, and that is show Americans that he is up for the job, that he has the energy, that he can get through this speech and not make many mistakes. There's real questions about his age that Americans have, including a lot of Democrats. And so that's something that the country's also going to be watching for. How does he perform? How does he execute on this?
Yeah, it's not just about the content, but also the optics as well. Carol Lee, thanks for that preview. Appreciate it. And we're going to have full team coverage of President Biden's State of the Union address tomorrow night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now.
Now let's turn to the greatest night in music, the 65th annual Grammy Awards. Last night, celebrities packed the house to celebrate some of the biggest names nominated for top honors from the Recording Academy.
Puerto Rican star Bad Bunny started off the night, which also included tributes to the stars we lost in 2022. Female artists made history in several categories, and some of hip-hop's most legendary stars, many of them appeared for an iconic tribute celebrating half a century of the genre.
That's right. Rania Niftos joins us now for more on our Grammy recap. She is a Billboard staff writer and was on the red carpet last night. So thank you for waking up early to be with us and answer our questions. So Rania, walk us through some of the top moments of the night. What were you excited to see, and what did you make of the winner of the Album of the Year category, which of course everyone has their eyes on?
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible night. I think it was really representative of where music is going as a whole. I was incredibly excited to see Beyonce finally win the most awards, most Grammy Awards of any artist in history. It is beyond deserved, especially as Renaissance was such a it was such a cultural album, and it made such an impact, and it blended genres seamlessly, and it opened up this idea that you don't have to be pigeonholed into one box, especially when someone loves, when the people love you a certain way. You don't have to stay that way. You can grow. You can try dance. You can try progressive R&B. You can stay traditional R&B. And she really showed us that she is an icon, the artist of our time. I was really hoping that she would win our Album of the Year, but of course it went to Mr. Harry Styles, which I am admittedly a huge fan of. And Harry, of course, also deserved it, just because, as it was such a historic, well, I think it's the fourth longest Hot 100 #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. So he, of course, made such an impact with that album as well.
Let's talk about another highlight of the show. I mean, the beauty of the Grammys is it's like a dream concert where all your favorite performers from the past year get together and perform. And that included this tribute to 50 years of hip hop. How did the Grammys go about honoring the legacy of the genre? I mean, who all was there? It might be easier to ask who wasn't there, but who was there and what was the response to this?
I mean, I think this was the most beautiful part of the night. We had everyone from Grandmaster Flash to LL Cool J to Salt and Pepper to Queen Latifah. And then you had modern day artists. We had, Lil Baby, Lil Uzi Vert, Glorilla, like all these people come together under one roof to celebrate the past, present, and future of hip hop. And we talked to a bunch of these people on the red carpet. We talked to Nelly, we talked to Salt and Pepper, and everybody had the same beautiful sentiment that for such a long time, hip hop, rap was almost kind of outlawed in the mainstream music scene, but now they're really showing that they're here to stay. They're not going anywhere. And if anything, they've contributed to other genres so prominently. And yeah, it's just a celebration of how important hip hop is in our culture.
And Rania, briefly here, we have to end on Beyonce because, to your point, most Grammy wins ever. So what is her legacy? How are we going to remember her, even being shut out of Album of the Year?
Oh, man. I mean, where do we begin? I think we are going to remember her as someone who just seamlessly flows through time. And she went from Destiny's Child with incredible, groundbreaking female group that, blended harmonies with songwriting. And then she took it upon herself and proved that even on her own, she is an insane performer, songwriter, fashion icon. She can literally do it all. And no matter what she puts out, she doesn't disappoint. She stays taking inspiration from history of the past, and she's the best, and she deserves to be the most awarded artist in history.
Truly a Renaissance woman. Rania Niftos, thank you so much.
Of course.
And now to weather. The East Coast could see more storm systems headed its way.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman's with us this morning with your Morning News Now forecast. Hey there, Michelle.
Good morning. Great to see you both. And yeah, we're watching some storms in some parts of the country today, some winter weather, but a really big welcome warm up in portions of the southern plains. Temperatures 20 to 30 degrees above normal for this time of year. And we're going to see temperatures in Texas into the upper 70s to low 80s. So a big difference from the frigid air they had last week. Let's start with the winter weather, though. We're looking at wintry weather moving through portions of the Intermountain West. We're going to see heavy snow falling, also wind. And then we're looking at a cold front stretching from portions of the northern plains into the southern plains. We're going to see snow, rain, freezing rain also in portions of the northern plains. That's mainly this morning, and then by this afternoon, this evening, seeing a mixture of rain and snow in portions of the upper Midwest, also the upper Great Lakes. This is going to move slowly to the east as we head throughout the next few days. So we're looking by tomorrow into the Ohio Valley with some rain, heavy rain falling throughout portions of the mid-Mississippi Valley and the southern plains. You could see some strong to severe storms. That mainly would be in portions of Texas, into Louisiana, also into portions of Mississippi. The best chance, though, would be in portions of Texas and also Louisiana, where we could see some strong storms, even a few tornadoes there. By Wednesday, those showers slowly shifting into the Mississippi Valley. We could see up to 3 to 4 inches of rain. So heavy rain falling, especially where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, also the yellows. This is where we're expecting the severe weather threat tomorrow. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail, also a tornado or two is possible, and that is mainly in parts of Texas and Louisiana. And there's a bullseye for that heavy rain, Poplar Bluff, Memphis, Little Rock. Again, the darker colors indicating where we expect that heavy rain falling. So really stretching from the Ohio Valley. And we'll end it here because this is good news. We are welcoming this relief in terms of that warm weather. Houston 75, 12 degrees above what is typical for this time of year, and warm too in Nashville. Back to you guys.
All right, drastic difference from just a couple days ago. All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, another close call on the tarmac here in the U.S. 2 planes bound for the same runway at the same time. Ahead, more on the pilot who averted disaster and the federal investigation now underway.
Plus, where things stand in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. As the second full week of testimony kicks off today, we will be right back.
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. An FAA investigation is underway after a near collision was averted at Austin's airport over the weekend. Authorities say a FedEx cargo plane and a Southwest Airlines flight were cleared to use the same runway at the same time. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains how one pilot's quick instincts help prevent a potential disaster.
In Austin, an airport crisis caught just in time, starting when a FedEx flight approached early Saturday morning.
Confirm FedEx 1432 Heavy, clear to land on 18 left. FedEx 1432 Heavy, that is affirmative. 18 left, you are clear to land. Traffic departing crossing route to 737.
That radio traffic now critical evidence due to what happened next. The FAA saying before the FedEx aircraft was due to land, the controller cleared Southwest Flight 708 to depart from the same runway. Potentially complicating matters, a freezing fog so dense, officials had issued a weather advisory.
There's no visibility, so you can't see the other airplanes.
Aviation expert John Cox says conditions were flyable, but warranted caution. And as the two planes grew dangerously close, you can hear someone tell Southwest to stop.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
On the go, meaning the FedEx pilot cut the landing short, pulling the plane into a climb for safety.
How differently could this have played out without the caution of that FedEx crew?
Had the FedEx crew not initiated a go-around, these airplanes would have been potentially very close or even possibly collided.
At New York's JFK Airport, a similar close call just weeks ago.
Delta 1943, cancel takeoff clearance.
An American Airlines flight forced a Delta jet to abort takeoff after somehow crossing the same runway. American promising a full internal investigation. And at Newark, on Friday, a Boeing 787 clipped wings with a United flight as it left the gate. No one was hurt, but the FAA says the impact snapped off a small piece of the wing.
And we've learned both the NTSB and the FAA are investigating this incident here at Austin Airport. Of course, they're going to be looking at those flight data recorders, but also that radio traffic, which will be critical in showcasing who knew what and when. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Austin.
Morgan, thank you. And the second full week of the Alec Murdaugh trial gets underway today. The former South Carolina lawyer accused of killing his wife and son.
Last week, we saw evidence and testimony about where the prosecution says Murdaugh could have been on the night of the murders. Murdaugh has maintained that he was nowhere near the scene of the crime. Our legal analyst, Danny Savalos, joins us now with the latest on the trial. So first of all, it's Monday morning, so let's catch folks up on what happened Friday. Were there any big bombshells there?
We had some ballistic experts, which might have been a wash. Now, the defense last week cross-examined this expert and rather challenged the underlying science itself. That leads me to believe they may not have an expert of their own. When you challenge that science, it's a little weird to put on your own expert in the same science. But really most interesting to me is the out-of-jury hearing on the financial records. I know we've talked about this before, and in a way, I think the prosecution is making a misstep. They may benefit if they lose this motion, and I don't blame them. Prosecutors have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt, so they're often they have a tendency to overkill, to load on the evidence. And this is an example of what I think might be a problem. You bring in that financial evidence, and the prosecution's theory becomes this guy had all these financial problems, therefore he thought he would get sympathy by killing his wife and child. I can see jurors saying, what? And I almost sense that in your face, that you might be thinking the same thing, that they might do better by just putting in all the circumstantial evidence. We've got these shell casings, they can cross-examine it, but this whole idea that someone would be worried and would want to garner sympathy by killing his wife and kid, bananas.
And Danny, you mentioned circumstantial evidence, so let's talk about it, because I know that during cross-examination it was brought up about potential missteps in preserving the crime scene, and they've also relied a lot on circumstantial evidence. So how is this playing into this case?
There's a common misunderstanding that circumstantial evidence is somehow bad evidence, and it's often more airtight than direct evidence. Direct evidence is just eyewitness testimony. I saw someone shoot the sheriff, right? But eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable. Our memories fade. We're affected by things like adrenaline and stress. So in a way, circumstantial evidence can be even more powerful. And the fact that they're attacking the crime scene, it tells me that their defense is centered not so much around, hey, some other dude did it, SODDI, as we say in the defense biz, and more pointing at shoddy investigation and the classic tunnel vision. They started looking at Murdoch early, and they let the real bad guy go. They may not make much effort to prove who that real bad guy was, but that would be ideal. But instead, they're just going to say reasonable doubt, they're not there, shoddy investigation, tunnel vision.
All right, Danny Savalos, we'll keep watching it throughout the week here. Thank you so much, Danny. Appreciate it.
Thank you. International headlines now. National security is at the forefront as a landmark trial begins in Hong Kong.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
That's right. Good morning. We start in Hong Kong today, where a landmark case against China's national security law begins. The 16 people on trial were a part of a group known as the Hong Kong 47. The pro-democracy activists were arrested back in 2021 after participating in an unofficial primary election. Their efforts broke sweeping national security law imposed by Beijing, established to crack down on anti-government retaliation. Those on trial include a former lawmaker known by his nickname Long Hair, who said during his plea it is not a crime to oppose totalitarianism. The 16 who plead not guilty are facing charges that could send them to prison for life. Turning now to the slopes, where deadly avalanches across Western Austria and Switzerland killed at least 10 over the weekend. At the time, Austrian authorities put out a level 4 avalanche alert, meaning very large avalanches are likely. Even experienced skiers were encouraged to stay away from the steep terrain. Despite the warnings, tourists typically made their way to the resorts in the area during the February holiday. The death toll includes tourists from New Zealand, China, and Germany. And we finish off aboard the papal plane back from South Sudan, where on Sunday Pope Francis, the head of the Anglican Communion, and a top Presbyterian minister held an in-flight press conference. All three spiritual leaders say LGBTQ people should be welcomed by their churches. Pope Francis referred back to his original comments from a few weeks ago, repeating that laws against homosexuality are, quote, unjust, and that being homosexual is not a crime. Now, I was on that plane back from South Sudan, where, by the way, homosexuality is still a crime, and I got to ask Pope Francis a question about Ukraine. He said that he's still open to dialogue and to meet with both Zelensky and Putin, but also said that there are other wars in the world, like Myanmar and Syria and others in Latin America, and he warned that the world is self-destructing and that we should seriously stop and think, guys.
Right. Claudio, thank you so much for sharing that conversation, that question you got to ask.
Yeah,
thank you.
Really important. Thank you.
Right.
And coming up, if you've got a quick question for your doctor, you might want to think twice before sending that personal message because it could cost you. We'll explain.
Plus, a look at the future of healthcare in America's hospitals with what else? Artificial intelligence. How so-called smart intensive care units are revolutionizing patients' experiences. Next.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
I feel like
like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Since the pandemic started, many patients have turned to messaging with doctors with questions about their health and wellness. But many doctors say that answering all those messages takes up a lot of time, and now some healthcare providers are starting to charge for it. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren takes a closer look.
Dr. Booth.
When Meg Richmond has a question for her doctor, this is often the first thing she does.
It's so much easier just to send a message, ask a simple question, and get his opinion. Is this something I need to come in for?
On the other end, at the Cleveland Clinic, Dr. Eric Boos answers not just Meg's message, but requests from dozens of patients.
How many messages do you get a day?
Before and after the pandemic, it's actually doubled.
That's a lot of extra work.
And it's not time that's set aside for us to do.
For Boos and other doctors, it means many hours of their own time every day spent answering messages. Some have actually had to cut back on the hours they see patients. So the Cleveland Clinic is one of at least 10 major healthcare systems now charging for some communications. Boos says a nominal fee applies to less than 1% of digital interactions. Most are covered by insurance, and the bill is never more than $50 out of pocket.
This is not about every single message being billed for a patient. This is about certain messages that kind of take a little bit more time for the physician to look at.
Examples of what might be billed: asking about new symptoms, a change to medications, or request to complete medical forms. Things like appointment scheduling, refills, or a question that leads to an appointment or follow-up remains free. But patient advocate Cynthia Fisher says it's a step too far.
Now you're adding yet another level of charging patients, where patients are going to be surprised by these bills.
At Brigham and Women's Hospital, they haven't started charging for portal messaging, but Dr. Eve Rittenberg has researched the increased workload for physicians. She says she spends up to 5 hours answering messages for every 4 hours she spends with patients.
Is there a risk in losing doctors to burnout because of the increased workload?
I think that's the real crisis. Studies showing, rates of 50-60% burnout among U.S. doctors.
Back in Ohio, Meg and her husband Bob think a small fee is fair.
I could just go on Google and ask the same question and get 10 different answers. But I want to hear from Dr. Booth.
With doctors now at our fingertips, one more question you may want to ask: is that message costing you? Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News, Cleveland.
And staying with medical news, one hospital in Florida is going high-tech with patient care. Doctors at the University of Florida Health Center are using artificial intelligence to help monitor their patients. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres has more on this groundbreaking technology.
Good. Michael Dieter has been awaiting a lung transplant at the University of Florida Health Center since December.
I'm what you call high-flow air. And because of that, I can't sustain myself at home.
A dedicated team of doctors and nurses attend to him day and night. But that's not all. Sensors and cameras track Dieter's every move in this smart intensive care unit, from vital signs to facial expressions and everything in between.
Every place in this room will sensing something about you. Is this enough light? Is this enough noise? Are you okay? Are you moving enough? Are you in your bed? Are you out of the bed? I think that's the future of how we will design hospital.
More than 350 gigabytes of information per patient goes into a central computer, where artificial intelligence then processes the data.
We could look at the patient and go, they're moving a lot. There's something going on there. Or their face has a certain grimace to it that they normally don't have. Is it possible that it could tell you before I even know that I'm having problems?
Yes, 100%. We will be able to decipher complex features, complex emotions like agitation or hunger.
Funded by the National Institutes of Health, the high-tech experiment enters its third year. Researchers are still teaching the technology what certain actions like sitting and standing might indicate. The hope that AI will soon be able to provide real-time healthcare recommendations.
Nurses, doctors, we spend a considerable amount of time paperwork, translating the data we get.
You will actually have representation of the data in a way that you as a human can just understand and action.
But will this new technology replace the need for humans in the hospital altogether?
They are very simplistic models compared to what our brains are doing. And I don't think that we should be worried about humans being replaced anytime soon.
This technology does take big burden off the physicians and nurses and provide them time to actually engage what we are here for, taking care of the patients.
A new holistic approach to healthcare where humans and computers work hand in hand. Dr. John Torres, NBC News, Gainesville, Florida.
Coming up, Ticketmaster in the spotlight once again this morning. That's because pre-sale tickets for Beyonce's highly anticipated Renaissance tour are set to hit the market today.
Could we see another Taylor Swift ticket debacle, or will the company ultimately be spared from the Beehive's wrath? We've got a breakdown and, of course, how you can score some seats next.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We're back with financial news. Tech is taking another major hit as Dell plans job cuts.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with more on that and other money news. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, Dell is planning to cut more than 6,600 jobs, which Bloomberg reports is about 5% of the company's workforce. Dell has faced plunging demand for PCs. An industry tracker, IDC, says shipments dropped sharply in the fourth quarter of last year, and Dell saw the biggest decline of 37%. The company gets more than half of its revenue from PCs. In a memo, Dell's chief operating officer says previous cost-cutting measures, including a hiring freeze, are no longer enough. And Apple is exploring the idea of launching a more expensive iPhone Ultra priced above the iPhone Pro and Pro Max models. Bloomberg says the new device could arrive as soon as next year with the iPhone 16 lineup. It's unclear what type of features would come with the Ultra, but it may offer an improved camera, a faster chip, and possibly an even bigger display. And sticking with Apple, it has topped Forbes' annual list of the world's most admired companies for the 16th straight year. The rankings are based on corporate reputation, and categories include innovation, people management, social responsibility, product quality, and long-term investment value. Amazon and Microsoft are tied for second, followed by Berkshire Hathaway and JP Morgan Chase. Wow, man, 16 years at the top. That is a high praise for Apple.
Yeah, no kidding. That's an interesting measurement, the most admired company. It's the admiration we have for a company. So, all right, Pippa, thank you so much.
Thank you. And fresh off her record-breaking night at the Grammys, Beyonce is gearing up for her world tour. And the Beehive, including me, is ready. Ticketmaster's North American pre-sale for Beyonce's highly anticipated Renaissance World Tour go on sale today, and fans are hoping to score tickets before they're sold out.
Now, many are worried that it'll be a repeat of last year's Taylor Swift fiasco, and fans face long wait times and all those technical glitches. But Ticketmaster says the process won't break your soul this time around.
But we'll have to see. CNBC's consumer and general assignment reporter Stefan Sykes is here with everything you and really I need to know. So Stefan, this is Beyonce's first solo tour in 6 whole years. What should we fans know who are hoping to score tickets?
Yeah, so sales start today, and Ticketmaster has already said there won't be enough tickets to go around. They're saying that demand, just based on registration rates for this round, exceeds the number of tickets available by more than 800%. So there's going to be a lot of people today that are hoping to get tickets that are going to be sort of left out in the lurch.
Ouch.
So because of that huge demand, a lot of people are worried. They're thinking about the Taylor Swift debacle during the pre-sale last year. So Ticketmaster is saying that its verified fan system is the best way to get tickets. So explain what this verified system is and how it works. I know I used it last year to get Bruce Springsteen tickets, which was a pretty hot ticket, and it worked for me, although others who I wanted to go with, they didn't get the pre-approval, so they couldn't get the tickets. Thankfully, I did. But explain to us how this works.
Yeah, so Ticketmaster, they're really doubling down on the verified fan system, which they say is the best way to ensure that tickets actually go to people and not to automated bots, a part of their booming resale market, right? And so what Ticketmaster is saying is for their verified fans, fans need to sign up ahead of time. They need to be registered with the site. They need to prove that they're human. And they're kind of changing it up a bit this time by staggering sales. Last time, if you remember, the pre-sale for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour, it happened all at once. And so the site just was not able to handle that much, that sort of surge. And so their site crashed. They later had to cancel the public pre-sale. And so they're staggering sales now. They're doing it by 3 different groups: Group A, Group B, Group C. And Group A is going today. Group A includes cities like Los Angeles, Atlanta. And so, there's still going to be a lot of demand. There's still questions as to whether Ticketmaster is ready for that demand, in spite of the staggered sales. So, it'll be their next big test. Sales start today at 10, and we'll see what happens.
And Stefan, I know there are also some reports that Ticketmaster has implemented a new feature. You could say they're trying to upgrade you, and that new feature would stop resellers from selling tickets for more than their original price. What do we know about this?
Yeah, so this isn't confirmed just yet. I've been speaking with Ticketmaster. I've been trying to get an idea of whether this is true or not. But some fans are saying that when they've tried to resell tickets for sales that have already started overseas, they were getting messages saying that the site is not allowing them to resell past its original price. This is also something that the Senate Judiciary Committee is also really pushing Ticketmaster to implement. So I've been trying to get an answer from them, haven't heard back yet. But this, if you remember for the Taylor Swift fiasco, one of the big issues,
right,
in addition to all the glitches and the long wait times, was that tickets, once they were bought up by all of these bots, were resold sometimes for more than double their price. And so This would be a great feature for Ticketmaster to implement. There's no confirmation yet as to whether or not they'll actually do it. But, fans definitely are hoping that this is a reality.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's a sweet dream or a beautiful nightmare. Stefan, thank you so much.
Coming up, a family secret kept close to one man's heart with a $100 bill in his hand.
After the break, we'll bring you the story of an anonymous philanthropist restoring faith to one small Alabama town. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Many animals store food for the cold winter months, but one hoarding bird may have taken some extra precautions. When pest control workers were called into a job in California, they found 700 pounds of acorns stored in the walls of a home. The culprit, a very nutty and hungry woodpecker. They say the wily woodpecker pecked holes in the house to hold its acorns, but instead then they fell into spaces in the walls. The crew left the house with around 8 garbage bags full of acorns, an impressive stash that likely made all the other forest dwellers quite jealous. Nick's Extreme Pest Control wrote on his Facebook page that they had never seen anything like this. If I could do the Woody Woodpecker laugh, I would do it right now.
I mean,
but I can't.
As you should. And I'm also glad to hear that they'd never seen anything like that. I would be a little alarmed. Thanks, Joe. And a farmer in Alabama secretly helped people at his local pharmacy paying for their medications when they could not afford it. Now, after his passing, his mission is growing, with people across the country paying it forward through donations of their very own. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart has this heartwarming story.
Tell me a little bit about your dad.
He was a very kind, generous, caring, I'm going to say godly man.
Her father, Hody Childress, a retired farmer turned secret superhero. It happened here at this Geraldine, Alabama pharmacy.
He just walked in one day and said, "Do you ever have anyone that can't afford their medication?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Okay, the next time that happens, I want you to give this to them and use it for their medication."
It was a $100 bill, but he had one demand.
He just said, "I need you to promise that you won't ever tell where it came from."
From then on, every month, year after year, he came back with the same $100 bill and the same request.
How much did he end up giving?
It would be around $10,000.
Hody was able to keep it secret until last year, when his health started to fail. He turned to his daughter, Tanya Nix.
He said, I've been doing something for a while that I would like to continue doing. So I brought the money to the drugstore. I found someone. I said, I'm Hody Childress's daughter. He said, you would know what to do with this. And they said, yes, we do.
This New Year's Day, Hody passed away. Word of his secret philanthropy soon spread through Geraldine and to Bree Sloggetter. Last August, her son Eli had a severe reaction to a hornet sting. She rushed to Geraldine Drugs for an EpiPen.
She says it's $800.
What?
Yeah, I like to have died.
But like for so many others, Hody came to the rescue.
But she said, it's taken care of. And I said, what? And she said, it's taken care of. No questions asked.
And now, Hody's mission is growing.
I had a gentleman from Washington call and say, I want to, donate 12 months. And then I had a gentleman from Miami call and say, I'm just going to start a Hody fund in my own town.
I know Dad would like to bring hope to the people that feel desperate, because I feel like there was times in our lives that was really hard. And there was people that stepped in and helped us. We've seen that through his story. It doesn't take much to make a difference.
Our thanks to Jose for that report. And Brooke tells us that she plans to keep the Hody Fund running as long as people keep donating. Such a heartwarming story.
What a legacy there. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now, breaking news on Morning News Now. Deadly earthquake. More than 1,000 people are dead after a pair of strong earthquakes hit southern Turkey and northern Syria overnight. This video capturing the moment a building collapsed in the first quake, sending people running. Authorities say hundreds of buildings have now collapsed, and they expect the death toll to rise as crews dig through the rubble. We're going to have the latest on the recovery efforts this morning. Balloon mystery. Right now, the U.S. Navy is working to recover possible remains of the Chinese surveillance balloon that made its way across the U.S. last week. What we're learning about it this morning. Plus, we're in Beijing with the latest on the growing tensions between China and the U.S. Also this morning, sticker shock. Getting around is going to cost you more. The price tags on new cars are up, and gas prices are on the rise, too, something we don't normally see in the winter. So we're going to explain what's behind this upward trend and how you can still travel without draining your wallet. Plus, a night of winners, from Beyonce to Lizzo to Harry Styles. Some of the biggest names in music walked away with some shiny new hardware. At last night's Grammys, we're going to have a recap of the awards, including the mixed reaction to the winner of the night's top prize. See him there in that outfit that looks like tinsel.
I was going to say,
Christmas
lots of silver.
There was a lot
of shine, not just the music.
It was a sparkly night, yeah. Shiny hardware, shiny outfits.
Yes.
We'll recap the Grammys for you coming up in a little bit. We do want to begin this hour with the latest on those two deadly earthquakes that hit southeastern Turkey overnight.
That's right. More than 1,400 people have been killed in both Turkey and Syria, according to local officials. But that death toll is expected to rise even higher as search and rescue teams sift through mountains of rubble. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the very latest and a warning some may find this footage disturbing.
Hey there, good day to you. This is a catastrophe in a war-torn part of the world with bitter experience of catastrophic events, and it keeps getting worse. The first earthquake, 7.8 magnitude. There has now been another earthquake in the same area, 7.6 magnitude, with those aftershocks felt as far away as cities in Iraq. The numbers are stunning. Almost 3,000 buildings have collapsed. More than 1,300 people have been killed, and that number inevitably will rise. Thousands of people injured and thousands racing to take part in a desperate rescue operation. Whole buildings collapsing from the earthquake's power. Unable to stand against this quake, almost 8 on the Richter scale. The morning light revealing devastation and wreckage. A toddler in Syria, bloody but conscious, pulled from the rubble. and other survivors taken from collapsed buildings, lucky to be alive. 3 huge tremors snapping streetlights and sending car alarms wailing. The moments recorded on security camera footage. This is one of the region's worst quakes in decades, striking while people slept just after 4 a.m. The quake hitting a huge area of southern Turkey and northern Syria, an area already war-torn with hundreds of refugees. The tremors felt as far as Beirut, Jerusalem and Gaza. In northern Syria, they are searching for survivors in opposition-held territory. Hospitals there already overwhelmed with the injured.
We need help. We need the international community to do something to help us, to support us.
Turkey's President Erdogan said rescue workers will be joined by troops to search for survivors, but they have a vast area to cover. Those searching calling for silence as they try and listen for trapped survivors. This rescuer asking someone trapped, "What colour are you wearing? Are you wearing pink?" A frantic rush to find those caught in the rubble. The White House offering to provide any and all assistance to Turkey, although the statement left out any reference to the US working directly with Syria. And scientists say a 7.8 magnitude earthquake is equivalent to 32 Hiroshima bombs. And remember, we are now hearing, as I mentioned at the top, that there have been 2 earthquakes of a similar magnitude. I've been to that area on the border of Syria and Turkey. There are many war refugees, people living already in destitution, often without electricity. This truly is tragedy piled upon tragedy.
A true tragedy. Keir, thank you so much.
Let's get more on the situation unfolding in Turkey and Syria right now with Dr. Mazen Kiwara. He is the regional director of the Syrian American Medical Society Foundation. He joins us from near the epicenter of the first earthquake in Turkey. Doctor, thank you for joining us. I know it's a chaotic scene right now. First and foremost, just please describe to us what you felt when these 2 powerful earthquakes hit earlier.
Yeah, thank you so much for unfortunately, after the midnight, about 4:70, we woke up with the horrific, shocking earthquake. It's our first time to experience such a very strong earthquake. We started to see everything shaking around of us in my apartment. Directly, I went to my kids' rooms, then get them outside the building. The situation was very catastrophic. Everyone are in the street, and also it was very rainy and snowy weather condition. So we are till now out of our buildings. We are not allowed to go inside our buildings, despite it's not damaged. But because of this is the instructions of the government not to go back to the building, we are still now feel after shocking earthquakes. One of them was strong. Frankly, it was about 7.5.
What you mentioned, it's rainy and snowy. I know the temperatures are cold there right now, and you have to stay outside. That's why you're in your car right now. When you got outside and looked around your neighborhood, what was it that you saw?
Everyone was in the street. No one stayed in their buildings, and unfortunately, about 200 meters away from my building, there was a collapsing in one building in Gaziantep. We have several buildings collapsed in Gaziantep, like other areas. But as you know, we are working to serve people in northwest Syria, which is even before the earthquake. There was a devastating situation in northwest Syria because of 11 years of war and all kinds of crises there. So very poor infrastructure, very poor healthcare system, very poor even rescue teams to serve people or to help people there. Many buildings collapsed there. Even SAMS is supporting about 38 health facility in northwest Syria. 4 of them are hospitals. 4 of those hospitals were damaged because of the earthquake. We are forced to evacuate 2 of them, and we are continue our work to rescue people and to serve the damaged and injured people. Till now, we have 138 deaths and more than 650 injured, only in SAMS supported facilities in northwest Syria. We started to use maternity hospitals and other kind of hospitals and the healthcare centers as a trauma centers to serve the people there. And we are expecting more and more injuries because of the low capacity of rescue teams. So a lot of people are still right now under rebels.
That's so hard to hear, Dr. Kiwara. We are thinking of you and your community and your country right now as these search and rescue efforts are underway. Please stay safe and keep us updated on how everything is going.
Sure, thank you so much. I call the international community to look at this area and try its best to support and to give all kind of humanitarian response and humanitarian aid to this area, because the situation is devastating.
The world will be responding. Thank you so much.
And now to the latest on that Chinese balloon shot down by the military on Saturday. The U.S. says it was a surveillance balloon, but China maintains it was a, quote, civilian airship used for meteorological purposes. This morning, the U.S. Navy and the Coast Guard are searching for the wreckage in the waters of the coast off South Carolina, where it was downed. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest.
Hey there. Today, while the search of the debris field continues, FBI experts are trying to assess the intelligence damage. But the more immediate problem for the White House could be the political controversy as Republicans go on the attack, even though the Biden administration says China sent 3 balloons into U.S. airspace during the Trump administration, though never for this duration. As Navy divers search for debris, this video shows what appears to be part of the balloon being brought back to shore Sunday. Ships are canvassing a 10-mile debris field in shallow waters, with the FBI on hand to start analyzing the wreckage as police seek help from beachgoers.
If any debris washes up, we need to know about it right away.
Defense officials say the balloon, with a payload the size of 3 buses, first entered U.S. airspace over the Aleutian Islands last Tuesday. Tracked by NORAD, it moved to Canada, re-entering U.S. airspace over Idaho Wednesday, flying at 60,000 feet. 2 senior officials tell NBC News U-2 spy planes were circling the balloon as it flew across the country, capturing images and data. China says it was a weather balloon that drifted off course, but the U.S. says it was a spy balloon, with China managing its direction. Although the balloon flew over Montana, which has 150 missile sites, U.S. officials say they mitigated its surveillance capabilities without providing specifics on how. Once the balloon reached the Atlantic coast, it was shot down with a single Sidewinder missile from an F-22 fighter jet.
We got it! Boom! We have eyes on the balloon falling.
A spokesperson for the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs responding this morning, calling it an unacceptable and irresponsible action. China raised eyebrows over the weekend, saying that they retain the right to respond further. Meanwhile, Republicans slammed President Biden for not shooting it down immediately.
The president taking it down over the Atlantic is sort of like the quarterback, sort of like tackling the quarterback after the game is over. The satellite had completed its mission.
On Saturday, the president said his military advisors did not want to risk harming civilians or damaging property with falling debris.
I ordered the Pentagon to shoot it down on Wednesday as soon as possible. They decided that the best time to do that was as it got over water.
The biggest question puzzling top U.S. officials: Why would China's President Xi risk sending a spy balloon across the entire United States, clearly visible from the ground, knowing it would blow up a high-stakes meeting with Secretary of State Blinken that was supposed to take place this weekend? Or was this a long-planned military operation, not coordinated with China's president? Back to you.
A lot to dig into. Andrea, thank you. Now, NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is in Beijing with more on the Chinese reaction to this incident. So, Janice, we understand China has accused the United States of overreacting by shooting down this balloon. So what exactly have they been saying?
Well, they are calling it indiscriminate use of force. China has lodged a formal complaint with the U.S. ambassador at the embassy here in Beijing, and they say that they do reserve the right for further retaliation. What China isn't talking about is the balloon itself. They're not revealing anything more than the fact that it's a civilian airship and that it got lost when it was collecting weather data. What they did say is that that second balloon that was spotted over Latin America and now South America, that is also Chinese. That is also apparently a civilian airship, and it also apparently blew off course.
And Janice, China also warned of serious repercussions. Is there any indication right now of what exactly those would be?
Well, whether the leadership here wants to escalate a situation that they themselves have described as accidental isn't clear. A lot of the commentary on social media has been mocking the U.S., saying that it overreacted by shooting the balloon out of the sky. There is some concern, certainly of some analysts in the U.S., that U.S. surveillance targets in this region could now be targeted. Certainly, any sort of moves that the U.S. makes to boost ties with Taiwan are going to raise the temperature in the region. And, of course, if anything is discovered in that debris field off the coast of the Carolinas.
Time will tell. Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much.
Turning now to Texas, where an FAA investigation is underway. That's after a near collision was averted at Austin's airport on Saturday. Authorities say a FedEx cargo plane and a Southwest Airlines flight were cleared to use the same runway at the same time. NBC's Morgan Chesky joins us now from Austin with more on that close call. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And this was a split-second decision that likely saved lives. But unfortunately, it's just the latest incident of planes barely missing each other on a runway, this time here in Austin, where a pilot's cautiousness and training likely prevented a potential catastrophe.
This morning, federal investigators poring over a close call at Austin Bergstrom International Airport. It happened early Saturday when a FedEx cargo plane was making its approach in heavy fog.
Tower confirm, FedEx 1432 Heavy, clear to land on 18 left.
FedEx 1432 Heavy, that is affirmative. 18 left, you are clear to land. Traffic departing crossing route to 737.
According to the FAA, the cargo plane was cleared to land on the same runway as a departing Southwest Airlines flight that had just been cleared for takeoff. Moments later, you can hear someone not yet identified on radio traffic between pilots and air traffic control tell Southwest to abort.
Southwest 03, confirm on the road. Roll on down. Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
That response, the FAA says, is the FedEx pilot cutting his landing short, pulling the plane into a climb, and putting critical distance between both planes.
The airplanes got closer than they should have. They're still working through exactly how close, but there was a loss of separation, clearly.
That loss of separation, according to NBC's aviation expert John Cox, is something pilots are trained to watch out for.
Had the FedEx crew not initiated a go-around, these airplanes would have been potentially very close or even possibly collided.
In New York just weeks ago, a similar situation at JFK Airport after an American Airlines flight ended up on the wrong runway and almost hit a Delta flight about to take off.
Delta 1943, cancel takeoff plans.
And at Newark Airport on Friday, another incident, but this one much less serious, as a Boeing 787 clipped wings with a United flight as it left the gate, snapping off a small piece of the wing.
And back here in Austin, experts say that these planes were flying in a fog so dense a weather advisory had to be issued. But important to note, conditions were still flyable, although they did warrant caution. Both the NTSB and FAA are now investigating. Joe.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather forecast for the week ahead.
Michelle Grossman has it all for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we're watching a few systems today, not big blockbuster storms, but still watching the chance for heavy snow in the Intermountain West, the Cascades as well. And also watching the chance for some freezing rain, some snow, some rain in the northern plains. That's going to move up to the upper Midwest and also the upper Great Lakes later on today into this evening. But it's a big winter warm-up we're looking at in the southern plains, a big difference, a huge temperature swing compared to this time last week in portions of the southern plains. We're going to see temperatures into the 70s and 80s. So let's start with the week ahead. For today, we're talking about that storm. We're also talking about the big warm-up, also above average in portions of the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. We're going to be about 5 to 10 degrees above normal there. Some temperatures even 30 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Then as we head throughout Wednesday, we're looking at heavy rain falling in portions of the southern plains, looking at the chance for strong to severe storms, especially in the southern plains along the Gulf Coast. Also looking at a little bit of snow on the backside of that storm system, still out ahead of the system. February warmth is going to stay in place on Wednesday, Thursday, also Friday. So temperatures well above normal. Notice you're looking at New England into the Northeast, temperatures in the 40s and 50s, 80s and 70s in Florida, temperatures in the 60s with rain falling in the southern plains. And we're going to be watching more snow falling throughout the Intermountain West. Some wind there too. Then Friday, wrapping up the week, it's going to be wet but mild along the East Coast from portions of the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic, the Carolinas, and also the Southeast. A few snow showers in Maine and northern New England. Also some snow showers falling along the Great Lakes into portions of the Ohio Valley. Rain and mountain snow, another storm system entering the West Coast. But look at these temperatures. This is so welcomed compared to what we saw last year. Suffering in Texas. Today, not so much. Feeling a little spring-like in spots. Houston, 75. That's 12 degrees above what is normal for this time of year. 60 in Nashville. Even in Boston, you're going to be almost 10 degrees above normal this time of year. 46. Remember, we had a wind chill of 36 on Saturday morning in Boston. We broke a record of minus 10 for their overnight low. Tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures mild of normal for this time of year. 50 in Pittsburgh, 48 degrees in Atlantic City, and 33 in Bangor. It's even warm in Kansas City at 50 degrees. Luckily, this warmth sticks around. If you like warm weather this time of year, we're looking at temperatures in the 60s, upper 50s in Lexington, Raleigh in the 70s, and New York City looking good, mid-50s by Thursday. Back to you guys.
I think we've had one day of winter in New York this year, so.
Yeah, exactly. So true.
Michelle Grossman, thank you so much.
Sure.
And coming up, thousands of people have been forced to evacuate in Ohio.
That's after a crash involving a train with hazardous materials on board. We're going to have the latest on this toxic threat and the race to keep the area safe. You're watching Morning News Now.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Overnight, officials in a small town in northeastern Ohio ordered hundreds of people to evacuate over concerns of a catastrophic explosion at the site of a train derailment.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has been following this. Gabe, what's the latest?
And Clay and Joe, good morning. Well, federal investigators say that the train was shipping cargo from Illinois to Pennsylvania when it derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. A governor has now deployed the National Guard to the scene. This morning, a potentially dangerous situation is developing in a small eastern Ohio community just outside Pittsburgh after a train derailment over the weekend. Now, a toxic threat, part of the wreckage containing hazardous materials at risk of a possible explosion that officials say could hurl harmful fumes and deadly shrapnel as far as a mile away. Multiple small explosions caused a massive fire after at least 10 cars believed to be carrying hazardous materials derailed. But overnight, officials are expressing even more concern, saying a temperature change to one of those rail cars is creating the possibility of a dire scenario.
We've had a drastic change in the chemical inside the tank cars of vinyl chloride. We are at a risk now of a catastrophic failure.
Ohio Governor Mike DeWine is now creating a 1-mile evacuation zone, ordering some 2,000 people to leave the area.
It's kind of crazy for a small town like this.
As of last night, the governor said an estimated 500 residents remained in the 1-mile zone, warning that those with children who stay could be arrested for not complying with the urgent evacuation notice.
We're at the point where we need you to leave. There could be possible charges if you choose to stay.
Federal investigators are on the scene trying to determine what caused the derailment.
The crew did receive an alarm from a wayside defect detector shortly before the derailment, indicating a mechanical issue. Then an emergency brake application initiated.
As officials work to minimize the dangers of the derailment, they say air quality and the water supply remain safe.
We are not aware of any elevated readings that we would anticipate to have impact to human health.
So far, no injuries or deaths have been reported, but authorities are proceeding with caution as they monitor the crash site this morning, guys.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now to some international news. Russia is taking another hit as Europe dishes out their latest punishment over the war in Ukraine.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavaga joins us with that and other world news. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning. Let's start here in Europe, where there is now a ban, as you mentioned, on Russian diesel, fuel and other refined oil products, and it's all in support of Ukraine. Now, the goal is to cut the Kremlin's fossil fuel earnings. Diesel, which is essential to the economy, can affect anything from cars and trucks to farm equipment and factory machinery. This comes after a group of 7 allied democracies agreed to a price cap that could reduce the resources funding the war on Ukraine. Turning now to Pakistan, where former President General Musharraf has died. Despite opposition, Musharraf led Pakistan to aid the U.S. in the war against Afghanistan after 9/11. In 2008, he was defeated in the polls, and after trying to contest the election in 2013, he was arrested for high treason. While the charges were quickly dropped, Musharraf fled to Dubai in 2016, where he lived in self-imposed exile until his death on Sunday morning. His body will be now flown back to Pakistan, a special request from his family. Ending now in Australia, where major changes are coming to the gambling industry. Leaders in New South Wales unveiled a major plan to make all poker machines cashless by 2028. They hope the effort will help to combat money laundering and problem gambling. Instead of using physical cash, players can bet straight from their bank accounts. The major shift will also prohibit gambling with a credit card. Leaders plan to make cashless gaming mandatory across locations in the next 5 years, with a rollout set to begin early next year. Zincle, Joe?
A lot to watch there. Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the biggest winners from the biggest night in music.
Beyonce breaks yet another record, and the winner of Album of the Year gets a mixed reaction from the crowd. We have all the big moments from this year's Grammys next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back with a recap of the 2023 Grammys. This year's ceremony had no shortage of explosive performances, memorable wins, and some jaw-dropping upsets.
Yeah, heavy hitters like Beyonce, Adele, Taylor Swift, and Harry Styles were all in attendance to witness history. Today, contributor Jason Kennedy has more on the star-studded event.
Overnight, Harry Styles shined at the Grammys, taking home the night's top prize, Album of the Year for Harry's House.
I don't think any of us sit in the studio making decisions based on what is going to get us one of these. This is really, really kind. I'm so, so grateful.
It was also a huge night for Beyonce, who actually arrived late and missed her first award of the night for Best R&B Song.
I was shocked to find out that traffic could stop you. I thought you traveled through space and time.
We are witnessing history tonight.
The Break My Soul singer broke the record for most career Grammy wins ever, taking home 4 statues on Sunday night, bringing her all-time total to 32.
I'm trying not to be too emotional. And I'm trying to just receive this night.
The evening filled with history-making moments. After a soulful performance by Lizzo, the artist earned her first Record of the Year Grammy for About Damn Time.
And anybody at home who feels misunderstood or on the outside looking in like I did, just stay true to yourself.
Get up here, best friend, Adele.
While Adele raked in her 16th career Grammy with Easy on Me, winning Best Pop Solo Performance, which she dedicated to her son, Angela.
Thank you. Oh, God, Rich, he said, don't cry. If you win anything tonight, don't cry. And here I am crying.
The song Unholy earned Sam Smith and Kim Petras the award for Best Duo or Group Performance, making Petras the first trans person to win the category.
I just want to thank all the incredible transgender legends before me who kicked these doors open for me so I could be here tonight.
Still, it was a surprise win in the Song of the Year category, which went to music veteran Bonnie Raitt for Just Like That.
I'm just totally humbled. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
The night's top performances included a hopping, high-energy dance party, courtesy of Best Musica Urbana album winner Bad Bunny.
Let's go!
And a multi-generational medley featuring a who's who of hip-hop, including Run DMC, Salt and Peppa, and LL Cool J, honoring the genre's 50th anniversary.
Our thanks to Jason Kennedy for that musical report. It was also a huge night for Viola Davis. That star snagged the coveted EGOT status with a Grammy for the audiobook of her memoir, Finding Me. Davis joins the likes of Audrey Hepburn, Whoopi Goldberg, Jennifer Hudson, and John Legend.
A very small list of people who have won the EGOT. For more on this, let's bring in Joe Lynch. He is the executive digital director of Billboard. Joe, good to have you with us this morning. So let's start with whatever you want to call it, the talk, the buzz, the controversy, the debate over album of the year. I mean, really going in, the storyline was, hey, Beyonce might break the record for most wins of all time, but has never won the big prize. There's this feeling that perhaps someone who's in a more rap or R&B type category is having a harder time winning that big one. Talk about the controversy and the reaction to Harry Styles then winning the award, Beyonce not winning the big one.
Yeah, I mean, going into the Grammys, there was a real sense that this was finally Beyonce's time to win Album of the Year. It's an odd Grammys for her. It's probably a frustrating and confusing Grammys because she just took the all-time record for the most Grammy wins of all time, and that's in all Grammy history, with 32 wins. But that being said, in the so-called Big Four category, she's only ever won once, which is for Single Ladies, which is quite some time ago. So everyone going into this thought, yeah, Renaissance was an amazing album, one of her best. It's time for her to win Album of the Year. And then the surprise win for Harry Styles took a lot of people off guard who were expecting, if she didn't win, that maybe Bad Bunny or Kendrick would take it instead.
I mean, lots of eyes on that show. And still, there were moments to be celebrated during the ceremony, including, you mentioned Bad Bunny, that opening act. Why was his performance so important, both universally, but also to the Latino and Caribbean community?
Right. Bad Bunny's, performance opening the Grammys, aside from being just astonishing to watch, really paid homage to a lot of the styles and places that inspire him. It opened with a bunch of cabezudos, which were the big paper mache heads. They came out, a lot of them representing Puerto Rican legends, such as Roberto Clemente. He was backed by a band from the Dominican Republic. He brought out merengue dancers, plena dancers. Even though he didn't win Album of the Year, his album made history by being the first all-Spanish album to even be nominated for Album of the Year. So it was really an enormous look for Bad Bunny. A beautiful opening performance that just really demonstrated the vitality of what he is bringing to music right now.
I think it was just the perfect way to kick off the show last night. I also want to talk about LGBTQ representation. We heard from Jason's piece there, Kim Petras' historic win in the speech, and also Beyonce as well in her speech. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, winning for Renaissance, which did win in, the dance album category, Beyonce did pay homage to the queer community, which essentially created dance music as we know it, the queer Black community specifically. And she mentioned that, which was a really wonderful thing for her to do in her acceptance speech. And Kim Petras made history by becoming the first openly trans woman, period, to win a Grammy. And, she recently also made history by being the first openly trans woman to top the Billboard Hot 100. Both of those wins are for Unholy, her song with Sam Smith, which they brought to the Grammy stage with a bunch of hellfire and brimstone. It was a very campy, amazing performance. And Kim, nodded to this in her speech, the fact that she's knocking down doors and other people open them for her. There was also a really sweet moment earlier in the show when Brandi Carlile's wife and 2 kids helped introduce her performance. So it was an overall win for LGBTQ representation at the Grammys.
A lot of wins, a musical start to our Monday. Joe Lynch, thank you so much.
Coming up, getting a new car now comes with a bigger price tag.
We'll explain what's driving up the prices of a new car and what to watch for if you're heading to a dealership. Plus, why it's costing even more to fill up your tank right now. That's next.
need most right now. Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Buyers are finally buckling up for a journey into car sales after battling 2 years of surging prices.
But those looking to get a new set of wheels face some sky-high price tags for a new car. So many are looking into a softening used car market for the best deals. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Doral, Florida, with some tips for car buyers. Sam, good morning.
Zinkley, good morning. It's quite a split between those two right now. The problems that have plagued the car industry for years, Zinkley, like lack of microchips, are still here. So the result of that is that the cost now for a new car, on average in the United States in December, was almost $50,000 on average. Now, supply is getting better, Zinkley, which is good because the used car market right now is definitely showing some value propositions. Our folks here at Carvana, as we stay bolted, say that the average cost for a used car sale now is about $25,000, down from $30,000 the year prior. So that's good, a welcome trend for those who right now have been priced out. For drivers who've braved pandemic sticker shock, the road to buying a car hasn't just been bumpy. It's been a financial sinkhole.
We couldn't really find anything brand new, and in the used cars were the prices of what we thought the brand new cars were going to be priced for.
Brittany Alexander and Candon Rodriguez, just two of the car shoppers who bought or leased in the last year, though they were still stunned to learn the average price tag for a new vehicle. In December, a staggering $49,507. When I told you $50,000, your reaction is what?
That's terrible. That is. No, because like a lot of people don't make that annually. So how can you afford to buy a car if you don't have that money?
In addition to soaring rents and inflated grocery bills, cars have also been pinching consumer wallets with some of the underlying issues like supply chain disruptions, lack of semiconductors, and labor shortages still a problem, but stabilizing.
I would say the situation has improved significantly on all three of those fronts, but there are still some constraints in the supply, so we're not completely out of the woods.
As vehicle supplies tick back up, you'll notice that there's a better selection of certain kinds of cars, the ones that turn a higher profit margin.
You're still seeing automakers putting constrained components in high-value cars. So the most profitable cars are the ones that they're willing to build. So pickups and SUVs are becoming more available.
This, in turn, has revved up the average cost of vehicles dramatically. But check out this split. While year-over-year inflation for new cars rose 6.2% in December, it plummeted 8.8% for used cars and trucks, a significant reversal. Carvana, the second largest used car retailer in the country, is expanding its signature car vending machines from 33 to 37 in the coming months, including the newest one in Denver. The company is optimistic about the new year and banking on a boost from tax season. Still, even with used car costs coming down, the industry-wide jolts has left many shoppers, like Miami lawyer Brooks LaRue, out of options.
I don't see how anyone could afford a car right now, new or used, without going into significant debt.
Now, guys, as far as a timeline and when things might start to ease up for new cars, we're looking at the semiconductor crunch really easing up over the course of the summer. So experts right now are saying that by fall or winter, there's going to be deeper inventories of cars, and the dealerships will start doling out those incentives once again. And one other tip here, all this money has been invested in higher-end cars, as we were just learning a second ago. So the entry-level cars, they're rarer. Those have been going up in price as well because there's just not as many of them. So your best bet for buying an entry-level car is actually on the used market. Zinkley and Joe, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, live from a car vending machine.
Yeah.
Do you ever think we'd say that? All right. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Before eggs were trending as the item hit by rising prices, there was gas. It was only June when gas prices across the country peaked at more than $5 a gallon.
And thankfully, prices are much lower than that right now. Today, the average price is about $3.47, which is up about 18 cents from last month. That's according to data from AAA. But prices this winter are still unseasonably high. Marissa Parra joins us now. with the latest from the nation's capital. Marissa, so typically Americans actually drive less in the winter. Makes sense. It's cold. No one wants to go outside. And so typically gas prices go down in this season due to less in demand. But we're seeing the opposite right now. What's going on?
Yeah, well, you kind of hit the nail on the head. Typically, this is when we see those prices going down. And when we talk about numbers, it's always important to put that into context. So that national average, when you put into the context of the last month, has risen 18 cents. And so we spoke to an industry analyst about the reasons why we're seeing that. And he pointed to two major factors. Take a listen.
The Arctic cold blast that hit much of the country actually impaired refineries all the way from areas like Colorado into Texas. It diminished their ability to produce as much gasoline. And so that started a domino effect that pushed prices up. But shortly thereafter, China, after 3 years of COVID zero policy, announced that they're going to be reopening their economy. That very quickly had the effect of boosting gasoline and oil demand, pushing oil prices up.
And of course, Zinkley, we're trying to simplify very complex factors here, but you got to think about refinery maintenance and then, of course, the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine.
All right, so let's recap the roller coaster from the last year. How have gas prices trended over the last year, and then what do we expect to see in the coming months?
Yeah, I mean, who can forget the belt tightening at the pumps when those gas prices hit roughly $5 a gallon last summer? So we're not seeing that right now, which is a good thing. However, industry analysts are saying don't be so quick to breathe a sigh of relief at the pump, because when we're seeing this rise, 18 cents over the last month, they say it could continue to rise. Joe and Zinkley, they say it could get up to $4 next month. So I think the simplest way to put this is buckle up, because we could see more in store.
And Marissa, I know just last Friday, President Biden appeared to actually take credit for the drop in gas prices over the past few months. And in the State of the Union address, you know, it's coming up tomorrow. We know the president will likely talk about this. What do you expect him to say?
Yeah, I mean, so that was at the DNC winter meeting in Philadelphia, which kind of felt like a mini State of the Union. He was going over his administration's accomplishments and things that they're going to be fighting for. And so gas naturally came up. And listen, this is politics, right? Politicians are going to take credit for the things that are going in their favor and say that the things that are not are out of their control. We've seen this across presidencies, across party lines. We saw during the presidencies of President Bush, President Obama, they had their own moments of high gas prices. And ultimately, industry experts point to it really comes down to a complex set of global factors and weather, which are often things that you cannot control or predict, but that happen during a presidency. And so when it comes to what we're going to see on Tuesday, well, we know that during President Biden's last State of the Union, gas came up, gas prices came up during a time when they were getting particularly high. So expect him to bring them up. That's at least what we're anticipating.
Marissa Parra outside in Washington, D.C. with the live look at the gas prices today. Thank you so much.
More money news, more car news now. Tesla's seeing a rise in demand, so it's upping its prices.
NBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Tesla is raising prices on the Model Y due to rising demand and changes in U.S. government rules, making more versions of the electric SUV eligible for tax credits. Tesla bumped up the price of the long-range version of the Model Y by $1,000 to just under $55,000, and the performance version to just under $58,000. The move comes 3 weeks after Tesla cut prices by nearly 20% on some versions of the Model Y. That was aimed at making it eligible for a $7,500 EV tax credit, which is available at least into March. And Rivian may be expanding beyond electric vehicles to electric bikes. Bloomberg reports the company's CEO told staff about the new project last week. It's unclear whether this will be a battery-powered bicycle or an electric motorcycle. E-bikes have outsold electric vehicles and hybrid cars in the U.S. over the past 2 years. Rivian announced another round of job cuts just last week. And Twitter wants to cash in on businesses on the platform by charging them $1,000 per month to keep their gold verified check marks. Tech news site The Information reports internal memos show Twitter is also looking to charge an extra $50 per month to add badges to each account affiliated with the business. The pricier subscription is one of many changes CEO Elon Musk has implemented to boost revenue and chip away at Twitter's more than $12 billion in debt. I'm still getting used to those gold check marks and like the different designations and man, so many changes.
So many and pricey changes.
Yeah, pricey changes. You need a chart. All right, Pippa, thank you so much.
And coming up, we're less than a week away from one of the biggest nights in sports, the Super Bowl.
For the first time since the pandemic began, a lot of the pregame celebrations are actually in person. So we're going to take you inside the events leading up to the big game next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we've been hearing, last night the Grammys paid tribute to the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. Today, anchor Craig Melvin caught up with one of the genre's early pioneers in the birthplace of hip-hop, the Bronx.
They are a part of music history. Run DMC, Jay-Z, Missy Elliott, and the new generation of stars, including Kendrick Lamar. Their success built on the shoulders of legends like Grandmaster Flash. He's one of the earliest pioneers of hip-hop and a champion of the Universal Hip-Hop Museum being built in the Bronx, New York. We met up with him at a temporary exhibition just across from the site of the Future Museum.
We're sitting here, you know, just a few feet away from this amazing new museum devoted to a genre that you helped create. How does that make you feel?
Takes me back 50 years. You know, we get a couple of shopper carts and take the speakers and the crates of records and go to the nearest park and just play, you know, and then to get here, it's very humbling.
Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five were pioneers of this new form of music in the 70s and 80s and became the first hip-hop group inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2007. For Flash, it was a dream that started in his childhood home.
My biggest sisters was playing anything from disco to funk to pop to rock to Latin. You know, so I was really lucky to grow up with this kaleidoscopic view of music.
Flash would help develop DJing techniques used around the world. Scratching, looping, sampling, innovations that help make hip-hop the most popular genre of music. Hip-hop, the music, the movement will soon have a new home. A two-level Universal Hip-Hop Museum being built in the Bronx, set to open next year. In a 52,000 square foot space with interactive exhibits, a performance space, a radio station, and a restaurant.
When people come in here, they feel like they're walking into the evolution of hip-hop history.
Rocky Bucano is the museum's executive director.
Why is remembering hip-hop, the music and the culture, why is that such an important thing?
Well, it's super important because this culture was created by Black and brown kids from the projects, from the hood. This culture has saved so many kids' lives by giving them an outlet to become something.
The memorabilia throughout the current exhibit is an homage to that struggle and success.
Because it's a youth movement. South Africa, South America, no matter where you go, the youth have the same issues. And this music speaks to them.
Music that spoke to young kids 50 years ago, inventing the music they needed to find their voices.
Do you ever listen to hip-hop now and you think, this is not what I intended?
I'm happy. I have to be totally, because the way that I see this here is something that is loved by so many people has to change. It has to go through its changes and do different things.
Okay.
It has to. Otherwise, it's stagnant.
Yeah.
And it doesn't grow.
But you kind of created it.
I didn't say that, you did.
And it's important to note that above that museum, a tower full of affordable housing apartments is being built, and the neighboring park space is also being improved, giving back while celebrating the community.
The Super Bowl countdown is on. In 6 days, the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles go head-to-head. Both teams arrived in Arizona yesterday. NBC News contributor Kaylee Hartung has the story.
Hey, Joe, history is being made in more ways than one with this Super Bowl matchup. And tonight, the party in Arizona really gets started with Super Bowl opening night. For the past 2 years, the event, like so many others, went virtual. But now, fans are back to be a part of the only night leading up to the big game where you have both teams in the same building.
The countdown clock has officially started. Both the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles touching down in Phoenix Sunday for Super Bowl 57. Over the weekend, a warm send-off by hundreds of Eagles fans in Philadelphia, wishing their team good luck.
And how can you go wrong sending the Eagles off?
And tonight, Super Bowl opening night kicks off football's biggest week in person for the first time since the pandemic started. A unique opportunity for fans to watch up close as players and coaches are interviewed by hundreds of media. Preparations for the big game are underway in Arizona. The official football's made, the final touches to State Farm Stadium added, and traffic control in place. Now, with less than a week to go, all eyes are on Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes and his high ankle sprain. After running his way to the AFC Championship, the QB saying recently he feels he's in a good spot. Mahomes will be making history alongside the Eagles' Jalen Hurts, becoming the first two black quarterbacks to start a Super Bowl matchup. And we can't forget the Kelce brothers, a sibling rivalry that'll add another layer of entertainment or nerves for Donna Kelce, the first mother to have two sons play against each other in the Super Bowl. As Mama Kelce told us on Today,
I'll just be so elated. Probably some tears.
Fans launching a fast-growing petition to the NFL for Donna to perform the honorary pregame coin toss, now with more than 150,000 signatures. The latest betting odds have the Eagles a slight favorite, but no matter who you're rooting for,
Rihanna is who everybody is waiting for.
There's Rihanna's highly anticipated halftime show to look forward to, which is why her longtime friend Adele says enthusiastically she'll be at the big game.
Yes, I'm going just for Rihanna.
And now, what I wouldn't give to watch Adele watch Rihanna during that Super Bowl. Now, if you thought that ticket prices to Beyonce's new tour would break the bank, check yourself before you hear these numbers I'm going to tell you about the get-in price for the Super Bowl. Right now, Ticket IQ is saying it'll cost about $6,000 for the cheapest ticket just to get you in the door of the Super Bowl. My couch is looking pretty inviting. Joe?
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Zinklea Savoy in for Savannah Sellers. Breaking news overnight. We're following a developing tragedy in the Middle East. At least 1,300 people are now confirmed dead this morning after a pair of high-magnitude earthquakes rocked parts of Turkey and Syria, with even more fatalities feared buried underneath the rubble. We've got international reaction this morning as search and rescue operations are underway. Tensions rising between Washington and Beijing after the U.S. shot down a Chinese surveillance balloon high above the Carolina coast over the weekend. One top Republican now criticizing President Biden over his response to the incident. We've got that interview and what it all means for America's white-hot relationship with China. Also this morning, a close call at Austin's International Airport. That's now the subject of a federal investigation. Two planes bound for the same runway at the same time. How one pilot's razor-sharp instinct helped skirt disaster. Plus, Hive Mind, fresh off her record-breaking night at the Grammys, the first batch of tickets for Beyonce's latest world tour are set to hit the market today. But will we see a repeat of Ticketmaster's Taylor Swift debacle? I am holding my breath, hoping that is not.
Are you trying to get your tickets today?
I'm trying to get my tickets today, Joe. So fingers crossed.
Let's hope the Beehive can get in without, getting stung or whatever.
Yes, amen, amen. But we begin this morning with breaking news out of Turkey and Syria.
Overnight, two massive earthquakes struck southeastern Turkey. Their magnitude 7.8 and 7.6. The quakes caused widespread devastation and a catastrophic loss of life, both in Turkey and across the border in northern Syria. The combined death toll now stands at more than 1,300, according to officials in both countries. It is a staggering figure, one that is expected to rise as search and rescue efforts continue. Let's get right out to NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald with the very latest. So, Megan, this is just a huge disaster that's unfolding right now in two countries. Let's talk about the situation in Turkey, where the epicenter is. How are rescue operations going there?
Joe, good morning. Good to be with you. This is an absolutely dire and certainly devastating situation. As you mentioned, the death toll just continues to soar right now, soaring past 1,000 in both countries, where thousands of more are feared to be injured. This is something that Turkey has not seen in more than 100 years, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake, the largest that they have ever seen. So you can imagine the devastation. The pictures that are coming in are just incredible. Buildings collapsed, people trapped underneath the rubble, first responders rushing to the scene, trying to pull people out, the chaotic situation where people are screaming for their family members that they can't locate, all while first responders are telling people to remain silent so that they can listen to the cries for help of people that are trapped beneath the rubble as they work to try and pull them out and rush them to safety. We know also that we've seen toddlers and children being pulled from the rubble, passed from first responder to first responder. First responders are doing everything they can to try and save people, but the entire world is watching what is no doubt a humanitarian crisis unfold.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind, this quake hit in an area that is home to millions of Syrian refugees. How are we hearing as far as Syria coping with this tragedy? How are they coping with it?
Yeah, Joe, it's absolutely devastating. As you mentioned, this is an earthquake that hit, and then, of course, another one that hit in the middle of the night when people were sleeping. We know that Syrian officials have activated the military from all across the country to rush to the northern part of the country to try and help. A similar scene to what we're seeing in Turkey, where buildings have collapsed, homes in rubble. It's a race against time, essentially, to try and pull people from the rubble to try and save their lives. We're hearing from a spokesperson for the Syrian Civil Defense who has this desperate plea to the world to try and help his people. I want you to listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
It's a very difficult task for us. We need help. We need the international community to do something to help us, to support us. Northwest Syria now, it's a disaster area. We need help from everyone to save our people.
Yeah, on the verge of tears. I mean, you can just listen to the desperation in his voice as they are now calling on the world to rush in because, again, this is a race against time as people are trapped beneath the rubble. And, of course, keep in mind that this is in the depths of winter. We've already heard from Turkey talking about how that has impacted the ability of first responders to respond in some instances. So, again, Joe, just a dire situation unfolding.
Yeah, Megan, I mean, we hear those pleas for help from the international community. We know reaction is pouring in from the international community so far.
Yeah.
No doubt more help will be coming. That includes, reaction from the White House. What are we hearing there?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The White House putting out a statement that I'm going to read shortly. But we've also heard from the president of Turkey, President Erdogan, saying that some 45 countries have reached out and they continue to reach out, offering help with search and rescue. Everything from countries like India to Germany and Poland, even war-torn Ukraine. President Zelensky offering his assistance as well, doing everything they can to try and help the people of Turkey. I want to read for you this statement from the White House. Jake Sullivan putting out the statement. He says, quote, "We stand ready to provide any and all needed assistance. President Biden has directed U.S. aid and other federal government partners to assess U.S. response options to help those most affected. We will continue to closely monitor the situation in coordination with the government of Turkey." Now, it certainly stands out the fact that Syria was not mentioned here. It's unclear as to what help, if any, the U.S. will provide to Turkey and its allies. Of course, that is something that we'll be watching. But again, the world is watching a humanitarian crisis unfold, Joe.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald on this breaking news, the tragedy in Turkey and Syria. Megan, thank you.
Also this morning, U.S. Navy ships are searching for remnants of the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down Saturday off the coast of South Carolina. President Biden directed the military to take it down over the weekend, officially ending the week-long saga. The high-altitude surveillance tool was first detected on January 28th in Alaska. Its path eventually crossed over into Montana, then southeast across the U.S. and into the Carolinas, flying over sensitive military sites along the way. Republicans blasted the president's handling of the situation, saying the balloon should have been shot down much sooner, while administration officials say the president's actions weaken China's surveillance capabilities. Senators are scheduled to receive a briefing on the balloon on February 15th. So for more, we are joined by NBC News correspondent George Solis from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. George, good morning. Can you just take us through the latest on the recovery effort right there and how long it could take to recover all these pieces of the balloon?
Yeah, good morning, Zinkley. Well, we can expect that more Navy divers and recovery ships will be out searching that 7-mile debris field here off the coast of the Carolinas. We know that a lot of this debris fell in about 47 feet of water, which is much better than what the Pentagon had expected. They actually thought a lot of this debris was going to fall in deeper water. And of course, right now, the concern from across the Carolinas is as some of this debris is expected to wash up on shore, it's making sure that people do not mess with it, do not take it home. That includes the tourists and the locals that live here, because of course doing so could mean that you are interfering with a federal investigation. As for some of the debris that is collected here, well, we are hearing that it will be taken to Quantico in Virginia for further FBI analysis. Guys?
And George, now that the balloon is actually down out of the sky, what's the process for examining the remains, and how much does the intelligence community expect to actually learn from this?
Yeah, quite a bit, frankly. I mean, they're looking for those pieces of the balloon debris as well as any equipment that might have been on board that, of course, will shed light on any of the Chinese spying capabilities. So it's so crucial for crews to recover as much of this debris as possible. Even a small little part could obviously lead to some of the more nuance of what was on board this spy balloon. And it is worth noting that the government does expect there to be some evidence and some equipment of gear on board that balloon that was capable of taking some high quality photos, I should say. Zinkley?
A lot to watch there. George Solis, thank you so much.
For more on this, we are joined by NBC News military analyst and former deputy commander of the United States European Command, Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. Thank you so much for joining us. So a couple questions here. What do you think the U.S. is going to learn as the military recovers the remnants of this balloon? And do you think the balloon was really able to gather any intelligence that China couldn't gather with its spy satellites?
Yeah, good to be with you this morning. I think what the military is doing now, they want to ensure that they get every single inch of this technology so they can take it back to the Quantico lab, exploit it, do forensics on it to see whether or not it was signal intelligence or whether it was some other type of intelligence that will allow the Chinese to glean more than they can glean than from the satellites that they have currently watching us now. What I will tell you is it's hard for me to believe that this balloon can do more than their satellite technology. Perhaps maybe this balloon was used to look at pattern of life on our silos, number, training capabilities we have. We just don't know yet. And so let's give this investigation time, and we'll probably see whether or not this is some advanced technology that the Chinese have more than what their satellites can provide.
We now know this is not the first time something like this has happened. Balloons have passed over the U.S. several times, including during the Trump administration. What, if anything, do you think made this one different?
Well, the biggest difference is it broke U.S. airspace, and as you know, it stayed in U.S. airspace for about 7 days. So the audacity of the Chinese to break U.S. airspace tells us something, that they really want to take a hard look at what we have. As you know, it started basically sitting over Montana, and we have some very sensitive sites there. So it tells me that they're really looking at our nuclear capability and perhaps trying to figure out our triad in our nuclear response capabilities.
Let's talk big picture here. I mean, from Taiwan to concerns over TikTok, we know U.S. and China relations have been very tense recently. Secretary of State Antony Blinken canceled his planned trip to Beijing in the wake of this balloon drama. And just last month, U.S. four-star Air Force General Mike Minihan warned he expects the U.S. is going to be at war with China in 2025. I mean, in your mind, how realistic is that?
Well, what I will tell you is that there's plenty of competition and mutual distrust between both countries right now. But what we can't do is allow this to spill over into conflict. You're looking at the two largest economies in the world. You're looking at the two largest militaries in the world. And so it's very important that we keep dialogue open given the things that have occurred. And so I expect us to work through this. This is a huge bump on the Chinese. But at the end of the day, we have to keep the dialogue open because world economies depend on us in this dialogue. To also, world military depend on us in this dialogue as well.
All right. Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
And that downed Chinese spy balloon dominated the conversation on Meet the Press yesterday. Here's Chuck Todd introducing his exclusive interview with Congressman Mike Turner.
Hello there, Joe and Zinkley. This week on Meet the Press, I spoke with the Republican Congressman Mike Turner. He's chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, a member of that so-called Gang of Eight in Congress, to discuss the Chinese spy balloon that floated across the U.S. before being shot down off the Carolina coast. Take a look at what he had to say.
You know, clearly the president taking it down over the Atlantic is sort of like the quarterback, sort of like tackling the quarterback after the game is over. The satellite had completed its mission. This should never have been allowed to enter the United States, and it never should have been allowed to complete its mission. If you ask somebody to draw an X at every place where our sensitive missile defense sites, our nuclear weapons infrastructure, our nuclear weapons sites are, you would put them all along this path. Clearly, this was an attempt by China to gather information to defeat our command and control of our sensitive missile defense and nuclear weapon sites, and that certainly is an urgency that this administration does not recognize.
Do you think we should have a policy that just anything that enters our airspace that's a balloon from China gets shot down immediately?
Well, first off, you have to understand this administration didn't just fail here. They failed to prepare after the first time this happened during this administration. The administration's already admitted, which I've been briefed on, that China has done this before in the continental United States during this president's tenure.
When did that happen?
You have to let them release it. I can't release classified information, but they can tell you.
We also briefed on that there was apparently 2 or 3 incidents in the previous administration as well.
Well, that's what they're saying now, but I think that the administration needs to come forward because this is not an ability to say that this is a crisis that was handed to them. This is a crisis that has developed as a result of this president during his administration, allowing China to do a similar act before, not responding, and then clearly in this one, not seeing the urgency of what was unfolding.
You can see a lot more of my full interview and more at meetthepress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every weekday at 4 p.m.
Chuck Todd, thank you so much.
The Biden administration's handling of the suspected Chinese spy balloon is just one of the things on the minds of Americans as the president prepares for his second State of the Union address. So what can we expect tomorrow night? NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now with the preview. So Carol, good morning. What do we expect to see be some of the president's main talking points?
Joe, I think one of the main things that you're going to hear from the president tomorrow night is sort of a laundry list of all the things that he has already accomplished. So one of the things officials say the president wants to do is to communicate to the American people that he's gotten things done in his first 2 years. This comes ahead of a period of time in the second half of his term where the White House is not expecting to get a lot of things done with the House Republicans having control. And so he's going to talk about infrastructure bill, his semiconductors manufacturing here in the United States bill, both of which had bipartisan support, and then other bills that Democrats passed by themselves that the president will make the case have helped the economy, that the economic data is trending in the right direction. The challenge the president has with that is that Americans aren't really feeling it, and it's not bearing fruit in his approval numbers. So he's going to try to get Americans to understand what he's done and try to make this case that he is working for them and that they will start to feel the benefits more and more as the year goes on.
Let's talk more about Americans not feeling it. President Biden's State of the Union comes at a time when confidence is low, and we're looking ahead, of course, to the 2024 presidential election. A new poll from the Washington Post and ABC News finds 62% of Americans say they would be dissatisfied or angry if President Biden were reelected in 2024. Only 37% right now approve of his handling of the economy. So, I mean, the stakes are pretty high. What message does the president need to send to Americans during this crucial time? I mean, does the White House feel the pressure here?
They definitely do, and this is the largest audience the president is going to have the entire year, that millions and millions of Americans tune in. And so this is an opportunity as well as a challenge for him. But the opportunity from the White House's perspective is for the president to try to move those numbers. And the way that the White House hopes that he can do that is to talk about the things that the president has gotten done to try to convince Americans, 44% of whom don't approve of his performance in office right now, according to the NBC News poll recently. And so what he's going to do is try to lay out why he is taking the economy, in particular, on the right track. Take a listen to Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, talk about this yesterday.
There are so many accomplishments to talk about, and many of those accomplishments happened on a bipartisan basis. Record low unemployment, lowest we've had in more than 50 years. Right now, inflation is going down along with unemployment. We're talking about the most jobs created under any president in this period. The president's going to be going into this State of the Union speech with a context of extraordinary, historic accomplishment.
So here's the other thing the president has to do, Joe, tomorrow, and this is all also bears out in polling, and that is show Americans that he is up for the job, that he has the energy, that he can get through this speech and not make many mistakes. There's real questions about his age that Americans have, including a lot of Democrats. And so that's something that the country's also going to be watching for. How does he perform? How does he execute on this?
Yeah, it's not just about the content, but also the optics as well. Carol Lee, thanks for that preview. Appreciate it. And we're going to have full team coverage of President Biden's State of the Union address tomorrow night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now.
Now let's turn to the greatest night in music, the 65th annual Grammy Awards. Last night, celebrities packed the house to celebrate some of the biggest names nominated for top honors from the Recording Academy.
Puerto Rican star Bad Bunny started off the night, which also included tributes to the stars we lost in 2022. Female artists made history in several categories, and some of hip-hop's most legendary stars, many of them appeared for an iconic tribute celebrating half a century of the genre.
That's right. Rania Niftos joins us now now for more on our Grammy recap. She is a Billboard staff writer and was on the red carpet last night, so thank you for waking up early to be with us and answer our questions. So, Rania, walk us through some of the top moments of the night. What were you excited to see, and what did you make of the winner of the Album of the Year category, which, of course, everyone has their eyes on?
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible night. I think it was really representative of where music is going as a whole. I was incredibly excited to see Beyonce finally win the most awards, most Grammy Awards of any artist in history. It is beyond deserved, especially as Renaissance was such a it was such a cultural album, and it made such an impact, and it blended genres seamlessly, and it opened up this idea that you don't have to be pigeonholed into one box, especially when someone loves, when the people love you a certain way. You don't have to stay that way. You can grow, you can try dance, you can try progressive R&B, you can stay traditional R&B, and she really showed us that she is an icon, the artist of our time. I was really hoping that she would win our Album of the Year, but of course I went to Mr. Harry Styles, which I am admittedly a huge fan of. And Harry, of course, also deserved it, just because, as it was such a historic, well, I think it's the fourth longest Hot 100 #1. On the Billboard Hot 100. So he, of course, made such an impact with that album as well.
Let's talk about another highlight of the show. I mean, the beauty of the Grammys is it's like a dream concert where all your favorite performers from the past year get together and perform. And that included this tribute to 50 years of hip hop. How did the Grammys go about honoring the legacy of the genre? I mean, who all was there? It might be easier to ask who wasn't there, but who was there and what was the response to this?
I mean, I think this was the most beautiful part of the night. We had everyone from Grandmaster Flash to LL Cool J to Salt and Pepper to Queen Latifah. And then you had modern day artists. We had, Lil Baby, Lil Uzi Vert, Glorilla, like all these people come together under one roof to celebrate the past, present, and future of hip hop. And we talked to a bunch of these people on the red carpet. We talked to Nelly, we talked to Salt and Pepper, and everybody had the same beautiful sentiment that for such a long time, hip hop, rap was almost kind of outlawed in the mainstream music scene, but now they're really showing that they're here to stay. They're not going anywhere, and if anything, they've contributed to other genres so prominently. And yeah, it's just a celebration of how important hip hop is in our culture.
And Rania, briefly here, we have to end on Beyonce because, to your point, most Grammy wins ever. So what is her legacy? How are we going to remember her, even being shut out of Album of the Year?
Oh, man. I mean, where do we begin? I think we are going to remember her as someone who just seamlessly flows through time. And she went from Destiny's Child with incredible, groundbreaking female group that, blended harmonies with songwriting. And then she took it upon herself and proved that even on her own, she is an insane performer, songwriter, fashion icon. She can literally do it all. And no matter what she puts out, she doesn't disappoint. She stays taking inspiration from history of the past, and she's the best, and she deserves to be the most awarded artist in history.
Truly a Renaissance woman. Rania Niftos, thank you so much.
Of course.
And now to weather. The East Coast could see more storm systems headed its way.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman's with us this morning with your Morning News Now forecast. Hey there, Michelle.
Good morning. Great to see you both. And yeah, we're watching some storms in some parts of the country today, some winter weather, but a really big welcome warm up in portions of the southern plains. Temperatures 20 to 30 degrees above normal for this time of year. And we're going to see temperatures in Texas into the upper 70s to low 80s. So a big difference from the frigid air they had last week. Let's start with the winter weather, though. We're looking at wintry weather moving through portions of the Intermountain West. We're going to see heavy snow falling, also wind. And then we're looking at a cold front stretching from portions of the northern plains into the southern plains. We're going to see snow, rain, freezing rain also in portions of the northern plains. That's mainly this morning, and then by this afternoon, this evening, seeing a mixture of rain and snow in portions of the upper Midwest, also the upper Great Lakes. This is going to move slowly to the east as we head throughout the next few days. So we're looking by tomorrow into the Ohio Valley with some rain, heavy rain falling throughout portions of the mid-Mississippi Valley and the southern plains. You could see some strong to severe storms. That mainly would be in portions of Texas, into Louisiana, also into portions of Mississippi. The best chance, though, would be in portions of Texas and also Louisiana, where we could see some strong storms, even a few tornadoes there. By Wednesday, those showers slowly shifting into the Mississippi Valley. We could see up to 3 to 4 inches of rain. So heavy rain falling, especially where you see those brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, also the yellows. This is where we're expecting the severe weather threat tomorrow. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail, also a tornado or two is possible, and that is mainly in parts of Texas and Louisiana. And there's a bullseye for that heavy rain, Poplar Bluff, Memphis, Little Rock. Again, the darker colors indicating where we expect that heavy rain falling. So really stretching from the Ohio Valley. And we'll end it here because this is good news. We are welcoming this relief in terms of that warm weather. Houston 75, 12 degrees above what is typical for this time of year, and warm too in Nashville. Back to you guys.
All right, drastic difference from just a couple days ago. All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, another close call on the tarmac here in the U.S. 2 planes bound for the same runway at the same time. Ahead, more on the pilot who averted disaster and the federal investigation now underway.
Plus, where things stand in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. As the second full week of testimony kicks off today, we will be right back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. An FAA investigation is underway after a near collision was averted at Austin's airport over the weekend. Authorities say a FedEx cargo plane and a Southwest Airlines flight were cleared to use the same runway at the same time. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains how one pilot's quick instincts help prevent a potential disaster.
In Austin, an airport crisis caught just in time, starting when a FedEx flight approached early Saturday morning.
Confirm FedEx 1432 Heavy, clear to land on 18 left. FedEx 1432 Heavy, that is affirmative. 18 left, you are clear to land. Traffic departing crossing route to 737.
That radio traffic now critical evidence due to what happened next. The FAA saying before the FedEx aircraft was due to land, the controller cleared Southwest Flight 708 to depart from the same runway. Potentially complicating matters, a freezing fog so dense, officials had issued a weather advisory.
There's no visibility, so you can't see the other airplanes.
Aviation expert John Cox says conditions were flyable, but warranted caution. And as the two planes grew dangerously close, you can hear someone tell Southwest to stop.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
On the go, meaning the FedEx pilot cut the landing short, pulling the plane into a climb for safety.
How differently could this have played out without the caution of that FedEx crew?
Had the FedEx crew not initiated a go-around, these airplanes would have been potentially very close or even possibly collided.
At New York's JFK Airport, a similar close call just weeks ago.
Delta 1943, cancel takeoff clearance.
An American Airlines flight forced a Delta jet to abort takeoff after somehow crossing the same runway. American promising a full internal investigation. And at Newark, on Friday, a Boeing 787 clipped wings with a United flight as it left the gate. No one was hurt, but the FAA says the impact snapped off a small piece of the wing. And we've learned both the NTSB and the FAA are investigating this incident here at Austin Airport. Of course, they're going to be looking at those flight data recorders, but also that radio traffic, which will be critical in showcasing who knew what and when. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Austin.
Morgan, thank you. And the second full week of the Alec Murdaugh trial gets underway today. The former South Carolina lawyer accused of killing his wife and son.
Last week, we saw evidence and testimony about where the prosecution says Murdaugh could have been on the night of the murders. Murdaugh has maintained that he was nowhere near the scene of the crime. Our legal analyst, Danny Savalos, joins us now with the latest on the trial. So first of all, it's Monday morning, so let's catch folks up on what happened Friday. Were there any big bombshells there?
We had some ballistics experts, which might have ballistic expert, which might have been a wash. Now, the defense last week cross-examined this expert and rather challenged the underlying science itself. That leads me to believe they may not have an expert of their own. When you challenge that science, it's a little weird to put on your own expert in the same science. But really most interesting to me is the out-of-jury hearing on the financial records. I know we've talked about this before, and in a way, I think the prosecution is making a misstep. They may benefit if they lose this motion, and I don't blame them. Prosecutors have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt, so they're often they have a tendency to overkill, to load on the evidence. And this is an example of what I think might be a problem. You bring in that financial evidence, and the prosecution's theory becomes this guy had all these financial problems, therefore he thought he would get sympathy by killing his wife and child. I can see jurors saying, what? And I almost sense that in your face, that you might be thinking the same thing, that they might do better by just putting in all the circumstantial evidence. We've got these shell casings, they can cross-examine it. But this whole idea that someone would be worried and would want to garner sympathy by killing his wife and kid, bananas.
And Danny, you mentioned circumstantial evidence, so let's talk about it, because I know that during cross-examination it was brought up about potential missteps in preserving the crime scene, and they've also relied a lot on circumstantial evidence. So how is this playing into this case?
There's a common misunderstanding that circumstantial evidence is somehow bad evidence, and it's often more airtight than direct evidence. Direct evidence is just eyewitness testimony. I saw someone shoot the sheriff, right? But eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable. Our memories fade. We're affected by things like adrenaline and stress. So in a way, circumstantial evidence can be even more powerful. And the fact that they're attacking the crime scene, it tells me that their defense is centered not so much around, hey, some other dude did it, SODDI, as we say in the defense biz, and more pointing at shoddy investigation and the classic tunnel vision. They started looking at Murdoch early, and they let the real bad guy go. They may not make much effort to prove who that real bad guy was, but that would be ideal. But instead, they're just going to say reasonable doubt, they're not there, shoddy investigation, tunnel vision.
All right, Danny Savalos, we'll keep watching it throughout the week here. Thank you so much, Danny. Appreciate it.
Thank you. International headlines now. National security is at the forefront as a landmark trial begins in Hong Kong.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
That's right. Good morning. We start in Hong Kong today, where a landmark case against China's national security law begins. The 16 people on trial were a part of a group known as the Hong Kong 47. The pro-democracy activists were arrested back in 2021 after participating in an unofficial primary election. Their efforts broke sweeping national security law imposed by Beijing, established to crack down on anti-government retaliation. Those on trial include a former lawmaker known by his nickname Long Hair, who said during his plea it is not a crime to oppose totalitarianism. The 16 who plead not guilty are facing charges that could send them to prison for life. Turning now to the slopes, where deadly avalanches across Western Austria and Switzerland killed at least 10 over the weekend. At the time, Austrian authorities put out a level 4 avalanche alert, meaning very large avalanches are likely. Even experienced skiers were encouraged to stay away from the steep terrain. Despite the warnings, tourists typically made their way to the resorts in the area during the February holiday. The death toll includes tourists from New Zealand, China, and Germany. And we finish off aboard the papal plane back from South Sudan, where on Sunday Pope Francis, the head of the Anglican Communion, and a top Presbyterian minister held an in-flight press conference. All three spiritual leaders say LGBTQ people should be welcomed by their churches. Pope Francis referred back to his original comments from a few weeks ago, repeating that laws against homosexuality are, quote, unjust, and that being homosexual is not a crime. Now, I was on that plane back from South Sudan, where, by the way, homosexuality is still a crime, and I got to ask Pope Francis a question about Ukraine. He said that he's still open to dialogue and to meet with both Zelensky and Putin, but also said that there are other wars in the world, like Myanmar and Syria and others in Latin America, and he warned that the world is self-destructing and that we should seriously stop and think, guys.
Right. Claudio, thank you so much for sharing that conversation, that question you got to ask.
Yeah,
thank you.
Really important. Thank you.
Right.
And coming up, if you've got a quick question for your doctor, you might want to think twice before sending that personal message, because it could cost you. We'll explain.
Plus, a look at the future of health care in America's hospitals with what else? Artificial intelligence, how so-called smart intensive care units are revolutionizing patients' experiences. Next.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Since the pandemic started, many patients have turned to messaging with doctors with questions about their health and wellness. But many doctors say that answering all those messages takes up a lot of time, and now some healthcare providers are starting to charge for it. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren takes a closer look.
Dr. Booth.
When Meg Richmond has a question for her doctor, this is often the first thing she does.
It's so much easier just to send a message, ask a simple question, and get his opinion. Is this something I need to come in for?
On the other end, at the Cleveland Clinic, Dr. Eric Booth answers not just Meg's message, but requests from dozens of patients.
How many messages do you get a day?
Before and after the pandemic, it's actually doubled.
That's a lot of extra work.
And it's not time that's set aside for us to do.
For Booths and other doctors, it means many hours of their own time every day spent answering messages. Some have actually had to cut back on the hours they see patients. So the Cleveland Clinic is one of at least 10 major healthcare systems now charging for some communications. Booth says a nominal fee applies to less than 1% of digital interactions. Most are covered by insurance, and the bill is never more than $50 out of pocket.
This is not about every single message being billed for a patient. This is about certain messages that kind of take a little bit more time for the physician to look at.
Examples of what might be billed: asking about new symptoms, a change to medications, or requests to complete medical forms. Things like appointment scheduling, refills, or a question that leads to an appointment or follow-up remains free. But patient advocate Cynthia Fisher says it's a step too far.
So now you're adding yet another level of charging patients, where patients are going to be surprised by these bills.
At Brigham and Women's Hospital, they haven't started charging for portal messaging. But Dr. Eve Rittenberg has researched the increased workload for physicians. She says she spends up to 5 hours answering messages for every 4 hours she spends with patients.
Is there a risk in losing doctors to burnout because of the increased workload?
I think that's the real crisis. Studies showing, rates of 50-60% burnout among U.S. doctors.
Back in Ohio, Meg and her husband Bob think a small fee is fair.
I could just go on Google and ask the same question and get 10 different answers. But I want to hear from Dr. Booth.
With doctors now at our fingertips, one more question you may want to ask: is that message costing you? Kristen Dahlgren, NBC News, Cleveland.
And staying with medical news, one hospital in Florida is going high-tech with patient care. Doctors at the University of Florida Health Center are using artificial intelligence to help monitor their patients. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres has more on this groundbreaking technology.
Good.
Michael Dieter has been awaiting a lung transplant at the University of Florida Health Center since December.
I'm what you call high-flow air. And because of that, I can't sustain myself at home.
A dedicated team of doctors and nurses attend to him day and night. But that's not all. Sensors and cameras track Dieter's every move in this smart intensive care unit, from vital signs to facial expressions and everything in between.
Every place in this room will sensing something about you. Is this enough light? Is this enough noise? Are you okay? Are you moving enough? Are you in your bed? Are you out of the bed? I think that's the future of how we will design hospital.
More than 350 gigabytes of information per patient goes into a central computer, where artificial intelligence then processes the data.
We could look at the patient and go, they're moving a lot. There's something going on there. Or their face has a certain grimace to it that they normally don't have. Is it possible that it could tell you before I even know that I'm having problems?
Yes, 100%. We will be able to decipher complex features, complex emotions like agitation or hunger.
Funded by the National Institutes of Health, the high-tech experiment enters its third year. Researchers are still teaching the technology what certain actions like sitting and standing might indicate. The hope that AI will soon be able to provide real-time healthcare recommendations.
nurses, doctors, we spend a considerable amount of time paperwork, translating the data we get.
You will actually have representation of the data in a way that you as a human can just understand and action.
But will this new technology replace the need for humans in the hospital altogether?
They are very simplistic models compared to what our brains are doing. And I don't think that we should be worried about humans being replaced anytime soon.
This technology does take big burden off the physicians and nurses and provide them time to actually engage what we are here for, taking care of the patients.
A new holistic approach to healthcare where humans and computers work hand in hand. Dr. John Torres, NBC News, Gainesville, Florida.
Coming up, Ticketmaster in the spotlight once again this morning. That's because pre-sale tickets for Beyonce's highly anticipated Renaissance tour are set to hit the market today.
Could we see another Taylor Swift ticket debacle, or will the company ultimately be spared from the Beehive's wrath? We've got a breakdown and, of course, how you can score some seats next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with financial news. Tech is taking another major hit as Dell plans job cuts.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with more on that and other money news. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Well, Dell is planning to cut more than 6,600 jobs, which Bloomberg reports is about 5% of the company's workforce. Dell has faced plunging demand for PCs. An industry tracker, IDC, says shipments dropped sharply in the fourth quarter of last year, and Dell saw the biggest decline of 37%. The company gets more than half of its revenue from PCs. In a memo, Dell's chief operating officer says previous cost-cutting measures, including a hiring freeze, are no longer enough. And Apple is exploring the idea of launching a more expensive iPhone Ultra, priced above the iPhone Pro and Pro Max models. Bloomberg says the new device could arrive as soon as next year with the iPhone 16 lineup. It's unclear what type of features would come with the Ultra, but it may offer an improved camera, a faster chip, and possibly an even bigger display. And sticking with Apple, it has topped Forbes' annual list of the world's most admired companies for the 16th straight year. The rankings are based on corporate reputation, and categories include innovation, people management, social responsibility, product quality, and long-term investment value. Amazon and Microsoft are tied for second, followed by Berkshire Hathaway and JP Morgan Chase. Wow, man, 16 years at the top. That is a high praise for Apple.
Yeah, no kidding. That's an interesting measurement, the most admired company. It's the admiration we have for a company. So, all right, Pippa, thank you so much.
Thank you. And fresh off her record-breaking night at the Grammys, Beyonce is gearing up for her world tour. And the Beehive, including me, is ready. Ticketmaster's North American pre-sale for Beyonce's highly anticipated Renaissance World Tour go on sale today, and fans are hoping to score tickets before they're sold out.
Now, many are worried that it'll be a repeat of last year's Taylor Swift fiasco, and fans face long wait times and all those technical glitches. But Ticketmaster says the process won't break your soul this time around.
But we'll have to see. CNBC's consumer and general assignment reporter Stefan Sykes is here with everything you and really I need to know. So Stefan, this is Beyonce's first solo tour in 6 whole years. What should we fans know who are hoping to score tickets?
Yeah, so sales start today, and Ticketmaster has already said there won't be enough tickets to go around. They're saying that demand, just based on registration rates for this round, exceeds the number of tickets available by more than 800%. So there's going to be a lot of people today that are hoping to get tickets that are going to be sort of left out in the lurch.
Ouch. So because of that huge demand, a lot of people are worried. They're thinking about the Taylor Swift debacle during the pre-sale last year. So Ticketmaster is saying that its verified fan system is the best way to get tickets. So explain what this verified system is and how it works. I know I used it last year to get Bruce Springsteen tickets, which was a pretty hot ticket, and it worked for me, although others who I wanted to go with, they didn't get the pre-approval, so they couldn't get the tickets. Thankfully, I did. But explain to us how this works.
Yeah, so Ticketmaster, they're really doubling down on the verified fan system, which they say is the best way to ensure that tickets actually go to people and not to automated bots, a part of their booming resale market, right? And so what Ticketmaster is saying is for their verified fans, fans need to sign up ahead of time. They need to be registered with the site. They need to prove that they're human. And they're kind of changing it up a bit this time by staggering sales. Last time, if you remember, the pre-sale for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour, it happened all at once. And so the site just was not able to handle that much, that sort of surge. And so their site crashed. They later had to cancel the public pre-sale. And so they're staggering sales now. They're doing it by 3 different groups: Group A, Group B, Group C. And Group A is going today. Group A includes cities like Los Angeles, Atlanta. And so, there's still going to be a lot of demand. There's still questions as to whether Ticketmaster is ready for that demand, in spite of the staggered sales. So, it'll be their next big test. Sales start today at 10, and we'll see what happens.
And Stefan, I know there are also some reports that Ticketmaster has implemented a new feature. You could say they're trying to upgrade you, and that new feature would stop resellers from selling tickets for more than their original price. What do we know about this?
Yeah, so this isn't confirmed just yet. I've been speaking with Ticketmaster. I've been trying to get an idea of whether this is true or not. But some fans are saying that when they've tried to resell tickets for sales that have already started overseas, they were getting messages saying that the site is not allowing them to resell past its original price. This is also something that the Senate Judiciary Committee is also really pushing Ticketmaster to implement. So I've been trying to get an answer from them, haven't heard back yet. But this, if you remember for the Taylor Swift fiasco, one of the big issues, right, in addition to all the glitches and the long wait times, was that tickets, once they were bought up by all of these bots, were resold sometimes for more than like double their price. And so, this would be a great feature for Ticketmaster to implement. There's no confirmation yet as to whether or not they'll actually do it. But, fans definitely are hoping that this is a reality.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's a sweet dream or a beautiful nightmare. Stefan, thank you so much.
Coming up, a family secret kept close to one man's heart with the $100 bill in his hand.
After the break, we'll bring you the story of an anonymous philanthropist restoring faith to one small Alabama town. You're watching Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Many animals store food for the cold winter months, but one hoarding bird may have taken some extra precautions. When pest control workers were called into a job in California, they found 700 pounds of acorns stored in the walls of a home. The culprit, a very nutty and hungry woodpecker. They say the wily woodpecker pecked holes in the house to hold its acorns, but instead then they fell into spaces in the walls. The crew left the house with around 8 garbage bags full of acorns, an impressive stash that likely made all the other forest dwellers quite jealous. Nick's Extreme Pest Control wrote on his Facebook page that they had never seen anything like this. If I could do the Woody Woodpecker laugh, I would do it right now.
I mean,
but I can't. So.
As you should. And I'm also glad to hear that they'd never seen anything like that. I would be a little alarmed. Thanks, Joe. And a farmer in Alabama secretly helped people at his local pharmacy paying for their medications when they could not afford it. Now, after his passing, his mission is growing, with people across the country paying it forward through donations of their very own. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart has this heartwarming story.
Tell me a little bit about your dad.
He was a very kind, generous, caring, I'm going to say godly man.
Her father, Hody Childress, a retired farmer turned secret superhero. It happened here at this Geraldine, Alabama pharmacy.
He just walked in one day and said, "Do you ever have anyone that can't afford their medication?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Okay, the next time that happens, I want you to give this to them and use it for their medication."
It was a $100 bill, but he had one demand.
He just said, "I need you to promise that you won't ever tell where it came from."
From then on, every month, year after year, he came back with the same $100 bill and the same request.
How much did he end up giving?
It would be around $10,000.
Hody was able to keep it secret until last year, when his health started to fail. He turned to his daughter, Tanya Nix.
He said, "I've been doing something for a while that I would like to continue doing." So I brought the money to the drugstore. I found someone. I said, "I'm Hody Childress's daughter." He said, "You would know what to do with this." And they said, "Yes, we do."
This New Year's Day, Hody passed away. Word of his secret philanthropy soon spread through Geraldine and to Bree Sloggetter. Last August, her son Eli had a severe reaction to a hornet sting. She rushed to Geraldine Drugs for an EpiPen.
She says it's $800.
What?
Yeah, I like to have died.
But like for so many others, Hody came to the rescue.
But she said, it's taken care of. And I said, what? And she said, it's taken care of. No questions asked.
And now, Hody's mission is growing.
I had a gentleman from Washington call and say, I want to, donate 12 months. And then I had a gentleman from Miami call and say, I'm just going to start a Hody fund in my own town.
I know Dad would like to bring hope to the people that feel desperate, because I feel like there was times in our lives that was really hard, and there was people that stepped in and helped us. We've seen that through his story. It doesn't take much to make a difference.
Our thanks to Jose for that report. And Brooke tells us that she plans to keep the Hody Fund running as long as people keep donating. Such a heartwarming story.
What a legacy there. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now, breaking news on Morning News Now. Deadly earthquake. More than 1,000 people are dead after a pair of strong earthquakes hit southern Turkey and northern Syria overnight. This video capturing the moment a building collapsed in the first quake, sending people running. Authorities say hundreds of buildings have now collapsed, and they expect the death toll to rise as crews dig through the rubble. We have the latest on the recovery efforts this morning. Balloon mystery. Right now, the U.S. Navy is working to recover possible remains of the Chinese surveillance balloon that made its way across the U.S. last week. But we're learning about it this morning. Plus, we are in Beijing with the latest on the growing tensions between China and the U.S. Also this morning, sticker shock. Getting around is going to cost you more. The price tags on new cars are up. Gas prices are on the rise, too, something we don't normally see in the winter. We're going to explain what's behind this upward trend and how you can still travel without draining your wallet. Plus, night of winners, from Beyonce to Lizzo to Harry Styles. Some of the biggest names in music walked away with some shiny hardware at last night's Grammys. We have a recap of the awards, including the mixed reaction to the winner of the night's top prize. See him there in that outfit that looks like tinsel.
I was going to say,
Christmas
lots of silver.
There was a lot
of shine, not just
a sparkly night. Yeah, shiny hardware, shiny outfits.
Yes.
We'll recap the Grammys for you coming up in a little bit. We do want to begin this hour with the latest on those two deadly earthquakes that hit southeastern Turkey overnight.
That's right. More than 1,400 people have been killed in both Turkey and Syria, according to local officials. But that death toll is expected to rise even higher as search and rescue teams sift through mountains of rubble. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the very latest and a warning some may find this footage disturbing.
Hey there, good day to you. This is a catastrophe in a war-torn part of the world with bitter experience of catastrophic events, and it keeps getting worse. The first earthquake, 7.8 magnitude. There has now been another earthquake in the same area, 7.6 magnitude, with those aftershocks felt as far away as cities in Iraq. The numbers are stunning. Almost 3,000 buildings have collapsed. More than 1,300 people have been killed, and that number inevitably will rise. Thousands of people injured and thousands racing to take part in a desperate rescue operation. Whole buildings collapsing from the earthquake's power. Unable to stand against this quake, almost 8 on the Richter scale. The morning light revealing devastation and wreckage. A toddler in Syria, bloody but conscious, pulled from the rubble. And other survivors taken from collapsed buildings, lucky to be alive. 3 huge tremors snapping streetlights and sending car alarms wailing. The moments recorded on security camera footage. This is one of the region's worst quakes in decades, striking while people slept just after 4 a.m. The quake hitting a huge area of southern Turkey and northern Syria, an area already war-torn with hundreds of refugees. The tremors felt as far as Beirut, Jerusalem and Gaza. In northern Syria, they are searching for survivors in opposition-held territory. Hospitals there already overwhelmed with the injured.
We need help. We need the international community to do something to help us, to support us.
Turkey's President Erdogan said rescue workers will be joined by troops to search for survivors, but they have a vast area to cover. Those searching calling for silence as they try and listen for trapped survivors. This rescuer asking someone trapped, "What colour are you wearing? Are you wearing pink?" A frantic rush to find those caught in the rubble. The White House offering to provide any and all assistance to Turkey, although the statement left out any reference to the US working directly with Syria. And scientists say a 7.8 magnitude earthquake is equivalent to 32 Hiroshima bombs. And remember, we are now hearing, as I mentioned at the top, that there have been 2 earthquakes of a similar magnitude. I've been to that area on the border of Syria and Turkey. There are many war refugees, people living already in destitution, often without electricity. This truly is tragedy piled upon tragedy.
A true tragedy. Keir, thank you so much.
Let's get more on the situation unfolding in Turkey and Syria right now with Dr. Mazen Kiwara. He is the regional director of the Syrian American Medical Society Foundation. He joins us from near the epicenter of the first earthquake in Turkey. Doctor, thank you for joining us. I know it's a chaotic scene right now. First and foremost, just please describe to us what you felt when these 2 powerful earthquakes hit earlier.
Yeah, thank you so much for unfortunately, after the midnight, about 4:70, we woke up with the horrific, shocking earthquake. It's our first time to experience such a very strong earthquake. We started to see everything shaking around of us in my apartment. Directly, I went to my kids' rooms, then get them outside the building. The situation was very catastrophic. Everyone are in the street, and also it was very rainy and snowy weather condition. So we are till now out of our buildings. We are not allowed to go inside our buildings, despite it's not damaged. But because of this is the instructions of the government not to go back to the building, we are still now feel after shocking earthquakes. One of them was strong. Frankly, it was about 7.5.
What you mentioned, it's rainy and snowy. I know the temperatures are cold there right now, and you have to stay outside. That's why you're in your car right now. When you got outside and looked around your neighborhood, what was it that you saw?
Everyone was in the street. No one stayed in their buildings, and unfortunately, about 200 meters away from my building, there was a collapsing in one building in Gaziantep. We have several buildings collapsed in Gaziantep, like other areas. But as you know, we are working to serve people in northwest Syria, which is the even before the earthquake, there was a devastating situation in northwest Syria because of 11 years of war and all kinds of crises there. So very poor infrastructure, very poor healthcare system, very poor even rescue teams to serve people or to help people there. Many buildings collapsed there. Even SAMS is supporting about 38 health facility in northwest Syria. 4 of them are hospitals. 4 of those hospitals were damaged because of the earthquake. We are forced to evacuate 2 of them, and we are continue our work to rescue people and to serve the damaged and injured people. Till now, we have 138 deaths and more than 650 injured, only in SAM's supported facilities in northwest Syria. We started to use maternity hospitals and other kind of hospitals and the healthcare centers as a trauma centers to serve the people there. And we are expecting more and more injuries because of the low capacity of few teams. So a lot of people are still right now under rebels.
That's so hard to hear, Dr. Kiwara. We are thinking of you and your community and your country right now as these search and rescue efforts are underway. Please stay safe and keep us updated on how everything is going.
Sure, thank you so much. I call the international community to look at this area and try its best to support and to give all kind of humanitarian response and humanitarian aid to this area, because the situation is devastating.
The world will be responding. Thank you so much.
And now to the latest on that Chinese balloon shot down by the military on Saturday. The U.S. says it was a surveillance balloon, but China maintains it was a, quote, civilian airship used for meteorological purposes. This morning, the U.S. Navy and the Coast Guard are searching for the wreckage in the waters of the coast off South Carolina, where it was downed. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest.
Hey there. Today, while the search of the debris field continues, FBI experts are trying to assess the intelligence damage. But the more immediate problem for the White House could be the political controversy as Republicans go on the attack, even though the Biden administration says China sent 3 balloons into U.S. airspace during the Trump administration, though never for this duration. As Navy divers search for debris, this video shows what appears to be part of the balloon being brought back to shore Sunday. Ships are canvassing a 10-mile debris field in shallow waters, with the FBI on hand to start analyzing the wreckage as police seek help from beachgoers.
If any debris washes up, we need to know about it right away.
Defense officials say the balloon, with a payload the size of 3 buses, first entered U.S. airspace over the Aleutian Islands last Tuesday. Tracked by NORAD, it moved to Canada, re-entering U.S. airspace over Idaho Wednesday, flying at 60,000 feet. 2 senior officials tell NBC News U-2 spy planes were circling the balloon as it flew across the country, capturing images and data. China says it was a weather balloon that drifted off course, but the U.S. says it was a spy balloon, with China managing its direction. Although the balloon flew over Montana, which has 150 missile sites, U.S. officials say they mitigated its surveillance capabilities without providing specifics on how. Once the balloon reached the Atlantic coast, it was shot down with a single Sidewinder missile from an F-22 fighter jet.
We got it. Boom! We have eyes on the balloon falling.
A spokesperson for the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs responding this morning, calling it an unacceptable and irresponsible action. China raised eyebrows over the weekend, saying that they retain the right to respond further. Meanwhile, Republicans slammed President Biden for not shooting it down immediately.
The president taking it down over the Atlantic is sort of like the quarterback, sort of like tackling the quarterback after the game is over. The satellite had completed its mission.
On Saturday, the president said his military advisors did not want to risk harming civilians or damaging property with falling debris.
I ordered the Pentagon to shoot it down on Wednesday as soon as possible. They decided that the best time to do that was as it got over water.
The biggest question puzzling top U.S. officials: why would China's President Xi risk sending a spy balloon across the entire United States, clearly visible from the ground, knowing it would blow up a high-stakes meeting with Secretary of State Blinken that was supposed to take place this weekend? Or was this a long-planned military operation, not coordinated with China's president? Back to you.
A lot to dig into, Andrea. Thank you. Now, NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is in Beijing with more on the Chinese reaction to this incident. So, Janice, we understand China has accused the United States of overreacting by shooting down this balloon. So what exactly have they been saying?
Well, they are calling it indiscriminate use of force. China has lodged a formal complaint with the U.S. ambassador at the embassy here in Beijing, and they say that they do reserve the right for further retaliation. What China isn't talking about is the balloon itself. They're not revealing anything more than the fact that it's a civilian airship and that it got lost when it was collecting weather data. What they did say is that that second balloon that was spotted over Latin America and now South America, that is also Chinese. That is also apparently a civilian airship, and it also apparently blew off course.
And Janice, China also warned of serious repercussions. Is there any indication right now of what exactly those would be?
Well, whether the leadership here wants to escalate a situation that they themselves have described as accidental isn't clear. A lot of the commentary on social media has been mocking the U.S., saying that it overreacted by shooting the balloon out of the sky. There is some concern, certainly of some analysts in the U.S., that U.S. surveillance targets in this region could now be targeted. Certainly, any sort of moves that the U.S. makes to boost ties with Taiwan are going to raise the temperature in the region. And, of course, if anything is discovered in that debris field off the coast of the Carolinas.
Time will tell. Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much.
Turning now to Texas, where an FAA investigation is underway. That's after a near collision was averted at Austin's airport on Saturday. Authorities say a FedEx cargo plane and a Southwest Airlines flight were cleared to use the same runway at the same time. NBC's Morgan Chesky joins us now from Austin with more on that close call. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And this was a split-second decision that likely saved lives. But unfortunately, it's just the latest incident of planes barely missing each other on a runway, this time here in Austin, where a pilot's cautiousness and training likely prevented a potential catastrophe. This morning, federal investigators poring over a close call at Austin Bergstrom International Airport. It happened early Saturday when a FedEx cargo plane was making its approach in heavy fog.
Tower confirm, FedEx 1432 Heavy clear to land on the 18 left. FedEx 1432 Heavy, that is affirmative. 18 left, you are clear to land. Traffic departing priority route to 737.
According to the FAA, the cargo plane was cleared to land on the same runway as a departing Southwest Airlines flight that had just been cleared for takeoff. Moments later, you can hear someone not yet identified on radio traffic between pilots and air traffic control tell Southwest to abort.
Southwest Silver, confirm on the road. Roll on down. Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
That response, the FAA says, is the FedEx pilot cutting his landing short, pulling the plane into a climb, and putting critical distance between both planes.
The airplanes got closer than they should have. They're still working through exactly how close, but there was a loss of separation, clearly.
That loss of separation, according to NBC's aviation expert John Cox, is something pilots are trained to watch out for.
Had the FedEx crew not initiated a go-around, these airplanes would have been potentially very close or even possibly collided.
In New York just weeks ago, a similar situation at JFK Airport after an American Airlines flight ended up on the wrong runway and almost hit a Delta flight about to take off.
Delta 1943, cancel takeoff plans.
And at Newark Airport on Friday, another incident, but this one much less serious, as a Boeing 787 clipped wings with a United flight as it left the gate, snapping off a small piece of the wing. And back here in Austin, experts say that these planes were flying in a fog so dense a weather advisory had to be issued. But important to note, conditions were still flyable, although they did warrant caution. Both the NTSB and FAA are now investigating. Joe.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather forecast for the week ahead.
Michelle Grossman has it all for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we're watching a few systems today. Not big blockbuster storms, but still watching the chance for heavy snow in the Intermountain West, the Cascades as well. And also watching the chance for some freezing rain, some snow, some rain in the northern plains. That's going to move up to the upper Midwest and also the upper Great Lakes later on today into this evening. But it's a big winter warm-up we're looking at in the southern plains. A big difference, a huge temperature swing compared to this time last week in portions of the southern plains. We're going to see temperatures into the 70s and 80s. So let's start with the week ahead. For today, we're talking about that storm. We're also talking about the big warm-up, also above average in portions of the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. We're going to be about 5 to 10 degrees above normal there. Some temperatures even 30 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Then as we head throughout Wednesday, we're looking at heavy rain falling in portions of the southern plains, looking at the chance for strong to severe storms, especially in the southern plains along the Gulf Coast. Also looking at a little bit of snow on the backside of that storm system, still out ahead of the system. February warmth is going to stay in place on Wednesday, Thursday, also Friday. So temperatures well above normal. Notice you're looking at New England into the Northeast, temperatures in the 40s and 50s, 80s and 70s in Florida, temperatures in the 60s with rain falling in the southern plains. And we're going to be watching more snow falling throughout the Intermountain West. Some wind there too. Then Friday, wrapping up the week, it's going to be wet but mild along the East Coast from portions of the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic, the Carolinas, and also the Southeast. A few snow showers in Maine and the northern New England. Also some snow showers falling along the Great Lakes into portions of the Ohio Valley. Rain and mountain snow, another storm system entering the West Coast. But look at these temperatures. This is so welcomed compared to what we saw last year. Suffering in Texas. Today, not so much. Feeling a little spring-like in spots. Houston, 75. That's 12 degrees above what is normal for this time of year. 60 in Nashville. Even in Boston, you're going to be almost 10 degrees above normal this time of year. 46. Remember, we had a wind chill of 36 on Saturday morning in Boston. We broke a record of minus 10 for their overnight low. Tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures mild of normal for this time of year. 50 in Pittsburgh, 48 degrees in Atlantic City, and 33 in Bangor. It's even warm in Kansas City at 50 degrees. Luckily, this warmth sticks around if you like warm weather this time of year. We're looking at temperatures in the 60s, upper 50s in Lexington, Raleigh in the 70s, and New York City looking good, mid-50s by Thursday. Back to you guys.
We've had one day of winter in New York this year, so.
Yeah, exactly. So true.
Michelle Grossman, thank you so much.
Sure.
And coming up, thousands of people have been forced to evacuate in Ohio.
That's after a crash involving a train with hazardous materials on board. We're going to have the latest on this toxic threat and the race to keep the area safe. You're watching Morning News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? Our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Overnight, officials in a small town in northeastern Ohio ordered hundreds of people to evacuate over concerns of a catastrophic explosion at the site of a train derailment.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has been following this. Gabe, what's the latest?
And Clay and Joe, good morning. Well, federal investigators say that the train was shipping cargo from Illinois to Pennsylvania when it derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. A governor has now deployed the National Guard to the scene.
This morning, a potentially dangerous situation is developing in a small eastern Ohio community just outside Pittsburgh after a train derailment over the weekend. Now, a toxic threat, part of the wreckage containing hazardous materials at risk of a possible explosion that officials say could hurl harmful fumes and deadly shrapnel as far as a mile away. Multiple small explosions caused a massive fire after at least 10 cars believed to be carrying hazardous materials derailed. But overnight, officials are expressing even more concern, saying a temperature change to one of those rail cars is creating the possibility of a dire scenario.
We've had a drastic change in the chemical inside the tank cars of vinyl chloride. We are at a risk now of a catastrophic failure.
Ohio Governor Mike DeWine is now creating a 1-mile evacuation zone, ordering some 2,000 people to leave the area.
It's kind of crazy for a small town like this.
As of last night, the governor said an estimated 500 residents remained in the 1-mile zone, warning that those with children who stay could be arrested for not complying with the urgent evacuation notice.
We're at the point where we need you to leave. There could be possible charges if you choose to stay.
Federal investigators are on the scene trying to determine what caused the derailment.
The crew did receive an alarm from a wayside defect detector shortly before the derailment, indicating a mechanical issue. Then an emergency brake application initiated.
As officials work to minimize the dangers of the derailment, they say air quality and the water supply remain safe.
We are not aware of any elevated readings that we would anticipate to have impact to human health.
So far, no injuries or deaths have been reported, but authorities are proceeding with caution as they monitor the crash site this morning, guys.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now to some international news. Russia is taking another hit as Europe dishes out their latest punishment over the war in Ukraine.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavaga joins us with that and other world news. Claudia, good morning.
Good morning. Let's start here in Europe, where there is now a ban, as you mentioned, on Russian diesel, fuel and other refined oil products, and it's all in support of Ukraine. Now, the goal is to cut the Kremlin's fossil fuel earnings. Diesel, which is essential to the economy, can affect anything from cars and trucks to farm equipment and factory machinery. This comes after a group of 7 allied democracies agreed to a price cap that could reduce the resources funding the war on Ukraine. Turning now to Pakistan, where former President General Musharraf has died. Despite opposition, Musharraf led Pakistan to aid the U.S. in the war against Afghanistan after 9/11. In 2008, he was defeated in the polls, and after trying to contest the election in 2013, he was arrested for high treason. While the charges were quickly dropped, Musharraf fled to Dubai in 2016, where he lived in self-imposed exile until his death on Sunday morning. His body will be now flown back to Pakistan, a special request from his family. Ending now in Australia, where major changes are coming to the gambling industry. Leaders in New South Wales unveiled a major plan to make all poker machines cashless by 2028. They hope the effort will help to combat money laundering and problem gambling. Instead of using physical cash, players can bet straight from their bank accounts. The major shift will also prohibit gambling with a credit card. Leaders plan to make cashless gaming mandatory across locations in the next 5 years, with a rollout set to begin early next year. Zincle, Joe?
A lot to watch there. Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the biggest winners from the biggest night in music.
Beyonce breaks yet another record, and the winner of Album of the Year gets a mixed reaction from the crowd. We have all the big moments from this year's Grammys next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back with a recap of the 2023 Grammys. This year's ceremony had no shortage of explosive performances, memorable wins, and some jaw-dropping upsets.
Yeah, heavy hitters like Beyonce, Adele, Taylor Swift, and Harry Styles were all in attendance to witness history. Today, contributor Jason Kennedy has more on the star-studded event.
Overnight, Harry Styles shined at the Grammys, taking home the night's top prize, Album of the Year for Harry's House.
I don't think any of us sit in the studio making decisions based on what is going to get us one of these. This is really, really kind. I'm so, so grateful.
It was also a huge night for Beyonce, who actually arrived late and missed her first award of the night for Best R&B Song.
I was shocked to find out that traffic could stop you. I thought you traveled through space and time. We are witnessing history tonight.
The Break My Soul singer broke the record for most career Grammy wins ever, taking home 4 statues on Sunday night, bringing her all-time total to 32.
I'm trying not to be too emotional. And I'm trying to just receive this night.
The evening filled with history-making moments. After a soulful performance by Lizzo, the artist earned her first Record of the Year Grammy for About Damn Time.
And anybody at home who feels misunderstood or on the outside looking in like I did, just stay true to yourself.
Get up here, best friend, Adele.
While Adele raked in her 16th career Grammy with Easy on Me, winning Best Pop Solo Performance, which she dedicated to her son, Angela.
Thank you. Oh, God, Rich, he said, don't cry. If you win anything tonight, don't cry. And here I am crying.
The song Unholy earned Sam Smith and Kim Petras the award for Best Duo or Group Performance, making Petras the first trans person to win the category.
I just want to thank all the incredible transgender legends before me who kicked these doors open for me so I could be here tonight.
Still, it was a surprise win in the Song of the Year category, which went to music veteran Bonnie Raitt for Just Like That.
I'm just totally humbled. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
The night's top performances included a hopping, high-energy dance party, courtesy of Best Musica Urbana album winner Bad Bunny.
Let's go!
And a multi-generational medley featuring a who's who of hip-hop. including Run DMC, Salt and Pepper, and LL Cool J, honoring the genre's 50th anniversary.
Our thanks to Jason Kennedy for that musical report. It was also a huge night for Viola Davis. That star snagged the coveted EGOT status with a Grammy for the audiobook of her memoir, Finding Me. Davis joins the likes of Audrey Hepburn, Whoopi Goldberg, Jennifer Hudson, and John Legend.
A very small list of people who have won the EGOT. For more on this, let's bring in Joe Lynch. He is the Executive Digital Director of Billboard. Joe, good to have you with us this morning. So let's start with whatever you want to call it, the talk, the buzz, the controversy, the debate over Album of the Year. I mean, really going in, the storyline was, hey, Beyonce might break the record for most wins of all time, but has never won the big prize. There's this feeling that perhaps someone who's in a more rap or R&B type category is having a harder time winning that big one. Talk about the controversy and the reaction to Harry Styles then winning the award, Beyonce not winning the big one.
Yeah, I mean, going into the Grammys, there was a real sense that this was finally Beyonce's time to win Album of the Year. It's an odd Grammys for her. It's probably a frustrating and confusing Grammys because she just took the all-time record for the most Grammy wins of all time, and that's in all Grammy history, with 32 wins. But that being said, in the so-called Big Four category, she's only ever won once, which is for Single Ladies, which is quite some time ago. So everyone going into this thought, yeah, Renaissance was an amazing album, one of her best. It's time for her to win Album of the Year. And then the surprise win for Harry Styles took a lot of people off guard who were expecting, if she didn't win, that maybe Bad Bunny or Kendrick would take it instead.
I mean, lots of eyes on that show. And still, there were moments to be celebrated during this ceremony, including, you mentioned Bad Bunny, that opening act. Why was his performance so important, both universally, but also to the Latino and Caribbean community?
Right. Bad Bunny's, performance opening the Grammys, aside from being just astonishing to watch, really paid homage to a lot of the styles and places that inspire him. It opened with a bunch of cabezudos, which were the big paper mache heads that came out, a lot of them representing Puerto Rican legends, such as Roberto Clemente. He was backed by a band from the Dominican Republic. He brought out merengue dancers, plena dancers. Even though he didn't win Album of the Year, his album made history by being the first all-Spanish album to even be nominated for Album of the Year. So it was really an enormous look for Bad Bunny. A beautiful opening performance that just really demonstrated the vitality of what he is bringing to music right now.
I think it was just the perfect way to kick off the show last night. I also want to talk about LGBTQ representation. We heard from Jason's piece there, Kim Petras' historic win in the speech, and also Beyonce as well in her speech. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, winning for Renaissance, which did win in, the dance album category, Beyonce did pay homage to the queer community, which essentially created dance music as we know it, the queer Black community specifically. And she mentioned that, which was a really wonderful thing for her to do in her acceptance speech. And Kim Petras made history by becoming the first openly trans woman, period, to win a Grammy. And, she recently also made history by being the first openly trans woman to top the Billboard Hot 100. Both of those wins are for Unholy, her song with Sam Smith, which they brought to the Grammy stage with a bunch of hellfire and brimstone. It was a very campy, amazing performance. And Kim, nodded to this in her speech, the fact that she's knocking down doors and other people open them for her. There was also a really sweet moment earlier in the show when Brandi Carlile's wife and 2 kids helped introduce her performance. So it was an overall win for LGBTQ representation at the Grammys.
A lot of wins, a musical start to our Monday. Joe Lynch, thank you so much.
Coming up, getting a new car now comes with a bigger price tag.
We'll explain what's driving up the prices of a new car and what to watch for if you're heading to a dealership. Plus, why it's costing even more to fill up your tank right now. That's next.
This is what it looks and feels like.
Storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here,
There certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Buyers are finally buckling up for a journey into car sales after battling 2 years of surging prices.
But those looking to get a new set of wheels face some sky-high price tags for a new car. So many are looking into a softening used car market for the best deals. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Doral, Florida, with some tips for car buyers. Sam, good morning.
Zinkley, good morning. It's quite a split between those two right now. The problems that have plagued the car industry for years, Zinkley, like lack of microchips, are still here. So the result of that is that the cost now for a new car, on average in the United States in December, was almost $50,000 on average. Now, supply is getting better, Zinkley, which is good because the used car market right now is definitely showing some value propositions. Our folks here at Carvana, as we stay bolted, say that the average cost for a used car sale now is about $25,000, down from $30,000 the year prior. So that's good, a welcome trend for those who right now have been priced out.
For drivers who've braved pandemic sticker shock, the road to buying a car hasn't just been bumpy. It's been a financial sinkhole.
We couldn't really find anything brand new, and in the used cars were the prices of what we thought the brand new cars were going to be priced for.
Brittany Alexander and Candon Rodriguez, just two of the car shoppers who bought or leased in the last year, though they were still stunned to learn the average price tag for a new vehicle. In December, a staggering $49,507.
When I told you $50,000, your reaction is what?
That's terrible. That is, because a lot of people don't make that annually. So how can you afford to buy a car if you don't have that money?
In addition to soaring rents and inflated grocery bills, cars have also been pinching consumer wallets with some of the underlying issues like supply chain disruptions, lack of semiconductors, and labor shortages still a problem, but stabilizing.
I would say the situation has improved significantly on all three of those fronts, but there are still some constraints in the supply, so we're not completely out of the woods.
As vehicle supplies tick back up, you'll notice that there's a better selection of certain kinds of cars, the ones that turn a higher profit margin.
You're still seeing automakers putting constrained components in high value cars. So the most profitable cars are the ones that they're willing to build. So pickups and SUVs are becoming more available.
This in turn has revved up the average cost of vehicles dramatically. But check out this split. While year-over-year inflation for new cars rose 6.2% in December, it plummeted 8.8% for used cars and trucks, a significant reversal. Carvana, the second largest used car retailer in the country, is expanding its signature car vending machines from 33 to 37 in the coming months, including the newest one in Denver. The company is optimistic about the new year and banking on a boost from tax season. Still, even with used car costs coming down, the industry-wide jolt has left many shoppers, like Miami lawyer Brooks LaRue, out of options.
I don't see how anyone could afford a car right now, new or used, without going into significant debt.
Now, guys, as far as a timeline and when things might start to ease up for new cars, we're looking at the semiconductor crunch really easing up over the course of the summer. So experts right now are saying that by fall or winter, there's going to be deeper inventories of cars, and the dealerships will start doling out those incentives once again. And one other tip here, all this money has been invested in higher-end cars, as we were just learning a second ago. So the entry-level cars, they're rarer. Those have been going up in price as well because there's just not as many of them. So your best bet for finding an entry-level car is actually on the used market. Zinkley and Joe, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, live from a car vending machine.
Yeah.
Do you ever think we'd say that? All right. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Before eggs were trending as the item hit by rising prices, there was gas. It was only June when gas prices across the country peaked at more than $5 a gallon.
And thankfully, prices are much lower than that right now. Today, the average price is about $3.47, which is up about 18 cents from last month. That's according to data from AAA. But prices this winter are still unseasonably high. Marissa Parra joins us now with the latest from the nation's capital. Marissa, so typically Americans actually drive less in the winter. Makes sense. It's cold. No one wants to go outside. And so typically gas prices go down in this season due to less in demand. But we're seeing the opposite right now. What's going on?
Yeah, well, you kind of hit the nail on the head. Typically, this is when we see those prices going down. And when we talk about numbers, it's always important to put that into context. So that national average, when you put into the context of the last month, has risen 18 cents. And so we spoke to an industry analyst about the reasons why we're seeing that. And he pointed to two major factors. Take a listen.
The Arctic cold blast that hit much of the country actually impaired refineries all the way from areas like Colorado into Texas. It diminished their ability to produce as much gasoline. And so that started a domino effect that pushed prices up. But shortly thereafter, China, after 3 years of COVID zero policy, announced that they're going to be reopening their economy. That very quickly had the effect of boosting gasoline and oil demand, pushing oil prices up.
And of course, Zinkley, we're trying to simplify very complex factors here, but you got to think about refinery maintenance and then, of course, the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine.
All right, so let's recap the roller coaster from the last year. How have gas prices trended over the last year, and then what do we expect to see in the coming months?
Yeah, I mean, who can forget the belt tightening at the pumps when those gas prices hit roughly $5 a gallon last summer? So we're not seeing that right now, which is a good thing. However, industry analysts are saying don't be so quick to breathe a sigh of relief at the pump, because when we're seeing this rise, 18 cents over the last month, they say it could continue to rise. Joe and Zinkley, they say it could get up to $4 next month. So I think the simplest way to put this is buckle up, because we could see more in store.
And Marissa, I know just last Friday, President Biden appeared to actually take credit for the drop in gas prices over the past few months. And in the State of the Union address, you know, it's coming up tomorrow. We know the president will likely talk about this. What do you expect him to say?
Yeah, I mean, so that was at the DNC winter meeting in Philadelphia, which kind of felt like a mini State of the Union. He was going over his administration's accomplishments and things that they're going to be fighting for. And so gas naturally came up. And listen, this is politics, right? Politicians are going to take credit for the things that are going in their favor and say that the things that are not are out of their control. We've seen this across presidencies, across party lines. We saw during the presidencies of President Bush, President Obama, they had their own moments of high gas prices. And Ultimately, industry experts point to it really comes down to a complex set of global factors and weather, which are often things that you cannot control or predict, but that happen during a presidency. And so when it comes to what we're going to see on Tuesday, well, we know that during President Biden's last State of the Union, gas prices came up during a time when they were getting particularly high. So expect him to bring them up. That's at least what we're anticipating.
Marissa Parra outside in Washington, D.C. with the live look at the gas prices today. Thank you so much.
More money news, more car news now. Tesla's seeing a rise in demand, so it's upping its prices.
NBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Tesla is raising prices on the Model Y due to rising demand and changes in U.S. government rules, making more versions of the electric SUV eligible for tax credits. Tesla bumped up the price of the long-range version of the Model Y by $1,000 to just under $55,000, and the performance version to just under $58,000. The move comes 3 weeks after Tesla cut prices by nearly 20% on some versions of the Model Y. That was aimed at making it eligible for a $7,500 EV tax credit, which is available at least into March. And Rivian may be expanding beyond electric vehicles to electric bikes. Bloomberg reports the company's CEO told staff about the new project last week. It's unclear whether this will be a battery-powered bicycle or an electric motorcycle. E-bikes have outsold electric vehicles and hybrid cars in the U.S. over the past 2 years. Rivian announced another round of job cuts just last week. And Twitter wants to cash in on businesses on the platform by charging them $1,000 per month to keep their gold verified check marks. Tech news site The Information reports internal memos show Twitter is also looking to charge an extra $50 per month to add badges to each account affiliated with the business. The pricier subscription is one of many changes CEO Elon Musk has implemented to boost revenue and chip away at Twitter's more than $12 billion in debt. I'm still getting used to those gold check marks and like the different designations and, man, so many changes.
So many and pricey changes.
Yeah, pricey changes. You need a chart. All right, Pippa, thank you so much.
And coming up, we're less than a week away from one of the biggest nights in sports, the Super Bowl.
For the first time since the pandemic began, a lot of the pregame celebrations are actually in person. So we're going to take you inside the events leading up to the big game next.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
As we've been hearing, last night the Grammys paid tribute to the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. Today, anchor Craig Melvin caught up with one of the genre's early pioneers in the birthplace of hip-hop, the Bronx.
Here
They are a part of music history. Run DMC, Jay-Z, Missy Elliott, and the new generation of stars, including Kendrick Lamar. Their success built on the shoulders of legends like Grandmaster Flash. He's one of the earliest pioneers of hip-hop and a champion of the Universal Hip-Hop Museum being built in the Bronx, New York. We met up with him at a temporary exhibition just across from the site of the Future Museum.
We're sitting here, you know, just a few feet away from this amazing new museum devoted to a genre that you helped create. How does that make you feel?
Takes me back 50 years. You know, we get a couple of shopper carts and take the speakers and the crates of records and go to the nearest park and just play, you know, and then to get here, it's very humbling.
Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five were pioneers of this new form of music in the 70s and 80s and became the first hip-hop group inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2007. For Flash, it was a dream that started in his childhood home.
My biggest sisters was playing anything from disco to funk to pop to rock to Latin. You know, so I was really lucky to grow up with this kaleidoscopic view of music.
Flash would help develop DJing techniques used around the world. Scratching, looping, sampling, innovations that help make hip-hop the most popular genre of music. Hip-hop, the music, the movement will soon have a new home. A 2-level Universal Hip-Hop Museum being built in the Bronx, set to open next year. With a 52,000 square foot space with interactive exhibits, a performance space, a radio station, and a restaurant.
When people come in here, they feel like they're walking into the evolution of hip-hop history.
Rocky Bucano is the museum's executive director.
Why is remembering hip-hop, the music and the culture, why is that such an important thing?
Well, it's super important because this culture was created by Black and brown kids from the projects, from the hood. This culture has saved so many kids' lives by giving them an outlet to become something.
The memorabilia throughout the current exhibit is an homage to that struggle and success.
Because it's a youth movement. South Africa, South America, no matter where you go, the youth have the same issues. And this music speaks to them.
Music that spoke to young kids 50 years ago, inventing the music they needed to find their voices.
Do you ever listen to hip-hop now and you think, this is not what I intended?
I'm happy. I have to be totally, because the way that I see this here is something that is loved by so many people has to change. It has to go through its changes and do different things.
Okay.
It has to. Otherwise, it's stagnant.
Yeah.
And it doesn't grow.
But you kind of created it.
I didn't say that, you did.
And it's important to note that above that museum, a tower full of affordable housing apartments is being built, and the neighboring park space is also being improved, giving back while celebrating the community.
The Super Bowl countdown is on. In 6 days, the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles go head-to-head. Both teams arrived in Arizona yesterday. NBC News contributor Kaylee Hartung has the story.
Hey, Joe, history is being made in more ways than one with this Super Bowl matchup. And tonight, the party in Arizona really gets started with Super Bowl opening night. For the past 2 years, the event, like so many others, went virtual. But now, fans are back to be a part of the only night leading up to the big game where you have both teams in the same building.
The countdown clock has officially started. Both the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles touching down in Phoenix Sunday for Super Bowl 57. Over the weekend, a warm send-off by hundreds of Eagles fans in Philadelphia, wishing their team good luck.
And how can you go wrong sending the Eagles off?
And tonight, Super Bowl opening night kicks off football's biggest week in person for the first time since the pandemic started. A unique opportunity for fans to watch up close as players and coaches are interviewed by hundreds of media. Preparations for the big game are underway in Arizona. The official football's made. The final touches to State Farm Stadium added. and traffic control in place. Now, with less than a week to go, all eyes are on Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes and his high ankle sprain. After running his way to the AFC Championship, the QB saying recently he feels he's in a good spot. Mahomes will be making history alongside the Eagles' Jalen Hurts, becoming the first two black quarterbacks to start a Super Bowl matchup. And we can't forget the Kelsey brothers, a sibling rivalry that'll add another layer of entertainment or nerves for Donna Kelsey, the first mother to have two sons play against each other in the Super Bowl. As Mama Kelsey told us on Today,
I'll just be so elated. Probably some tears.
Fans launching a fast-growing petition to the NFL for Donna to perform the honorary pregame coin toss, now with more than 150,000 signatures. The latest betting odds have the Eagles a slight favorite. But no matter who you're rooting for,
Rihanna is who everybody is waiting for.
There's Rihanna's highly anticipated halftime show to look forward to, which is why her longtime friend Adele says enthusiastically she'll be at the big game.
Yes, I'm going just for Rihanna.
And now, what I wouldn't give to watch Adele watch Rihanna during that Super Bowl. Now, if you thought that ticket prices to Beyonce's new tour would break the bank, check yourself before you hear these numbers I'm going to tell you about the get-in price for the Super Bowl. Right now, Ticket IQ is saying it'll cost about $6,000 for the cheapest ticket just to get you in the door of the Super Bowl. My couch is looking pretty inviting. Joe?
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now, breaking news on Morning News Now. Deadly earthquake. More than 1,000 people are dead after a pair of strong earthquakes hit southern Turkey and northern Syria overnight. This video capturing the moment a building collapsed in the first quake, sending people running. Authorities say hundreds of buildings have now collapsed, and they expect the death toll to rise as crews dig through the rubble. We have the latest on the recovery efforts this morning. Balloon mystery. Right now, the U.S. Navy is working to recover possible remains of the Chinese surveillance balloon that made its way across the U.S. last week. But we're learning about it this morning. Plus, we are in Beijing with the latest on the growing tensions between China and the U.S. Also this morning, sticker shock. Getting around is going to cost you more. The price tags on new cars are up. Gas prices are on the rise, too, something we don't normally see in the winter. We're going to explain what's behind this upward trend and how you can still travel without draining your wallet. Plus, night of winners from Beyonce to Lizzo to Harry Styles. Some of the biggest names in music walked away with some shiny hardware at last night's Grammys. We have a recap of the awards, including the mixed reaction to the winner of the night's top prize. See him there in that outfit that looks like tinsel.
I was going to say,
Christmas
lots of silver.
There was a lot
of shine, not just
a sparkly night. Yeah, shiny hardware, shiny outfits.
Yes.
We'll recap the Grammys for you coming up in a little bit. We do want to begin this hour with the latest on those two deadly earthquakes that hit southeastern Turkey overnight.
That's right. More than 1,400 people have been killed in both Turkey and Syria, according to local officials. But that death toll is expected to rise even higher as search and rescue teams sift through mountains of rubble. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the very latest and a warning some may find this footage disturbing.
Hey there, good day to you. This is a catastrophe in a war-torn part of the world with bitter experience of catastrophic events, and it keeps getting worse. The first earthquake, 7.8 magnitude. There has now been another earthquake in the same area, 7.6 magnitude, with those aftershocks felt as far away as cities in Iraq. The numbers are stunning. Almost 3,000 buildings have collapsed. More than 1,300 people have been killed, and that number inevitably will rise. Thousands of people injured and thousands racing to take part in a desperate rescue operation. Whole buildings collapsing from the earthquake's power. Unable to stand against this quake, almost 8 on the Richter scale. The morning light revealing devastation and wreckage. A toddler in Syria, bloody but conscious, pulled from the rubble. And other survivors taken from collapsed buildings, lucky to be alive. 3 huge tremors snapping streetlights and sending car alarms wailing. The moments recorded on security camera footage. This is one of the region's worst quakes in decades, striking while people slept just after 4 a.m. The quake hitting a huge area of southern Turkey and northern Syria, an area already war-torn with hundreds of refugees. The tremors felt as far as Beirut, Jerusalem and Gaza. In northern Syria, they are searching for survivors in opposition-held territory. Hospitals there already overwhelmed with the injured.
We need help. We need the international community to do something to help us, to support us.
Turkey's President Erdogan said rescue workers will be joined by troops to search for survivors, but they have a vast area to cover. Those searching calling for silence as they try and listen for trapped survivors. This rescuer asking someone trapped, "What colour are you wearing? Are you wearing pink?" A frantic rush to find those caught in the rubble. The White House offering to provide any and all assistance to Turkey, although the statement left out any reference to the US working directly with Syria. And scientists say a 7.8 magnitude earthquake is equivalent to 32 Hiroshima bombs. And remember, we are now hearing, as I mentioned at the top, that there have been 2 earthquakes of a similar magnitude. I've been to that area on the border of Syria and Turkey. There are many war refugees, people living already in destitution, often without electricity. This truly is tragedy piled upon tragedy.
A true tragedy. Keir, thank you so much.
Let's get more on the situation unfolding in Turkey and Syria right now with Dr. Mazen Kiwara. He is the regional director of the Syrian American Medical Society Foundation. He joins us from near the epicenter of the first earthquake in Turkey. Doctor, thank you for joining us. I know it's a chaotic scene right now. First and foremost, just please describe to us what you felt when these 2 powerful earthquakes hit earlier.
Yeah, thank you so much for unfortunately, after the midnight, about 4:70, we woke up with the horrific, shocking earthquake. It's our first time to experience such a very strong earthquake. We started to see everything shaking around of us in my apartment. Directly, I went to my kids' rooms, then get them outside the building. The situation was very catastrophic. Everyone are in the street, and also it was very rainy and snowy weather condition. So we are till now out of our buildings. We are not allowed to go inside our buildings, despite it's not damaged. But because of this is the instructions of the government not to go back to the building, we are still till now feel after shocking earthquakes. One of them was strong. Frankly, it was about 7.5.
What you mentioned, it's rainy and snowy. I know the temperatures are cold there right now, and you have to stay outside. That's why you're in your car right now. When you got outside and looked around your neighborhood, what was it that you saw?
Everyone was in the street. No one stayed in their buildings, and unfortunately, about 200 meters away from my building, there was a collapsing in one building in Gaziantep. We have several buildings collapsed in Gaziantep, like other areas. But as you know, we are working to serve people in northwest Syria, which is even before the earthquake. There was a devastating situation in northwest Syria because of 11 years of war and all kinds of crises. there. So very poor infrastructure, very poor healthcare system, very poor even rescue teams to serve people or to help people there. Many buildings collapsed there. Even SAMS is supporting about 38 health facility in northwest Syria. 4 of them are hospitals. 4 of those hospitals were damaged because of the earthquake. We are forced to evacuate 2 of them, and we are continue our work to rescue people and to serve the damaged and injured people. Till now, we have 138 deaths and more than 650 injured, only in SAMS supported facilities in northwest Syria. We started to use maternity hospitals and other kind of hospitals and the healthcare centers as a trauma centers to serve the people there. And we are expecting more and more injuries because of the low capacity of few teams. So a lot of people are still right now under rebuild.
That's so hard to hear, Dr. Kiwara. We are thinking of you and your community and your country right now as these search and rescue efforts are underway. Please stay safe and keep us updated on how everything is going.
Sure, thank you so much. I call the international community to look at this area and try its best to support and to give all kind of humanitarian response and humanitarian aid to this area, because the situation is devastating.
The world will be responding. Thank you so much.
And now to the latest on that Chinese balloon shot down by the military on Saturday. The U.S. says it was a surveillance balloon, but China maintains it was a, quote, civilian airship used for meteorological purposes. This morning, the U.S. Navy and the Coast Guard are searching for the wreckage in the waters of the coast off South Carolina, where it was downed. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest.
Hey there. Today, while the search of the debris field continues, FBI experts are trying to assess the intelligence damage. But the more immediate problem for the White House could be the political controversy as Republicans go on the attack, even though the Biden administration says China sent 3 balloons into U.S. airspace during the Trump administration, though never for this duration. As Navy divers search for debris, this video shows what appears to be part of the balloon being brought back to shore Sunday. Ships are canvassing a 10-mile debris field in shallow waters, with the FBI on hand to start analyzing the wreckage as police seek help from beachgoers.
If any debris washes up, we need to know about it right away.
Defense officials say the balloon, with a payload the size of 3 buses, first entered U.S. airspace over the Aleutian Islands last Tuesday. Tracked by NORAD, it moved to Canada, re-entering U.S. airspace over Idaho Wednesday, flying at 60,000 feet. 2 senior officials tell NBC News U-2 spy planes were circling the balloon as it flew across the country, capturing images and data. China says it was a weather balloon that drifted off course, but the U.S. says it was a spy balloon, with China managing its direction. Although the balloon flew over Montana, which has 150 missile sites, U.S. officials say they mitigated its surveillance capabilities without providing specifics on how. Once the balloon reached the Atlantic coast, it was shot down with a single Sidewinder missile from an F-22 fighter jet.
We got it! Boom! We have eyes on the balloon falling.
A spokesperson for the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs responding this morning, calling it an unacceptable and irresponsible action. China raised eyebrows over the weekend, saying that they retain the right to respond further. Meanwhile, Republicans slammed President Biden for not shooting it down immediately.
The president taking it down over the Atlantic is sort of like the quarterback, sort of like tackling the quarterback after the game is over. The satellite had completed its mission.
On Saturday, the president said his military advisors did not want to risk harming civilians or damaging property with falling debris.
I ordered the Pentagon to shoot it down on Wednesday as soon as possible. They decided that the best time to do that was as it got over water.
The biggest question puzzling top U.S. officials: why would China's President Xi risk sending a spy balloon across the entire United States, clearly visible from the ground, knowing it would blow up a high-stakes meeting with Secretary of State Blinken that was supposed to take place this weekend? Or was this a long-planned military operation, not coordinated with China's president? Back to you.
A lot to dig into. Andrea, thank you. Now, NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is in Beijing with more on the Chinese reaction to this incident. So, Janice, we understand China has accused the United States of overreacting by shooting down this balloon. So what exactly have they been saying?
Well, they are calling it indiscriminate use of force. China has lodged a formal complaint with the U.S. ambassador at the embassy here in Beijing, and they say that they do reserve the right for further retaliation. What China isn't talking about is the balloon itself. They're not revealing anything more than the fact that it's a civilian airship and that it got lost when it was collecting weather data. What they did say is that that second balloon that was spotted over Latin America and now South America, that is also Chinese. That is also apparently a civilian airship, and it also apparently blew off course.
And Janice, China also warned of serious repercussions. Is there any indication right now of what exactly those would be?
Well, whether the leadership here wants to escalate a situation that they themselves have described as accidental isn't clear. A lot of the commentary on social media has been mocking the U.S., saying that it overreacted by shooting the balloon out of the sky. There is some concern, certainly of some analysts in the U.S., that U.S. surveillance targets in this region could now be targeted. Certainly, any sort of moves that the U.S. makes to boost ties with Taiwan are going to raise the temperature in the region. And, of course, if anything is discovered in that debris field off the coast of the Carolinas.
Time will tell. Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much.
Turning now to Texas, where an FAA investigation is underway. That's after a near collision was averted at Austin's airport on Saturday. Authorities say a FedEx cargo plane and a Southwest Airlines flight were cleared to use the same runway at the same time. NBC's Morgan Chesky joins us now from Austin with more on that close call. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Joe, good morning. And this was a split-second decision that likely saved lives. But unfortunately, it's just the latest incident of planes barely missing each other on a runway, this time here in Austin, where a pilot's cautiousness and training likely prevented a potential catastrophe.
This morning, federal investigators poring over a close call at Austin Bergstrom International Airport. It happened early Saturday when a FedEx cargo plane was making its approach in heavy fog.
Tower confirm, FedEx 1432 Heavy, clear to land on 18 left. FedEx 1432 Heavy, that is affirmative. 18 left, you are clear to land. Traffic departing priority route to 737.
According to the FAA, the cargo plane was cleared to land on the same runway as a departing Southwest Airlines flight that had just been cleared for takeoff. Moments later, you can hear someone not yet identified on radio traffic between pilots and air traffic control tell Southwest to abort.
Southwest 03, confirm on the road. Roll on down. Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
That response, the FAA says, is the FedEx pilot cutting his landing short, pulling the plane into a climb, and putting critical distance between both planes.
The airplanes got closer than they should have. They're still working through exactly how close, but there was a loss of separation, clearly.
That loss of separation, according to NBC's aviation expert John Cox, is something pilots are trained to watch out for.
Had the FedEx crew not initiated a go-around, these airplanes would have been potentially very close or even possibly collided.
In New York just weeks ago, a similar situation at JFK Airport after an American Airlines flight ended up on the wrong runway and almost hit a Delta flight about to take off.
Delta 1943, cancel takeoff plans.
And at Newark Airport on Friday, another incident, but this one much less serious, as a Boeing 787 clipped wings with a United flight as it left the gate, snapping off a small piece of the wing.
And back here in Austin, experts say that these planes were flying in a fog so dense a weather advisory had to be issued. But important to note, conditions were still flyable, although they did warrant caution. Both the NTSB and FAA are now investigating. Joe.
All right, Morgan, thank you so much. Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather forecast for the week ahead.
Michelle Grossman has it all for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we're watching a few systems today. Not big blockbuster storms, but still watching the chance for heavy snow in the Intermountain West, the Cascades as well. And also watching the chance for some freezing rain, some snow, some rain in the northern plains. That's going to move up to the upper Midwest and also the upper Great Lakes later on today into this evening. But it's a big winter warm-up we're looking at in the southern plains. A big difference, a huge temperature swing compared to this time last week in portions of the southern plains. We're going to see temperatures into the 70s and 80s. So let's start with the week ahead. For today, we're talking about that storm. We're also talking about the big warm-up, also above average in portions of the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. We're going to be about 5 to 10 degrees above normal there. Some temperatures even 30 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Then as we head throughout Wednesday, we're looking at heavy rain falling in portions of the southern plains, looking at the chance for strong to severe storms, especially in the southern plains along the Gulf Coast. Also looking at a little bit of snow on the backside of that storm system, still out ahead of the system. February warmth is going to stay in place on Wednesday, Thursday, also Friday. So temperatures well above normal. Notice you're looking at New England into the Northeast, temperatures in the 40s and 50s, 80s and 70s in Florida, temperatures in the 60s with rain falling in the southern plains. And we're going to be watching more snow falling throughout the Intermountain West. Some wind there too. Then Friday, wrapping up the week, it's going to be wet but mild along the East Coast from portions of the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic, the Carolinas, and also the Southeast. A few snow showers in Maine and northern New England. Also some snow showers falling along the Great Lakes into portions of the Ohio Valley. Rain and mountain snow, another storm system entering the West Coast. But look at these temperatures. This is so welcomed compared to what we saw last year. Suffering in Texas. Today, not so much. Feeling a little spring-like in spots. Houston, 75. That's 12 degrees above what is normal for this time of year. 60 in Nashville. Even in Boston, you're going to be almost 10 degrees above normal this time of year. 46. Remember, we had a wind chill of 36 on Saturday morning in Boston. We broke a record of minus 10 for their overnight low. Tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures mild of normal for this time of year. 50 in Pittsburgh, 48 degrees in Atlantic City, and 33 in Bangor. It's even warm in Kansas City at 50 degrees. Luckily, this warmth sticks around. If you like warm weather this time of year, we're looking at temperatures in the 60s, upper 50s in Lexington, Raleigh in the 70s, and New York City looking good, mid-50s by Thursday. Back to you guys.
We've had one day of winter in New York this year, so.
Yeah, exactly. So true.
Michelle Grossman, thank you so much.
Sure.
And coming up, thousands of people have been forced to evacuate in Ohio.
That's after a crash involving a train with hazardous materials on board. We're going to have the latest on this toxic threat and the race to keep the area safe. You're watching Morning News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back. Overnight, officials in a small town in northeastern Ohio ordered hundreds of people to evacuate over concerns of a catastrophic explosion at the site of a train derailment.
NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has been following this. Gabe, what's the latest?
And Clay and Joe, good morning. Well, federal investigators say that the train was shipping cargo from Illinois to Pennsylvania when it derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. A governor has now deployed the National Guard to the scene. This morning, a potentially dangerous situation is developing in a small eastern Ohio community just outside Pittsburgh after a train derailment over the weekend. Now, a toxic threat. Part of the wreckage containing hazardous materials at risk of a possible explosion that officials say could hurl harmful fumes and deadly shrapnel as far as a mile away. Multiple small explosions caused a massive fire after at least 10 cars believed to be carrying hazardous materials derailed. But overnight, officials are expressing even more concern, saying a temperature change to one of those rail cars is creating the possibility of a dire scenario.
We've had a drastic change in the chemical inside the tank cars of vinyl chloride. We are at a risk now of a catastrophic failure.
Ohio Governor Mike DeWine is now creating a 1-mile evacuation zone, ordering some 2,000 people to leave the area.
It's kind of crazy for a small town like this.
As of last night, the governor said an estimated 500 residents remained in the 1-mile zone, warning that those with children who stay could be arrested for not complying with the urgent evacuation notice.
We're at the point where we need you to leave. There could be possible charges if you choose to stay.
Federal investigators are on the scene trying to determine what caused the derailment.
The crew did receive an alarm from a wayside defect detector shortly before the derailment indicating a mechanical issue. Then an emergency brake application initiated.
As officials work to minimize the dangers of the derailment, they say air quality and the water supply remain safe.
We are not aware of any elevated readings that we would anticipate to have impact to human health.
So far, no injuries or deaths have been reported, but authorities are proceeding with caution as they monitor the crash site this morning, guys.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now to some international news. Russia is taking another hit as Europe dishes out their latest punishment over the war in Ukraine.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and other world news. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Let's start here in Europe, where there is now a ban, as you mentioned, on Russian diesel fuel and other refined oil products, and it's all in support of Ukraine. Now, the goal is to cut the Kremlin's fossil fuel earnings. Diesel, which is essential to the economy, can affect anything from cars and trucks to farm equipment and factory machinery. This comes after a group of 7 allied democracies agreed to a price cap that could reduce the resources funding the war on Ukraine. Turning now to Pakistan, where former President General Musharraf has died. Despite opposition, Musharraf led Pakistan to aid the U.S. in the war against Afghanistan after 9/11. In 2008, he was defeated in the polls, and after trying to contest the election in 2013, he was arrested for high treason. While the charges were quickly dropped, Musharraf fled to Dubai in 2016, where he lived in self-imposed exile until his death on Sunday morning. His body will be now flown back to Pakistan, a special request from his family. Ending now in Australia, where major changes are coming to the gambling industry. Leaders in New South Wales unveiled a major plan to make all poker machines cashless by 2028. They hope the effort will help to combat money laundering and problem gambling. Instead of using physical cash, players can bet straight from their bank accounts. The major shift will also prohibit gambling with a credit card. Leaders plan to make cashless gaming mandatory across locations in the next 5 years, with a rollout set to begin early next year. Zinkle, Joe?
A lot to watch there. Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the biggest winners from the biggest night in music.
Beyonce breaks yet another record, and the winner of Album of the Year gets a mixed reaction from the crowd. We have all the big moments from this year's Grammys next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with a recap of the 2023 Grammys. This year's ceremony had no shortage of explosive performances, memorable wins, and some jaw-dropping upsets.
Yeah, heavy hitters like Beyonce, Adele, Taylor Swift, and Harry Styles were all in attendance to witness history. Today, contributor Jason Kennedy has more on the star-studded event.
Overnight, Harry Styles shined at the Grammys, taking home the night's top prize, Album of the Year for Harry's House.
I don't think any of us sit in the studio making decisions based on what is going to get us one of these. This is really, really kind. I'm so, so grateful.
It was also a huge night for Beyonce, who actually arrived late and missed her first award of the night for Best R&B Song.
I was shocked to find out that traffic could stop you. I thought you traveled through space and time.
We are witnessing history tonight.
The Break My Soul singer broke the record for most career Grammy wins ever, taking home 4 statues on Sunday night, bringing her all-time total to 32.
I'm trying not to be too emotional. And I'm trying to just receive this night.
The evening filled with history-making moments. After a soulful performance by Lizzo, the artist earned her first Record of the Year Grammy for About Damn Time.
And anybody at home who feels misunderstood or on the outside looking in like I did,
just stay true to yourself.
Get up here, best friend, Adele.
While Adele raked in her 16th career Grammy with Easy on Me, winning Best Pop Solo Performance, which she dedicated to her son, Angela.
Oh, God, Rich, he said, don't cry. If you win anything tonight, don't cry. And here I am crying.
The song Unholy earned Sam Smith and Kim Petras the award for Best Duo or Group Performance, making Petras the first trans person to win the category.
I just want to thank all the incredible transgender legends before me who kicked these doors open for me so I could be here tonight.
Still, it was a surprise win in the Song of the Year category, which went to music veteran Bonnie Raitt for Just Like That.
I'm just totally humbled. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
The night's top performances included a hopping, high-energy dance party, courtesy of Best Musica Urbana album winner Bad Bunny. Let's go! And a multi-generational medley featuring a who's who of hip-hop, including Run DMC, Salt and Peppa, and LL Cool J, honoring the genre's 50th anniversary.
Our thanks to Jason Kennedy for that musical report. It was also a huge night for Viola Davis. That star snagged the coveted EGOT status with a Grammy for the audiobook of her memoir, Finding Me. Davis joins the likes of Audrey Hepburn, Whoopi Goldberg, Jennifer Hudson, and John Legend.
A very small list of people who have won the EGOT. For more on this, let's bring in Joe Lynch. He is the Executive Digital Director of Billboard. Joe, good to have you with us this morning. So let's start with whatever you want to call it, the talk, the buzz, the controversy, the debate over Album of the Year. I mean, really going in, the storyline was, hey, Beyonce might break the record for most wins of all time, but has never won the big prize. There's this feeling that perhaps someone who's in a more rap or R&B type category is having a harder time winning that big one. Talk about the controversy and the reaction to Harry Styles then winning the award, Beyonce not winning the big one.
Yeah, I mean, going into the Grammys, there was a real sense that this was finally Beyonce's time to win Album of the Year. It's an odd Grammys for her. It's probably a frustrating and confusing Grammys because she just took the all-time record for the most Grammy wins of all time, and that's in all Grammy history, with 32 wins. But that being said, in the so-called Big Four category, she's only ever won once, which is for Single Ladies, which is quite some time ago. So everyone going into this thought, yeah, Renaissance was an amazing album, one of her best. It's time for her to win Album of the Year. And then the surprise win for Harry Styles took a lot of people off guard who were expecting, if she didn't win, that maybe Bad Bunny or Kendrick would take it instead.
I mean, a lot of eyes on that show. And still, there were moments to be celebrated during the ceremony, including, you mentioned Bad Bunny, that opening act. Why was his performance so important, both universally, but also to the Latino and Caribbean community?
Right. Bad Bunny's, performance opening the Grammys, aside from being just astonishing to watch, really paid homage to a lot of the styles and places that inspire him. It opened with a bunch of cabezudos, which were the big paper mache heads. They came out, a lot of them representing Puerto Rican legends, such as Roberto Clemente. He was backed by a band from the Dominican Republic. He brought out merengue dancers, plena dancers. Even though he didn't win Album of the Year, his album made history by being the first all-Spanish album to even be nominated for Album of the Year. So it was really an enormous look for Bad Bunny. A beautiful opening performance that just really demonstrated the vitality of what he is bringing to music right now.
I think just the perfect way to kick off the show last night. I also want to talk about LGBTQ representation. We heard from Jason's piece there, Kim Petras's historic win in the speech, and also Beyonce as well in her speech. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, winning for Renaissance, which did win in, the dance album category, Beyonce did pay homage to the queer community, which essentially created dance music as we know it, the queer Black community specifically. And she mentioned that, which was a really wonderful thing for her to do in her acceptance speech. And Kim Petras made history by becoming the first openly trans woman, period, to win a Grammy. And, she recently also made history by being the first openly trans woman to top the Billboard Hot 100. Both of those wins are for Unholy, her song with Sam Smith, which they brought to the Grammy stage with a bunch of hellfire and brimstone. It was a very campy amazing performance. And Kim, nodded to this in her speech, the fact that she's knocking down doors and other people open them for her. There was also a really sweet moment earlier in the show when Brandi Carlile's wife and 2 kids helped introduce her performance. So it was an overall win for LGBTQ representation at the Grammys.
A lot of wins, a musical start to our Monday. Joe Lynch, thank you so much.
Coming up, getting a new car now comes with a bigger price tag.
We'll explain what's driving up the prices of a new car and what to watch for if you're heading to a dealership. Plus, why it's costing even more to fill up your tank right now. That's next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm
like.
zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Buyers are finally buckling up for a journey into car sales after battling 2 years of surging prices.
But those looking to get a new set of wheels face some sky-high price tags for a new car. So many are looking into a softening used car market for the best deals. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Doral, Florida, with some tips for car buyers. Sam, good morning.
Zinkley, good morning. It's quite a split between those two right now. The problems that have plagued the car industry for years, Zinkley, like lack of microchips, are still here. So the result of that is that the cost now for a new car, on average in the United States in December, was almost $50,000 on average. Now, supply is getting better, Zinkley, which is good because the used car market right now is definitely showing some value propositions. Our folks here at Carvana, as we stay bolted, say that the average cost for a used car sale now is about $25,000, down from $30,000 the year prior. So that's good, a welcome trend for those who right now have been priced out.
For drivers who've braved pandemic sticker shock, the road to buying a car hasn't just been bumpy.
it's been a financial sinkhole.
We couldn't really find anything brand new, and in the used cars were the prices of what we thought the brand new cars were going to be priced for.
Brittany Alexander and Candon Rodriguez, just two of the car shoppers who bought or leased in the last year, though they were still stunned to learn the average price tag for a new vehicle. In December, a staggering $49,507. When I told you $50,000, your reaction is what?
That's terrible. That is. No, because like a lot of people don't make that annually. So how can you afford to buy a car if you don't have that money?
In addition to soaring rents and inflated grocery bills, cars have also been pinching consumer wallets with some of the underlying issues like supply chain disruptions, lack of semiconductors, and labor shortages still a problem, but stabilizing.
I would say the situation has improved significantly on all three of those fronts, but there are still some constraints in the supply, so we're not completely out of the woods.
As vehicle supplies tick back up, you'll notice that there's a better selection of certain kinds of cars, the ones that turn a higher profit margin.
You're still seeing automakers putting constrained components in high-value cars. So the most profitable cars are the ones that they're willing to build. So pickups and SUVs are becoming more available.
This, in turn, has revved up the average cost of vehicles dramatically. But check out this split. While year-over-year inflation for new cars rose 6.2% in December, it plummeted 8.8% for used cars and trucks, a significant reversal. Carvana, the second largest used car retailer in the country, is expanding its signature car vending machines from 33 to 37 in the coming months, including the newest one in Denver. The company is optimistic about the new year and banking on a boost from tax season. Still, even with used car costs coming down, the industry-wide jolt has left many shoppers, like Miami lawyer Brooks LaRue, out of options.
I don't see how anyone could afford a car right now, new or used, without going into significant debt.
Now, guys, as far as a timeline and when things might start to ease up for new cars, we're looking at the semiconductor crunch really easing up over the course of the summer. So experts right now are saying that by fall or winter, there's going to be deeper inventories of cars, and the dealerships will start doling out those incentives once again. And one other tip here, all this money has been invested in higher-end cars, as we were just learning a second ago. So the entry-level cars, they're rarer. Those have been going up in price as well because there's just not as many of them. So your best bet for finding an entry-level car is actually on the used market. Zinkley and Joe, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, live from a car vending machine.
Yeah.
Do you ever think we'd say that? All right. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Before eggs were trending as the item hit by rising prices, there was gas. It was only June when gas prices across the country peaked at more than $5 a gallon.
And thankfully, prices are much lower than that right now. Today, the average price is about $3.47, which is up about 18 cents from last month. That's according to data from AAA. But prices this winter are still unseasonably high. Marissa Parra joins us now with the latest from the nation's capital. Marissa, so typically Americans actually drive less in the winter. Makes sense. It's cold. No one wants to go outside. And so typically gas prices go down in this season due to less in demand. But we're seeing the opposite right now. What's going on?
Yeah, well, you kind of hit the nail on the head. Typically, this is when we see those prices going down. And when we talk about numbers, it's always important to put that into context. So that national average, when you put into the context of the last month, has risen 18 cents. And so we spoke to an industry analyst about the reasons why we're seeing that. And he pointed to two major factors. Take a listen.
The Arctic cold blast that hit much of the country actually impaired refineries all the way from areas like Colorado into Texas. It diminished their ability to produce as much gasoline. And so that started a domino effect that pushed prices up. But shortly thereafter, China, after 3 years of COVID-0 policy, announced that they're going to be reopening their economy. That very quickly had the effect of boosting gasoline and oil demand, pushing oil prices up.
And of course, Zinkley, we're trying to simplify very complex factors here, but you got to think about refinery maintenance and then, of course, the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine.
All right, so let's recap the roller coaster from the last year. How have gas prices trended over the last year, and then what do we expect to see in the coming months?
Yeah, I mean, who can forget the belt tightening at the pumps when those gas prices hit roughly $5 a gallon last summer? So we're not seeing that right now, which is a good thing. However, industry analysts are saying don't be so quick to breathe a sigh of relief at the pump, because when we're seeing this rise, 18 cents over the last month, they say it could continue to rise. Joe and Zinc Clay, they say it could get up to $4 next month. So I think the simplest way to put this is buckle up, because we could see more in store.
And Marissa, I know just last Friday, President Biden appeared to actually take credit for the drop in gas prices over the past few months. And in the State of the Union address, you know, it's coming up tomorrow. We know the president will likely talk about this. What do you expect him to say?
Yeah, I mean, so that was at the DNC winter meeting in Philadelphia, which kind of felt like a mini State of the Union. He was going over his administration's accomplishments and things that they're going to be fighting for. And so gas naturally came up. And listen, this is politics, right? Politicians are going to take credit for the things that are going in their favor and say that the things that are not are out of their control. We've seen this across presidencies, across party lines. We saw during the presidencies of President Bush, President Obama, they had their own moments of high gas prices. And ultimately, industry experts point to it really comes down to a complex set of global factors and weather, which are often things that you cannot control or predict, but that happen during a presidency. And so when it comes to what we're going to see on Tuesday, well, we know that during President Biden's last State of the Union, gas came up, gas prices came up during a time when they were getting particularly high. So expect him to bring them up. That's at least what we're anticipating.
Marissa Parra outside in Washington, D.C. with the live look at the gas prices today. Thank you so much.
More money news, more car news now. Tesla's seeing a rise in demand, so it's upping its prices.
NBC's Pippa Stevens joins us now with that and other financial headlines. Good morning, Pippa.
Good morning. Tesla is raising prices on the Model Y due to rising demand and changes in U.S. government rules, making more versions of the electric SUV eligible for tax credits. Tesla bumped up the price of the long-range version of the Model Y by $1,000 to just under $55,000, and the performance version to just under $58,000. The move comes 3 weeks after Tesla cut prices by nearly 20% on some versions of the Model Y. That was aimed at making it eligible for a $7,500 EV tax credit, which is available at least into March. And Rivian may be expanding beyond electric vehicles to electric bikes. Bloomberg reports the company's CEO told staff about the new project last week. It's unclear whether this will be a battery-powered bicycle or an electric motorcycle. E-bikes have outsold electric vehicles and hybrid cars in the U.S. over the past 2 years. Rivian announced another round of job cuts just last week. And Twitter wants to cash in on businesses on the platform by charging them $1,000 per month to keep their gold verified check marks. Tech news site The Information reports internal memos show Twitter is also looking to charge an extra $50 per month to add badges to each account affiliated with the business. The pricier subscription is one of many changes CEO Elon Musk has implemented to boost revenue and chip away at Twitter's more than $12 billion in debt. I'm still getting used to those gold check marks and like the different designations and, man, so many changes.
So many and pricey changes.
Yeah, pricey changes. You need a chart. All right, Pippa, thank you so much.
And coming up, we're less than a week away from one of the biggest nights in sports, the Super Bowl.
For the first time since the pandemic began, a lot of the pregame celebrations are actually in person. So we're going to take you inside the events leading up to the big game next.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As we've been hearing, last night the Grammys paid tribute to the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. Today, anchor Craig Melvin caught up with one of the genre's early pioneers in the birthplace of hip-hop, the Bronx.
They are a part of music history. Run DMC, Jay-Z, Missy Elliott, and the new generation of stars, including Kendrick Lamar. Their success built on the shoulders of legends like Grandmaster Flash. He's one of the earliest pioneers of hip-hop and a champion of the Universal Hip-Hop Museum being built in the Bronx, New York. We met up with him at a temporary exhibition just across from the site of the Future Museum.
We're sitting here, just a few feet away from this amazing new museum devoted to a genre that you helped create. How does that make you feel?
Takes me back 50 years. We get a couple of shopper carts and take the speakers and the crates of records and go to the nearest park and just play, and then to get here, it's very humbling.
Don't push me. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five were pioneers of this new form of music in the 70s and 80s and became the first hip-hop group inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2007. For Flash, it was a dream that started in his childhood home.
My biggest sisters was playing anything from disco to funk to pop to rock to Latin. So I was really lucky to grow up with this kaleidoscopic view of music.
Flash would help develop DJing techniques used around the world. Scratching, looping, sampling, innovations that help make hip-hop the most popular genre of music. Hip-hop, the music, the movement will soon have a new home. A 2-level Universal Hip-Hop Museum being built in the Bronx, set to open next year. In a 52,000 square foot space with interactive exhibits, a performance space, a radio station, and a restaurant.
When people come in here, they feel like they're walking into the evolution of hip-hop history.
Rocky Bucano is the museum's executive director.
Why is remembering hip-hop, the music and the culture, why is that such an important thing?
Well, it's super important because this culture was created by Black and brown kids from the projects, from the hood. This culture has saved so many kids' lives by giving them an outlet to become something.
The memorabilia throughout the current exhibit is an homage to that struggle and success.
Because it's a youth movement. South Africa, South America, no matter where you go, the youth have the same issues. And this music speaks to them.
Music that spoke to young kids 50 years ago, inventing the music they needed to find their voices.
Do you ever listen to hip-hop now and you think, this is not what I intended?
I'm happy. I have to be totally, because the way that I see this here is something that is loved by so many people has to change. It has to go through its changes and do different things.
Okay.
It has to. Otherwise, it's stagnant.
Yeah.
And it doesn't grow.
But you kind of created it.
I didn't say that. You did.
And it's important to note that above that museum, a tower full of affordable housing apartments is being built, and the neighboring park space is also being improved, giving back while celebrating the community.
The Super Bowl countdown is on. In 6 days, the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles go head-to-head. Both teams arrived in Arizona yesterday. NBC News contributor Kaylee Hartung has the story.
Hey, Joe, history is being made in more ways than one with this Super Bowl matchup. And tonight, the party in Arizona really gets started with Super Bowl opening night. For the past 2 years, the event, like so many others, went virtual. But now, fans are back to be a part of the only night leading up to the big game where you have both teams in the same building.
The countdown clock has officially started. Both the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles touching down in Phoenix Sunday for Super Bowl 57. Over the weekend, a warm send-off by hundreds of Eagles fans in Philadelphia, wishing their team good luck.
And how can you go wrong sending the Eagles off?
And tonight, Super Bowl opening night kicks off football's biggest week in person for the first time since the pandemic started. A unique opportunity for fans to watch up close as players and coaches are interviewed by hundreds of media. Preparations for the big game are underway in Arizona. The official football's made, the final touches to State Farm Stadium added, and traffic control in place. Now, with less than a week to go, all eyes are on Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes and his high ankle sprain. After running his way to the AFC Championship, the QB saying recently he feels he's in a good spot. Mahomes will be making history alongside the Eagles' Jalen Hurts, becoming the first two black quarterbacks to start a Super Bowl matchup. And we can't forget the Kelsey brothers, a sibling rivalry that'll add another layer of entertainment or nerves for Donna Kelsey, the first mother to have two sons play against each other in the Super Bowl. As Mama Kelsey told us on Today,
I'll just be so elated. Probably some tears.
Fans launching a fast-growing petition to the NFL for Donna to perform the honorary pregame coin toss, now with more than 150,000 signatures. The latest betting odds have the Eagles a slight favorite, but no matter who you're rooting for,
Rihanna is who everybody is waiting for.
There's Rihanna's highly anticipated halftime show to look forward to, which is why her longtime friend Adele says enthusiastically she'll be at the big game.
Yes, I'm going just for Rihanna.
And now, what I wouldn't give to watch Adele watch Rihanna during that Super Bowl. Now, if you thought that ticket prices to Beyonce's new tour would break the bank, check yourself before you hear these numbers I'm going to tell you about the get-in price for the Super Bowl. Right now, Ticket IQ is saying it'll cost about $6,000 for the cheapest ticket just to get you in the door of the Super Bowl. My couch is looking pretty inviting. Joe?
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Kaylee, thank you so much. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hey everyone, good Monday to you. So glad you're joining us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today's Monday, February 6th. Search for survivors. A monstrous 7.8 magnitude earthquake hit Turkey and Syria overnight. People are racing to rescue survivors from the catastrophic destruction.
Close call. Two planes narrowly missed each other on the runway on a foggy day in Austin, Texas. The FAA is investigating this latest example of what could have been a disastrous collision.
State of mind. People are zapping their brains to improve focus and to clear brain fog. But are the stimulation devices safe for at-home use?
Shopping to support. One way we're celebrating Black History Month is by highlighting Black-owned businesses. We'll tell you where to go to spend your money this month and beyond.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Monday. We begin with the devastation and destruction in Turkey and Syria after two massive earthquakes rocked the region.
Yeah, this was early this morning. It was a 7.8 magnitude earthquake. It hit southern Turkey, and then just hours later, a second 7.5 magnitude earthquake hit nearby. Search and rescue is underway as thousands of buildings and structures have collapsed, just as you're seeing on your screen right now. You're seeing video that was shot in Turkey showing people running away as buildings buildings fall to rubble in just seconds.
More than 2,000 people are dead. More than 10,000 are injured, with those numbers quickly rising. Turkey's president saying it is the country's worst disaster since the 1930s. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us live now. Molly, thank you for being with us. We are hearing almost 10,000 search and rescue personnel have been deployed just in Turkey. Tell us more about the devastation that happened overnight and the emergency operations that are underway right now.
Yeah, Vicki, Savannah, you say 10,000 search and rescue first responders who have been deployed just in these first few hours. That number will certainly go up. We are already hearing pledges from the international community about not only kind of money and resources, but also bodies and equipment and obviously the necessary vital life-saving equipment that you need to start operating in that area. Now, the death toll, as you mentioned, more than 2,000. That number will certainly rise. That is just in these first few hours. It's extremely hard to actually get a kind of realistic picture of the devastation. Turkish authorities are saying more than 3,000 buildings have collapsed just across Turkey. We're also talking about really rural villages. It is really hard for search and rescuers, first responders, and authorities to actually get a sense of the devastation. That's just on the Turkish side. On the Syrian side, though, you have flimsy tents. You have very weak infrastructure. And so the death toll, the devastation over there really is not going to be known for several days.
Molly, let's talk also about the backdrop of this natural disaster happening in an area that's home to millions of Syrian refugees. Also areas impacted in Syria, some of them are rebel-controlled. How is the country handling this disaster with that backdrop?
That's right. The earthquake hit and the whole kind of huge radius of destruction goes into northern Syria and into really kind of crosses the front line. So on the Turkish side, you have very weak infrastructure. You have 3.6 million refugees, Syrian refugees, that country is hosting, more than anywhere else in the entire world. Big question, though, is where are those people now going to go? So you have lots of people who are already kind of crammed into apartment buildings, into makeshift refugee camps on the Turkish side. On the Syrian side, the conditions are incredibly bad. Aid groups were already worried about the freezing winter weather. They were worried about the resources, about these makeshift tent camps, how these people were going to survive as the winter conditions really set in. Now, at least according to one spokesperson, the International Rescue Committee describes it as an emergency within an emergency. It is just devastating for people on that side of the border.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter on this breaking news for us. Thank you so much, Molly. Just heartbreaking.
Savannah, we turn now to the Carolina coast, where the U.S. military is working to recover remnants of the suspected Chinese spy balloon that it shot down over the weekend. China is now accusing the U.S. of indiscriminate use of force. They're claiming the balloon was just a civilian airship used for weather research. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. George, talk to us about what is happening right now with the search efforts and teams trying to recover the pieces of this balloon. I understand they're even asking members of the public, hey, if you see something, call us.
Yeah, that's right, Vicki. Navy divers and recovery vessels still out on that water today in that 7-mile stretch of sea where it's believed a lot of this debris fell. The Pentagon saying that most of this debris fell in about 47 feet of water. And that's good news because that means the recovery should go fairly smoothly. They actually anticipated this falling into much deeper water. Now, video has been circulating of what does appear to be some of that balloon debris washing up here along the Carolinas, specifically here in Myrtle Beach. And as you mentioned, yes, the warning and the message from local authorities here is like, look, some of this debris may wash on shore in the next couple of days, and it's fine. You can report it, but please do not touch it. Certainly do not take it home, because doing so might be interfering with a federal investigation.
Could potentially be a crime, right, George? Let's talk about what the U.S. military hopes to learn from these balloon pieces that it retrieves, and what are defense officials saying about whether or not that balloon was able to collect intelligence information. It's been floating over the United States for days now.
Yeah, that's right, Vicki, and that's why it's so important for the government to recover as many of these pieces as possible. They are trying to gather as much intelligence as possible about this balloon, seeing what, if any, Chinese spying capabilities were part of this balloon. As far as what they have learned so far, well, defense officials aren't saying much. They did say that as this balloon crossed over much of the continental U.S., they were able to impede some of its surveillance capabilities, particularly over some of those sensitive military sites. Vicki?
And George, before I let you go, this is not the first time China has flown balloons over the United States. This one's so close, very visible. What do we know about the prior incidents?
Yeah, that's right. The Biden administration saying that at least 3 other balloons entered U.S. airspace during the Trump administration, but never for this long, and certainly weren't shot down in this dramatic fashion. Vicki?
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis live for us in South Carolina. Thank you, George.
Now, Vicki, a federal investigation is underway after a close call on a Texas runway this weekend. Just as a passenger flight was about to take off, a cargo plane was expected to land. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is at the Austin Bergstrom Airport where it all happened.
Yeah, this really was a split-second decision that likely saved lives. But unfortunately, it's just the latest example of planes getting a little too close to each other on runways, this time here in Austin, where a pilot's quick thinking and cautiousness is being credited for averting a potential catastrophe. Federal investigators poring over a close call at Austin Bergstrom International Airport. It happened early Saturday when a FedEx cargo plane was making its approach in heavy fog.
Tower confirm, FedEx 1432 Heavy, clear to land on the 18 left. FedEx 1432 Heavy, that is affirmative. 18 left, you are clear to land. Traffic departing cross the route to 737.
According to the FAA, the cargo plane was cleared to land on the same runway as a departing Southwest Airlines flight that had just been cleared for takeoff. Moments later, you can hear someone, not yet identified, on radio traffic between pilots and air traffic control tell Southwest to abort.
Southwest 03, confirm on the road. Roll on down. Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
That response, the FAA says, is the FedEx pilot cutting his landing short, pulling the plane into a climb, and putting critical distance between both planes.
The airplanes got closer than they should have. They're still working through exactly how close, but there was a loss of separation, clearly.
That loss of separation, according to NBC's aviation expert John Cox, is something pilots are trained to watch out for.
Had the FedEx crew not initiated a go-around, these airplanes would have been potentially very close or even possibly collided.
In New York just weeks ago, a similar situation at JFK Airport after an American Airlines flight ended up on the wrong runway and almost hit a Delta flight about to take off.
Delta 1943, cancel takeoff plans.
And at Newark Airport on Friday, another incident, but this one much less serious, as a Boeing 787 clipped wings with a United flight as it left the gate, snapping off a small piece of the wing. And back here in Austin, officials say that these planes were flying in a fog so dense that a weather advisory had been issued. But important to note, experts say that conditions were still flyable, although they did warrant caution. Both the NTSB and FAA are now investigating. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Austin.
All right, now to our CNBC Money Minute. Encouraging signs for America's housing market. Mortgage rates finally starting to drop after hitting a 20-year high in November.
That's right. Joining us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Hey, Deirdre, so demand for homes is increasing again. What's that going to mean for prices?
So there are some signs of life in the housing market, but demand still far below what it was a year ago because potential buyers, they can't find anything affordable. Part of that is due to still very low supply. Current homeowners largely locked in record low mortgage rates, and they don't want to sell now and potentially trade up to a higher rate. So new listings, overall, they're down. Builders are also slowing production. And home prices, they've been falling for about 6 months, but they're still higher than they were a year ago. Also today, another tech company is cutting jobs. Dow will lay off about 5% of its workforce. That's roughly 6,600 employees because it anticipates an economic downturn. And finally, guys, the upscale burger chain Shake Shack is adding 3 limited edition items to its menu this week. A beef burger, a mushroom burger, and fries, all served with white truffle sauce. A company executive tells CNBC, "We thought this was something that nobody else could do in the way that we could do it." Breakfast here in San Francisco, guys, but that makes me hungry.
Yeah, no kidding. Deirdre, are you a truffle fan?
I am. I don't know on a burger, but
I agree.
Maybe.
Yeah. For the fries, though, I feel like truffle's great, but in small doses, because it can be really overwhelming.
Yeah, it's polarizing, though. I feel like you either are into it or you can't even get a whiff of it.
Right,
you know?
exactly.
That's what my parents are. Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much.
Well, it's a next-level virtual doctor's visit. Straight ahead, how some high-tech hospitals are already using artificial intelligence to treat patients. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Doctors at the University of Florida are using artificial intelligence to help monitor their patients.
It's really interesting. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres has more on the future of this rapidly emerging technology as it's being used now.
Good.
Michael Dieter has been awaiting a lung transplant at the University of Florida Health Center since December.
I'm what you call high flow air, and because of that, I can't sustain myself at home.
A dedicated team of doctors and nurses attend to him day and night. But that's not all. Sensors and cameras track Dieter's every move in this smart intensive care unit, from vital signs to facial expressions and everything in between.
Every place in this room will sensing something about you. Is this enough light? Is this enough noise? Are you okay? You know, are you moving enough? Are you in your bed? Are you out of the bed? I think that's the future of how we will design hospital.
More than 350 gigabytes of information per patient goes into a central computer, where artificial intelligence then processes the data. We could look at the patient and go, they're moving a lot. There's something going on there. Or their face has a certain grimace to it that they normally don't have. Is it possible that it could tell you before I even know that I'm having problems?
Yes, 100%. We will be able to decipher complex features, complex emotions like agitation or hunger.
Funded by the National Institutes of Health, the high-tech experiment enters its third year. Researchers are still teaching the technology what certain actions like sitting and standing might indicate. The hope that AI will soon be able to provide real-time healthcare recommendations. Nurses, doctors, we spend a considerable amount of time paperwork, translating the data we get.
You will actually have a representation of the data in a way that you as a human can just understand and action.
But will this new technology replace the need for humans in the hospital altogether?
They are very simplistic models compared to what our brains are doing. And I don't think that we should be worried about humans being replaced anytime soon.
That this technology does take big burden off the physicians and nurses and provide them time to actually engage what we are here for, taking care of the patients.
A new holistic approach to healthcare where humans and computers work hand in hand. Dr. John Torres, NBC News, Gainesville, Florida.
All right, let's keep it on the health beat. A cup of coffee not cutting it anymore. For some people who are looking for a better mental edge, they are actually turning to at-home brain stimulation using electrical currents. Informally, they call it brain zapping.
Yeah, just a couple steps up from a cup of coffee, right?
Quite a few.
The treatment is for conditions like chronic brain fog and even depression, but the trend is picking up speed faster than scientists are able really to determine how well it's working. Joining us now to discuss is NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Doctor, always great to have you with us. Okay, we've all seen this article, seen these headlines. Very interesting. Seems almost a little scary. So tell us, the medical term for this treatment is actually called transcranial direct current stimulation. Tell us what that means and how this process works.
Yeah, so the short is you really are zapping your brain. And if you look at the device, you can actually buy this on Amazon for about $100. It almost looks like you're jump-starting a car, but you're jump-starting your brain a little bit. That's kind of what's going on. And so we have a definition here from Johns Hopkins. Basically, it's a non-invasive, painless, there's no pain involved, brain stimulation that uses electric currents to kind of jazz up little parts of your brain that may help with things like depression and brain fog. We've talked a lot about people who've had COVID and recovered and are suffering from brain fog. So that's definitely a big reason why people are jumping to try this.
So, Dr. Syal, there are promising results. I've actually done some reporting on using electrical stimulation on your brain to treat things like depression and talk to patients who say it changed their lives for the better. So promising results. It's been around for a long time. But DIY and doing it at home?
I'm sorry, Amazon and brain zapping in the same sentence is really scary.
It seems like a lot. So what do you need to know? How does it work? Is it safe to even do this by yourself at home without supervision?
So there are a lot of people who have been doing this by themselves for years, like you mentioned. And, I'm not up here to come up and say, stop doing this by yourself. That's not the point. The point is make sure your doctor's aware. Make sure this is something, if you can, you are doing it under medical supervision, because there are some side effects that you want to be aware of. But more importantly, if you turn up the current a little bit too high, we worry about causing skin burns and getting a little bit too much damage to the brain with that electrical current.
What are some of the side effects that you just tell us?
Well, so besides frying your brain, some things we worry about, itching, getting a tingling sensation, and those small little burns you can have to your skin. The good news is the studies that are out, the small studies, show that if you do this under the supervision of a medical professional, the side effects, it's actually pretty well tolerated. The side effects weren't crazy. But what we worry about is this wild, wild west, this DIY, Amazon to your doorstep, a brain zapper. That's where we kind of start to worry about.
Just very quickly, in 15 seconds, what is it that you're getting off of Amazon? Just for people who are like, what does this even look like?
It looks like it's about the size of a phone, but and it has two wires that kind of go up and electrodes that go onto your head. And you turn it on. Some people use it about 20 minutes a day for about 4 days in a row, and then you're supposed to replace your cup of coffee.
That's the whole thing. You want to make sure you talk to a doctor so you know even where to put these things on your head. But really fascinating conversation. Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you so much.
Thank you. Always good to see you. Now, the Beehive getting information today to snag the hottest concert ticket in the world. Vicky liked what I did there. Straight ahead, the new test for Ticketmaster after that Taylor Swift turmoil. You are watching NBC News Daily.
big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
The Super Bowl countdown is on. In less than a week, the Kansas City Chiefs go head-to-head against the Philadelphia Eagles. NBC News contributor Kaylee Hartung shows us the lead-up to the big game.
The countdown clock has officially started. Both the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles touching down in Phoenix Sunday for Super Bowl 57. Over the weekend, a warm send-off by hundreds of Eagles fans in Philadelphia, wishing their team good luck.
And how can you go wrong sending the Eagles off?
And tonight, Super Bowl opening night kicks off football's biggest week in person for the first time since the pandemic started. A unique opportunity for fans to watch up close as players and coaches are interviewed by hundreds of media. Preparations for the big game are underway in Arizona. The official football's made, the final touches to State Farm Stadium added, and traffic control in place. Now, with less than a week to go, all eyes are on Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes and his high ankle sprain. After running his way to the AFC Championship, the QB saying recently he feels he's in a good spot. Mahomes will be making history alongside the Eagles' Jalen Hurts, becoming the first two black quarterbacks to start a Super Bowl matchup. And we can't forget the Kelsey brothers, a sibling rivalry that'll add another layer of entertainment or nerves for Donna Kelsey, the first mother to have two sons play against each other in the Super Bowl. As Mama Kelsey told us on Today,
I'll just be so elated. Probably some tears.
Fans launching a fast-growing petition to the NFL for Donna to perform the honorary pregame coin toss, now with more than 150,000 signatures. The latest betting odds have the Eagles a slight favorite. But no matter who you're rooting for,
Rihanna is who everybody is waiting for.
There's Rihanna's highly anticipated halftime show to look forward to, which is why her longtime friend Adele says enthusiastically she'll be at the big game.
Yes, I'm going just for Rihanna.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News, Los Angeles.
One of the last Tuskegee Airmen has passed on. Weekend Today co-host Willie Geist shares the historic story of Second Lieutenant Harold Brown being shot down over Austria on March 14th, 1945.
Brown survived, but he was surrounded by a mob threatening to lynch him. His life was spared, but he was taken prisoner by the Nazis, moving around camps in Germany until he was liberated by Allied troops at the end of the war. Brown was born and raised in Minneapolis, a child fascinated by airplanes. He graduated from high school in 1942 with America at War and immediately applied to join a new Army Air Corps program for black pilots. When he failed to meet the weight requirement, Brown went on a diet of eggs and ice cream until he cleared the bar of 128.5 pounds. He experienced the harsh realities of the Jim Crow South while training in Alabama with a group of pilots known as the Tuskegee Airmen. Brown graduated from flight school in May of 1944 at 19 years old and headed off to war. He flew 30 missions over Europe with the 332nd Fighter Group during World War II and many more in the Korean War. The skill and heroism of the Tuskegee Airmen helped to compel President Harry Truman to integrate the military in 1948. Brown wrote a memoir about his experience with the trailblazing group, and he was there in 2007 when President George W. Bush and the United States Congress awarded the airmen the Congressional Gold Medal. Lieutenant Colonel Harold Brown, who had been one of the last surviving members of the famed Tuskegee Airmen, died last month in Huron, Ohio. He was 98 years old.
That was Weekend Today co-host Willie Geist.
What a remarkable life to honor. Well, gas prices could soon speed past the $4 mark again. We're going to tell you what's driving the price jump at the pump. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
Where, Vicky?
Where, Savannah? Let me tell you. Wherever you stream, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Plus, look at all those other places. Pluto, Tubi, like foreign planets. The news
Smart
continues.
TV.
Yeah. The news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicky Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi there, welcome back on this Monday. I'm Vicky Wynn.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for joining us. Here's what's making news right now. At least 24 people are dead after dozens of raging wildfires burned in Chile over the weekend. Fueled by high temperatures, officials say almost 600 people have also been injured from the flames. Crews are still working to get the fires under control, and officials have extended emergency declarations across south central Chile.
The Powerball jackpot is up to $747 million after there was no winning ticket in Saturday's drawing. The cash prize is the 9th largest jackpot in U.S. history, and it's the latest in a string of huge lottery prizes. If you do want to go out and get your tickets, the next drawing is tonight at 10:59 p.m. Eastern.
And get this, a 9-year-old boy from Pennsylvania has just graduated from high school. I said 9 years old. David Balagoon received his diploma from Reach Cyber Charter School and credits his favorite teachers for his success. He says he wants to become an astrophysicist and go on to study black holes and supernovas. He's going to be at NASA or something for sure.
Go off, little guy.
Right?
I love it, David. We need more people like that.
Absolutely. 9 years old.
It's incredible.
It's so amazing.
Congratulations to David. All right, well, We are now entering the third week of the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial. The former high-profile attorney is accused of killing his wife and son at their South Carolina home.
And moments ago, the judge ruled the prosecution will be allowed to present all of Murdaugh's financial crimes to the jury. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is following the case and joins us now. Hey, Katie, so prosecution has argued that these alleged financial crimes are key to establishing motive. This is obviously a major win for them. Tell us about this.
Yeah, this debate has been going on for days in the courtroom. The jury has been excused for all of it. Both sides arguing their case, the prosecution arguing that this information is central and critical for their establishment of a motive. They are going to say that Alex Murdaugh had a perfect storm of circumstances caving in on him because of these financial crimes that were about to come to light. His image as a reputable and respected attorney was about to be shattered, and therefore to do a sympathy ploy and to sort of get distracted, he murdered his wife and son. That is their theory, and that is why they need this financial information to be introduced. The defense saying a lot of these alleged crimes are just charges right now. They haven't been convictions. So therefore, it's unfair to bring those into this case and sway the jury on things that have not been legally decided. So this has been going back and forth in the courtroom. We've been hearing from a lot of witnesses, a lot of people that had financial dealings with Alec, talking to people from his law firm, talking to attorneys who were subpoenaing his financial information and trying to get a hold of documents for a civil lawsuit that was pending. So they've been hearing all of this testimony. The judge finally this morning making a decision saying, yes, I will allow it in. I imagine he'll probably try and limit the scope of that somewhat just for time purposes, because honestly, the amount of witness testimony they put on over the past several days is going to extend this trial potentially another week. So we're going to see how he plans to, limit that going forward. But yeah, this information is getting in, and that is a big win for prosecutors, no question about it.
Quickly, Katie, before we let you go, today we heard new testimony about the legal troubles Murdaugh was facing right before the murders. There was a wrongful death lawsuit stemming from a 2019 boat crash involving his son, Paul Murdaugh. Alec is also named as a defendant in that case. Why is that lawsuit so important to this case?
Well, we heard this morning from Mark Tinsley. He was the attorney who was representing the young woman's family who died in that boat crash, Mallory Beach. And just days before these murders, he had actually asked for the judge to compel Alec Murdaugh to produce all of these financial records so that he could see what the judgment could possibly be. So he was on the stand saying this morning, yeah, I was going to force him to turn over all of this information for this case because I wanted to know what a reasonable settlement would be. His attorneys were telling me he was broke. I didn't believe it. I was going to a judge and saying, turn this stuff over now. So it is a pretty big tie in there that days before these murders, at least from the prosecution's perspective, there was an order to compel being considered by a judge when it comes to his financials.
All right, 11 days into this trial, NBC News correspondent Katie Beck. Katie, thank you.
Now, a town in eastern Ohio is evacuating after a train containing hazardous materials derailed. Governor Mike DeWine warned that a radical temperature change in one train car, could lead to an explosion. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now on this. Hey, Gabe, so everyone located within 1 mile, actually, of this crash site is subject to this urgent warning to evacuate. What's the risk for those who stay behind?
Well, Savannah, it is a big risk, according to local officials, and they say that there could be a major explosion that could hurl toxic fumes into the air. And in one of those, there are several of those tank cars, actually, up to 5 of them, there's what's known as vinyl chloride, which is associated with an increased risk of certain cancers. Now, we should point out, local officials say at this point they are monitoring the air quality around that area and that it still remains safe. But as you said, Savannah, all it takes is a rapid temperature change as one of those cars, according to the governor, and there could be an explosion that could affect a 1 mile area, Savannah.
And Gabe, do we know why and how this train derailed in the first place? What caused this?
Well, the NTSB is on the scene, and investigators from the federal government are looking into exactly that. There is some consideration, as they often look into these types of derailments, whether it was some sort of mechanical failure, or they're also looking into where there could be human error of some kind. But you're looking at that video, Savannah, just those aerial pictures are just devastating to watch. All that damage, all all that smoke. And if there are toxic fumes being spewed into the air, and another explosion could send them even further, there is a lot of concern for the hundreds of people that the governor said stayed behind despite an evacuation order. In Savannah, the governor is saying that if any of those residents stayed behind with children, they could be subject to arrest as well. So it's certainly a very urgent situation down there in East Palestine, Ohio, and there could be a possible explosion, could be imminent, according to local authorities.
Wow, it is an urgent situation, Gabe, and really great to have you reporting on this and getting this information to people. Very quickly, when are people going to be allowed back in the area?
Well, that's an open question, Savannah. First, the local officials still, they're looking into whether there will be an explosion. So they have not given a timetable for when people might be allowed into their homes. They're closely monitoring this to make sure it does not get any more dangerous.
All right, NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much.
Well, Savannah, some not so great news as people hit the road today. The price of gas could start going back up. The national average for a gallon of gas is almost 20 cents higher than it was in December. This is all happening during a time of year we don't typically see a price spike for gas. Experts say there are two main reasons behind it all: winter weather, which is disrupting U.S. production, and China now reopening its economy. We have live from Washington, D.C. with the very latest NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra. Marissa, great to have you. So we know the national monthly average for gas has jumped up, but the weekly average is down a little bit from what we saw last week. So was that a decline? And how exactly are the winter weather conditions and China's economy affecting prices and this increase we're about to see?
Hey, Vicki. Yeah, so when you look at the last month, it's approaching 20 cents that it's jumped up. And when you think about the seasonality, usually this is the time where it stays pretty consistently low. So it's kind of a perfect storm, if you will. Things like this are rarely due to one factor. So you have the Arctic blast, which hurt oil refineries that were already in need of maintenance. And so they are producing less oil. And then you have China's reopening. Remember, they had this 3-year COVID zero policy. Well, now they're reopening their economy. And so what that means is a sudden boost in demand, skyrocketing, of course, demand for oil. And so what we're seeing is those factors in combination with this ongoing war in Ukraine. And Vicki, we know just how much of an impact that had when we were seeing $5 a gallon last summer.
What are we expecting, Marissa? What are the analysts saying in terms of the cost of gas in the coming months as the weather starts to warm back up? Typically, that's when people hit the road. They want to get out after being cooped up all winter.
Yeah, so Vicki, typically those prices start to go up in April, but industry experts that we spoke to said you could see that start to happen sooner. They said buckle up because those prices could jump up to $4 a gallon as soon as next month, Vicki.
We do not want to see that. NBC's Marissa Parra in Washington, D.C. for us. Marissa, thank you.
Well, tickets go on sale for Beyonce's highly anticipated Renaissance tour today. Tickets will be available for shows in cities like Atlanta, Chicago, New York City, and Los Angeles.
But the big question everyone has is, will this be a repeat of Ticketmaster's meltdown during the Taylor Swift situation? Joining us now is NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. You've got two very interested viewers right here on the desk, Jake. We saw what happened with the Taylor tour. How are things going to be different for Beyonce?
Well, here's the thing, you guys. I wish I could sit here and tell you exactly how you can get Beyonce tickets. I can't do that because the process is incredibly complicated. You have to have been, a member of this special Bayhive club, and then you get a special passcode that enters you into some sort of lottery. And so the process does not seem to be getting a lot easier, although the hope here is that by releasing these tickets in waves and through this sort of lottery system, Ticketmaster is hoping to avoid the debacle that we had with Taylor Swift back in November, when, of course, they released everything all at once and basically flooded their own system. So Ticketmaster says it has the technical fix made here, that it's going to be able to fight off bots, that it's going to be able to parse out the tickets over time. Hopefully that is going to solve the problem today and not set off the same kind of outrage that we had the last time.
So, Jake, I've been reporting on this too, and I think one of the biggest issues for Ticketmaster is, of course, just the reputation hit and this kind of idea that's like, oh, if Ticketmaster's handling anything, can anybody get a ticket? Yeah. Of course, some of that just has to do with the popularity of who it is. It's never going to be easy to get Taylor Swift or Beyonce tickets, but this did take Ticketmaster to Capitol Hill. The Senate committee tweeted at Ticketmaster when Beyonce announced, and they said, we will be watching. What are they watching for today? What could happen here from a legislative perspective?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, right, it's really important to understand that when Ticketmaster and Live Nation merged a couple of years ago, they created a unstoppable behemoth. This thing is enormous, right? They sell between, they control basically 70 to 80% of the market, which is just an enormous number of, an enormous amount of power. And as a result, you're seeing the Senate Judiciary Committee and many other people use the word monopoly again and again. And in the testimony that happened when Ticketmaster was hauled before Congress after the Taylor Swift debacle, you heard all of these experts saying it is a monopoly, it is a monopoly. So here's the question, right? We're going to be watching, as Senator Amy Klobuchar and all these people were pointing out, for the hallmarks of a functioning market. Are you able to see a lowering of prices and an increase in the value of what you are buying, right? The ease of buying the thing, the technological sophistication of that thing, are those things getting better or worse? If after this on-sale date today, things continue to be bad or getting worse, I think you're very easily going to see Ticketmaster wind up back in front of the Judiciary Committee, and that's the big question here.
All right, and the bots are also an issue. It'll be interesting to see what they do about those.
That was what they blamed so much of these problems on in that hearing, absolutely.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. Jake, thank you. Well, they are big business for America's economy. Straight ahead, how you can support Black-owned businesses and brands as we celebrate Black History Month. More NBC News Daily right after this.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
They're so comfortable.
I love those.
All right, well, roughly 2.5 million businesses in the U.S. are Black-owned, and the majority of those are small businesses.
Yeah, this month, as we honor Black history and culture, one way you can celebrate is supporting the Black community by shopping local. Here to spotlight some incredible women and family-owned brands is Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brax. Thank you so much for being with us. This is so nice to meet you here in studio, and what a cool segment and a great way to highlight these things. I want to start with this fashion and beauty brand. It's fairly new. It just launched, and it has these roots in Senegal. Tell us what we should know here.
Yeah, so Amé Collet is a really great brand. It actually launched in 2021, and she's a first-generation Senegalese American, and she really wanted to create a beauty line that wasn't just an expansive line for all skin tones. She wanted to make sure she put melanin-rich skin tones at the forefront. So for her, it's all about rich, deep skin tones, and that's what she really led with. And Sephora actually caught wind of it, and that she just launched in Sephora a couple of months ago. So really small business, started in 2021, really taking off. She has a great social media presence, and it's one to watch right now. She's trending really big, and we actually profiled her on Today.com.
And just like when we clarify supporting these businesses, so if you go there to Sephora, that's still, of course, supporting her business. So it's not like you need to be shopping somewhere small. You can get it at these mainstream stores, which is really cool.
Yes.
I love that. Okay, the next brand is part of the Etsy Uplift Makers program. This allows creators to combine their history with one-of-a-kind designs. Talk to us about Gullah basket weavers.
Yeah, so Gullah basket weaving actually is a historic, it's considered one of the oldest historic craft forms, African craft forms in America. So it came over in the 1700s, and so it's one of those pieces of crafting that is really old, historic. It's like 8 generations old. And one of the things about these pieces is that it's one of a kind. They can be hard to get. So for these historic artisans, the easiest way to get them out there is through Etsy. I love Etsy so much. Etsy's a great resource for finding small businesses, Black-owned businesses. And so through this program, it's getting it more accessible, not just to the sellers, but also to buyers who want to get those one-of-a-kind pieces that are really special, historic, from all these artisans that are usually found in South Carolina.
Very cool.
So beautiful, too.
Yes.
Really cool.
Gorgeous.
All right, let's talk about something you can eat. What's this sweet treat?
Yeah, so I love this one because it's a family story. So the Johnson family, they actually moved out to New Jersey, and they were in rural New Jersey, and their son, who actually suffered from asthma, had really bad allergies. They couldn't really figure out what was going on. So they tried some local raw honey, and this is totally anecdotal. They said that it helped with immunotherapy, was the local honey really helped alleviate those allergy symptoms. So they inadvertently became beekeepers.
Oh my gosh,
they started
love this.
creating their own honey, selling it at farmers markets, and really putting it out there. And now that's amazing. They've created a business out of it.
And it's called Zach and Zoe Sweet Bee Farm.
Exactly.
Oh,
and
delicious.
It's named after their 2 kids, Zach and Zoe.
So cute.
Super cute. They sell it here in New York City in Chelsea Market.
Love it.
They sell it online too. They have their own small website. Really
Quickly,
great.
before we let you go, what are some other ways we can support Black-owned businesses?
Okay, so this is one of my favorite questions. So social media, this costs no money. So you can go on social media, follow these brands, engage with the content, share it with your friends. Amé Cole, she makes great social media content. I really love following her. Another thing, leave reviews. These are so powerful for small brands. Leave a review, make it thoughtful. Also, word of mouth, tell your friends and family. Valentine's Day's around the corner. If you need a gift, tell them about it. Also, go to directories. There's one called Black's Directory, support Black businesses, a bunch you could find locally as well.
We love it. Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
And also, by the way,
for more information on brands plus daily shopping content, you can sign up for Shop Today's Stuff We Love newsletter. So cool. Use this QR code you see on your screen right now.
Thank you so much. All right, well, we have some exciting news to share. The NBC News Daily family just got bigger. As you may have noticed, Morgan Radford has not been here on the anchor desk, and it's for good reason. She's on leave. She and her husband, David, just welcomed their first baby.
Yes, meet Adelana Marcia Radford Williams. She's beautiful, born February 2nd.
begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Welcome back. Well, the New York Youth Symphony is scoring a 1 in the history books for young musicians.
Yeah, they are the first youth group to ever win a Grammy in the Best Orchestral Performance category. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith has their story.
Out of the shadows and solitude of the pandemic came music, beautiful, transcendent, and surprisingly youthful. That's Michael Repper, conductor of the New York Youth Symphony, reacting to their Grammy nomination.
Good afternoon, everybody. 1 week till the Grammys, right? Yeah!
These young musicians do deserve that nomination, and the fact that they're the first youth orchestra, that we're the first youth orchestra to ever get this nomination, is both thrilling and shocking.
Somehow, the Youth Symphony figured out how to record an entire album while socially separated, section by section, part by painstaking part. Cellist Noelia Carrasco.
I was like ready to do anything. I was ready and willing. And so hearing this project and with it being my first year with the orchestra, it was just so exciting.
Remember the spring and fall of 2020? Indoor concerts were viewed as super spreader events, rehearsing together out of the question. Clarinetist Joshua Choi.
But I really missed gathering everyone in one big room, being able to play as loud as we can and being able to connect. I just really missed that sound.
It was also a time of reckoning. All of the compositions on the album are by Black composers.
Well, we could make a recording of another Brahms symphony, or we could share this remarkable music by these tremendous composers that should be known.
The pieces by Florence Price, Jesse Montgomery, and Valerie Coleman had not been recorded before. Violinist Jessica John, just 12 during recording.
I myself didn't know these composers before joining New York Youth. And in that way, New York Youth has sort of been like a gateway for me to explore more of these composers.
Their purpose-driven performance landed them in contention against orchestral giants, the Berlin Philharmonic with John Williams and the LA Philharmonic with Gustavo Dudamel. Bassoonist Kennedy Plains.
Well, I thought it sounded good, but I never thought like New York Youth Symphony good would also be like Grammy nominee good and like Berlin Philharmonic good. So
I saw the news and I ran into my room, told my roommate, we're just staring at each other for like 30 minutes.
This piece by Valerie Coleman is called Umoja, Swahili for unity.
We were all isolated. We were all in our homes, and what do we want? We want to come together. We want unity.
If even from a distance.
Harry Smith, NBC News.
So cool.
Yeah, congratulations, Grammy.
How
That's exciting. Well, here is what is trending right now. Speaking of Grammys, actress Viola Davis has earned the coveted EGOT status. Yeah, she won her first Grammy last night for her performance on her audiobook for her memoir, Finding Me. I read it. It was brilliant. EGOT is the rare achievement of winning an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and a Tony Award. Davis is the third Black woman in history to receive that honor, and it puts her alongside Whoopi Goldberg and Jennifer Hudson. Good company.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, to win all of those.
I know.
Just like
and she's so brilliant. And she found a lot of her success a little bit later on in life. Just so inspiring.
Yeah. Also, it's totally about her talent, but I will say that was one of my favorite dresses of the night as well. HBO is giving episode 5 of The Last of Us an early release date in order to avoid airing in competition with the Super Bowl. The episode will begin streaming on Friday now at 10 p.m. That's 2 days before the series' regularly scheduled Sunday night releases.
just started watching it last night, the first episode, halfway through. I was so stressed out. It's great.
You amaze me how
stressful.
you can stop things halfway through.
Well, because I have to go to sleep, Savannah.
She's always watching movies in 15 minutes.
That's right. All right, speaking of the Super Bowl, Fox has sold out all of its ad inventory for the big game. The company says some ads sold for more than $7 million for just 30 seconds. Oh, there's Gronk. I want to see that commercial. Yeah, really. 30 seconds of airtime. Fox executives say this year's ads will feature familiar brands like streaming services and car companies. The Super Bowl is typically the most watched broadcast program of the year. And dare I say, some of us tune in just to see those ads. There's nothing like a great Super Bowl ad.
You don't have to say, dare I say to me. That's for sure what I'm there for, and the halftime show.
You got exactly Rihanna this year. Oh,
can't wait. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily. Watch us for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us to start your week. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, February 6th. Searching wreckage. The U.S. Navy and the Coast Guard are hard at work sifting through the remains of the Chinese spy balloon. Plus, there's the growing fallout from Washington to Beijing.
Pump the brakes. The price of gas could be creeping back up during an unusual time. How the recent blast of winter weather and China ramping back up could be playing a role.
Check, please. The American Bankers Association is warning that criminals are using increasingly creative methods to steal from major banks. We'll explain how, quote, walkers are a new alarming trend.
Ticket turmoil today. Tickets for Beyonce's highly anticipated Renaissance tour will go on sale, but is Ticketmaster ready for another swarm of fans overwhelming the website, or will we see a repeat of the Swifties' meltdown?
Whew.
I sure hope not.
I do too. And honestly, I can't even, I'm not emotionally okay from the Taylor Swift one. Just get myself in this game. Yeah.
We'll get through it together.
Yeah. Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with the search efforts taking place up the coast of South Carolina. The U.S. military is working to recover remnants of the suspected Chinese spy balloon it shot down over the weekend.
Yeah, meanwhile, the whole situation has prompted a fiery reaction from Beijing. China said the U.S. overreacted and used indiscriminate force to take down what it claims was a civilian airship.
NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Hey, George, good to see you. So what's the latest with search efforts where you are?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Yeah, that's right. Navy divers and recovery vessels said to be still in the water, searching that 7-mile stretch of sea where a lot of this debris fell. We do know, according to the Pentagon, that the bulk of the debris fell in about 47 feet of water. That's pretty shallow, and that's relatively good news. That means that they should be able to get a lot of this debris out quickly, although officials have not given a specific timeline as to how soon they might be able to get the job done. I can tell you, this has been a bit of a spectacle here along the Myrtle Beach area. People came out to see this balloon get shot down, then as it fell into the water, and of course people are out now trying to see if they find some debris, but we'll get into a little bit more as far as the law enforcement response to that. One thing I do want to note is that there has been some video circulating online of what does appear to be U.S. military recovering some of that balloon debris a little further up here in Myrtle Beach. The only question that remains is how much more debris may wash up in the coming days, guys.
George, what are the top concerns from local law enforcement officials there about the debris that could be washing up on the shore? What are they telling people to do if they see it?
Yeah, that's just it. They just want people to look at it and report it. Do nothing else. Do not touch it. Do not take it home as a souvenir. That applies to the locals and the tourists. Fortunately, we have not seen too many people out here because of the weather, so not many metal detectors that we can say, at least not where I've been standing. But the reason, and more seriously, is that if anyone does take this home, they could be interfering with a federal investigation. And obviously, that is not something that anyone wants to mess around with, especially with an investigation of this caliber, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. George, let's talk about what kinds of places that Biden administration officials think China was actually trying to surveil as that balloon drifted over the United States. And at what point will they be able to tell if China was actually successful? Can they look at the clues, the pieces, the remnants of this balloon and figure out what kind of information China got?
Yeah, excellent point. And that's one of the key things that the Department of Defense is working with local law enforcement and the FBI with to recover as much of this balloon debris and any equipment that might have been on board to get some better intel on Chinese surveillance capabilities. One thing we do know is that as this balloon went over the continental U.S., it did make a stop around Montana, which has about 150 missile sites. But again, we will certainly know more as more of this debris is uncovered in the coming days, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis. George, thank you.
Now we're following horrific developments out of Turkey and Syria, where 2 massive earthquakes rocked the region. As of right now, more than 2,000 people are dead and more than 10,000 are injured. The countries are now focused on search and rescue, looking to save those still trapped in the rubble. In the early morning hours, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake hit southern Turkey, and then just hours later, a second 7.5 magnitude earthquake hit near the same area. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now on this. Hey, Megan, so more than 3,000 buildings have collapsed in Turkey alone. The video is just stunning how quickly they went down. The president is now calling this the worst disaster in more than 80 years. What are you hearing about just the size of the devastation there?
Oh, it's absolutely catastrophic. I mean, absolute and complete utter devastation and destruction. You know, we are talking about a death toll that just continues to soar right now, soaring past 2,500, but we know that that number will just continue to rise. As you mentioned, just the devastating images that are coming in, where you can see these collapsed buildings, these first responders who have rushed to the scene, desperately trying to pull people from the rubble. But I mean, keep in mind, you know, there's frantic family members and loved ones standing by, screaming, first responders asking everyone to remain silent so they could hear the voices of those trapped underneath the rubble as the search and rescue effort continues. So it's absolutely devastating.
We know that there's already aid being offered from across the globe. Tell us about that. What's the response been like?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The world is coming together and responding. Thousands of people heading to the region to try and help. We know that the EU countries, for example, are sending search and rescue crews. We know that there's dozens of humanitarian aid organizations that are heading to Syria and to Turkey. Turkish President Erdogan saying that some 45 countries have already reached out to him asking how they can help and that pledging that they will help, even war-torn Ukraine. And then, of course, the United States will be there to help as well. In fact, I want to read for you a statement from President Biden. He says our teams are deploying rather quickly to bring the support, the Turkish search and rescue efforts, and address the needs of those injured and displaced by the earthquake. U.S.-supported humanitarian partners are also responding to the destruction in Syria. So the world is coming together and help is on the way.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald on this developing story for us. Thank you so much.
Savannah, we have some not so welcome news for a lot of people. The price of gas could start climbing again after a week of historic Arctic temperatures. The national average for a gallon of gas is almost 20 cents higher than it was in December. It is unusual to see a price spike at this time of the year, but experts say there are two reasons. The first is extreme winter weather that essentially stalled production in the U.S. The second is China's economy reopening post-pandemic. That is creating a huge surge in demand for fuel. NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra is live from Washington, D.C. with the very latest for us. Marissa, so here we go. The monthly average for gas has spiked, but the weekly average is actually down just a little bit from what we saw last week. You're at a gas station there in D.C. What are people telling you as they fuel up?
Yeah, so when we talk about numbers, context is always so important. And so the reason why those 18 cents matters over the last month, that 18-cent creep up right there, it matters because typically this is a time where we do not see that. Typically, gas prices tend to be at their lowest around this time, and there's a couple of reasons for that. Winter gas in general is just cheaper to produce, but then you have lower demand. So when we see that price increase by about 18 cents in 1 month, yeah, people are feeling it, especially people who are driving a lot and driving bigger cars. We spoke to a couple of them. Take a listen.
They just keep going up and up. It's more expensive at the pump. Almost $100 to fill my tank sometimes.
I have to spend less on the other stuff, like grocery and taking kids out a little bit less.
And especially when we're talking about the economy at the forefront of everyone's minds. I mean, eggs already expensive. We thought that the price of gas was behind us in the rearview mirror, but here we are talking about again. And Vicky, industry experts are saying that it could creep up to $4 a gallon as soon as next month.
Marissa, lawmakers often try to make the rising gas prices a partisan issue. President Biden has recently taken credit for lowering the gas prices. We all remember they peaked at $5 a gallon back in June. Do we think this is going to be one of the headlines in his State of the Union address tomorrow? Is he going to talk about this?
It's certainly possible that he will address it. We know during the last State of the Union, he mentioned gas prices. And in fact, at the DNC winter meeting in Philadelphia, gas prices came up again. Now, when it comes to gas prices, keep in mind the cyclical nature of them in general. We've seen high gas prices across different presidencies. President Obama, we saw President Bush. Well, here we saw $5 a gallon last summer. So obviously, prices have lowered since then, but still higher than the start of his presidency. Vicky?
All right, NBC's Marissa Parra in Washington, D.C. for us. Marissa, thanks.
Now let's stay on your money, what you're paying for things. Get to our CNBC Money Minute. Many Americans say they're concerned about their financial situation, and that actually even includes some millionaires. According to a new survey, more than a third of them report it's going to take a miracle to retire.
Well, CNBC technology reporter Kate Rooney joins us now. Kate, $1 million just ain't what it was once back in the day, I guess.
I guess not. I know. It's fascinating to see, guys, with the stock market down over the past year and high inflation. It's not enough for a lot of high net worth people to feel comfortable about retirement. One popular guideline is you can withdraw 4% of your investments each year to avoid running out of money later. 4% of $1 million is $40,000 a year. That's a lot less than what some millionaires are used to living on. Experts say you should remove the guesswork by using online calculators or hiring a financial advisor to get a better picture of how much you'll need to feel good about retiring. Also, the National Enquirer is being sold to a group that includes the former MoviePass chairman, who has been criminally charged with securities fraud. One of the buyers tells the New York Times that the price is a little under $100 million. And the jackpot for tonight's Powerball drawing is almost $750 million, the fifth largest prize in the game's history. Based on the odds, though, you'll win that jackpot once for every 292 million tickets you buy. So there's a chance. So if you want to feel good about retiring, maybe Lotto is the way to do it. Savannah and Vicky, back to you.
You better. I don't think there's enough time to buy that many tickets.
Right, get your 292 million of your closest friends to chip in $1.
Exactly. Kate Rooney, thank you so much.
Well, pop music's biggest party is back. We will take a look at the Grammy Awards held live last night, the big wins and the biggest surprises when we return. You're watching NBC News Daily.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We turn now to music's biggest night as the 65th Grammy Awards made their star-studded return to Los Angeles. NBC News contributor Jason Kennedy shows us all the top artists who went head-to-head for the top honors.
Overnight, Harry Styles shined at the Grammys, taking home the night's top prize, Album of the Year for Harry's House.
I don't think any of us sit in the studio making decisions based on what is going to get us one of these. This is really, really kind. I'm so, so grateful.
It was also a huge night for Beyonce, who actually arrived late and missed her first award of the night for Best R&B Song.
I was shocked to find out that traffic could stop you. I thought you traveled through space and time.
We are witnessing history tonight.
The Break My Soul singer broke the record for most career Grammy wins ever, taking home 4 statues on Sunday night, bringing her all-time total to 32.
I'm trying not to be too emotional. And I'm trying to just receive this night.
The evening filled with history-making moments. After a soulful performance by Lizzo, the artist earned her first Record of the Year Grammy for About Damn Time.
And anybody at home who feels misunderstood or on the outside looking in like I did,
just stay true to yourself.
Get up here, best friend, Adele.
While Adele raked in her 16th career Grammy with Easy on Me, winning Best Pop Solo Performance, which she dedicated to her son Angelo.
Oh God, Rich, he said, don't cry. If you win anything tonight, don't cry. And here I am crying.
The song Unholy earned Sam Smith and Kim Petras the award for Best Duo or Group Performance, making Petras the first trans person to win the category.
I just want to thank all the incredible transgender legends before me who kicked these doors open for me so I could be here tonight.
Still, it was a surprise win in the Song of the Year category, which went to music veteran Bonnie Raitt for Just Like That.
I'm just totally humbled. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
The night's top performances included a hopping high-energy dance party, courtesy of Best Musica Urbana album winner Bad Bunny.
Let's go!
And a multi-generational medley featuring a who's who of hip-hop, including Run DMC, Salt and Peppa, and LL Cool J, honoring the genre's 50th anniversary.
Our thanks to Jason Kennedy for that report. Savannah.
All right, Vicky, Beyonce fans, let's get information. The Queen Bee's Renaissance World Tour tickets officially go on sale today, but many are worried Ticketmaster's website won't be able to handle the traffic, and a lot of people already know they did not get those pre-sale codes. Joining us now is NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. Hi, Jake. So Ticketmaster made all these changes last year. It's a little confusing. It's even hard to walk through Group A, Group B, Group C. But what are fans expecting to see today, and who is it that might even have a chance at getting these tickets today?
Hi, Savannah. Well, you had to have gone through several steps in order to even be considered for one of these cherished lottery numbers that would get you a shot at getting tickets to this tour. Ticketmaster is basically trying to avoid the problems that they had with Taylor Swift when they, flooded the market and flooded their own servers by releasing all the tickets all at once. In this case, they're trying to sort of tier it out, stagger it out so that it happens over the course of several waves. You're going to need this special membership that leads to a special lottery number that then you might win the chance to buy a ticket. This, of course, is the technical fix that Ticketmaster says is hopefully going to avoid a repeat of the November debacle with Taylor Swift.
So, okay, this is this first big test for them since that major meltdown. But, of course, there's this bigger talk around the company. I think a lot of it, again, this is a reminder with Beyonce, with Taylor Swift. They are so hugely famous. Of course, too many people want to go to their concerts. But there was a real issue with this lack of competition, with a question of, is Ticketmaster a monopoly? This was even brought up during last month's Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. So walk us through that particular problem. Like, what could actually be something that could change here or that is for sure on Ticketmaster?
Well, it's just so interesting to be, talking about the Bayhive, right, and these, rabid fans of these pop stars, and then they're all getting this kind of lesson in monopoly and antitrust law, because that's what we're looking at here, right? You've got the Senate Judiciary Committee having hauled Ticketmaster up in front of them last time to basically talk about their market position. Here's how Senator Ted Cruz asked various experts about that market position. Have a listen.
In your judgment, is Ticketmaster a monopoly?
Unequivocally.
Yes, sir, without a doubt.
Yes, absolutely.
It's certainly acting like a monopoly.
Worth noting here that that committee tweeted at Ticketmaster, "We're watching," when they announced the Beyonce ticket sale, Savannah.
Yeah, they did. All right, Jake Ward, thank you so much.
Well, one of the country's biggest banks is sounding the alarm why fraud is on the rise and how to protect your money. That's coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Welcome back. A 33-year-old U.S. Marine veteran was killed while volunteering in Ukraine. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez shows us how the medic from New Jersey traveled to war zones worldwide, helping people on the front lines.
Wherever people needed help, especially in the chaos of war, there was a good chance Pete Reed would be there.
You might have an ankle fracture from the looks of it.
After leaving the Marines, the 33-year-old from New Jersey volunteered as a medic in Iraq during the fight against ISIS.
I still had some fight left in me. I could use my medical for good.
Then heading to Ukraine with an aid group he founded.
Maybe watch Smokey and the Bandit tonight.
Helping evacuate civilians from the city of Bakhmut, the site of some of the war's fiercest fighting. Reed was killed there on Thursday, his ambulance hit by a shell, his family said. Tonight, his wife Alex Potter saying, "I have never met someone more selfless. Everything he did was always for the benefit of others." The pair met in Iraq and got married 5 days before war broke out in Ukraine. "I can't imagine our lives without him. I loved him so much, and he loved me so well." NBC's Richard Engel met Reed in Iraq alongside fellow medic Derek Coleman.
How many frontline medical posts like this are there in Mosul right now? One.
You're standing in it.
This is it. Yeah.
Coleman and Reed last spoke 2 weeks ago.
There's so many cliches of people talking about somebody with a big heart and somebody who really puts themselves in harm's way just to help everybody else. Pete was just that to the max.
A young American who made a difference.
At the end of it, they always talk about how many people died. I think that's what kept us here in the beginning, is we wanted that number just to be a little bit less.
Raf Sanchez, NBC News, Kyiv.
Well, for years, a farmer in Alabama secretly covered the cost of medicine for those in need at his local pharmacy. Now, even after his death, the farmer's mission to help his neighbors marches on. NBC Nightly News Saturday anchor Jose Diaz-Balart shows us how people across the country are picking up where he left off.
Tell me a little bit about your dad.
He was a very kind, generous, caring, I'm going to say godly man.
Her father, Hody Childress, a retired farmer turned secret superhero. It happened here at this Geraldine, Alabama pharmacy.
He just walked in one day and said, "Do you ever have anyone that can't afford their medication?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Okay, the next time that happens, I want you to give this to them and use it for their medication."
It was a $100 bill, but he had one demand.
He just said, "I need you to promise that you won't ever tell where it came from."
From then on, every month, year after year, he came back with the same $100 bill and the same request. How much did he end up giving?
It would be around $10,000.
Hody was able to keep it secret until last year, when his health started to fail. He turned to his daughter, Tanya Nix.
He said, "I've been doing something for a while that I would like to continue doing." So I brought the money to the drugstore. I found someone. I said, "I'm Hody Childress's daughter." He said, "You would know what to do with this." And they said, "Yes, we do."
This New Year's Day, Hody passed away. Word of his secret philanthropy soon spread through Geraldine and to Bree Slaughter. Last August, her son Eli had a severe reaction to a hornet sting. She rushed to Geraldine Drugs for an EpiPen.
She says it's $800.
What?
Yeah, I like to have died.
But like for so many others, Hody came to the rescue.
But she said, "It's taken care of." And I said, "What?" And she said, "It's taken care of." No questions asked.
And now, Hody's mission is growing.
I had a gentleman from Washington call and say, I want to, donate 12 months. And then I had a gentleman from Miami call and say, I'm just going to start a Hody fund in my own town.
I know Dad would like to bring hope to the people that feel desperate, because I feel like there was times in our lives that was really hard, and there was people that stepped in and helped us. We've seen that through his story. It doesn't take much to make a difference.
Truly making a difference. Our thanks to NBC Nightly News Saturday anchor Jose Diaz-Balart.
Such a sweet story. All right, a close call on the runway is now under investigation. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thank you so much for spending your Monday with us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. Making news right now. A former aide who briefly worked for Representative George Santos is now accusing him of ethics violation and sexual harassment. Derek Myers sent a letter to the House Ethics Committee claiming Santos groped him when he worked as a volunteer in his office. Santos has yet to respond to our request for comment.
2 Missouri children who were kidnapped nearly a year ago have been found at a Florida supermarket. Police say the kids were with their 36-year-old non-custodial mother, Christine Nicole Gilly. She was arrested on an active kidnapping charge.
The nationwide Adderall shortage is entering its 5th month. Drug companies say the shortage is caused by the unexpected increase in demand. Manufacturers are predicting the supply problems could last well into the spring.
Well, a federal investigation is now underway after a close call on a Texas runway this weekend.
Another one. Just as a passenger flight was about to take off, a cargo plane was expected to land. NBC's Morgan Chesky explains exactly what happened.
Federal investigators poring over a close call at Austin Bergstrom International Airport. It happened early Saturday when a FedEx cargo plane was making its approach in heavy fog.
Tower confirm, FedEx 1432 Heavy clear to land on 18 left.
FedEx 1432 Heavy, that is affirmative. 18 left, you are clear to land. Traffic departing price, route 737.
According to the FAA, the cargo plane was clear to land on the same runway as a departing Southwest Airlines flight that had just been cleared for takeoff. Moments later, you can hear someone not yet identified on radio traffic between pilots and air traffic control tell Southwest to abort.
Southwest is very confirm on the road. Roll on down. Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
That response, the FAA says, is the FedEx pilot cutting his landing short, pulling the plane into a climb, and putting critical distance between both planes.
The airplanes got closer than they should have. They're still working through exactly how close, but there was a loss of separation, clearly.
That loss of separation, according to NBC's aviation expert John Cox, is something pilots are trained to watch out for.
Had the FedEx crew not initiated a go-around, these airplanes would have been potentially very close or even possibly collided.
In New York just weeks ago, a similar situation at JFK Airport after an American Airlines flight ended up on the wrong runway and almost hit a Delta flight about to take off.
Delta 1943, cancel takeoff plans.
And at Newark Airport on Friday, another incident, but this one much less serious, as a Boeing 787 clipped wings with a United flight as it left the gate, snapping off a small piece of the wing. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
Well, there is a new warning from America's big banks. Check fraud is on the rise. It is one of the oldest white-collar crimes, and in many cases, people use fake identities to cash bad checks. But now, experts say scammers are finding really creative new ways to steal your money. CNBC correspondent Eamon Javers joins us now. Eamon, great to see you. So some criminals are actually now using apps to hire people to deposit these stolen checks. Talk to us about how these schemes are getting so elaborate.
Yeah, you know, when you think about old-fashioned paper checks, you think about the oldest technology in banking, and some of the oldest scams in banking involve those paper checks. But when we looked into this, what we found is actually criminals are using new technology to bring new life to some of those old scams. Take a look.
It's a big problem that's getting worse.
Paul Benda is the Senior Vice President of Cybersecurity and Risk at the American Bankers Association, and he says that paper checks are one of the financial system's weakest points. Would you say that every single bank is experiencing this right now?
I think that would be a legitimate statement.
In 2021, banks reported nearly 250,000 cases of check fraud nationwide. But by 2022, that number skyrocketed to nearly 460,000 cases. That's an 84% increase in just 1 year.
It's concerning. It really is.
In many cases, checks are stolen out of blue postal boxes like this one. Then crooks will change the recipient's name and the dollar value of the check using forgery techniques. Next, they'll open an account at a bank in a phony name and hire someone to deposit the check. That's what happened here. This surveillance video from a Florida bank shows an elderly homeless man depositing a fraudulent check. A police report says it was cashed for nearly $3,000.
Driving this checking crime spree is a network of organized gangs. They're using technologies like Telegram to coordinate thefts, connecting people who stolen checks out of the mail with other people who will walk into banks and deposit them. Those people are known as walkers.
Let's talk about the term walker. What does that mean?
So a walker, is exactly what it says. Someone who walks into a bank that cashes a check. They're kind of your mule to execute the criminal fraud.
On Telegram, users can message in private and public group chats. The platform is popular among criminals because they can use an anonymous username and they can encrypt their messages, meaning the police can't trace them. We found group chats with lots of posts from criminals advertising their network of walkers to help other crooks who want to cash out their stolen checks.
This particular individual is being advertised as a walker.
Maria Noriega is a cyber intelligence analyst at the firm Q6, which is a consultant to CNBC.
You can see by the caption here, a good walker that's ready, all spammers tap in, meaning everybody who wants to get with this walker to contact the threat actor that has posted this.
So this is a criminal advertising, hey, I've got this guy,
yes.
He's a walker, he's ready to go into the bank and deposit a bogus check.
Yeah.
Call me if you want to use him.
Basically, yes.
CNBC reviewed dozens of advertisements and requests for walkers on Telegram. Some crooks asked for specific genders, others wanted someone elderly. And this criminal boasted about buying a new hat for their walker.
When I said grooming, this isn't just that they're brushing their hair. You know, a lot goes into trying to make these guys look as legitimate as possible. You can see here, this guy, I think, is getting his hair bleached.
This looks like this is a dye job here, right?
Yeah, it looks it.
The big banks say all of this is causing enormous headaches for the industry.
We can't do it alone. We really need the Postal Service to get better at protecting the mail. We really want law enforcement to step up their game and prosecute more of these cases.
Eamon, really fascinating, this industry. You know, where there is money, there are always creative scammers out there. Here's the thing. We do have to send checks sometimes. They're getting stolen out of these postal bins. What can we do if we do have to mail a paper check? Is there a way to protect your money?
Well, one of the things is to make sure that you're not leaving it in the post office box too long, you know, overnight, that sort of thing. Also, try to find some postal boxes that are in more well-trafficked areas. Some of the more isolated ones can be targets for this kind of fraud. I should say that Telegram tells us that they're taking steps to moderate this fraud, and the U.S. Postal Service told us that they are educating consumers as best they can to be aware that this is going on.
Yeah, those are great tips, though. You just mail it in a place where it's highly trafficked and don't leave it in there too long. Don't mail it on a Friday or a Saturday hoping for it to be picked up on a Monday. Makes sense.
That's right. Don't leave it in there overnight.
CNBC correspondent Eamon Javers with a fascinating report. Eamon, thank you.
You bet.
Well, there is a mounting legal battle against Snapchat. Families who have lost children to pills containing fentanyl, they're now accusing the app of turning a blind eye to drug dealers who use that platform.
Here's NBC News Daily co-anchor Kate Snow.
Snapchat in the crosshairs, families who've lost children saying the social media site gives drug dealers free rein.
Families like mine wake up every single morning finding their kids dead in their bedrooms.
Amy Neville says her 14-year-old son connected with a dealer through the app and purchased pills, which he didn't know contained fentanyl. Neville, like so many other families, now facing the ultimate heartbreak.
And they're gone because apps like Snapchat make it accessible, these dangers accessible to our kids.
Now, more than 50 families are taking legal action. A string of lawsuits starting last October alleging Snapchat ignored the harms its product was causing users, handing the reins of its app over to drug dealers.
I had no idea how pervasive this problem was.
Matthew Bergman with the Social Media Victims Law Center is representing the families. He says calls with tragic stories keep coming.
Yesterday, we had 7 phone calls from parents that have lost kids.
While many social media companies have faced drug sales on their platforms, Bergman says unique features on Snapchat, like disappearing messages and the Snap Map that can give users the locations of potential dealers, make it an ideal platform for illegal sales.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
One overdose survivor showed our Seattle affiliate King TV just how easy it is to find a dealer. He did it in a matter of moments. This one willing to deliver to his house.
It was pretty much Amazon for drugs.
In a statement, Snapchat told us it works closely with law enforcement and uses cutting-edge technology to find and shut down drug dealers' accounts, block search results for drug-related terms, and redirect Snapchatters to resources about the dangers of fentanyl. The company also helped to launch a PSA campaign in October.
That one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know. More kids should know.
Snap Inc. says user reports related to drug sales on the platform are in decline, but the families who've already lost children still looking for more amid the devastating loss.
Whatever it is that they say they're doing, it is not enough, and they need to do more.
Kate Snow, NBC News.
Our thanks to Kate for that. Now, with the Super Bowl just days away, there's another matchup brewing between 2 teams in Kansas City and Philadelphia at elementary schools. Here's Abby Dodge from our NBC affiliate KSHB with the big contest.
We're trying to figure out who is telling the story.
First grade teacher Kate Calvert.
Good job.
Is an expert at motivating her students.
That's a hard one.
He shared.
Good.
But when you get help from a whole team, they're unstoppable.
Everyone gets involved. You see every student wanting to win the challenge.
During the Chiefs' 2019 Super Bowl run, Kate had an idea. She huddled her students together to go head-to-head in a reading challenge against a school in the opposing city. The Chiefs and her classroom came home with a win that year.
Bragging rights. This is my 3rd reading challenge, and I haven't lost yet, so I feel like I have a lot on the line.
And her students are behind her.
I like reading books at home
And it's fun. 2 books every day. I'm gonna read 6 because that's how old I am.
Why do you want to read so many books?
So we can beat the Eagles.
They're going into their playoffs with no doubts.
Because we have a lot of people in our classroom. Good.
Yeah.
Better than good.
Any edge you can get helps, so I jumped in off the bench.
Did you eat all your classmates? Eee! Cried Penelope.
The laughs are fun, but the bigger goal is forward progress. No lateral moves.
But it shows them that it's exciting and it's fun, and it gives them a new avenue to explore that. And big picture, we get more kids reading, and that's our future, and that's important.
But tackling the competition is nice, too.
Our thanks to Abby Judge for that report.
Up next, meet the special mom who is giving new hope to couples who are struggling with infertility. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Well, a uterus transplant was done for the first time less than a decade ago, and fewer than 40 women in the U.S. have had one since then.
But today's show co-anchor Chanel Jones shows us how this rare procedure has changed one woman's life.
You're so cute. I could just squeeze you.
We first met Chelsea Jovanovich in June of 2021 after the birth of her son, Teldon.
Do you remember me, Teldon? Okay, fine. You don't have to remember me.
That newborn, now a rambunctious 1.5-year-old.
It's a miracle. It really is. Nothing short of a miracle. And I'm just so happy.
At just 15, Chelsea was diagnosed with MRKH, a rare condition that meant her uterus never fully developed. She was told she would never be able to have kids.
I wanted to be a mom ever since I was little, so it was devastating.
All that changed when the 35-year-old enrolled in an experimental research program at the University of Pennsylvania, giving her a transplanted uterus and the possibility of carrying kids of her own.
I decided to take a chance.
The procedure was a success, more so than Chelsea could have ever imagined.
I wanted to give Teldon, a sibling, and here we are with 2 boys.
In October of 2022, Chelsea gave birth to her second son, Stetson. He's the 25th baby born to a woman who had a uterus transplant in the U.S. It was a long and arduous journey for Chelsea.
I'm very grateful. It's just hard right now.
Involving major surgery, multiple rounds of IVF, and a taxing regimen of anti-rejection medications. But in the end,
I would do it over 100 times, 1,000,000 times. All the pain, all the medicine, everything, just to meet my little boys. I would do it all over again for them.
Chelsea's story is now an inspiration for the doctors at Penn Medicine, including Dr. Kate O'Neill, who leads the uterus transplant program there.
Here's this woman who thinks she will never carry a child, and now I look at her with her 2 children that she carried, and she did well, and she is like any other mom.
So far, 3 women, including Chelsea, have received a new uterus at Penn.
Infertility is a disease, and these patients deserve treatment because they want to expand their families, and we need to help them with that goal.
The procedure is still considered experimental, and some critics argue the risks undergoing major surgery and having to take powerful immunosuppression drugs may outweigh the benefits. Dr. O'Neill disagrees.
Pregnancy is risky, period. I think a uterus transplant increases the risk, undoubtedly. But I think that people need to think about if they were in this individual's situation, wouldn't they want every option available to them that is possible?
Give them kisses. For one mom, that risk worth every penny.
I always, in the past, looked in my rearview mirror and was like, I want to see little feet back there. And now I look in my rearview mirror and there's little feet back there. And I don't take for granted all the toys that I pick up. At night, I'm picking up toys and I'm like, thank you, God. This is what I wanted, and now I get to do it.
Wow. Well, our thanks to Chanel Jones. We're really happy for that family. By the way, we have some exciting baby news to share as well. The NBC News Daily family just got a little bit bigger. As you may have noticed, Morgan Radford has not been sitting in this chair on the anchor desk, and it is for very good reason. Morgan is currently on maternity leave, and she and her husband, David, just welcomed their first baby.
That's right. Meet Adelana Marcia Radford Williams. She was born February 2nd, just after midnight, and weighed 8 pounds, 1 ounce. Like, how beautiful.
A healthy, beautiful baby girl. Adelana in Yoruba means the conduit by which more good things are to come. And as you can see, mom, dad, and baby, they're all doing great, and they are being showered with love from the entire family. And we cannot wait to meet baby Lana. We are wishing a huge congratulations to Morgan and David and Mama Radford and Dad Rad and David's family. Just
so sweet.
What a miracle.
What a beautiful name also.
Yeah, look at the
with such
video.
important meaning. I know. Oh, our little eyes.
Her little eyes. She's absolutely precious.
Oh, she really is gorgeous. You're watching NBC News Daily.
people need most right now. Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest film? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It only took 2 turntables and a microphone to change the music world forever. Hip-hop marking its 50 years since it was founded, and it has had a major influence on the music industry.
It sure has. It was front and center last night, too, at the Grammys,
so
if you were watching. It was so cool. NBC Today Show co-anchor Craig Melvin caught up with one of the pioneers in the birthplace of hip-hop, the Bronx.
Here we go. They are a part of music history. Run DMC, Jay-Z, Missy Elliott, and the new generation of stars, including Kendrick Lamar. Their success built on the shoulders of legends like Grandmaster Flash. He's one of the earliest pioneers of hip-hop and a champion of the Universal Hip-Hop Museum being built in the Bronx, New York. We met up with him at a temporary exhibition just across from the site of the Future Museum.
We're sitting here, you know, just a few feet away from this amazing new museum devoted to a genre that you helped create. How does that make you feel?
Takes me back 50 years. You know, we get a couple of shopper carts and take the speakers and the crates of records and go to the nearest park and just play, you know, and then to get here, it's very humbling.
Don't push me. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five were pioneers of this new form of music in the 70s and 80s and became the first hip-hop group inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2007. For Flash, it was a dream that started in his childhood home.
My biggest sisters was playing anything from disco to funk to pop to rock to Latin. You know, so I was really lucky to grow up with this kaleidoscopic view of music.
Flash would help develop DJing techniques used around the world. Scratching, looping, sampling, innovations that help make hip-hop the most popular genre of music. Hip-hop, the music, the movement will soon have a new home. A 2-level Universal Hip-Hop Museum being built in the Bronx, set to open next year. With a 52,000 square foot space with interactive exhibits, a performance space, a radio station, and a restaurant.
When people come in here, they feel like they're walking into the evolution of hip-hop history.
Rocky Bucano is the museum's executive director.
Why is remembering hip-hop, the music and the culture, why is that such an important thing?
Well, it's super important because this culture was created by Black and brown kids from the projects, from the hood. This culture has saved so many kids' lives by giving them an outlet to become something.
The memorabilia throughout the current exhibit is an homage to that struggle and success.
Because it's a youth movement. South Africa, South America, no matter where you go, the youth have the same issues. And this music speaks to them.
Music that spoke to young kids 50 years ago, inventing the music they needed to find their voices.
Do you ever listen to hip-hop now and you think, this is not what I intended?
I'm happy. I have to be totally, because the way that I see this here is something that is loved by so many people has to change. It has to go through its changes and do different things.
Okay.
It has to. Otherwise, it's stagnant, and it doesn't grow.
But you kind of created it.
I didn't say that, you did.
Craig Melvin, NBC News.
What an incredible, what a great idea to the museum, but what a good interview.
I can't wait to see that open in the Bronx next year. We should go.
Really cool. Yeah, we should. All right, let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, here's what's trending now. Filmmaker James Cameron has now topped himself. His latest blockbuster, Avatar: The Way of Water, has officially overtaken his own 1997 iconic film Titanic as the third highest grossing movie in history at the international box office. It's now generated $1.5 billion overseas thus far and is expected to pass overall Titanic sales by next week.
Well, Twitter is reportedly planning to charge businesses $1,000 a month to let them keep their gold verified check marks on their accounts. The Elon Musk-owned platform also plans to charge an additional $50 each for the company's affiliated accounts. It is still unclear when these changes will take effect. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. You are watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Joe Fryer. Kate Snow is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, February 6th, 2023, breaking news, death toll rising. 2 massive earthquakes rock the Turkish-Syrian border. Thousands of people now confirmed dead. The search and rescue efforts underway, and the new action being taken by the White House.
Fragments found, remnants of that downed Chinese spy balloon wash ashore in South Carolina, while the U.S. says they had no choice but to shoot it out of the sky.
Gassed up. Prices at the pump are soaring, up 20 cents in just the last month alone, while experts say the cost of fuel is on the rise again.
And on sale now, select tickets now available to Beyonce's first tour in nearly a decade. How Ticketmaster is working to avoid another system meltdown.
It is 11 a.m. in Los Angeles, 1 p.m. in Little Rock, and 2 p.m. here in New York City. We begin with the dire situation in Turkey, and more than 2,400 people are dead after 2 catastrophic earthquakes there. Crews are urgently sifting through the rubble and desperate to find survivors.
The U.S. Geological Survey says the first one, a magnitude 7.8, struck after 4 in the morning local time to the Turkey-Syria border. A few hours later, another one, almost as strong, hit in the same area. An injured little girl in Syria was one of those who made it out alive. Turkey's president says this is the country's largest disaster in more than 80 years. The White House says it's sending more than 150 people to Turkey to help with the search and rescue efforts.
Joining us now is NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. Also with us is Turkish journalist Ibrahim Haskaloglu. Molly, I'll start with you here. What's the latest on the search and rescue effort there? How is the international community stepping up?
Aaron, Joe, good afternoon to both of you. And I actually have an update on that death toll. I know that you just read the latest information, but in the last couple of minutes, we now understand that more than 2,700 people have been killed in both Turkey and Syria. And you guys, this death toll is just going to continue to go up as search and rescue first responders get and reach to more areas, not just in the cities, but also to rural areas. As far as the search and rescue operation, you are saying the 2 key words. It is still a search and rescue operation. They are still looking for survivors. We are not yet in recovery zone. So pledges from the international community, from the EU, from the UK, from the US, and we are talking boots on the ground. So medics, rescue dogs, transport aircraft. Also on a much bigger scale, the United Nations has mobilized their emergency response. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, told the General Assembly earlier today, though, the UN, just like so many NGOs and aid groups in that region, already overstretched, and they're going to really need help from the international community. Now, Aaron, you did also mention the U.S. statement, the latest statement we have from the White House, and I'm just going to read part of it. It says, our teams are deploying quickly to begin to support Turkish search and rescue efforts and address the needs of those injured and displaced by the earthquake. U.S.-supported humanitarian partners are also responding to the destruction in Syria. Guys, the other big thing that we have to keep in mind is the weather, and I know that you have a reporter who's going to speak a little bit more about the conditions on the ground. Freezing temperatures, winter conditions. Aid groups in the area were already worried about people not only in Syria, but also Syrian refugees, where they were going to kind of hunker down, how they were going to survive the next couple of months. This just makes this so much worse.
You know, Ibrahim, let's bring you in here. Your hometown is among the communities affected. I mean, what is it you are hearing about the scope of devastation?
Yes, thank you so much for you having me. Actually, this morning we woke up to hell in Turkey. Many people they are still in the destroyed in the buildings, and they are still looking for any help to governments and international aid help. This morning we heard the huge earthquakes happen in east of Turkey. We call our friends, families, and they told us at the first step we didn't reach them because the calling does not work normally. After that, we looked to government statements, and we found to east of Turkey was destroyed. Now many people are in the buildings, the destroyed buildings, the collapsed buildings, and until now it's approximately 20 houses we have, and people still are waiting help until now.
All right, Ibrahim Haskaloglu and Molly Hunter, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Navy divers are trying to recover the remnants of a suspected Chinese spy balloon from the Atlantic Ocean. Fighter jets shot it down on Saturday afternoon off the coast of South Carolina. China is accusing the U.S. of, quote, indiscriminate use of force. Now, this video shows what may be debris from that balloon being brought to shore on Sunday near Myrtle Beach. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent George Solis in South Carolina and National Security and Global Affairs reporter Dan DeLuce in Washington for us today. George, talk to us about where the recovery effort stands right now.
Yeah, good afternoon, Aaron. We actually have some new developments as far as some of that search that is ongoing for some of that balloon debris. We can report now that military divers are now in the water with robotic underwater equipment. That's according to a U.S. general with NORAD. Yesterday, we were out here, and it turns out the weather was so bad that those divers could not get into the water. That official noting that the U.S. has taken maximum protective measures to prevent any intelligence collection while that balloon was transversing across the U.S. We also know at this time there are as many as 2 Navy ships on scene, including a Pathfinder-class vessel that uses sonar to map out that debris underwater. Mind you, this is all information that we're just getting in. At first, the Pentagon saying that that balloon was in about 42 feet of water, which is fairly shallow, so they anticipated some of this being collected fairly quickly. And we know that there are as many as 3 Coast Guard cutters plus military aircraft out there providing security. That's the latest out here, Aaron.
All right, George, thank you. Dan, let me turn to you here. The president says he ordered this balloon to be shot down on Wednesday, or he made that order on Wednesday. Talk to us about the fact that it didn't happen until Saturday. There are folks who've been critical of that. What are defense officials saying about the timing?
Yeah, the Pentagon is very much sticking to that same explanation. And we just heard now from General Van Herk, the head of Northern Command, who said that this balloon did not present an imminent physical threat to the United States. It was not demonstrating hostile intent, and it was very large. He gave some interesting details. The balloon was 200 feet tall, and the payload on it was equivalent to a regional airliner, more than 2,000 pounds. So there was a real risk to civilians on the ground if they shot it down over land. So the decision was made, and the advice was given to the president to wait until that balloon was over the sea, over the Atlantic Ocean, and they would also have a better chance at retrieving that equipment, that spy equipment on there, intact.
All right, makes sense. Dan DeLuce for us in D.C., George Solis in South Carolina. Thank you both.
We're following a major development in the murder trial of disbarred South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh. Just a short time ago, the judge in the case ruled that evidence of Murdaugh's financial crimes is indeed admissible in court. Murdaugh is accused of killing his wife and son in 2021. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is following the trial for us. So, Blaine, first of all, why is this decision so significant?
Well, Joe, this really is major. This really kind of speaks to the underpinning of the prosecution's case when it comes to motive. You know, last week, for the better part of last week, some of the most compelling testimony to come out of that courtroom actually happened while the jury was not present. And that's because it had to do with those financial crimes. At the time, the judge, even though he signaled that he was leaning toward admitting it, he did not say what or how much of it was going to be admitted. So what we now know is that we're going to hear from the former law firm's CFO. We're going to hear from the son of the housekeeper that died on their property. And we're also going to get those numbers that kind of show just how much he was in debt. And of course, that speaks to the prosecution's motive here. Listen to what the judge said, though, when he made that ruling. Take a look.
The upcoming hearing on the motion to compel his financial information, his dire financial straits, and looming exposure of this criminal activity. And the state contends that that situation led to the murder of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. The state's motion to admit the other evidence or evidence of other crimes is admitted.
So that certainly is going to be a major development when we talk about this case, and certainly when we talk about how the prosecution really kind of weaves it all together, Joe.
All right, Blaine Alexander following the latest. Blaine, thank you.
Another round of layoffs hitting big tech, and Shake Shack is beefing up its burgers and fries.
Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, let's start with Dell. It's the latest tech company to announce layoffs, cutting 5% of its workforce. That's around 6,600 jobs. Now, this is because it expects market conditions will continue to erode. That means PC demand is falling off a cliff, guys. Also, beef prices are falling. The Western drought has prompted ranchers to reduce their herds, temporarily increasing beef production. Now, that's a bad news for Tyson. It expected higher beef prices would increase demand for its chicken products as a low-cost alternative. When that didn't happen, it had to cut its prices, and that led to disappointing earnings, sending the stock down 4% today. And later this week, Shake Shack will offer 3 limited edition menu items: a beef burger, a mushroom burger, and fries, all with white truffle sauce. An exec tells CNBC the chain likes to highlight ingredients you usually can't find in fast casual restaurants. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, good news, I guess, if you like mushrooms. Thank you, Steve.
Well, the Bayhive is swarming, hoping to score tickets to Beyonce's next concert. Coming up, what Ticketmaster is doing to avoid another system meltdown. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
So 2023 is shaping up to be a big year for Beyonce. The pop star broke the record for the most Grammy wins ever last night, and tickets go on sale today for her first solo tour since 2016.
Now fans are nervously getting in formations. They can buy tickets. This follows the debacle over the release of Taylor Swift tickets late last year. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers joins us with more on this. Hey, Savannah.
Hey, guys. Yeah, do you like what we did here? Buyer beware. I love this. But yes, here's the deal. You are only getting tickets today if you were part of the Beehive, which is her official fan club, and then you also registered for pre-sale and then won the lottery to get the pre-sale code. So there's a lot of stress going on for Beyonce fans here. Take a look.
The Beehive is buzzing. Fans getting in formation as the first tickets for Beyonce's upcoming tour go on sale. It's her first solo world tour since 2016. But after Taylor Swift's Ticketmaster meltdown, fans are fearing the worst. Demand was so high for Swift tickets, it crashed Ticketmaster's system, and they eventually had to halt sales.
I just really wanted to see Taylor.
The debacle even landed Ticketmaster and its parent company, Live Nation, on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers alleged the service was an overpriced, hard-to-use monopoly.
The live event experience has become increasingly out of reach for so many fans.
Ticketmaster responded in a statement saying, quote, "We want to apologize to Taylor and all of her fans, especially those who had a terrible experience trying to purchase tickets." Now, diehard Beyonce fans are doing everything possible to prepare.
I will have my laptop, another laptop, 2 iPads, and a cell phone. Whichever one decides to hit, stay ready.
During Taylor Swift's presale, Ticketmaster released tickets for all shows on the same day. This time, they're staggering it out based on city. Select members of Beyoncé's official fan club will start receiving access codes determined by a lottery. And they'll be able to purchase tickets for shows in Group A, including Los Angeles, New York, and Houston. Then Ticketmaster will repeat the process for those in Groups B and C.
The reality is, too much demand is too much demand. There are going to be some people upset that they didn't get tickets.
For fans like Nikki Patel, the countdown is on.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how worried are you about getting tickets?
A 9.
Why 9?
Because a 10 sounds really dramatic.
An all-out battle of grit and luck to see the queen herself.
As Nikki told me, it really was a 10. She just didn't want to sound dramatic. But we're going to have an update in a little bit, you guys, because this is just starting to unroll. If you got those pre-sale codes, again, a very small number of people who won that lottery, who were in the fan club, that's starting right now for those Group A cities. So in a little bit, we'll be able to see what that line's looking like. And of course, what people are saying on TikTok, guys.
Those people are going to have to go into hiding and get tickets. Savannah Sellers. Thank you, Savannah. Well, it was a history-making night at the Grammy Awards on Sunday as the music industry celebrated its biggest and brightest stars.
To help us recap, NBC News entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon joins us now. Chris, let's just keep the Beyonce conversation going. She broke the record last night. Let's take a listen to that.
I'm trying not to be too emotional. And I'm trying to just receive this night.
Okay, here's the deal, though. That was not for Best Album, which is why some folks are upset, right?
And that was a beautiful speech. She thanked the queer community, which was so amazing. It really influenced this album. Also, her uncle Johnny, who passed away from AIDS, that created a lot of her earlier looks. But to your point, she got shut out from the big categories. Record of the Year, Song of the Year, and Album. And just so you guys know, she's been nominated 4 times for Album of the Year. So it's really surprising. I think that
And has never won it.
It never has won Album of the Year. This is her 4th time. And folks thought her leading with 9 nominations, this would be the time for her to win this award. And she didn't get it. But I think a lot of people are just, again, recalling how many other black artists have called out the the Recording Academy. 50 Cent, Drake, The Weeknd, Lil Wayne, they've all kind of pulled back from showing up and being a part of the ceremony.
You know, and so there were so many moments in this ceremony last night, right? I mean, so many big moments. One of the things that stood out for me was the hip-hop tribute, the 50 years of hip-hop tribute. That was just like fun and just like a blast from the past watching all this, right?
Yeah, there were so many artists. By the way, Questlove curated this, and he curated it perfectly. Yeah. They were celebrating 50 years of hip-hop, and starting out back in the 70s from this basement in the Bronx with DJ Kool Herc. You had LL Cool J, Run DMC, Salt and Pepper, Queen Latifah, Wu-Tang Clan, Public Enemy. And by the way, Will Smith was also supposed to be a part of this celebration. He was the first artist to ever win a rap Grammy in '89, for parents just to understand. But he pulled out because he was filming Bad Boys Part 4.
Now, we have a few seconds left.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite moment that stands out besides Beyonce and besides the hip-hop tribute?
It kind of goes back to Beyonce, Lizzo. I think Lizzo's performance acceptance speech, I thought it was so beautiful. Her talking about how Beyonce is really the artist of our generation and talking about how she was 5 years old growing up in Houston, Texas. I'm sorry, 5th grade. Yeah. In Houston, Texas, she saw Beyonce perform. Also, Kim Petras. She made history as the first transgender woman to win Best Pop Duo or Group Performance for her and Sam Smith's song, Unholy.
I love the tradition of when Beyonce doesn't win a big category, whoever wins thanks Beyonce.
Because I think that they're also all surprised. Harry Styles, I think, was surprised Beyonce didn't win Album of the Year and kind of said, you know, I'm a fan of everybody here, so he don't get in trouble with the Beehive.
Right, okay.
You know, he knows what's up.
Get on board, right?
Yes, he knows what's up.
Chris Witherspoon, we appreciate it, Chris.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Too close for comfort. Still ahead, how 2 planes avoided a near disaster on a Texas runway. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
If you filled up your gas tank today, you probably noticed a slight price drop at the pump, at least compared with a week ago. And while that might be good news compared to this time last month, prices are actually up almost 20 cents. NBC's Marissa Parra joins us now from a gas station in D.C. So, Marissa, this time of year, we usually see lower gas prices because it's winter and people usually don't drive as much this time of year. So what's behind this recent little spike here?
Yeah, and I'll also add one of the reasons why it tends to be lower this time of year is that winter gasoline in general is just cheaper to produce. But as you mentioned, we're seeing roughly 20-cent increase in a time where we normally don't, and it really comes down to a perfect storm. These things are rarely as a result of just one factor. So we have the Arctic blast that we've talked about, which really hurt oil refineries, and those refineries were already in need of maintenance, so they're producing less oil. And then we have COVID-19, may not be impacting us directly here, but it's having an indirect impact because we're talking about China's COVID-0 policy. They're reopening their economy for the first time in 3 years, so there's a sudden spike in demand. And then lastly, something that we've been reporting on for almost a year, of course, the impact of the Russian war in Ukraine.
All right, so we're on this roller coaster right now. The question is, what's in front of us? Are experts making any predictions about the months ahead?
Yeah, industry experts say that, unfortunately, we're not yet out of the woods. In fact, it might just continue to climb. Take a listen to what one industry expert was telling us.
I think certainly very much a bumpy ride is to be expected, and it's because we are still navigating the effects of COVID, not so much in the U.S., but in China, one of the world's largest oil importers. That could have a significant role.
So typically what we see is in terms of the seasonality, we talked about how it's supposed to be a dip in this time of year. Well, typically it starts to increase around April and starts to peak in the summertime. Well, Joe, what we're seeing is that those prices might start to rise up in the next month, a month early. So we could see them rise to $4 a gallon as soon as next month. So buckle up, as our industry expert said.
Will do. Marissa Parra, thank you so much.
Check fraud is one of the oldest crimes in finance, and right now big banks are seeing a big increase. The American Bankers Association says criminals are finding creative new ways to steal. CNBC senior Washington correspondent Eamon Javers is looking into this for us and joins us now. So, Eamon, how bad is it getting?
You know, Aaron, it's getting incredibly bad, and this thing really came out of nowhere at the back end of the pandemic. We saw from 2021 to 2022, check fraud increased by 84%. That's the federal government's number that the American Bankers Association gave us. That is a huge spike, and it's being driven in part by criminals working together on communications platforms like Telegram to share the secrets of how to commit old-fashioned paper check fraud. They're actually taking checks out of the mail and then working with other criminals online in these platforms like Telegram to work together to get those checks cashed. The people who cash the checks are known in criminal lingo as walkers. And we asked the American Bankers Association to explain that term. Here's what they said.
A walker, is exactly what it says. Someone who walks into a bank that cashes a check. They're kind of your mule to execute the criminal fraud.
So some criminals are stealing these checks out of the mail. They're working with these other criminals who in turn hire walkers to go into the banks and actually physically cash the checks and take the profit from the theft that happened originally. That makes it very difficult, Aaron, for law enforcement to enforce this because the walkers, even if they can catch them, they don't necessarily know the names of the criminals who actually stole the checks in the first place. So it's very complicated.
And it's very strange. I mean, we don't think about money and paper checks these days with all the electronic stuff that's going on with money. What's being done to sort of crack down on the check fraud, on the paper check fraud out there?
Well, the Bankers Association says not enough is being done. They want to see more prosecutions, more law enforcement on the case. They want the Postal Service to work harder to protect the mail and keep some of these mailboxes from getting knocked over in a security way. We also talked to Telegram, which said since its launch, Telegram has actively moderated harmful content on its platform, including potential fraud through user reports and proactive moderation of public chats. Telegram has banned millions of chats and accounts for violating our terms of service. So Telegram says they're doing what they can, too.
Eamon Javers for us in D.C. today. Eamon, thank you.
You bet.
Coming up, the race to stop the spread of toxic gas after a fiery train crash along the Ohio-Pennsylvania border. You are watching NBC News Daily.
We are streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
At least 22 people are dead and hundreds are hurt as raging wildfires tear through parts of Chile. The country has extended its emergency declaration to several regions as firefighters work to control the flames brought on by a record-breaking heat wave. As of Saturday, just over 250 wildfires were burning across the country. About 150 of them are now under control.
The FBI has arrested 2 people suspected of planning an attack on Baltimore's power grid. Brandon Russell and Sarah Clandaniel were taken into custody last week and charged with conspiracy to destroy an energy facility. Federal authorities have described the plot as racially motivated. Russell is known nationally as the founder of a neo-Nazi group.
And lotto fever is surging again. Tonight's Powerball drawing has soared to an estimated $747 million. No one took home the prize in Saturday night's drawing. This massive jackpot would be the 9th largest in U.S. lottery history. We have seen several lottery records recently, including that $1.3 billion winning ticket that was sold in May just last month.
We're following some breaking news in Ohio now. Emergency officials trying to get holdouts to evacuate as crews try to prevent an explosion from a train derailment. That 150-car train went off the tracks on Friday in a small village about 50 miles northwest of Pittsburgh. Some of the train cars contain toxic chemicals. The National Guard has been activated to help people get to safety. NBC News national correspondent Ron Allen joins us now from Ohio. Ron, local officials, I know, gave an update there a little while ago. What'd you learn?
We learned that the situation is not getting better, and they are going to try to take a very aggressive approach to try and bring this to a head and bring this to a close in the next coming hours. The fire was burning. They were hoping that it would burn off these chemicals that are in the train that are a concern, something called vinyl chloride, in about 5 of those 100 cars or so. They're toxic fumes. So they haven't been burning off at a pace that the officials here are comfortable with. So they're going to, what they say, manually vent it. They're going to basically force the chemicals out into some pits around the area and force it to burn off. And they hope that that will resolve the situation. Meantime, there are still thousands of people who are evacuated from their homes, which is why there are these roadblocks here, mostly in Ohio, some in Pennsylvania. And while they conduct this manual venting, this procedure, they warned residents that it's going to be even more dangerous than it is now. Here's what the governor had to say about that. Take a listen.
You need to leave. You just need to leave. We're ordering you to leave. This is a matter of life and death. What's different now is we know that something is going to happen around 3:30. This controlled release will actually take place, and you are in imminent danger.
So we know this controlled release is going to take about anywhere from an hour to 3 hours, the governor and others have been saying, and we'll see what happens. The hope is that that will burn off these chemicals and they will vent out of the cars, and that will resolve the situation. But it's unclear exactly what the outcome of that process is going to be. Aaron?
All right, Ron Allen for us live in Ohio. Ron, thank you.
Federal agencies are once again investigating a close call between 2 airplanes on a runway.
This happened over the weekend in Austin, Texas. On the same runway, one plane was cleared to land as another was getting ready to take off.
Our Lindsay Reiser joins us now. So, Lindsay, do we have a sense of how this could have happened?
Well, officials say an air traffic controller may have double booked the runway, sending these 2 planes on a collision course. That's exactly what the FAA and NTSB want to get to the bottom of. This happened on Saturday morning. A FedEx cargo plane from Memphis was preparing to land at Austin Bergstrom International Airport. There was heavy fog near the runway. The FAA says somehow a Southwest flight on that same runway was cleared for takeoff. Just moments later on radio traffic, there's a conversation between pilots and air traffic control. An unidentified person tells Southwest to abort. Listen.
Southwest 03, confirm on the road. Roll on down. Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
The FAA says the FedEx pilot then pulled his plane into a climb instead of attempting the landing. This gave both aircraft some space between them at a crucial time. And NBC News aviation expert John Cox spoke with my colleague Morgan Chesky. Cox says this was exactly the right move at exactly the right time.
Had the FedEx crew not initiated a go-around, these airplanes would have been potentially very close or even possibly collided.
This incident is reminiscent of what happened at New York City's JFK airport just a few weeks ago. A close call was averted when the FAA said a Delta Airlines plane had to screech to a halt right before takeoff as an American Airlines plane crossed in front of it. As for the 2 planes involved in Saturday's incident, both were able to land and take off safely. Joe and Aaron?
All right, Lindsay Reiser for us today. Lindsay, thanks.
President Biden is gearing up for tomorrow's State of the Union address. This morning, he tweeted out a photo with the caption, "Getting ready." The president is expected to highlight his legislative wins and make the case for his potential re-election campaign, assuming he does choose to run again. Security preparations are also underway. Capitol Police have reinstalled fencing around the Capitol Square as a precaution. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli in D.C. So, Mike, a new national Monmouth University poll is out today. It finds just 39% of Americans say the State of the Union is strong. So that's a pretty pessimistic view heading into the State of the Union. What sort of message do we expect to hear from the president to try and reassure Americans about the state of the country?
Well, Joe, it's a message we know is fueled by chocolate chip cookies apparently on the menu for President Biden as he's been spending the weekend with top advisors preparing for this speech. That poll number you mentioned is significant, as is another one we learned today from the Washington Post, which found that 62% of Americans think that President Biden has accomplished very little or nothing in his time in office so far. That's why before the biggest audience he's likely to speak before all year, President Biden is going to use his State of the Union address to really try and drive home what he feels like he has accomplished in office so far, especially on the economy. Expect to hear President Biden talking a lot about the infrastructure law, the bipartisan Chips and Science Act, other proposals that he has both seen into law and now is out traveling the country highlighting specific examples of. That's really a primary goal for the White House, is making sure people understand not just we're seeing these roads and bridges being built, but new jobs are being created because of them.
And maybe he wants to give everyone a chocolate chip cookie, and that's going to be part of the plan. We'll see. So let's keep in mind, Republicans won the House. This is the first year the president faces a divided Congress, so he might say a lot of cool things to get a lot of applause, but it's going to be hard to pass many of those things. How is that going to factor into the address tomorrow night?
Yeah, I understand from my conversations with White House officials that the president really wants to talk a lot about bipartisanship, that he's really hoping in this speech to reconnect with some of the core promises he made in his 2020 campaign. One of those, of course, was trying to unite the country. Biden in recent weeks has talked a lot about this, saying it's been the hardest thing for him to try and do so far, but he's determined to still work on that. He's going to lay out both some of the proposals he's passed that have bipartisan support that Republicans were key to helping get passed, but some new elements of his so-called unity agenda that he thinks Republicans will support this year as well.
All right, Mike Memoli. Mike, thank you so much. And be sure to join us tomorrow night as NBC News brings you live coverage of the State of the Union address. Watch on NBC News Now beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern and at 9 p.m. on your local NBC station.
Embattled New York Congressman George Santos is facing new controversy today. He's now being accused of ethics violations and sexual harassment by a former prospective aide. That's according to a letter posted Friday on Twitter. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is tracking that story and joins us now. So, Ali, this letter was sent to the House Ethics Committee on Friday. What did it say, and what do we know about the accuser here?
Yeah, Aaron, what we're looking at here is two different allegations, one of unethical behavior in the ways in which this presumptive staffer was being onboarded and how he was being treated during his time as a volunteer in the office, and the other is of sexual harassment in nature. At one point in the letter, this staffer says that Santos, during a meeting one-on-one in the Santos office, proceeded to take his hand and move it down my leg in my inner thigh and then proceeded to touch his groin. Now, these are allegations that are being made in this letter, but we don't know yet if this is going to lead to anything in terms of actual punishment, though we do have asks out to Santos and others. Santos himself hasn't commented, and we've asked his lawyers and counsel. They haven't commented either.
So no comment from the Santos camp, but what about the Ethics Committee? Has it responded at all to this letter?
Well, look, we've heard from the Ethics Committee that they've at least received it. Congresswoman Susan Wild's office confirming that to us over the weekend. But look, once things go to the Ethics Committee, it's sort of a black hole from there. We're not going to hear very much from them again until and if they end up making any referrals here, Aaron.
All right, we know you'll be watching out for that. Ali Vitale for us on the Hill today. Thank you.
Today, Florida lawmakers are meeting to finalize a state takeover of Walt Disney World's self-governing district. It is a controversial move, but it's also a top priority for Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Florida. So, Sam, today's meeting, it is the latest in this ongoing feud between the governor and Disney. Remind us, why is the governor pushing to strip Disney's special status? What exactly could this mean?
Sure. Joe, good to be with you. There is certainly a very lengthy backstory here. What we saw today was a special session, Joe, and this is supposed to be a time for lawmakers to come together and sort of work out the kinks in bills that they were not able to address during the year. Now, you'll recall the Parental Rights in Education law, or Don't Say Gay, according to critics, became a nationally controversial law last year. This is what restricts conversation about gender identity and sexual orientation in Florida schools from kindergarten through third grade, also what the bill deems as age appropriate, so whatever grades that would impact. There was certainly pushback, including from Disney, but not really originally. Then the CEO, Bob Chapek, was very reticent to get involved, but Disney employees walked off the job at one point, clamoring for him to say something to condemn the legislation, so he did call for its repeal. And then DeSantis ultimately was looking for some retribution. He says that he wants to stop woke policies and woke companies in Florida, so tried to dissolve the ability for Disney to run essentially its own special tax district where it generates its own revenues and essentially runs 2 counties in Florida, or portions of it. So that all played out. Now, the legislature in Florida had set for it to be dissolved, but then realized, wait a minute, Disney has $1 billion worth of debt, and according to the law that was first put into place in 1967 when this all came to pass, it says that that debt has to be addressed. So now what are we going to do? There's a special session today. They only met, Joe, for about 15 or 20 minutes. That's both the House and the Senate combined. They haven't really tackled this issue yet, but that's what's coming up in the next couple of days.
All right, Sam, let's ask you another thing that Florida is dealing with right now. Lawmakers there are also planning to discuss a migrant relocation program at today's meeting. Tell us about that and why it's being met with controversy.
Okay, you may recall last fall there was controversy again in Florida, but this actually really the sort of genesis of it was in Texas when Governor DeSantis got involved, moving about 50 migrants, mostly Venezuelan migrants, from Texas to Martha's Vineyard. Of course, that came under the microscope as well. DeSantis has since been sued by multiple entities for doing that. What this will do, this new law, and they're calling it the Unauthorized Alien Transport Program, but it deals with migrants and a migrant crisis here in Florida, would be to allow the state to transport migrants who have already gone through the federal processes and been released back into the United States voluntarily to other states, whether or not they actually originate in Florida or not. Because, again, the point here was that those 50 migrants back in the fall had a layover in Florida, but they started in Texas. Why is Florida's governor getting involved in that? This law, conceivably, would allow DeSantis to do more of what we saw last fall.
All right, Sam Brock keeping an eye on Florida for us. Sam, thank you.
AI in the operating room. Up next, how doctors are ushering in a new era of medical care. More NBC News Daily right after this.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Well, we know that artificial intelligence is slowly creeping into almost every part of our daily lives. It's now set to revolutionize healthcare.
In one hospital, AI is not just monitoring patients, it may soon be able to diagnose them. Here's NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres.
Good?
Michael Dieter has been awaiting a lung transplant at the University of Florida Health Center since December.
What you call high flow air.
And because of that, I can't sustain myself at home.
A dedicated team of doctors and nurses attend to him day and night. But that's not all. Sensors and cameras track Dieter's every move in this smart intensive care unit, from vital signs to facial expressions and everything in between.
Every place in this room will sensing something about you. Is this enough light? Is this enough noise? Are you okay? You know, are you moving enough? Are you in your bed? Are you out of the bed? I think that's the future of how we will design hospital.
More than 350 gigabytes of information per patient goes into a central computer, where artificial intelligence then processes the data.
We could look at the patient and go, they're moving a lot. There's
Yes.
something going on there. Or their face has a certain grimace
Absolutely.
to it that they normally
Absolutely.
don't have. Is it possible that it could tell you before I even know that I'm having problems?
Yes, 100%. We will be able to decipher complex features, complex emotions like agitation or hunger.
Funded by the National Institutes of Health, the high-tech experiment enters its third year. Researchers are still teaching the technology what certain actions like sitting and standing might indicate. The hope that AI will soon be able to provide real-time healthcare recommendations.
Nurses, doctors, we spend a considerable amount of time paperwork, translating the data we get.
You will actually have representation of the data in a way that you as a human can just understand and action.
But will this new technology replace the need for humans in the hospital altogether?
They are very simplistic models compared to what our brains are doing. And I don't think that we should be worried about humans being replaced anytime soon.
This technology does take big burden off the physicians and nurses and provide them time to actually engage what we are here for, taking care of the patients.
A new holistic approach to healthcare where humans and computers work hand in hand.
Dr. John joined us now. So what is the time frame for when this technology could be used more generally?
So they've been working on this for a few years, and I think within a year or two, they're going to start using it in ICUs, not just there, but across the country, and then start expanding it to other areas, particularly things like pediatric areas, pediatric clinics, because you can't always tell what a baby's saying because they can't talk, but if you can see their grimaces or notice things like that, it could certainly help. And then you're going to see it expand very quickly beyond that. So this is going to be one of the futures, but again, this is just one tool we have in our toolbox. This is not going to replace doctors and nurses. It's just going to help them out.
That's right. I still want a doctor. I still want a nurse to hold my hand when I start complaining.
And this will give them kind of an early warning system, though. This will be a good early warning system to let them know that something is happening. You need to go in there and talk to them.
Okay.
Cool.
Dr. John Torres, we appreciate it. Thanks.
You bet.
Well, a mother who was once told she would never be able to have children just welcomed her second child. It's all thanks to an experimental procedure that was done for the first time less than a decade ago.
Chelsea Jovanovich is one of roughly 40 people who has received a uterus transplant. Now, she was diagnosed when she was 15 years old with a rare condition that meant her uterus never fully developed. At 35, she enrolled in an experimental research program at the University of Pennsylvania, giving her a transplanted uterus and the possibility of carrying kids of her own. Well, she welcomed her first son back in 2021, and just a few months back, she welcomed her second son.
I would do it over 100 times, 1,000,000 times. All the pain, all the medicine, everything, just to meet my little boys. I would do it all over again for them.
Chelsea's second son is just the 25th baby born to a woman who had a uterus transplant in the United States.
Congratulations. There is more news ahead.
Yeah, you are watching NBC News Daily.
people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Welcome back. Scott Spitnali was paralyzed from the waist down by a motorcycle accident that almost took his life. Doctors said he would likely never walk again.
But with the help of his devoted stepson, he found a way to get back on his feet. NBC's Peter Alexander brings us a story of true grit.
1, perfect. 2.
Deep in the woods of Western Maryland.
A nice one. Make it count.
A show of strength.
And one more for the road.
And a son's love for his dad.
That's great, man.
So, Scott, who's that?
Legally, he's my stepson, but he feels like blood to me.
Theirs is an unbreakable bond built over years, but cemented by tragedy. Just 19 months ago, Scott Spitnali was cruising down this country road on his motorcycle, a ride that would change everything.
I'm rolling down there, not a cloud in the sky.
Another driver turned right in front of Scott. He slammed into her windshield, the force of the crash throwing him 80 feet. His Harley destroyed, his life hanging by a thread when his son Grant Taylor's phone rang.
How did you find out about the accident?
I got a call from a random number. He said, hey, look, your dad just got in a motorcycle accident. He's not going to survive. Your mom's hysterical right now. It'd probably be best if you come get her.
Scott was airlifted to a trauma center in Baltimore after surviving tours in Afghanistan and Iraq, receiving a Bronze Star for heroism. This Army veteran was in a coma, his leg shattered and his spinal cord fractured. The next day, doctors called on Grant to make a choice.
There's not a good chance that your father's going to live, but that leg needs to go. What's your decision? It was a very hard decision for me and my mom to make, just in a blink. It's like, yep, he would be okay with that.
Scott was in that medically induced coma for 5 days. Grant's dad, his hero, was paralyzed from the waist down, told he would never walk again.
Suffering does two things. It either breaks you down and it kills you, or it makes something of you.
When you woke up from the medically induced coma, what was the first thing you said to him?
All you need is grit and love.
How did those words change your life?
The words grit grabbed onto me and he hit me deep. Grit is a different perception of life. It's grind, grit, and grace. And being able to have that grit is being able to just take that other step forward.
While Scott was away for months of grueling rehab, Grant transformed his parents' home for his family's new reality. But he wasn't finished. Motivated to help his dad heal, Grant left his job as an event coordinator to become a certified personal trainer at Lifetime Fitness. Grant built a gym for his dad in their basement. They had one shared goal, a chance to disprove any doubters.
You're never gonna walk again, and I'm like,
watch me.
Watch me walk.
They battled at it together for months.
We gotta walk, man. We gotta walk.
Then, a breakthrough.
It was something as though it was a miracle. He looked at me and his face is red and he's concentrating. I see a tear rolling down his eye. And he moved his leg.
And on this day, with our cameras rolling, Scott did it again.
He did it. Talking about not getting it done, we got it done. And we continue to get that done. I love you a lot.
They said it.
For this father and son, grit was no longer just a word, but a motto.
He told me, son, grit's all you need.
Grit's all you need.
Yeah, and I took it to heart. I got it tattooed on me the day that he said it, to remind myself every day of what I have to keep on going and my purpose and my reason, and also that we're in this together.
Wow, what a team. What a family. We also have an update for you on a story brought you first in 2021. Bob Scarborough has battled kidney disease his whole life. When his condition worsened, it became clear he needed a new kidney. That's when a distant relative stepped up.
I'm about to tell Bob I'm his kidney donor.
I've been keeping this secret for a year.
You don't know.
I just found out.
You don't know. You don't know what this means to me.
Carrie Kimball had been taking tests for months before that reveal. She says she posted it to TikTok to show how easy it is to donate a kidney and how impactful it can be. The surgery was last March and it was a success. We caught up with the two of them recently and everything has been going well. They've become incredibly close and see each other often. And Bob is enjoying spending time with his wife and his grandkids. And for the first time in a long time, he is planning his future. Hope you're inspired after all those feel-good stories there.
For sure. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Kate Snow is on assignment. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, February 6, 2023. Breaking news, death toll rising. Two massive earthquakes rocked the Turkish-Syrian border. Thousands of people now confirmed dead. The search and rescue effort underway, and the new action being taken by the White House.
Fragments found, remnants of that downed Chinese spy balloon wash ashore in South Carolina, while the U.S. says that we had no choice but to shoot it out of the sky.
Gassed up. Prices at the pump are soaring, up 20% in just the last month. Why experts say the cost of fuel is on the rise again.
And on sale now, select tickets now available to Beyonce's first tour in nearly a decade. How Ticketmaster is working to avoid another system meltdown. Good to have you with us on this Monday. We're going to begin with the latest on the search for those remnants of the balloon off the coast of South Carolina.
Navy divers are working to recover the suspected Chinese spy balloon. Fighter jets shot it down with a missile. That was Saturday afternoon after they were tracked. The balloon was tracked for several days.
This video shows what may be debris from the balloon being brought on shore on Sunday near Myrtle Beach. Today, China is accusing the U.S. of, quote, indiscriminate use of force. NBC News correspondent George Solis is in South Carolina, and NBC's national security and global affairs reporter Dan DeLuce is in Washington. George, let's go to you first. What's the latest on the recovery efforts today? What exactly is it they're hoping to find?
Yeah, good afternoon, Joe and Aaron. We can report some new information attributable to a U.S. general with NORAD. We know that there are military divers in the water right now with robotic equipment surveying some of that large debris field. Last check, it is now about 15 football fields by 15 football fields wide, to give you an idea. We also know, according to that official, that there are at least 2 Navy vessels in the water. One of which has been categorizing and collecting some of that debris, the other using sonar equipment to map out the bottom of the ocean where some of this debris has been falling. As you know, Pentagon officials said that there was at least 42 feet of water where a lot of this debris fell, which should make the recovery of this remnants pretty quickly. We also know that there's at least 3 Coast Guard cutters and U.S. military aircraft providing some security. As far as some of the debris that may be washing up, officials want to stress that anyone that may come upon it in the coming days to definitely leave it alone. Do not take it home, because doing so may mean you're interfering with a federal investigation. Guys?
Well, let me bring you in here, Dan. Now, the White House and the Pentagon, we know, are being criticized, really, for waiting to shoot down this balloon as it went across the country. What are defense officials saying about the timing of this move?
That's right. The Northern Command General today, and as well as the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, were again explaining the thinking that went into waiting until it was over the sea. And they said this balloon was really large, and it was equivalent to a regional airliner. If you look at the 2,000 pounds of weight in the payload, 200 feet tall, and they felt the risk was too high to civilians to shoot this down over land. And they also felt that there was a greater chance of retrieving that equipment on the balloon to get an idea of what the Chinese were up to if they shot it down over the sea, and a better chance of retrieving it intact. Here's what Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, said about that.
The military advised the president that actually a shoot down over water would create a greater possibility that we could effectively exploit the wreckage than if it were shot down over land. We have already been able to learn a fair amount about the capabilities and the tradecraft of this balloon, because we were able to monitor it through multiple different means as it traversed the United States.
So that's the view from the White House. It's also interesting to say, to note that the Pentagon is saying that this balloon was maneuverable, a bit like a sailboat where it can tack in a direction, and they think it was intentional that it steered its way into Canada at one point and then came back into the U.S.
All right, Dan DeLuce for us in D.C., George Solis in South Carolina as well. Thank you.
Breaking news from overseas, the death toll from the pair of earthquakes that hit near the Turkish-Syrian border is now in the thousands. The first quake hit in the early morning hours local time, with the second one coming in the early afternoon there. It's believed thousands are still trapped under collapsed buildings as rescue teams wade through the rubble to try and find survivors. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald's been tracking this story for us from London. Megan, good morning.
Joe, good to be with you. Look, it is a race against time for the thousands of first responders who are on the ground there, combing through the rubble, trying to find those people that are trapped beneath before time runs out. Overnight, horror in the Middle East. A 7.8 magnitude earthquake striking Turkey in northwest Syria, followed by another large earthquake just hours later, magnitude 7.5. The quake prompting thousands of buildings to collapse, turning bustling cities into rubble. The death toll thousands and rising as rescue crews search through the debris. The earthquake also slamming Syria, a country already in tatters after years of civil war. This injured child saved from the rubble in the northern region of the country, but others still stuck. The Turkish armed forces setting up an air corridor to create a pathway for rescue teams to reach the most devastated areas. And this area in Turkey, the city of Gaziantep, filled with Syrian refugees, a vulnerable area with vulnerable people. The Turkish defense minister pleading for help.
We need aircraft and we need rescue teams.
Turkish President Erdogan saying 45 countries have offered to help in the search and rescue efforts, including the U.S., Israel, and even war-torn Ukraine. Now, countries around the world are sending help. The United States, along with European Union countries, for example, are sending first responders there to help. Even war-torn Ukraine is offering search and rescue crews that are heading to the region, a global effort to try and help the people of Syria and Turkey. guys.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald. Megan, thank you.
We're following a major development in the murder trial of disbarred South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh. Earlier today, the judge in that case ruled that evidence of Murdaugh's alleged financial crimes is indeed admissible in court in this trial. Murdaugh is accused of killing his wife and son back in 2021. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has been tracking this story and joins us now. So, Blaine, bring us up to speed here. What did we hear in court today?
Well, Aaron, you talked about the very first big thing. That really is kind of the major thing to come out of today. The fact that those financial crimes are going to be admitted in this trial. That's certainly something that speaks to the entire underpinning of the prosecution when you talk about motive. But as far as compelling witnesses, we heard from Shelley Smith. She was the caregiver for Alec Murdaugh's mother. She testified on the night of the murder. She talked about the fact that came over visit, spent about she with his mother. He had previously a little bit of a long there. She also talked about what he was that night, that he shorts and very shoes. Also, just fidgety. One key exchange.
Little trouble with Blaine's signal there, trying to get her audio. We'll try to come back to this a little bit later if we can. Blaine, thanks.
Moving on to other news, if the start of your work week includes filling up the gas tank, you're likely noticing a slight drop at the pump, at least compared to this time last week. Well, that might feel like good news. Here's a little extra perspective. Compared to last month, prices have jumped almost 20 cents. NBC's Marissa Parra joins us now from a gas station in Washington with more on this. So, Marissa, first of all, do we know what's behind this recent rise in prices and how long could it last?
Yeah, so it's an important question, especially when we talk about a near 20% jump during a time where prices are supposed to be at their lowest. We talked to an industry expert about the possible reasons why, and it's a complex set of them. But one big one is weather.
The Arctic cold blast that hit much of the country actually impaired refineries all the way from areas like Colorado into Texas. It diminished their ability to produce as much gasoline. And so that started a domino effect that pushed prices up.
Now, there's a couple of other reasons, one of them being COVID. It may not be impacting us directly here, but on the other side of the world in China, they're just now reopening their economy for the first time in 3 years, really increasing demand for oil during a time when it's supposed to be a little bit lower than it is right now. And then furthermore, we have the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, Joe.
So, Marissa, you're at a gas station in D.C. talking with people who are filling up. What are they saying? Are they noticing the prices?
Yeah, I would say I've yet to come across anyone that says, yes, gas prices are going up and I'm waiting for this. Now, for the most part, every single person we've talked to has noticed it, especially those who are driving more frequently, driving the bigger cars here. And especially when we talk about just what we're coming from, right? The gas prices we saw last summer peaking at $5 a gallon. I think that there's a little bit of trepidation. There's a fear that we might be heading in that same direction. Well, industry analysts right now are saying that we could be seeing $4 a gallon as soon as next month. Joe?
All right, Marissa in Washington, thank you so much.
Well, there's a big update in the FTX cryptocurrency fallout, and childcare costs are keeping more parents at home.
Steve Kovac joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey there, Steve.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, let's start with FTX. A U.S. bankruptcy judge is considering a Justice Department request for a court-supervised investigation into the cryptocurrency exchange's collapse. FTX's new management is opposed, saying it would duplicate and maybe even endanger its own ongoing efforts to figure out what happened. Also, when it comes to childcare, COVID is still having a big effect. The Wall Street Journal reports there are now 58,000 fewer daycare workers than before the pandemic. That limits the availability of childcare and makes it more expensive. That's keeping some parents from going back to work, contributing to tightness in the labor market. And finally, the National Enquirer is being sold, reportedly for a little under $100 million. The buyers include the former chairman of MoviePass, who has been criminally charged with securities fraud in connection with the failed service that offered unlimited movie tickets for that monthly fee. Guys, I'll send it back down to you.
All right, Steve, thank you so much.
Right.
Coming up, how Ticketmaster is working to avoid another meltdown as Beyonce fans swarm to get Beyonce tickets. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Well, 2023 is shaping up to be a big year for Beyonce. The pop star broke the record last night for the most Grammy wins ever. And in cities across the country, right now, tickets are on sale for her first solo tour since 2016. But excited fans are also bracing for potential chaos following that Taylor Swift Ticketmaster debacle last year. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers has been following this. She joins us now. So, Savannah, let's take a step back here first, if we can. Remind us how we got to this point. What happened in the Taylor Swift ticket debacle?
Well, other than my own heartbreak, Aaron, most fans were not really able to get through this process. So essentially what happened, which has been improved upon this time, which we'll get to in just a moment, was fans who were part of essentially Taylor Swift's fan club who got pre-sale codes and went onto the website to try to get them, and they just were not available. They couldn't get through the hours. It would just say that there were 2,000 plus people in front of you, which wouldn't really change. 4 hours, and then once you got through, a lot of times people were unable to get tickets or they had already been sold out. So then the big question actually ended up on Capitol Hill. Is Ticketmaster a monopoly, which was really what was at issue here? Because Ticketmaster and Live Nation merged, which in many cases actually means they're now the concert promoter as well as the venue operator, and then of course they're selling the tickets for them. That's what prompted this all and brought it to Capitol Hill in the first place. So actually this time around, when Beyonce's tour was announced and of course needing to use Ticketmaster as well, we actually heard from Capitol Hill again. They said, we're watching you, Ticketmaster, when it was announced that this particular sale would be handled by them as well. There's that tweet.
So you did say that there have been some improvements this time, right? What is Ticketmaster doing now?
So I suppose it remains to be seen if it's really an improvement or just a change, because this has just been underway for the last hour or so. But essentially, what happened during Taylor Swift's was all tickets went on sale on the same day. Here, they're phasing out, doing this rollout based on city. There are 3 different groups for U.S. shows, Group A, Group B, Group C. Right now, today, this is the fan club, so you had to be part of what's called the Beehive. The fan club registered pre-sale, and even of those who are actually in the fan club, there was a lottery that took place yesterday. If you won the lottery, essentially, you got that pre-sale code. You could then use that today to go and buy those tickets for just 10 or so cities that are part of Group A, and then they'll do this all over again through B and C. So that's new. That did not happen during the great Taylor Swift meltdown.
So any sense of how the pre-sale is going so far?
Well, look, a lot of fans are already heartbroken that they didn't get the pre-sale code. That's actually what we overwhelmingly were seeing online all throughout the morning, was people taking to TikTok to say, I'm already heartbroken. The sale hasn't even started yet, but I did not get that code. It's only been going for about an hour. The hope here is that since so many people didn't get the pre-sale code, those who did are actually able to make it through, and then there's also still tickets remaining for them. But we'll update soon when we know more.
All right, Savannah Sellers, thank you.
Did you watch the Grammys? History was made at last night's award show. The biggest names in music went head-to-head for top honors from the Recording Academy. Today, contributor Jason Kennedy has all the highlights.
Overnight, Harry Styles shined at the Grammys, taking home the night's top prize, Album of the Year for Harry's House.
I don't think any of us sit in the studio making decisions based on what is going to get us one of these. This is really, really kind. I'm so, so grateful.
It was also a huge night for Beyonce, who actually arrived late and missed her first award of the night for Best R&B Song.
I was shocked to find out that traffic could stop you. I thought you traveled through space and time.
We are witnessing history tonight.
The Break My Soul singer broke the record for most career Grammy wins ever, taking home 4 statues on Sunday night, bringing her all-time total to 32.
I'm trying not to be too emotional. And I'm trying to just receive this night.
The evening filled with history-making moments. After a soulful performance by Lizzo, the artist earned her first Record of the Year Grammy for About Damn Time.
And anybody at home who feels misunderstood or on the outside looking in like I did, just stay true to yourself.
Get up here, best friend, Adele.
While Adele raked in her 16th career Grammy with Easy on Me, winning Best Pop Solo Performance, which she dedicated to her son, Angelo.
oh God, Rich, he said, don't cry. If you win anything tonight, don't cry. And here I am crying.
The song Unholy earned Sam Smith and Kim Petras the award for Best Duo or Group Performance, making Petras the first trans person to win the category.
I just want to thank all the incredible transgender legends before me who kicked these doors open for me so I could be here tonight.
Still, it was a surprise win in the Song of the Year category, which went to music veteran Bonnie Raitt for Just Like That.
I'm just totally humbled. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
The night's top performances included a hopping, high-energy dance party, courtesy of Best Musica Urbana album winner Bad Bunny.
Let's go!
And a multi-generational medley featuring a who's who of hip-hop, including Run DMC, Salt and Peppa, and LL Cool J, honoring the genre's 50th anniversary.
Jason Kennedy reporting there. Coming up, what police are revealing about the moments leading up to the shooting death of a double amputee in California. You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's Consumer Confidential, many job seekers are feeling the pressure to find work fast. They're worried about recent high-profile layoffs, inflation, and those recession fears. And here's another worry, an increase in job scams. And Guzia Kelado from our sister network, LX News, shows us what to watch out for.
From 2019 to 2021, the number of reported job scams tripled and continued to rise in 2022, according to the Wall Street Journal. These phony job postings work like this. Fake jobs are listed on popular job sites. Applicants are invited to interview for the position, but it's not a real interview. That's followed by a fake onboarding process by what seems like a real recruiter. What's in it for them? The scammers are after your personal information so they can steal your identity and your money. Many of these scams involve you sending a fee for a job placement or other fake services. The FTC says that workers scammed by this type of employment fraud lost more than $200 million in 2021 alone. Searching for a job can be a full-time job, so here are 4 tips to better protect yourself from job scams. Starting with this basic one, check for spelling and grammatical errors in the job posting. While it seems simple, if you notice errors like this in professional listings, flag it right away. Oftentimes, a fake job post will also feature other irregularities, which can be a major red flag. When searching for jobs online, make sure you're vetting your source. And if the salary seems too good to be true for that position, trust your gut and do your research. Search for the job post on the official company website. You should also search the company's social media and online reviews for the company. And if you've landed a job interview online, make sure the process in person hiring is legit. The FTC advises job seekers to search for the name of the recruiter and company along with the words scam, review, and complaint in order to make sure that the job posting and interview process are legit. And finally, watch out for financial scams. If a company or a recruiter asks you to send money to help land your dream job, it's a scam.
Well, after 2 years of surging car prices, buyers are trying to get back into the driver's seat. While the used car market is softening, new cars are setting records with sky-high prices. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
For drivers who've braved pandemic sticker shock, the road to buying a car hasn't just been bumpy. It's been a financial sinkhole.
We couldn't really find anything brand new, and in the used cars were the prices of what we thought the brand new cars were going to be priced for.
Brittany Alexander and Camden Rodriguez, just 2 of the car shoppers who bought or leased in the last year, though they were still stunned to learn the average price tag for a new vehicle. In December, a staggering $49,507.
When I told you $50,000, your reaction is what?
That's terrible. That is, because like a lot of people don't make that annually. So how can you afford to buy a car if you don't have that money?
In addition to soaring rents and inflated grocery bills, cars have also been pinching consumer wallets with some of the underlying issues like supply chain disruptions, lack of semiconductors, and labor shortages still a problem, but stabilizing.
I would say the situation has improved significantly on all 3 of those fronts, but there are still some constraints in the supply, so we're not completely out of the woods.
As vehicle supplies tick back up, you'll notice that there's a better selection of certain kinds of cars, the ones that turn a higher profit margin.
You're still seeing automakers putting constrained components in high-value cars. So the most profitable cars are the ones that they're willing to build. So pickups and SUVs are becoming more available.
This, in turn, has revved up the average cost of vehicles dramatically. But check out this split. While year-over-year inflation for new cars rose 6.2% in December, it plummeted 8.8% for used cars and trucks, a significant reversal. Carvana, the second largest used car retailer in the country, is expanding its signature car vending machines from 33 to 37 in the coming months, including the newest one in Denver. The company is optimistic about the new year and banking on a boost from tax season. Still, even with used car costs coming down, the industry-wide jolt has left many shoppers, like Miami lawyer Brooks LaRue, out of options.
I don't see how anyone could afford a car right now, new or used, without going into significant debt.
Coming up, the warning for buyers after a Facebook marketplace sale turned violent. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tanya Amos. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Breaking news, a major evacuation underway in Ohio after a train derailment likely released toxic gas into the air. Emergency officials say that the 150-car train was transporting chemicals when it went off the tracks on Friday in a small village about 50 miles northwest of Pittsburgh. The National Guard in Ohio has been activated to help evacuate anyone within 1 mile of the crash site. The cause of the derailment is under investigation.
The FBI has arrested 2 people suspected of planning an attack on Baltimore's power grid. Brandon Russell and Sarah Clandaniel were taken into custody last week and charged with conspiracy to destroy an energy facility. Federal authorities have described the plot as racially motivated. In a hearing this afternoon, Clandaniel was held without bail. She faces 20 years in prison and up to a $250,000 fine. The next hearing is scheduled for February 15th.
And Lotto fever is surging again. Tonight's Powerball jackpot has soared to an estimated $747 million. Nobody won Saturday's drawing. Today's jackpot would be the 9th largest in U.S. lottery history. We've seen several lottery records recently, including that $1.3 billion winning ticket that was sold in Maine just last month.
We're following some breaking news out of California. Moments ago, Huntington Park city officials had a press conference and released new video surrounding the death of Anthony Lowe. He is the double amputee who was killed by police last month. The death of Lowe, who was armed with a knife that day, sparked protests this weekend over the use of force against a person with a disability. NBC News correspondent Nyla Charles joins us now. So, Nyla, what are police saying? And remind us how all this unfolded.
Joe, after more than a week since the shooting, Huntington Park police just released footage of the shooting taken from a nearby business, presenting a fuller picture of what happened. In it, you see officers approach Lowe, a double amputee, and pull the wheelchair out from under him. He appears to move away from officers, then faces them, appearing to swing the knife twice before officers fatally shoot him. Officers say leading up to the shooting, they deployed 2 separate tasers twice in an attempt to stop him, but the tasers were ineffective. Lowe was a stabbing suspect. Police released video of him taken minutes before, showing the moment he stabbed someone on the sidewalk out of his wheelchair. At last check, police say the stabbing victim is in stable condition. This past weekend, there were protests in the community calling for accountability after bystanders released cell phone video of the incident on social media. That social media video showed police confronting Lowe and that stabbing suspect. At that point, officers had weapons drawn. He left his wheelchair and was appearing to hold a knife. But based on that video, critics said he didn't appear to be an immediate threat because they say it appeared he was moving away from officers, but a vehicle was obstructing the view in that video before shots were fired. Even after the release of this latest video from officers, Lowe's family is still calling for accountability here. Joe?
Yeah, Nyla, what else are we hearing from Lowe's family?
Well, attorneys for the family did a press conference after police spoke, saying that shooting was not justified. Take a listen to what the family attorney had to say.
There was absolutely no reason to shoot a double amputee in the back 11 times who was hobbling away from officers. He was a handicapped person suffering from a mental crisis.
Attorneys say Lowe was having a mental crisis there after losing his legs just 4 months ago, saying police instructed his mother to let him out to get fresh air due to his depression. Now the district attorney will determine if the officers will be charged, and an ongoing investigation will determine whether or not their actions were justified. Joe?
All right, Nyla Charles, thank you so much.
Well, you may remember last summer, author Salman Rushdie was attacked on stage at a speaking event in New York. Well, for the first time since then, the 75-year-old award-winning novelist is publicly speaking about that stabbing that put him in the hospital for 6 weeks and nearly ended his life. NBC News reporter Maya Eaglin joins us now with more. So, Maya, what is Rushdie saying about that experience following this attack?
So, Aaron, author Salman Rushdie is no stranger to threats of violence. The award-winning novelist has faced death threats and assassination attempts after the supreme leader of Iran issued a fatwa against the writer following the release of his 1988 novel, The Satanic Verses. But last year, Rushdie nearly lost his life after he was allegedly stabbed multiple times by a 24-year-old New Jersey man as he was preparing to give a speech at New York's Chautauqua Institution. As you mentioned, he was in the hospital for 6 weeks and nearly died. Rushdie lost vision in one eye and says he lacks feeling in his fingertips. But in an interview with a New Yorker, he said the incident has affected him mentally as well. Take a listen.
I mean, we haven't really talked about it, but there is such a thing as PTSD, you know, and
how has that played out for you? What is it?
Well, it's a number of things, but one of the things it is that I've found it very, very difficult to write. I sit there to write and nothing happens. And I'm not out of that forest yet, really.
You blame anybody?
Blame him.
The suspect accused of stabbing Rushdie, 24-year-old Hadi Matar, has pled not guilty to charges of attempted murder and assault, but there's no court date scheduled yet. As for Rushdie, he still says he has a long way to go until he fully recovers, but his new book, Victory City, hits bookshelves tomorrow. Aaron?
All right, Maya Eaglin for us today. Maya, thank you.
Security preparations are underway ahead of tomorrow's State of the Union address. Capitol Police have reinstalled fencing around the Capitol Square as a precaution ahead of President Biden's first speech in front of a divided chamber. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley. So, Mike, this morning he tweeted out a photo with the caption, "Getting ready." There were cookies involved. How is he preparing for tomorrow's address beyond the cookies, and what themes is he expected to focus on?
Well, Joe, senior officials tell me that one of the big ideas here that we're going to be seeing tomorrow is an attempt by President Biden to really reconnect and re-emphasize the themes that he ran on as a candidate in 2020. A big part of that, of course, is going to be about the economy. We've already heard in the last hour from Brian Deese, he's the National Economic Council director, really emphasizing the degree to which he's going to be laying out his view of why the different pieces of legislation that were passed in the first 2 years of his term are going to benefit the American people for the years to come. It's also worth noting the degree to which the Chinese spy satellite, the balloon that we've all been covering the last few days, might be affecting the last-minute preparations here. We understand now, according to multiple officials, that there already had been a significant part of his speech devoted to the U.S.-China relationship. And one of the questions now is about how really to refine that language in light of the developments in the last few days. And, Joe, it's really also worth noting this. The president was due to return from Camp David, where he spent the weekend working with his top advisors on the speech, including doing some mock rehearsals of that address. About noon today, it's now obviously 3:30 Eastern. Past that, the president still hasn't returned. I think, as we often expect with this president, this draft is really being refined and will be refined until the very last minute.
All right, Mike Memley. Mike, thank you so much. And be sure to join us tomorrow night as NBC News brings you live coverage of the State of the Union address. Watch on NBC News Now beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern and at 9 on your local NBC station.
Embattled New York Congressman George Santos is facing new controversy today. He's now being accused of ethics violations and sexual harassment by a former prospective aide. That's according to a letter posted Friday on Twitter. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. So, Ryan, this letter we know was sent to the Ethics Committee in the House there. What did the letter say, and what do we know about this accuser?
So this accuser is named Derek Myers. He was a volunteer for George Santos who thought that he was in line for a job with the congressman and was volunteering in his office, handling constituents' calls and responding to emails, things along those lines. And in that letter, he claims that Santos made an unwelcome sexual advance in his direction. He said the congressman proceeded to take his hand and move it down onto my leg and to my inner thigh and proceeded to touch my groin. Now, the congressman himself is not responding to this claim, but we should say that the only person who's been able to corroborate these claims are the accuser himself, Derek Myers. And as you point out, Aaron, he has sent a letter to the Ethics Committee asking them to investigate.
So at this point, Ryan, any response from the Ethics Committee, from the Santos team?
So basically, the Ethics Committee is just saying that they're in receipt of the letter. One of the members of that committee, Susan Wild, responding in a statement saying that Congressman Wild was in her office and can confirm the receipt of the document because it was handed to her office to be given on to the Ethics Committee. And we do know that the Ethics Committee does all of their work behind closed doors. They don't comment on pending investigations. They don't give any update on the progress of that investigation until it's all over. So the only thing we know for sure is that the Ethics Committee has this complaint. Whether or not it leads to an investigation, we won't know until the whole thing is wrapped up. And as we pointed out before, Aaron, Congressman Santos himself not engaging on this topic at all, which is pretty customary for how his office operates. Aaron?
All right, Ryan Nobles for us on Capitol Hill. Thank you.
The confirmation hearing for President Biden's nominee to the Federal Communications Commission has been delayed for over a year.
And now there's a smear campaign targeting that nominee, who would be the first openly gay commissioner to serve in the federal agency. NBC News reporter Kevin Collier joins us now. He's been tracking this. So, Kevin, there have been complaints about this campaign against this nominee. I want to play a little bit of sound here first, and then we'll talk about it.
I think it's absolutely fair for the public to question who is behind a homophobic and racist smear campaign that is thwarting the functioning of our government, that is making it more difficult for the FCC to provide its vital service, which is to protect broadband consumers, especially at a time when broadband consumers are very disgruntled.
So, Kevin, give us the backstory here. What do we know about Gigi Sohn, and what do we know about this smear campaign against her?
She's a pretty accomplished, old school. I've been around the block doing public policy, nonprofit work for her entire career. She was famous kind of in the Obama-era FCC for kind of inventing the net neutrality rules as was implemented at the time. And then all of a sudden, she could not get confirmed, could not be even brought up for a vote before the Senate. And then there are stories in Fox News at the Daily Mail. There are Facebook ads, all this wide-ranging kind of campaign of smears against her, often kind of tacitly referring to the fact that she is a gay woman.
What does this holdup for Sohn mean for the FCC? What's at stake here?
So it's currently tied at a 2-2 Republican-Democrat split. Traditionally, the FCC is always tied, or it's always has a majority of 3-2 at the president's party. What this means is it can't make any controversial decisions. Anything that the chair would want to do, the Democratic chair, Justin Rosenworcel, she would have to get Republicans' approval to go with her. So without Sohn, she can't make anything that Republicans would not go along with.
All right. Kevin Collier, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
Coming up, the challenges AI is creating for teachers in the classroom. More NBC News Daily right after this.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
A New York City police officer is in critical condition today after he was shot during a robbery. Investigators say he was not working at the time and had just arranged to buy a car on Facebook Marketplace. Now the shooting is raising new questions about the safety of these online transactions. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now. So, Stephen, what do we know about the shooting at this point?
Yeah, Aaron, it all started on Saturday in Brooklyn. Police say that off-duty police officer was with his brother-in-law and went to meet this supposed car seller after seeing this listing online. Well, almost immediately after they met up, authorities say that seller pulled out a gun and announced it was a robbery. Then there was a shootout, which ended with the officer being shot in the head and that suspect taking off. The officer's name has not yet been released, but Mayor Eric Adams says he's a 5-year veteran who is married with 2 children. He's now fighting for his life. Here's what else the mayor had to say on MSNBC's Morning Joe.
We are lifting the family up in prayers, and right now the family is deciding their decisions and is still in the care of the medical professionals. He was out purchasing a car like many of us do in America. He answered an ad, and he was looking to purchase a car when it appears as though something went terribly wrong.
Well, right now, police aren't releasing much information about that suspect. It's unclear if he knew that the victim was a police officer. Police sources tell our NBC New York station that investigators are looking into whether this could be connected to similar Facebook Marketplace-based robberies involving car sales that have happened over the last few weeks, Aaron.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the reality is that we're seeing more and more of these types of transactions from social media. People are buying things. Is there any advice from police, from experts about how people can deal with these sorts of purchases?
Yeah, these sites have been around for a while now, so people feel more comfortable with them. The most important thing is to be mindful where you're actually meeting for the transactions. Several police departments now have safe exchange zones outside of their buildings to help give a sense of security. Some other tips include suggesting a well-lit public place with lots of people around for that transaction, also telling a family member or friend about the deal ahead of time, and taking advantage of the platform's safety features. Facebook Marketplace, for example, lets users set up a meeting plan that can be shared with friends so they can monitor that exchange as well. And of course, always trust your gut. And we say it time and time again, but if the deal sounds too good to be true, it probably is, Aaron.
Yeah, always right. Stephen Romo for us today. Thank you, Stephen.
Artificial intelligence is creating a new set of challenges in the classroom. We've been telling you about ChatGPT, a system that can write everything from poems to college-level essays. Some teachers want to ban it, but others are finding ways to embrace the new technology. Let's bring in NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward. So, Jake, why is it some teachers think AI could actually help with learning?
Well, what's so amazing, Joe, is that at the moment we have reports that anywhere from a third to a half of college-age students have used this technology already to write a college essay for them. And we, in fact, have spoken to professors who've caught their students doing it and flunked them as a result. But I spoke to a teacher in rural Oregon who is trying to embrace this stuff because she says it gives her insight into their minds. Have a listen to how she described her first encounter with it.
My first reaction was absolutely panic. I thought, this is going to make me obsolete if it does what these people are saying it's going to do. It instantly created a fear in me that I thought, I am uncomfortable living in this fear, so I'm going to go tackle it.
Now, what's so interesting here, Joe, is that she's actually having students use the technology to write its own summary of a book that they have read, and then she uses that to basically figure out if these kids can spot the places where it gets things wrong or finds a cliche or in some way misinterprets the information. She's using the computer to get inside her students' minds, and that, for me, was something I had really never seen before. I thought it was pretty fascinating.
Yeah, so, and Jake, big tech companies are now trying to play catch up here. Google just announced a new competitor to ChatGPT. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, you know, literally in the last basically hour and a half, Google has announced Bard. This is a new piece of technology. It says it's going to be integrating into its search features that is going to allow for context and new kind of analysis. Basically, you'll be able to talk back and forth with Google is what it sounds like. And what's really notable here, right, is that Google is, you know, the search results, that's the core of its business. The fact that it is now saying it is going to put this kind of thing into it speaks to just how fast that company, teachers, everybody is racing to grapple with this new technology, Joe.
It is moving quickly. Bard, B-A-R-D, like Shakespeare. Is that what you're saying, Jake?
You got it. Absolutely right. The writer of the ages right now suddenly serving you.
All right, Jake, thank you.
There is more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
A blockbuster midseason trade is shaking up the NBA. Point guard Kyrie Irving is leaving the Brooklyn Nets and heading to the Dallas Mavericks. The 8-time All-Star, who won a championship back in 2016, requested a trade last week after contract negotiations fell through. Irving came to the Nets in 2019 along with star forward Kevin Durant. The pair arrived with high expectations, but they were unable to bring a championship to Brooklyn, with recent controversies casting a shadow over Irving's tenure with the Nets.
In Kansas City and Philadelphia, the football fans are ready. Not surprising, they've been partying pretty much nonstop since their teams booked spots in the Super Bowl this year. NBC's Kaylee Hartung gets you ready for the biggest football game of the year.
The countdown clock has officially started. Both the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles touching down in Phoenix Sunday for Super Bowl 57. Over the weekend, a warm send-off by hundreds of Eagles fans in Philadelphia, wishing their team good luck.
And how can you go wrong sending the Eagles off?
And tonight, Super Bowl opening night kicks off football's biggest week in person for the first time since the pandemic started. A unique opportunity for fans to watch up close as players and coaches are interviewed by hundreds of media. Preparations for the big game are underway in Arizona. The official football's made. The final touches to State Farm Stadium added. and traffic control in place. Now, with less than a week to go, all eyes are on Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes and his high ankle sprain. After running his way to the AFC Championship, the QB saying recently he feels he's in a good spot. Mahomes will be making history alongside the Eagles' Jalen Hurts, becoming the first two black quarterbacks to start a Super Bowl matchup. And we can't forget the Kelsey brothers, a sibling rivalry that'll add another layer of entertainment or nerves for Donna Kelsey, the first mother to have two sons play against each other in the Super Bowl. As Mama Kelsey told us on Today,
I'll just be so elated. Probably some tears.
Fans launching a fast-growing petition to the NFL for Donna to perform the honorary pregame coin toss, now with more than 150,000 signatures. The latest betting odds have the Eagles a slight favorite, but no matter who you're rooting for,
Rihanna is who everybody is waiting for.
There's Rihanna's highly anticipated halftime show to look forward to, which is why her longtime friend Adele says enthusiastically she'll be at the big game.
Yes, I'm going just for Rihanna.
Now, if you thought tickets to Beyonce's new tour would break the bank, prepare yourself for what you're about to hear. Tickets to this Super Bowl are looking to be among the most expensive ever. Ticket IQ is saying the get-in price to get into the door of State Farm Arena on Sunday, right now, at its cheapest, is about $6,000. Guys.
Wow. Kelly Hartung there, thank you. Here are some of the other stories, right? I know, trending right now.
All right, a little cheaper ticket here. AMC Theaters is changing the way it sells movie tickets. From now on, the price of your ticket will actually depend and vary based on the location of your seat. It's going to offer 3 different tiers, but no word yet on pricing.
Matthew McConaughey getting the animated treatment. The actor will lend his voice to a new cartoon series. This will be on Netflix. He's playing Elvis Presley. It's called Agent Elvis. Elvis, you guessed the twist on this one, right? Elvis is a secret agent, apparently. It's going to be released in March.
Harvard University's Hasty Pudding Theatricals is celebrating who else? Jennifer Coolidge is their 2023 Woman of the Year. The actress has seen a surge in popularity in recent years. Saturday's show began with a roast of the White Lotus star. Coolidge then joined the students for a couple of skits, including a performance as a dolphin.
Makes total sense, right? A well-known on-screen romance has taken its next step in the real world. Game of Thrones stars Kit Harington and Rose Leslie are expecting their second child. The couple was married in 2018, 7 years after meeting on set for the second season of the show.
And don't feel too bad for Grammy nominees who lost last night. They did not walk away empty-handed. Each nominee received a gift bag, the contents of which are valued at more than $60,000. They include a wide array of items, including a yet-to-be-released robot dog and a high-end shower head.
And we have some exciting news to share. The NBC News Daily family just got bigger.
Yeah, our colleague Morgan Radford and her husband David just welcomed their first baby. Meet Adelana Marcia. She was born February 2nd, coming in at 21 inches long and just over 8 pounds.
Mom, Dad, and baby all doing well right now. Big congratulations to Morgan and David.
We wish them all the best. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, where the White House, Congress, and national security officials are all grappling with both the domestic and international political fallout from the U.S. shooting down a Chinese spy balloon this weekend. We will have the very latest on that story in just a moment, including new reporting from NBC News about edits being made to the China portion of tomorrow night's State of the Union address. But first, a global emergency response and rescue operation is underway. These are live pictures out of Turkey that you are seeing right now, where you can see workers combing through some of the rubble, presumably looking for potential survivors. This after 2 massive earthquakes hit Turkey and Syria overnight. Images out of the region today show damaged towns, collapsed buildings, and people, including young children, being rescued from the rubble. The death count has now surpassed 3,000 people across the 2 countries. More than 10,000 more have been injured. We expect those numbers to rise amid ongoing search and rescue operations. This was the strongest quake Turkey has felt in over 80 years, 7.8 magnitude. It hit just after 4 a.m. while many were asleep. The epicenter of the quake was only 20 miles from a major city that is home to over 2 million people and just 30 miles from Syria's northern border. Another 7.5 magnitude quake hit nearby just a few hours later. Turkey's vice president said there have been 145 aftershocks so far. This terrifying footage shows the moment this morning when a building collapsed. Turkish President Erdogan said today that more than 45 countries have offered aid, including the U.S., the UK, and Russia. President Biden expressed his sympathies for those lost, and U.S. officials announced they are sending 2 teams of nearly 80 officials to support the search and rescue efforts. NBC's Molly Hunter is in London with the very latest on this just devastating earthquake. So, Molly, what is the very latest from the ground from Turkey and Syria? What are you hearing? What's the level of destruction?
Yeah, Kristen, I think what we have to keep in mind and what you said in your intro just now, it is still absolutely search and rescue. We are still in that window where search and rescue teams are on the ground, are mobilizing to spread out across all of the affected areas. And it is a huge affected area, as you mentioned, both in the southern tip of Turkey right there and northwestern Syria. Really devastated areas on both sides. Now, according to Turkish officials, as you mentioned as well, help is coming in from all over the world, from European countries, from the U.S. as well. And we're talking people are sending everything from boots on the ground, medics, rescue dogs, aircraft, transport mechanisms to get people around, because that is going to be one of the main challenges, Kristen, is actually getting these search and rescue teams to some of the most devastated rural areas in time. In these 24 hours, we know that minutes and seconds count when you are looking for survivors. As far as actual numbers, kind of to quantify the devastation, Turkish officials have told us 3,000 buildings, 3,000 structures on the Turkish side have been destroyed, and that is just on one side of the border.
Molly, one of the most devastating aspects of this is that this happened overnight while people were asleep. How is that impacting the efforts to find people, the search and rescue efforts, which, as you just mapped out, are already so complicated?
Kristen, that's right. So many people at home. And I think that's why we are starting to get a death toll so high so early, because they could look, officials and authorities could look at these apartment buildings, and there's some really big kind of infrastructures that are very fragile, poorly built, not prepared for something like this. And you could look at how many apartments, how many families were actually living inside. The other really devastating thing we have to think about, not only was everyone home, Kristen, but also it's winter. It is freezing, and aid organizations in that area on the Turkish side of the border, Kristen, for example, 3.6 million Syrian refugees, the most that any country hosts anywhere in the world, are living in that area in southern Turkey. And they were already living in makeshift tents, makeshift camps. homes, fragile infrastructure that certainly was not prepared for an earthquake and not even prepared for kind of freezing temperatures and the snow that they're expecting tonight.
And this was already the region in Syria, at least, that has been ravaged by the Syrian civil war, which has been going on now for more than a decade. I mean, does this area even have the infrastructure to deal with such a crisis?
That is what you are hearing from humanitarian aid organizations today, is they are so worried. They were already worried about the 4 million people, displaced people in that area in northwestern Syria before this, looking down the barrel of a long, cold winter, how these people were going to survive. So, yes, there are some kind of organizations, like, of course, the Syrian White Helmets that we are very familiar with, who are very good at emergency response because of all the airstrikes, for example, in that region. But there is not the infrastructure to start rebuilding or to start housing people, even temporarily, in that area, Kristen.
It is just such a devastating story. Molly Hunter, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. I'm joined now by Bob Kitchen, Vice President of Emergencies and Humanitarian Action at the International Rescue Committee. Bob, thank you so much for joining me. I understand that your teams have been working in the cold, working out of their cars throughout this day. What is the very latest on the efforts by your teams to try to access people and try to save lives there?
Thanks for having me. We've spent the last 18 hours confirming the safety of our own staff. As you said, we've had staff working outdoors in the cold as the snow comes, sitting in the cars trying to keep their laptops and cell phones going to be in touch with us. And it's only in the last few hours we've been able to confirm the safety of all of our staff. Our attention now turns to keeping our health centers open and the aid flowing to the many hundreds of thousands of people who've been affected by this crisis.
And we're obviously just less than 24 hours out from this earthquake hitting. What are the most urgent, immediate needs right now of people on the ground?
Well, we're only 24 hours out from the first earthquake. Second earthquake hit 12 hours later. And as you said earlier, the many aftershocks have kept the population in a state of real fear. So the days to come will be trying to find shelter for the hundreds of thousands who have lost their homes. We hear that people are moving into mosques and schools to try and find warmth from the sub-zero temperatures that are being experienced across the region. From then, it's trying to find ways to feed people, get money into people's hands so they can buy their own food, and then, of course, stabilize the people who have been injured by the destruction that we've seen.
The Biden administration, one of several governments around the globe that is sending teams to help. Do you feel as though the international community is mobilizing in an adequate way, or is more needed?
Well, it's going to come in phase. So sending in search and rescue teams is critically important. The hours and minutes now are really, really the most important thing we need to focus on, finding people under the rubble. But then very quickly, our focus needs to change on the people who are left behind, alive but injured, and are now without homes, without income, and really need our support. Prior to 24 hours ago, the humanitarian appeal was only 50% funded, a huge amount still left to be donated to keep people alive. Almost 16 million people across Syria urgently in need of humanitarian aid, and half of those are in northwest and northeast Syria that have been impacted by this earthquake. So it's only worse now today than it was yesterday.
And of course, as I was just discussing with Molly, the part of Syria that was impacted by this earthquake has been dealing with the Syrian civil war for years. Talk about the way that the infrastructure is complicating efforts to save lives, to rescue people, to rescue those who are still alive.
So the IRC has been on the ground in Syria and Turkey for 12 years since the beginning of the conflict. We have more than 1,000 very brave Syrian staff and partner organizations working up until yesterday, providing support to the many people displaced and affected by the war. Many of those are now going to be turning their attention to the aid effort, helping those affected by the earthquake. Getting commodities in and around Syria was already very difficult. It's going to be even more complex with border closures, damaged roads. But we know earthquakes don't respect international borders, so we need to push forward ourselves.
And of course, many of the people across the border in southeast Turkey are refugees. How does this impact their efforts that are already so difficult to rebuild their lives?
Well, for the many refugees that Turkey continues to extend a welcome to, they've been in rented accommodation, trying to make ends meet, trying to make the best of their life while they're outside of the country seeking asylum and safety. That starts, it doesn't start again, but it starts afresh now as they have to find new homes, new ways to earn income, assuming the jobs have been interrupted. So the work it's never been easy, but it's got more difficult now because of this earthquake.
Well, we really appreciate your joining us to explain all of that to us and just to give us the picture of this incredibly dire aftermath of these earthquakes. Bob Kitchen, thank you so much. And we will, of course, continue to follow this story and bring you any major developments as we learn them. But we do want to turn now to the fallout from the Chinese spy balloon over the U.S. Right now, the military is searching for the remnants of the balloon off the coast of North Carolina after it was shot down on Saturday by a single missile fired by an F-22. A senior Biden administration official says it was the only workable way to bring down the balloon safely. China insists the balloon was a civilian airship used for studying weather and is accusing the U.S. of indiscriminate military force to bring it down. But a senior U.S. official pushed back, saying the U.S. is confident this balloon purposefully flew over the U.S. and that it was trying to monitor sensitive military sites. Still, U.S. officials so far haven't said much about why they think China took this provocative step, what specific intelligence they were trying to learn, or how much information they may have gleaned. The White House, meanwhile, is planning to give a classified briefing to the Gang of Eight, the group consisting of congressional leaders and the heads of the House and Senate Intel committees, as early as tomorrow. It comes as Republicans in both the House and Senate are criticizing the Biden administration's handling of this situation.
Yeah, well, clearly the president taking it down over the Atlantic is sort of like the quarterback, sort of like tackling the quarterback after the game is over. The satellite had completed its mission. This should never have been allowed to enter the United States, and it never should have been allowed to complete its mission.
Well, I think the dereliction of duty begins with this. Why not on Tuesday or Wednesday? You know people are going to see this. At some point, you're going to have to disclose it, and that is the beginning of dereliction of duty. And the second is we have to act swiftly on these things. And what are we going to do the next time this happens? Are we going to allow it to fly through here again and shoot it down once again to the East Coast?
Joining me now is NBC's Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill, a New York Times Pentagon correspondent, and an NBC News contributor, Helene Cooper. Thanks so much to both of you for being here and bringing us your great reporting. Ali, let me start with you on Capitol Hill. You heard the outrage there from Republican lawmakers, but they haven't gotten the full briefing yet. Take us inside the thinking on Capitol Hill, this strong reaction that we are seeing as they await this briefing where they will undoubtedly get a fuller picture of what happened.
Yeah, Christian, they haven't gotten the briefing yet, but that's not to say that they haven't been given information. Last week, as Congress was leaving town on Thursday, a flyout day around here, staff for Gang of Eight members were given a classified briefing on the balloon, at that point still flying over the continental United States. And now, as soon as this week, we do expect another briefing in various capacities. There'll be, for example, an all-senators briefing on the issue of China that was previously set up. That's supposed to be for next week, but it could be that there's greater motivation and urgency to do that briefing sooner. So we could see that move to this week potentially. And then, of course, that briefing for the Gang of Eight also expected in the coming days. And a lot of people up here just trying to get more information. I will say, though, a senior administration official stressed to us that they were trying to keep relevant members of Congress apprised of what was going on with this over the course of the last few days and over the weekend. Nevertheless, you know, lawmakers, they want as much information as they can possibly get, and certainly they are demanding it. Republicans all aligned around the talking points that they think that this balloon should have been shot down sooner. Democrats instead taking the tack that they just want to know why more people were not informed more quickly until these images started popping up, and frankly, until our colleague Courtney Kuby reported them in the first place.
Yeah, really good point. Helene, let me turn to you on that. Walk us through what the Pentagon is saying about the timing of this decision to shoot down the balloon and why it was handled in the way that it was.
Hi, thanks for having me. Well, the Pentagon continues to insist that the debris field from shooting down the balloon over the continental United States was their risk assessment. They say was that it didn't make sense to do so. They say several Pentagon officials have said to me that they took steps to make sure to feed false information towards this balloon, so that even though, for instance, when it's hovering in Billings, Montana, very close to Malmstrom Air Base, where the United States stores its intercontinental ballistic missiles, is one of the 3 Air Force bases in the country that has these, that they took steps to mitigate that the Chinese would not be getting any usable intelligence from that. When you start getting, though, into the question of why did they take so long to disclose it, why was it that the first announcement of this didn't come until after Courtney Cuby's scoop, you're getting into sort of almost, I think, this culture of secrecy that we have within the Defense Department and the Biden administration as well. Their first inclination is to see what they need to do to, mitigate the potential harm to American national security. They will say that they were rushing to figure out what to do about that. They're not thinking about announcing it. And I think in some ways they lost sight of the fact that this is a balloon that people could see up in the sky. And so it made no sense to stay as quiet about this as they did. They say they had every intention of announcing it, but they still didn't announce this until a day after there was a ground stop at Billings Airport. So it kind of befuddles many people why this took so long to get out.
Yeah, it's really important analysis, the idea that as they tried to mitigate these risks, they may have lost sight of the bigger picture. Helene, let me just follow up with you, because, of course, we know there are these reports that there were 3 different balloons that entered U.S. airspace during the Trump administration. Now, you have former President Trump denying that. You have Trump officials saying they don't recall that. What is the Pentagon saying? What do we actually know about what happened, understanding that this balloon was in U.S. airspace longer than any other that U.S. officials are aware of?
On that, General Glenn Van Herk, who is the head of United States Northern Command, the guys who do NORAD and all of that, said during a press conference this morning that the intel was there, but that officials didn't realize it was there. What other officials have told me is that these incidents were classified as part of the old Pentagon UFO program, unidentified aerial phenomena, where these are these programs that vacuumed up all of this intelligence about all these things that are in the sky. And it's only in recent, the last 2 years that the United States and the military has taken pains to sort of declassify some of this information and to really look at all of this intelligence that they had. So it's a question of they had it, but they didn't know that they had it at the time. But it's also not for, the idea that you have Trump administration officials saying they weren't told. It's kind of hard to imagine how they are demanding to be told by Biden officials what was going on when they were in charge. So I think for the Trump people, it's kind of a tricky road for them to hoe.
Ali, let me go back to you, because, of course, all of this is happening as the big news event this week will be the president's State of the Union address tomorrow night. To what extent is this looming large? We have reporting 3 sources who are familiar with the speech that the president, his team, they are making some edits. Of course, there's always been a China section. Of course, it has always included some tough language. But they obviously are going to respond to the breaking news developments of these past few days.
Yeah, and that seems natural and somewhat predictable, especially given the way that this has really dominated headlines over the course of the last 4 or 5 days. And certainly it's something that a lot of people up here on Capitol Hill are talking about. But it comes against the backdrop, too, of this is a Congress, Republican-controlled, but in bipartisan fashion, they did create a new select committee for this Congress that's specifically focused on the threats from China. So there was already going to be a heavy China focus during this Congress, and it would make makes sense that that would be echoed by President Biden in these State of the Union remarks. I do think, though, that it's going to be just one of many points, and you know this so well, Kristen, having covered so many of these too, that this is something that's going to be used from the president's perspective to use this very large platform of millions of Americans tuning in to talk not just about foreign policy threats, but also the things that they've accomplished over the course of the last 2 years as he prepares to look ahead to a potential run in 2024.
Yeah, exactly. All right, a pretty complicated backdrop. Allie and Helene, thank you for your great reporting. Appreciate it very much. Coming up, much more on those ballooning tensions with China. I'll talk to a retired admiral about what happens next now that U.S. officials are working to recover and investigate the balloon debris. Plus, my interview with the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee as lawmakers in Congress press the White House for answers. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. We are learning more about the Chinese balloon shot down on Saturday. A U.S. general says the balloon was 200 feet tall with a payload that weighed more than a ton. And National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says shooting the balloon down over water gave the military a better opportunity to recover the wreckage than if it were shot down over land. Listen.
It will take some time, and people, all of us, including myself, will have to be patient as we do the recovery and do the exploitation. But we have already been able to learn a fair amount about the capabilities and the tradecraft of this balloon because we were able to monitor it through multiple different means as it traversed the United States.
Joining me now is Admiral James Stavridis, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander and an NBC News Chief International Analyst. Thank you so much, Admiral Stavridis, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure always.
I want to follow up with what we just heard there from Jake Sullivan. What kind of intelligence do you think that China can collect with a surveillance balloon like that? And what can we glean from shooting it down and recovering the wreckage?
Yeah, I think that's the right way to approach this, is to think what are the trade-offs in that regard. And I would surmise that in the end, we are going to get more intelligence than we gave up. And that's because low Earth orbiting Chinese satellites already have pretty good analysis of us. They're tracking us on social media. They have many, many sources of data and intelligence. This would have added to their picture, but look what we got. We have a chance to listen, to watch the communications between this Chinese spy balloon, its mechanisms, to the satellite back to China. We got to monitor all that for 3 days. And then it drops in the water, only 47 feet of water, which is nothing. And the U.S. Navy, I'm proud to say, as an admiral, is going to go down, find that thing. We'll bring it up. We'll really take it apart. And in the end, I think we'll end up getting a net positive amount of intelligence out of this entire episode.
Admiral, there are a number of people who are wondering why the U.S. wasn't able to, in some ways, intercept the channels of this balloon earlier when it was first detected over U.S. airspace. Do there need to be discussions about improving technology so that that is a possibility, so that the option is not shoot it down when it's over water and wait for that to happen?
Absolutely. And let's recognize that the whole dirigible airship balloon technology itself is changing significantly. We don't know yet what the skin of that balloon was capable of doing. It might have had the ability to be a communications relay. It might have included solar panels for power. We are going to learn an awful lot more. And then what we're going to do, Kristen, is reverse engineer all of that and be more prepared the next time this comes, because I assure you this is not the last trip by balloon over the United States by China.
And, you know, not the last, and it seems like it wasn't the first. We know that there was one during the Biden administration. There's reporting there were 3 during Trump. Former President Trump has disputed that, and some of his top officials say they don't remember 3 balloons entering U.S. airspace. Important to point out, this is the longest a balloon was in U.S. airspace. But I guess the question is, given that, do you see this as an escalation by China?
I think that what we have seen is a pretty direct signal to the United States of displeasure, really about a couple of things, one of which is the agreement the United States just signed with the Philippines to open bases in the northern Philippine islands, specifically on the island of Luzon. Secondly, a new Marine Corps base, first new Marine Corps base in 70 years, opening on Guam. And thirdly, as this visit approached with the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, in the background, the Chinese are hearing discussion of another visit, a visit to Taiwan by the new Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. So, yes, I think this was an escalation and very probably a signal to the United States of displeasure in all 3 of those areas.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I was going to ask you about the U.S.'s planned expanded footprint in the Philippines. So just to be very clear, you think that was part of the calculation by China? You don't think this was a mistake, for example?
I think there are very few deep coincidences in the game of geopolitics, and the idea that this balloon would suddenly appear and float across the United States 2 days before Tony Blinken's visit and in the immediate aftermath of the announcement of those new bases in northern Philippines, plus the announcement of the Marine Corps. I think it appears to me unlikely that that's a coincidence. We may never know with certainty, but with a fair amount of experience assessing this over the years, I'd say it's a pretty good way to bet.
Admiral, do you think that the U.S. should brace for China to retaliate, or do you think that China has gotten the message from the now delayed trip of the U.S. Secretary of State, that tensions are mounting and that they're going to back down?
I certainly hope it's the latter, but I would say in particular, for example, to young Navy commanders who are in command of destroyers conducting freedom of navigation patrols in the South China Sea, if I could stand on a bridge wing with a young commanding officer and say to her, hey, be on the front end of your game here, because China could do something quite provocative. Certainly their commentary following the shoot down, which in my view is preposterous. I mean, the balloon had just passed through our sovereign airspace. We had every right under international law to shoot it down, but China made some pretty dark comments. So I would say to our aviators, our mariners who are forward and close to China, now's a good time to be very, very alert.
Okay, some powerful words there. We will leave it there. Admiral James Stavridis, thank you so much for your perspective. We always appreciate it. Up next, I'll talk to the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee about what he knows and the potential for more escalation in tensions between the U.S. and China. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Welcome back. There's a group of 8 lawmakers in Congress, the Gang of 8, that are among the top U.S. officials on matters of vital national intelligence. It includes the top members on both the House and Senate Intel committees, as well as House and Senate leadership. The White House says it began briefing the Gang of 8 staff about the Chinese surveillance balloon last Thursday as the U.S. military was getting ready to shoot it down. Today, NSC Coordinator John Kirby told reporters he was not aware of any intention to return the debris to Beijing. Joining me now, ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee and a member of the Gang of 8, Congressman Jim Himes. Congressman, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Kristen.
Let's start with this Chinese balloon. Do you know when you expect to get a briefing on the balloon? And I wonder, Congressman, if you can tell us, what are your top questions?
Well, I've had an opportunity now that I've been in Washington today to look at some of the intelligence that was gathered about the balloon. It's not necessarily anything I can get into in any detail, but you know, suffices to say that this is not technology that is new to us. We have observed this sort of technology before. We actually have technology like this. We are not quite so brazen as to fly it over another country's airspace. But what's happening right now, which is pretty interesting, is that, you know, because we were able to observe this balloon, you know, get a look at its characteristics, how it receives information, what it's transmitting, and now that we actually have it in our possession, we'll be in a position, I think, to learn a lot more about Chinese capabilities. What can they do, but also who helped them build this, whose chips are in this thing, and all sorts of stuff that, because of the brazenness or the mistake that the Chinese made, we'll now be able to learn.
Congressman, just to be very clear, because we're anticipating the administration will brief the full Gang of 8, when will that actual briefing happen, or has it already happened?
It has not happened yet. There was an attempt at the end of last week to get that meeting together, but people were scattered to the wind, so it didn't happen. I'm not sure what the answer is to your question. I do know that there's a lot of questions. Look, there's a lot of hyperventilating about this, but there's actually some really good questions. Why did the administration choose when they did to inform the public? This is not the kind of thing you can easily keep secret, since you can sort of see this thing with a good pair of binoculars. So all of us have questions, but I'm not exactly certain when the briefings will occur.
Do you expect a briefing, and do you want a briefing this week?
Yes, we do. We do. Again, there are lots of outstanding questions. I've probably had a few more answered than most of my colleagues have, because I've been into the SCIF to look at some of the information that is there. But yeah, no, there's a lot of very legitimate questions about how this week played out. Where exactly did the balloon go? Did the Canadians get a look at it too? If you think about Alaska and Montana, there's a whole lot of Canada in between. What was our communication with the Canadians if in fact it went over their airspace? All sorts of questions that we do need answered. And yes, they need to be answered this week.
I want to follow up with your point about the information flow, because it's our understanding that your staff was briefed on Thursday. Do you believe that your staff got adequate information, and did you learn about this early enough? Should you have known before the public became aware?
Well, the question's a little more complicated than you think. We have yet to have a meeting of the Intelligence Committee. I was just appointed to ranking member status on Wednesday or Thursday of last week. So we're sort of getting up to speed here. I do know that some staff was briefed. I think it was pretty abbreviated. I think there's lots of members, including members of the Gang of 8, who haven't been briefed. I do expect that the administration will have some kind of briefing in the next couple of days.
Okay, Chairman Turner, your counterpart on the House Intelligence Committee, told Chuck yesterday that the administration lacks urgency, that this balloon should have been shot out of the sky the minute that the administration became aware that it had entered U.S. airspace. Do you agree with that assessment? Did the administration lack urgency here?
Well, no, I don't. And we're hearing an awful lot of, criticism very early on. Here's what we do know. We do know that the military advisors to the president advised that he not shoot it down as it penetrated Montana, at least. And part of their concern was...
Let me just challenge you briefly on that point, right? Because it entered Montana several days after it entered U.S. airspace. Why not shoot it down, for example, when it first got over the Alaskan airspace?
Well, I was just about to get to point number 2, which is that it is enormously valuable. Now, mind you, you make sure that it's not a weapons platform that presents any sort of threat. And then it's an enormously valuable opportunity to actually see the flight characteristics, the radio emanations that come from this thing, what's aboard. We learn a lot by watching it. Now, I'll have the same question. I just, like some of my colleagues, don't necessarily have the conclusion that it was a lack of urgency. I need to know what was collected, what was the, pluses and minuses of shooting it down early rather than late. None of us know that right now. Again, this is not a weapons platform, so the ability to observe it without putting people at risk, I think, was an important opportunity.
Based on the information you have seen so far, does the U.S. have a sense of what its capabilities were?
Our intelligence community is pretty good. So without getting into details, I can tell you that we're not surprised by this technology, but we've never had the opportunity to actually look under a microscope at the kinds of things that were aboard in that payload. And now we have that opportunity. That's another question that should be asked. A hard landing against a granite mountaintop is a very different proposition than recovering things that landed in the water. So again, these questions will be answered in the next day or two.
Let me ask you about China's response. China is saying the U.S., quote, overreacted and seriously violated the spirit of international law and international practice. Some people are reading those words and say they're just words, that China's not actually going to retaliate. What's your assessment? Do you think that China's going to retaliate in some way, shape, or form, or do you think they're going to let their words stand for now?
Well, look, it's utter nonsense, right? I mean, if you want to talk about international law, let's not talk about the spirit of international law. Let's talk about the black letter of international law, which is that you don't get to fly military equipment over other people's country. Very clear violation on their part. Look, I wouldn't want to be the mission commander in China that was responsible for flying this balloon. My guess is that it was probably inadvertent that it went over United States airspace. But no, they are the ones in the wrong here. And look, this is not a new thing. You'll recall that a number of years ago, a P-3 Orion, a surveillance aircraft not operating in Chinese airspace, was dangerously approached by a Chinese fighter jet, ultimately resulted in the downing of that jet. The P-3 was disassembled by the Chinese and given back to us in boxes. So that, you know, I don't take their criticisms all that seriously.
Let's move on to classified documents. The Gang of Eight, according to Chairman Turner, is also going to get briefed on the classified documents matter sometime this week. When exactly do you expect that briefing to happen, and what do you hope to learn there?
Yeah, my understanding is that we will be briefed towards the end of this week. And actually, as it happens, I was speaking to the Director of National Intelligence this afternoon, and I passed on to her my interest in getting an update on the investigation that is happening, and of course, whatever risk, preliminary assessments of risk the intelligence community might have provided about any of these classified documents. Again, you know, there's an awful lot of documents here. There's you know, Mar-a-Lago, there's the Biden documents, there's Pence. You know, we need to know whether any of our intelligence assets have been put at risk by any of those documents that are out there in the wild.
Congressman, President Biden's going to be delivering his State of the Union address tomorrow night amid some really tough poll numbers. What do you want to hear from him, and do you worry that the Chinese balloon, the classified documents matter, will really cast a cloud over his entire address?
Here's what I know. I know that American families at the kitchen table, the balloon might be an interesting story, an interesting footnote. What people really care about is jobs. They care about inflation. Jobs, remarkable job growth. Inflation is coming down. Fuel prices are coming down. Insulin now costs a maximum of $35. Prescription drug prices will be coming down, investments in infrastructure. That's what I'm hoping the president will talk about, because there's a remarkably good story to be told around all of those things that I think are more important to most Americans than balloons that are flying overhead.
Very quickly, do you want President Biden to run for re-election? Is he the strongest person to represent the Democratic Party in 2024?
You know, based on what I just told you, and if I had another 2 minutes, we could talk about other achievements of the Biden administration, I would tell you that if he does choose to run, he will have a strong record to run on.
Okay, Congressman Jim Himes, thank you very much for joining us on this very busy Monday. Appreciate it. And after the break, President Biden prepares to address the nation tomorrow night, as we just discussed, and he just fielded questions from NBC News about whether his State of the Union is changing in the wake of that Chinese spy balloon. More after the break. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. 3 people familiar with President Biden's State of the Union speech tomorrow night tell NBC News that parts of the address are undergoing edits in the wake of his recent incident involving a Chinese surveillance balloon traversing the U.S. But moments ago, when asked by our own Kelly O'Donnell at the White House if the situation has changed his speech or his foreign policy message overall, the president replied no. In addition to addressing tensions with China, the president is also expected to use this address to begin laying out his pitch for a second term, even though he has yet to officially announce a 2024 re-election campaign. Joining me now from the White House is NBC's Mike Memoli. So, Mike, you and I have been working our sources, and essentially the message is this. This China section has been written for quite some time, but obviously it needs to be updated in some areas to reflect the developments over the past several days. Tell us what your sources, my sources, Carol's, Monica's sources have been telling us.
Yeah, that's right, Kristen. I mean, you know this so well, obviously, as we've covered this White House together the last 2 years. China has really been front and center in so many different ways for President Biden, not just obviously on a foreign policy basis, but also in shaping his domestic policy. How often have we heard him recall that trip that I took with him 12 years ago to the Tibetan Plateau, where he had that long meeting with Xi Jinping when they were both vice president? Really has been so foundational in the way in which Biden has approached his presidency. And so that's why aides are telling us there was always going to be a section of this speech devoted to the U.S.-China relationship. And part of the conversations that are now happening in the final hours are just how much to refine that to incorporate the developments over the last few days, especially in light of the heavy Republican criticism of how President Biden has managed the situation and in light of the politics. Remember, this new Republican House that just took office has created a select committee focused on the China-U.S. relationship, wanting to delve into it closely. As Republicans look at 2024, one area they really want to attack the president on is for not being strong enough on China. So that's really the backdrop against which his aides are crafting this section and want to make sure that it meets the moment, but also doesn't further inflame the situation. That's something they're also careful about, especially after Secretary of State Tony Blinken took that step of canceling his trip to Beijing just before he was due to leave. Now, more broadly, though, you know as well as you've laid it out so well, the 2024 backdrop to this speech. I'm told by my sources that the president really wants to reconnect with those themes of his candidacy in 2020, those core promises he made to voters, and essentially lay out in this speech the ways in which he feels like he's delivered on all of them and ways he's really rebuilt the foundation for growth in the future.
Yeah, we will be paying close attention to the China section, but of course his tone tomorrow night. This is going to be his first time speaking to a divided Congress. Mike, I talked to Congressman Don Bacon earlier today, who said he really hopes that he strikes a note of bipartisanship. But as you rightfully point out, this is all coming against the backdrop of 2024. So we'll be watching closely. Mike, thank you so much. And do not miss our special live coverage of the President's State of the Union address. It kicks off tomorrow night at 8 p.m. right here on NBC News Now. Chuck and I will have special post-State of the Union coverage and analysis starting at 11 p.m. We will be right back. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest development? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. The presidential primary trail may look different next year for Democrats. The DNC voted this weekend to make South Carolina their first presidential primary state just about a year from today on February 3rd. That's a Saturday, if you'd like to mark your calendars right now. Next comes Nevada and potentially New Hampshire on February 6th. The race would then move to Georgia on February 13th and Michigan on February 27th. This all depends on some state-level law changes, but at least at the moment, Democrats have signed up to boot Iowa and New Hampshire from their first-in-the-nation status. DNC Chair Jamie Harrison rationalized the decision to change the status quo this morning. Take a look. We do not have that sound right now. We'll get to it. But joining me now on set is Mariana Sotomayor, congressional reporter for The Washington Post, former New York Democratic Congressman Joe Crowley, and Stephen Hayes, editor and CEO of The Dispatch. He's also an NBC News political analyst. Thanks to all of you for being here. Basically, Joe, let me start with you. Jamie Harrison said this. I'll read it. The calendar looks like the Democratic Party, and it reflects the diversity of America. For 50 years, Iowa and New Hampshire have been the 1-2 step as it relates to selecting the next nominee for the Democratic Party. We're just changing that. We're giving more people and more voices an opportunity to influence where we go as a party and where we go as a nation. What do you make of this move? It's very significant.
Well, nothing lasts forever. Nothing is in stone. I think it is more reflective of the diversity of the Democratic Party in terms of maybe South Carolina first. You still have New Hampshire up there in the top 3, at least certainly top 2. And so, I think this will not have an impact necessarily on maybe on this primary, but really in 2028, maybe more than in 2024. We don't expect maybe as competitive a primary this go around.
Stephen, what do you make of this move? Republicans in Iowa and New Hampshire are wasting no time joining Democrats who are crying foul with these moves.
Yeah, New Hampshire Republicans in particular are using this against Democrats in the state. I had Chris Sununu on our podcast last week and asked him about it. And he said, our federal officials are doing nothing. They're sort of writing letters, shrugging their shoulders as they take away our first-in-the-nation status. Shouldn't the 2 Democratic senators use their leverage with the Biden administration, given the close split in the Senate, and try to actually preserve the place? I think they're likely to get have some residents there up in New Hampshire for the Republicans.
Mariana, this could be, for all of those reasons, potentially risky in the long run, even if it does, in the next round of primaries, benefit states that helped President Biden win the White House.
Yeah, it's interesting when you quoted the DNC chairman, he's actually echoing something that a lot of us covering the Biden campaign were hearing from the Biden campaign even before the Iowa primary. They were saying, hey, regardless of what we see in Iowa and New Hampshire, where they knew they were doing very badly, ended up being the case, we need more states that are reflective of the party that is more diverse, and we really did see that on the campaign trail. When we were not in Iowa and New Hampshire, there were more people of age range, of different backgrounds that would show up for him. But something that a lot of Democrats are questioning is, okay, does this set a new standard, a precedent for any future president to say, oh, wait, but, Georgia wasn't that great to me, so why don't we just flip the primary schedule around? That's something that I think there's a little bit of hesitancy to moving forward.
Yeah, and you think about how important those delegates can be in a general election, particularly in New Hampshire, which is a tough state and can make the difference in some very close races. The backdrop, of course, is the State of the Union address tomorrow night. Joe Crowley, what do you want to hear from President Biden? What do you think he needs to do tomorrow night to have this be a bit of a reset, right? Because he's been dealing with the classified documents issue. He's now been dealing with the Chinese spy balloon, accusations that he wasn't strong enough. What do you think his charge is tomorrow night?
Well, I think he will speak about China. I think he will be very tough about that as well, reflective of where I think both Democrats and Republicans are at this point in time. There's no question that this incursion, in some respects, is unprecedented in terms of its bodacious nature, up there in the sky where people can see it. This is not like, satellite imagery or stealth bomber or stealth airplanes. And so I think this will be part of it. I think we're going to hear more about his accomplishments. As much as maybe we here in the Beltway know what was accomplished, I think the American people have yet to really materialize it themselves. You see him doing these events even before and after the State of the Union, where he's going out and talking about the infrastructure bill, where he's talking about the CHIPS Act, where he's talking about the many things that they've accomplished, just to remind the American people where they are. So I think this will be somewhat political in terms of laying out that strategy.
Mariana, let's look at some of the recent polling, which is just so noticeable, that came out today in the ABC News Washington Post poll. 62% say the president has not accomplished much during his time in office. What do you make of those numbers? Is it a failure of messaging? Is it a failure of accomplishment? I mean, and of implementing what he has passed?
Yeah, it really is fascinating because he has been doing these events, especially on the infrastructure bill, just going to places saying, look what we're doing. We're cutting the ribbons. You're going to see things change here. It's interesting to me, during the midterms, a lot of these frontline Democrats in particular in the House side who represent these more rural areas who are seeing a lot of the benefits, they wouldn't necessarily mention Joe Biden. They would say, look what we were able to do and accomplish here in the House and the Senate with Democratic control. They wouldn't necessarily mention the president. And that personally for me is something that I'm curious about. Is that where the disconnect is? Because people aren't necessarily crediting the president for things that he signed into law.
Yeah, those numbers are just staggering. You have to imagine the White House is paying very close attention. Stephen, this is going to be his first address before a divided Congress. And in talking to lawmakers and Republicans, they're said to me they want to hear him strike a note of bipartisanship, that he did that during the prayer breakfast, for example. But then he has his campaign rhetoric, where he takes aim at the quote-unquote ultra-MAGA Republicans, which really moderates have said is offensive to them. Which Biden do you think we're going to get tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we're likely to hear him try to appear bipartisan, but probably also take some shots at the MAGA Republicans. I think what you're likely to hear from Republicans is, this is not a president who hasn't done much. This is a president who's done too much, and he hasn't done it the way that he said he was going to do it. I mean, if you look at the finding from our own NBC poll a week and a half ago on unity, 23% of people polled said that President Biden had achieved had success in unity, which was the theme of his inaugural address. I think Republicans will point that out and say he's not delivered on this. He hasn't governed in a bipartisan way. He hasn't negotiated with us on things that from the very beginning of his presidency. I think that's much more likely to be the focus of Republicans as they respond to the speech tomorrow night.
And Joe, what do you make of those eye-popping numbers?
No, the numbers are interesting, especially in terms of what has actually been accomplished. Legislation after legislation, some bipartisan, some less. But it's still quite a record of accomplishment. I think it was reflective in some degree in terms of the elections that took place. People thought Democrats were going to get blown out, and in the end, they didn't. And I think that was reflective of that as well. But there's certainly a lot that the president can talk about tomorrow. I think he's also going to use the opportunity to, introduce or recognize guests, and that'll help in terms of his talking about what he's accomplished so far this year.
Stephen, we have to note, it's very interesting on the Republican side, we have new reporting that the Koch brothers are essentially looking to throw their money behind anyone other than Donald Trump. How could that shake up the Republican primary race, which is getting a little bit more crowded, not overly crowded yet?
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're looking at on the Republican side is a bloodbath between now and the eventual convention. Not only at the presidential level, I think you are going to see hand-to-hand combat from Republicans in the Senate primaries, making sure that Republicans, establishment Republicans, making sure that unelectable Republicans don't win nominations. There's going to be a ton of money, and I think some serious infighting among Republicans. The House remains to be seen how significant the Club for Growth, Kevin McCarthy pact was that helped make him Speaker, but at least at the Senate and the presidential level, ugly, I think.
Mariana, we have about 30 seconds left. How big of a blow is that to former President Trump?
You know, I think it's one group where you're seeing them literally put their money where their mouth is, because privately you hear so many Republicans saying, I think we should wait. I don't think it should be Trump for all of these reasons. They're actually coming out there and saying, listen, if it's not Trump, we don't want it to be Trump, let's try and find someone else to kind of carry this party forward.
All right, well, it's all going to be very interesting, and tomorrow could be the unofficial kickoff to all of it. Thank you so much. What a great conversation, Stephen, Joe, and Mariana, and thank you for being with us this hour. I am back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with the devastation in Turkey and Syria, with that international scramble tonight to try to find survivors trapped by buildings that are completely crushed after those overnight earthquakes that left thousands of people dead. Questions now about where folks are supposed to go in these freezing areas already fighting a humanitarian crisis. We're live with the latest. Plus, with that alleged Chinese spy balloon now in the water, the Navy is trying to pick up the pieces. They are literally looking for pieces of this thing. We'll take you live to South Carolina, where the recovery is happening right now. We're also live in Ohio, where dangerous chemicals are being sent into the air on purpose to try to prevent a huge explosion after a train derailed. What officials want folks nearby to do now. And you're going to hear what a new AI chatbot thinks this show should sound like, and why some teachers are now embracing this AI thing in the classroom. And in tonight's original, with thousands of people still struggling to smell, still struggling with their sense of smell after having COVID, researchers think a new nose could help. We're going to explain this bionic breakthrough later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are starting overseas with the scramble to find survivors after those devastating earthquakes, leaving thousands dead in Turkey and Syria. And we want to show you right now the folks in the video that you're looking at coming together with rescue crews in the cold. It is freezing there to try to help find survivors. You are seeing some of these images now. They are pulling kids, children out of the piles. Look at this, of dirt and rocks and concrete. They are reuniting these kids with their families. You're seeing some of that here, but there are still some families waiting tonight, hoping and praying. Listen to one grandmother.
Torunum 1,5 yaşında. Lütfen yardım edin onlara, lütfen. Sabahtan beri ses alamıyoruz, haber alamıyoruz onlardan, lütfen.
It's heartbreaking to hear, to look at, to listen to, and you are seeing some of it, the damage that crews are dealing with. With 3,700 people killed, that number is expected to only go up. Dozens of countries and aid groups are promising to help. The EU and NATO pledging more money, more rescue supplies, more search teams. And President Biden today saying he is deeply saddened by the loss of life. We want to show you where exactly the earthquakes happened early this morning. Local time in southeast Turkey and northern Syria. First, there was the 7.8 magnitude earthquake that you had. Some of that shaking could actually be felt as far away as Egypt and Israel. That's like the distance from New York to Chicago. Think about that. A few hours later, there was a 7.5 magnitude earthquake right in the same area. So big earthquake on top of big earthquake, with Turkey's president declaring 7 days of national mourning for what he says is the biggest disaster in this country since 1939. And in Syria, the earthquake slammed an area that has already been devastated by 12 years of civil war. Molly Hunter is covering all of this for us, joining us live now. So first, Molly, just start with what the latest is on the search and rescue push tonight as it heads into, of course, the early morning hours overseas.
Yeah, Hallie, and you said it really clearly in your intro. We are still in search and rescue. There is still a window to find survivors, and the Turkish authorities are saying that. And when they talk to their international partners, as you mentioned, obviously lots of international aid is coming, including in the form of boots on the ground search and rescue teams to help search. That is their focus right now. And they are trying to get to all of the devastated areas. Hallie, one of the biggest challenges, we know what the devastation looks like in areas like Gaziantep. We don't know what all of the devastation looks like in some of the more rural areas. So one of the figures that we've been given from Turkish authorities, 3,000 buildings completely destroyed. That's just where we can see. That is just where authorities have actually been to. And of course, as you mentioned too, the first big quake hit at 4 a.m. That means, Hallie, families are in their beds. Families are asleep. And when they have seconds to get out, what what do they grab? They grab their children. They don't have time to grab anything if they are lucky enough to get out. So right now, search and rescue teams on the Turkish border, and as you said, on the other side as well, in Syria, trying to find any survivors right now is the priority.
You know, we've heard some of the international response because this is one of those just horrible, horrible disasters that has captured the attention of people across the country and so many people who want to help, right? And you are seeing that mobilization from, as we said, the EU, NATO, countries around the world, aid organizations, et cetera.
Yeah, exactly. And the UK, for example, where I am, we know that countries across the EU, even small countries, are sending what resources they can in the form of boots on the ground, as I mentioned, search and rescue teams, search and rescue dogs. They are sending equipment. They are sending experts like engineers to assess buildings' strength and what needs to be done to obviously kind of make even fragile structures more sturdy. We are also seeing the U.S., of course, they've already sent 2 teams of 79 people. And additionally, we are seeing transport aircrafts. One of the biggest challenges, Hallie, is going to be actually getting the search and rescue teams to the places that need it most. And that means also on the Syrian side. So one of the biggest challenges is going to be to get people, and I think we will see lots of international teams show up in Turkey, but then getting them to northwest Syria, the kind of mechanism that usually allows humanitarian aid workers and humanitarian aid goods kind of transporting logistics, getting over that border, Hallie, is time consuming. So I think one of the things we'll be really watching in the next 24 hours is if that is expedited to get the people who really need to be on the Syrian side over there, because there's just not the capacity to start rebuilding or even assessing that area.
It is complicated, to say the least. Molly Hunter, thank you. Thanks for being on top of it for us. Appreciate it. In just the last hour, we are hearing from President Biden on that suspected Chinese spy balloon that we're finding out was the size of like a regional jet. Our Kelly O'Donnell asking the president if it had always been his plan to shoot this thing down or only once it became public. Listen to what the president told her.
Oh, no, it was always my position. Once it came over to into the United States from Canada, I told the Defense Department I wanted to shoot it down as soon as it was appropriate.
A State Department spokesperson also saying that the U.S. acted responsibly, practically, and prudently and should not be blamed, with no word yet from spokesperson Ned Price, who you see there, on whether or how the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken's trip, is going to be rescheduled to China. China, for its part, is not backing down from the whole "it was just a weather balloon" thing. That's what China says. They say the U.S. is overreacting. They say we weren't spying, it was a weather balloon. And Beijing says it reserves the right to do further action, basically. As for the balloon itself, this, what you are looking at, is part of what we can see from the search for what's left of it along the coast of South Carolina there. You've got Navy divers looking for pieces, and a National Security Council spokesperson confirms, no, China isn't going to get it back, right? Presumably, the U.S. is going to want to look at this. They're going to want to assess what capabilities did this balloon actually have. It is enormous, as you see that moment of impact that is sort of now infamous everywhere. We knew it was big. Turns out it's more than 2,000 pounds and something like 200 feet tall. George Solis is in Surfside Beach, South Carolina, watching sort of the recovery process for this balloon, George, and a lot of new details today on what it is as we look at the geopolitical drama as well.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Apart from all of the political fallout, a lot of people are just curious about the size of this thing, right? As you mentioned, that huge size. To put it in comparison, one report noting that this balloon was as big, 4 times as big as last year's Snoopy float from the Macy's Day Parade. Actually, that was current. In another comparison was last year's Rockefeller tree from in the plaza. So again, this is huge when you really think about it. And of course, a lot of people watched this balloon go down here off the Carolina coast. A lot of people were trying to get some images. Today, we are learning that, of course, there are more Navy divers out there investigating this, looking at the bottom of the ocean. Pentagon saying that this balloon actually hit about 42 feet of water. And now, of course, we've been watching that video of what that apparent balloon debris that was rescued. We know intelligence officials want to get a good look at this, and we know that some of this debris is going to be shared amongst different intelligence agencies so they can dissect not only the balloon debris, but any equipment that, of course, might have have been on board to really get a sense of what Chinese surveillance capabilities were attached to this balloon, if any at all. And a number of people I spoke with here were just trying to get a glimpse of the recovery of some of these parts, and that is all officials really want people to do, of course. Just look at this thing, but do not mess with it by any stretch of the imagination, Hallie.
Yeah, no kidding. We know that, you know, where you are, this is one of those stories that stretches from where you are in South Carolina to where I am here in Washington, because as you've laid out, Navy divers are trying to find this thing. Officials are saying, please don't bring it home. If you find a piece of a Chinese spy balloon on the beach, like, don't take it back to your house, which, like, okay, got it. But we're also finding out that now members of Congress are going to end up briefed at some point potentially this week on what's going on with this spy balloon. Same thing for staffers, apparently, based on some of our new reporting. Tomorrow, according to a congressional source, tomorrow morning here. This is something, George, that goes well beyond the borders of the state where you are. This is a major issue now that, as we saw from the State Department, they are looking to have to talk about here.
Yeah, that's right. And to that point, one thing that people really should know about any debris that may come on shore, if you mess with this could be impeding with a federal investigation. Look, we know that the Navy is out there right now. They have divers that are in there using robotic equipment. They couldn't actually go out there yesterday because the weather was so bad. So we know they're out there right now. We know that the Navy has at least 2 vessels out there, one already collecting and categorizing equipment. Just how much is unclear at this point. We know there's another vessel out there that is scanning the bottom of the ocean floor for more debris. And again, to get a sense of how much work they have ahead of them, we have some reporting that indicates that this debris field is about 15 football fields wide by 15 football fields wide. That is huge. So of course, in the coming days, we know that there will be more Coast Guard presence out there. We know there are currently 3 cutters there right now providing military aid. The question is, if more of this debris washes up, where will it go, and how soon will U.S. officials be able to respond to it, Hallie?
George, so Lise, live for us there in Surfside Beach. George, thank you. We know, based on the reporting from our White House team, that this whole China spy balloon situation is causing President Biden and his speechwriting team to be thinking about how they handle this at his State of the Union address tomorrow night. But we've also seen the president in that same sort of moment there on the South Lawn talk about what to expect from this speech, which, again, happens every year, but it is an instance where he's in front of a massive audience in prime time on live TV across major networks. Watch what he said.
I want to talk to the American people and let them know the state of affairs, what's going on, what I'm looking forward to working on from this point on, what we've done, and just have a conversation with the American people.
He's prepping for it. You can see it on the right side of your screen. The president, he's just like us. He has cookies while he writes his speeches. That's him at Camp David, prepping with his top advisors there. On the left, you see Capitol fencing going up around the building where the president will be delivering his remarks. It is supposed to be only temporary, and it comes as a new poll out today. It says most Americans, majority, think the union really isn't too strong or strong at all. I want to bring in now Mike Memoli. So, Mem, let's start with the sort of China factor here and the late-breaking reporting into us tonight from you and the White House team on the way that the president and his team will be tweaking around the edges, probably right up until 8:59 tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. We know the president was late coming back to the White House because his prep time at Camp David with aides all weekend long even went into overtime. And so one of the interesting things here is that we are learning that there was already going to be a substantial part of tomorrow night's speech devoted to the U.S.-China relationship. And we've heard President Biden refer to China, refer to his trip to meet with Xi Jinping 12 years ago quite often as sort of a foundational aspect of his presidency. It's defined so much of the way he talks about not just foreign policy, but also domestic policy, the need to regain the economic competitiveness around the world to compete with China. And so what we're learning is that the sort of the last minute debates, one among many, I should add, are about just how to refine that China section to include the current developments. I think the White House is also mindful of the criticism, the heavy criticism they're getting from Republicans about how they've handled this. And so it's an opportunity with the audience that he's going to have tomorrow being as big as he's going to have all year to really try to address that head on. And we're told he's going to do so.
What's interesting is how much of this is going to be not just the policy, right? Things like police reform, as you've laid out foreign policy, but also the politics and the idea of the 2024 backdrop, as this is kind of a preamble to that. This is going to be the president, though, delivering that speech in front of a divided Congress with Republicans in control of the House of Representatives. And there will be Republican responses. We know Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders is going to be delivering the official response. And guess what, ma'am? As you've been on the air, former President Trump, we've found out, will be delivering a kind of rapid response as well. Apparently, according to our team who covers the former president here at NBC News, it's going to be like some sort of video that's going to get released right after President Biden speaks. And that, Mem, says a lot about the politics behind all this.
Absolutely, Hallie. I mean, what I heard from a very senior White House official was that one reason why they delayed the president's announcement about his 2024 intentions until after the State of the Union is because they want him to enter that chamber tomorrow night as the president of the United States and not a candidate for president of the United States. That being said, so much of the foundation, the formation of this speech is really a view towards kicking off his 2024 candidacy. I mentioned the size of the audience tomorrow night. Our colleague Peter Nicholas pointed out that 38 million people watched the State of the Union address last year. It's really 3 times as many people as watched the Philadelphia Phillies lose the World Series in Game 6 last October. And so, you know, he wants to make sure
so weird. My earpiece went out. I've lost your audio entirely. That's so strange. I think you were saying that it's going to be fewer people that'll watch the Super Bowl and the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday. So we can leave it there, ma'am. I'm good if you are. Thank you.
Well, something like that. But just to point out, it's not just the size of the audience, Hallie. It's really who's watching. The people who are going to be tuned in tomorrow night are not those who are watching this right now, tuned in to the day-to-day developments of Washington. So he really wants to tee it up for the kind of audience that's going to decide the election, not sort of the insider game.
Mike Memoli, it's always, I think, good to see you. Appreciate it. We're going to have a ton of coverage, of course, teeing up to the President's State of the Union speech just before 8 Eastern, right here. However you are streaming, we're going to have it all. Tom Yamas and I, we're going to be here in Washington together with an absolute crushing panel of folks, rock and roll all-stars ahead of this thing. And then, of course, network coverage with Lester and Savannah. And then afterwards, Chuck and Kristen pick up the baton. Do not miss it. So as the President gets ready for that speech, we talked about how he will be in front of a Republican-controlled House of Representatives, and they are investigating, right? That is in full swing right now, including with this so-called weaponization of government hearing set to begin on Thursday. House Republicans say they want to use this to look at what they think is bias against conservatives in the federal government. They say bias against former President Trump in agencies like the Justice Department. A source familiar is telling us about the first few witnesses they'll call. Republican Senators Ron Johnson, Chuck Grassley, former Democratic Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, who's now become a kind of fixture over on Fox News, and a former FBI special agent. Garrett Haake is joining us now. And Garrett, you have the duty of covering both Donald Trump, and we are grateful to you for your reporting on that a moment ago, and also the people who are hoping that if not, you know, Donald Trump takes the Republican nomination, that certainly it is a Republican who takes the White House come 2024. That is what a lot of this effort is about. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And I was listening to your conversation with Memoli and the idea that the State of the Union is designed to reach people who don't normally follow the ins and outs of politics. And I think you could think of this committee, the Weaponization Committee, as designed to reach people who do follow the ins and outs of politics, but maybe who don't follow the ins and outs of what conservatives have been talking about largely amongst themselves over the last 2 years. Republicans want to broaden the scope of interest into this idea of the FBI in particular, but the Department of Justice and the federal government more broadly. They believe targeting conservatives and targeting conservative speech. When I see these witnesses, who, by the way, I'm told will not be the sum total of the witnesses at this first hearing, there will be more. I see people who are very much involved in what up until this point has been kind of a right-wing echo chamber here. Chuck Grassley and Ron Johnson have conducted their own investigations into the FBI, into their handling of things like Hunter Biden's laptop. Tulsi Gabbard has become a very outspoken figure on right-wing media. She has her own podcast. She's been talking a lot about the so-called Twitter files, the idea of censorship of conservatives. And the last witness, that former FBI special agent, is kind of a newer voice on the right, but again, takes the role of an insider, claiming that the FBI had in some ways bias against conservatives. This stuff has not taken hold in the broader news media. It's not taken hold in the country. Republicans are hoping to use this committee to inject it into that national narrative.
Garrett Hake, a busy man for the next couple of days there on Capitol Hill. Garrett, thank you as always. Let's talk about what's going down in Ohio, where late today there are dangerous chemicals getting sent into the air on purpose. And if you're like, well, why? Why would they do that? It's because this controlled release is hopefully going to prevent a bigger explosion after this train derailment you're looking at here. This all started Friday in the town of East Palestine, about 50 miles outside Pittsburgh. There's a lot of derailed cars here. Some of them are carrying some dangerous chemicals themselves and getting closer to blowing up. So officials decided today the safest thing to do is to manually release the chemicals, like let them out on purpose, to at least control how fast they come out and where they go. Right? So rather than like a humongous, uncontrolled explosion, try to do this in a way that is somewhat safer. And if you're thinking about neighbors nearby, they all have to be evacuated. Look at this. Police knocking on doors, door to door, making sure people are out. Ohio's governor says this has to happen.
You just need to leave. We're ordering you to leave. This is a matter of life and death.
Let's bring in Ron Allen in Columbiana, Ohio, which is about 10 miles from the derailment. And Ron, for very obvious reasons, we couldn't put you in East Palestine, right? You couldn't actually get there. You have to be at least some distance away because of the fact that there is this sort of dangerous thing that's happening.
Yeah, and I'm just reading because we're getting an update now from the emergency officials saying that this controlled breach, as they're calling it, was completed successfully and that this material is now burning off, consistent with their expectations, and it's going to take a couple of hours more before that's completed and perhaps the resolution of this situation. You're right. This has been going on now for some 72 hours since this train wrecked, and the concern has been 5 cars which contained hundreds of thousands of pounds of a very harmful, carcinogenic chemical that was there and was described as being unstable. And there has been the threat of explosions that officials said could spew shrapnel for miles around this town and a toxic cloud. So what they have done today under a controlled situation is to set off small explosives in the train cars in question. And that's this huge plume of smoke that we're seeing video of now. And they're also trying to leak this material into ditches around the trains where they are going to hopefully try to burn it off. And that's the smoke and any flames that we're going to be seeing in these coming hours is a controlled situation where they have finally said, okay, the situation was unstable. There could have been explosions. So now we're going to try and take care of this ourselves and hopefully do this in a controlled way and release the pressure. And hopefully that will end this crisis that has been going on here now for the past 72 hours. There have been thousands of residents who've been evacuated from their homes. The governor today was adamant when this operation was planned, saying that this was a matter of life and death because now they are purposefully releasing this toxic smoke, these toxic fumes into the air. So they have urged people to get way back, which is why we are many miles back after being about a mile or so earlier today. So there's still a state of emergency in effect. No one has been told that they can go home yet. We'll see how this plays out. But the good news that we're just hearing right now is that this operation so far has been successful, they're saying.
And some incredible real-time information, Ron, coming into us here that's developing just as we are on the air tonight, that this controlled burn is going as they hoped it would. Ron, thank you very much. Appreciate it. A Florida man and a Maryland woman are each making their first court appearances tonight after being charged with planning to attack the power grid in Baltimore. The U.S. attorney there says the suspects, including somebody they describe as a neo-Nazi leader, were working on a plan to shoot at substations in the Baltimore area, with court documents revealing a recorded conversation of one of those people saying if they hit a lot of substations in the same day, it would, you're seeing the quote here, quote, completely destroy this whole city. Officials describing the plot as racially or ethnically motivated. I want to bring in now Laura Jarrett. And Laura, a lot of information seemed to come from an FBI informant who was in touch with these suspects. How did this get figured out? And how soon, like in other words, how close did this come to being far worse if they hadn't caught these folks in time?
That's one of the big questions coming out of today. And what's clear, you can see here, is that federal authorities are describing a plan that really stretched on for months, even dating back to last summer, even though we're just finding out about it now. As you described, this self-avowed neo-Nazi Brandon Russell, someone who had been on the radar of law enforcement for quite a while, someone who had actually just gotten out of prison. He had been previously charged with possessing explosive material. He's now obviously facing a very serious charge, up to 20 years in prison if convicted on this one. And at least as the documents describe it, Hallie, it's interesting here. They were talking to this CI unwittingly, describing in vivid detail all the plans, all the things that they wanted to do to specifically target these 5 substations. They described it as if they hit them at the same time, it would be, quote, cascading failure. Take a listen to how the FBI agent described it in greater detail today.
Russell provided instructions and location information. He described attacking the power transformers as the greatest thing somebody can do. In her own words, Clendaniel said she was determined to do this. She added, it would lay this city to waste.
The other big question obviously coming out of today is whether these had been connected to some of the other shootings of power stations we had seen, namely in North Carolina. The FBI agents described there this was not connected to a larger plot, at least as far as we know, but the investigation does continue.
Yeah, but what's interesting here, too, is that both of these suspects have a criminal history. Court documents describe this back and forth between the two of them, or between one of them and then the FBI informant, who apparently tried to convince him to buy her a weapon to carry out this whole thing, saying she'd send them a wish list because she was a convicted felon and couldn't get a weapon or a gun herself.
That's right. She couldn't get the gun. She also describes being under, sort of health conditions, having a kidney disease, and so she thought this was going to make her last and final mark. Obviously, that did not work out that way, and the FBI soon caught up with her. Hallie?
Laura Jarrett, live for us on all of that. Laura, thank you for being on top of it. Appreciate it. Let's take you to South Carolina today, where we're learning that former attorney Alec Murdaugh showed up to his sick mother's house the night of his wife and son's murders in June of 2021. His mom's caregiver says he was there for something like 20 minutes, but later Murdaugh made it a point to remind her he was there that night for double the amount of time. Listen.
He was telling you or saying to you that he was at the house? Mm-hmm. When?
The night of the murders.
The night of the murders?
Yes.
What was he telling you about that he was at the house the night of the murders?
That he'd been there 30 to 40 minutes.
The judge also ruling today that prosecutors can use evidence of Murdaugh's alleged financial crimes in this murder trial, considered by some in the South to be the trial of the century there, given the Murdaugh family's deep connection to people in this community. Jurors heard testimony on that for the first time, on alleged crimes ranging from stealing money from clients to insurance fraud. Murdaugh, of course, denies killing his wife and son. Blaine Alexander is just joining us now because court has just wrapped up for the day, Blaine. And what's interesting about that moment that we played, the idea that Murdaugh was trying to, according to the testimony here, tell his sick mother's caregiver he was there for 30 to 40 minutes. It seems like prosecutors are trying to imply that Murdaugh was trying to plant an alibi for where he was.
Yes. Absolutely. In fact, she testified that she was so upset by that conversation she had with Murdaugh that she later called her brother, who's a police officer, because she said it really just upset her. You know, a lot of the compelling moments from today's trial came during that testimony from Shelley Smith. She was also questioned about something that she saw Murdaugh carrying in several days after the murders. She says that it was a blue tarp. Now, that's notable because the prosecution is making the case that some weeks after the murders, investigators went into his mother's home and found a very large blue rain jacket that had gunshot residue on it. So that certainly got a lot of back and forth. She also gave some details about the night, says that Murdaugh came to the house, described what he was wearing, and also said that he seemed fidgety, Hallie.
The prosecution got a big win today, Blaine, because the judge is going to let evidence of Murdaugh's alleged financial crimes be heard in front of the jury here. We have talked about this before, but Murdaugh, in addition to the murders of his wife and son that he denies, right, he says he's innocent, he faces like a bunch of other charges, like dozens of other charges, and some of them around some of these alleged financial crimes. The prosecution was trying to use that and hopes to use that as showing some motive here. So the fact that a judge is going to let them talk about it is wind in the sails for the prosecution and potentially another big hurdle for the defense.
It is major for the prosecution. In fact, that was something that they had really been trying to get. All of those big details that we talked about throughout last week, Hallie, now the jury is going to be able to hear them, and that is certainly crucial when it comes to the prosecution's case. Now, as for the defense, the judge did put some parameters around that and said, you can consider this information, but only to a point. Listen to what the judge said.
You may not consider this evidence for purposes of character
of Mr. Murdaugh, nor may you consider this evidence as evidence of his propensity to commit other crimes.
Now, Hallie, remember, the prosecution is trying to lay out the case that essentially Murdaugh was in such financial distress that he was in some way trying to distract from those other crimes that he was being accused of, that he was desperate, and that is what the prosecution says led him to those murders, which, of course, he's denying, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander, thank you so much for being on top of it. Appreciate it. Coming up, Florida lawmakers are getting ready to strip Disney World of its special tax status, which could mean a big difference for the so-called happiest place on earth. We'll tell you whether they think they're going to stay happy or what. Plus, the Premier League's reigning champ could soon get kicked out of the league. We'll explain what's going on with Man City in the 5 things. Breaking news out of California late tonight. New video released in connection with the deadly police shooting of a 36-year-old wheelchair-bound double amputee. We're talking about this man, Anthony Lowe, shot multiple times by Huntington Park police. There's some new security footage. You're looking at it here from a nearby gas station, showing what happened right before police got there. Officers say Lowe stabbed somebody with a 12-inch butcher knife. It's tough to see in this shot, but that's what it shows in the incident, in the moments before that. Now, Ala Charles is joining us now, and that is not the only new piece of video that we got today. No body cam video, right, but a different angle of this police encounter with Lowe. Tell us about it.
Right, no body cam here for Huntington Park Police, but Hallie, after more than a week since the shooting now, Huntington Park Police just released footage of the shooting taken from a nearby business, presenting a fuller picture of what happened. That new footage shows the key moment Anthony Lowe, a double amputee and stabbing suspect, was killed. In it, you see officers approach Lowe and pull the wheelchair out from under him. He appears to move away from officers, then faces them, appearing to swing the knife twice before officers fatally shoot him. That part where Lowe faces officers is not visible in the social media video shared last week that sparked nationwide outrage. Officers say leading up to the shooting, they deployed 2 separate tasers twice in an attempt to stop him, but the tasers were ineffective. Based on that video from the social media posters, protesters said he didn't appear to be an immediate threat because they say it appeared he was moving away from officers. Hallie?
What else do we know about the actual incident, the stabbing here, the person who was stabbed in this thing?
Yeah, Hallie, police also released video of the stabbing that spurred all of this. It shows Lowe minutes before his confrontation with police stabbed someone on the sidewalk while out of his wheelchair. At last check, police say that stabbing victim is in stable condition. That victim, a 46-year-old man, did an interview with Good Day LA. He says there he didn't know Lowe. Take a listen.
Seeing that blood gushing out from here. Yes, I did. I thought it was a gunner right there. Just walking down the street, coming from looking for a job, just try to survive and put money in my plate and provide for my family, and get struck by a knife and almost lose my life.
He says he got surgery after puncturing his lung from that stabbing. Hallie?
If we pull back a little bit here, right, this is a police shooting that has triggered truly like a national outcry against the use of police force against somebody with a disability here. Obviously, the police have their perspective on this. What about the family here? How have they responded?
Well, since seeing the latest video from police, attorneys for the family still say the shooting wasn't justified, saying Lowe was hobbling away from officers and suffering a mental health crisis. His mother also said that she still does not understand why Lowe was shot, especially, she says, so many times. Take a listen to what his attorneys have to say.
There was absolutely no reason to shoot a double amputee in the back 11 times who was hobbling away from officers. He was a handicapped person suffering from a mental crisis.
Even since seeing this new police footage today, Lowe's mother says she wants the officers fired. The Huntington Park police chief says an investigation by a different law enforcement agency will determine if officers' actions were justified, and the district attorney will determine here if criminal charges come out of this. Hallie?
Nyala Charles live for us there in L.A. Nyala, thank you very much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Dell planning to lay off like 6,600 employees, about 5% of its workforce, becoming just the latest tech company to announce cuts. One executive told employees in a memo that they were doing this to try to stay ahead of what they described as downturn impacts, a.k.a. in plain English, that probably means the possibility of a recession. Number 2, the FDA says a food manufacturer is recalling hundreds of snacks and ready-made meals over concerns about listeria. This is stuff sold in vending machines and some stores in states along the eastern U.S. It's a Baltimore-based company called Fresh Ideation Food Group that did not immediately return a request for comment today. No illnesses, luckily, have been reported. Number 3, Manchester City, that big British soccer team, is being accused of breaking a ton of financial rules by the English Premier League. An independent commission will take a look, and depending what it finds, it means Man City could get huge penalties or maybe even expulsion. Remember, they're the league's reigning champions. The team says it was surprised by the allegations. They've said they've done nothing wrong. Number 4, speaking of people who are good in their preferred sport, how about Kyrie Irving, the Brooklyn Nets superstar, reportedly getting traded to the Mavs in Dallas. Irving's been pretty controversial, especially after he tweeted out a poster of a deeply anti-Semitic film last October. He also missed like half of last season for refusing the COVID vaccine. Number 5, the Powerball jackpot keeps getting bigger, up to at least $747 million ahead of tonight's drawing, one of the biggest jackpot totals in lottery history. Let's take it to Florida now, where lawmakers plan to vote this week in a rare February session to maybe reverse a decision to get rid of a special tax zone for Walt Disney World. Here's the deal, right? Right now, this special tax status for Disney is supposed to end in June. But this new bill would keep it going as a quote-unquote oversight district managed by 5 people handpicked by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. What does this all stem from, right? Remember when DeSantis pushed the state's legislature to end Disney's special status? That's because the company criticized Florida's controversial Don't Say Gay law after it was passed. Sam Brock is in Miami live for us now. And you know, what is happening here? In other words, like there are, I think, some critics of DeSantis who see this as a kind of revenge move. Like DeSantis backs this law that critics saw as discriminatory to the LGBTQ+ community. Disney comes out and is like, we're not cool with this. So DeSantis comes out and says, fine, like all your tax breaks, they're gone. Where are we with this now?
Okay, so what is going on here, both conceptually in terms of DeSantis' fight with Disney and then also the actual Reedy Creek Improvement District itself? Those are two separate questions, and they're both interesting. Let's start with the actual district, Hallie. You mentioned this a second ago, the fact that the legislature here in Florida, acted very quickly to dissolve it altogether, really within a couple of weeks of this law getting passed. The problem is they had to kind of put the thing in reverse and go back, beep, 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 because of the fact that there's this bond money, about $1 billion worth, that according to the original law in 1967 that brought Disney to Central Florida in the first place says if you're going to dissolve this district, you got to address the debt. And there was no plan for the debt. So now they're coming back with a state-run board, Hallie. At least that's what we think is going to be the structure and the conception of this, that would allow, theoretically, Florida to put the debt not on the taxpayers who live nearby, but on Disney itself. But you would have to expect, even though we haven't heard much from Disney, that the company is not going to be okay with that or go down without a legal fight. So that's the logistics. In terms of the conceptual right now, Governor Ron DeSantis has sort of been the standard bearer for the Conservative Party when it comes to pushing back against wokeness, in his words. And we've seen this bleed into so many aspects of culture here in Florida, whether it is, in his words, shoehorning queer theory into AP African American studies, or it's banning certain books that parents don't want their children to be exposed to, and of course the Don't Say Gay or parental rights in education law. All these things sort of factor into the same vein, and Governor DeSantis has been incredibly successful and popular here and nationally in Republican circles in taking these issues on head-on, directly.
Let me pick up on that, right, Sam, because you know well the way that the sort of Florida political sphere works. Governor DeSantis has really made some of these culture war fights the centerpiece of at least his national profile here, as he is widely speculated to be considering a run for president. But this Disney fight, and you've kind of laid out maybe the risk-benefit analysis to some degree. Taxpayers on the one hand, it could alienate. Big dollar donors on the other hand, it could alienate, right?
Yeah, big dollar donors for sure. So look, there's this strange sort of dichotomy that's going on right now. It does appeal to his base. And by the way, Governor DeSantis broke fundraising records in Florida after he pushed back against Disney. So it has been a winning issue for him and for some donors. But when you look at some of his most high-profile backers, Ken Griffin, for example, who's one of the biggest Ron DeSantis supporters you will find in the country. He's a multi-billion-dollar donor, arguably the most influential one in the party. He's come out and said, I fully support DeSantis when it comes to opposing what's going on with kids being exposed to conversations over sexual orientation or gender identity. I back that. But once you take on Disney and try to take away their tax status, it's almost like he's saying that is a third rail that you don't violate. And so to hear a DeSantis supporter come out, this was about a year ago, and say, don't do that, that's where we draw the line. It's fascinating to see how this will affect Republican politics and certainly DeSantis' campaign moving forward.
Sam Brock, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. When we come back, a lot of schools and colleges are blocking ChatGPT, that AI thing where you can put something in and it spits out like a paper or an essay or whatever. But some teachers now, instead of trying to push back against it, are just leaning into it, trying to make it work for them. We're going to have a live example of how this plays out and what it means for the future of school next.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
So for this next story we're telling you about, the introduction did not come from a human. In other words, a person did not write what I'm about to say. AI did. We entered a command into an AI chatbot. We said, write a short TV news introduction to a story about college students using ChatGPT to write papers. Here is what ChatGPT came up with. I'm just going to quote the software says. In the world of higher education, technology is changing the way students approach their studies. But a new trend has emerged on college campuses. Students are turning to AI language models like OpenAI's ChatGPT to write their papers. In this exclusive report, we'll take a closer look at this growing trend, its benefits and concerns, and what it means for the future of education. So stay tuned as we explore the impact of ChatGPT on college students and the world of academia. That's what the AI came up with. Like a little cheesy, a little like news speak, but overall not terrible, right? And that is why some educators are now leaning into the tech rather than trying to fight against it. Our Jake Ward is joining us now with more on that. It is a new frontier, Jake. Like the AI just wrote an intro that is, if not great, at least passable in the television news industry, right? Like, and there's a whole generation of kids, students who are coming up with this that are in middle school, high school, et cetera, that have this at their fingertips.
That's right. I mean, Hallie, at this point, the estimate is that anywhere from a third to maybe half of college-age students have already used ChatGPT to finish an assignment for them. We talked to professors and teachers across the country who say that whenever they have encountered a student using ChatGPT, they basically flunk them right away. Well, we also spoke to a teacher in rural Oregon and who's trying to sort of use this as not just something that needs to be banned, but as a teaching tool. I asked her what it was like when she first encountered it. Here's how she described it.
My first reaction was absolutely panic. I thought this is going to make me obsolete if it does what these people are saying it's going to do. It instantly created a fear in me that I thought, I am uncomfortable living in this fear, so I'm going to go tackle it.
Now, here's what's so creative and cool about that teacher and her students. What they're basically doing is they're taking a book that they have read, asking ChatGPT to write something about that book, and then critiquing the results. So trying to figure out, is there cliched language or is some of this untrue, like sort of using it to kind of test out a student's command of the book. Here's the problem, of course, right? Like that AI written introduction that you read on air a moment ago, right? Like on the one hand, you and I look at that and we think, oh my God, it's the end of the world. On the other hand, there's company after company out there that looks at that and says, that's a great market opportunity. Let's build that right away.
Signs,
and
yes.
That, of course, is the problem. Exactly.
No, you're right. I do love the sort of the classroom, as you say, the very bright students, the very bright teacher you spoke with, because it's like, take it and make it work to your advantage, right? Like rather than push against it, see if you can lean into it and make it work for you. But it does get kind of meta, because certainly the students could put in to the AI, write a critique of a chatbot generated essay on a paper. You know what I mean? Like it's layers on layers on layers with this, and that's what's so complicated here.
That's absolutely right. And this is why, of course, we're seeing everybody, not just teachers, but racing to try to catch up with this. Just today, Google announced its answer to ChatGPT, it seems like it, called Bard, like Shakespeare, that's going to be integrated into its search product, which is, as you know, the center of how that company makes money.
What does that mean?
So, it's this is exactly, what does that mean? How do they make money off of it? You can just imagine the kind of like redlining, white-knuckled, highly caffeinated meetings that drove them to make this kind of change. Everyone is scrambling to catch up with this stuff right now and how it's going to change education and business and the future. All of that is happening literally before our eyes, Hallie.
But there's also new technology that tries to fight the new technology by saying, no, this was created by new technology, like AI detecting bots themselves.
That's right. We actually also spent time with companies that have in the past been used to detect plagiarism. They're trying very rapidly to catch up with ChatGPT because that evades some of the stuff. But it's important to understand, right? Companies are going to build money-making machines on top of this stuff, and there's no regulation around it yet. So all of that has yet to be determined there, Hallie.
Jake Ward, it is a fascinating look at all of this. I'm excited to watch more of it tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. You can see Jake's reporting there, 6:30 Eastern, however you watch your local NBC station. Our thanks to Jake for that. Still to come here on the show. Do you know somebody who still is struggling with the loss of smell because of COVID or long COVID or whatever? Well, guess what? What you're looking at might actually help them. It could change their life. We've got that in the original. Plus, the rather alarming flyers being found across neighborhoods in Atlanta. We'll explain in a second. To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. Did you know that today marks 3 years since the first confirmed COVID death in this country? 3 years since that happened. And we know that one of the lasting effects for people who have had COVID, at least the initial COVID strain, is a loss of a sense of smell. Taste and smell. One study says that 5.5% of people who had COVID have problems with this. That's actually millions of people. But two researchers may have an unusual and creative solution. Dr. Akshay Sayal has more.
Craig Jerome, a nurse practitioner in North Carolina, lost his sense of smell after he got COVID 2 years ago.
In the initial onset, you had the overwhelming sensation of, I've lost it, and when is it coming back? You know, unfortunately, it's never came back to me the way it used to be.
Today, he still can't smell properly.
How has your life been affected personally as a result of not being able to smell as well?
I think just looking at it and going, you know, what did I enjoy and what do I miss? I think it's a grief moment in a sense that, you know, you go through it and you long to be the way you were.
Jerome is one of more than 15 million estimated adults worldwide suffering from long-term loss of smell due to COVID, according to research published by medical journal The BMJ last July. But two scientists at the Virginia Commonwealth University School of Medicine might have a solution. They're developing a